Little Qiao, do enlighten me about your situation, he implored. Your mind is usually so sharp. Why, then, do you exhibit such stubbornness in this matter? Look at Xiao Tao. Her family is quite affluent in the village, having recently constructed a new house and possessing several acres of land. What more could you desire? Why do you resist the idea of marrying her? If you continue to procrastinate, you might find yourself in the clutches of the constables, facing imprisonment. Beside a general store along the main road of Longshui town, Dou gazed helplessly at the indifferent young man before him. The youth, clad in coarse linen and possessing a youthful, fair visage, rolled his eyes dismissively, tossing a nut into his mouth. After savoring it, he retorted through gritted teeth, Dou, what do you know? Xiao Tao is only 13. How could you even consider her at such a tender age? You truly are something. This youth, who spoke with such fervor, was named Chu Qiao. He was a time traveler who had crossed over to this world over a decade ago without any advantageous skills or powers. In the early days of his arrival, life was far harsher had it not been for his delicate features. That caught the eye of the village head's wife. He might have perished like many destitute souls along the roadside. Of course, the village head's wife, being over 50, had no romantic interest in him, but rather sought to pair him with her niece, not wishing to squander his appealing appearance. Originally, Chu Qiao had entertained the notion of finding a wealthy woman to enjoy a leisurely existence. Yet the thought of being saddled with a 300-pound matron was quite unappealing to him. How can you say it is impossible? 13 is hardly a child anymore. Isn't the county magistrate's new concubine also 13? I've heard from my cousin that the magistrate requires assistants to leave his home every night. You should not take your good fortune for granted. Marry a wife quickly and start a family. You could even claim a reward from the officials. Dou could only conclude that Chu Qiao's reasoning was somewhat flawed. Xiao Tao was indeed charming, plump and fair, unlike his own drab spouse. Although Xiao Tao's family might not regard him highly, Chu Qiao's striking appearance seemed destined to attract attention. Rumor had it that numerous widows in the village would sneak glances at him while he bathed. You just registered your household. The authorities have no records of you. You might be able to fabricate a birth date this year, but next year, if you cannot pay the hefty bachelor tax, you will face exile to the frontier. Understanding he could not dissuade Chu Qiao, Dou still offered a kind warning. He then snatched a handful of nuts from Chu Qiao, turning away in irritation. Currently, the Tang Dynasty had just concluded its military conflicts, with Emperor Taizong poised to undertake grand ambitions. The foremost challenge lay in the aftermath of prolonged warfare. The population of the Tang had drastically dwindled, even beyond Chu Qiao's expectations. During such calamitous years, the populace was reluctant to bear children, prompting the government to introduce stringent measures. Any unmarried individuals over the age of 16 were subjected to an escalating annual bachelor tax, a burden even the wealthiest in the village struggled to bear. Failure to pay would result in imprisonment, confiscation of assets, and exile to defend the borders. Yet, Chu Qiao, the indolent fellow, seemed oblivious to the severity of his situation, having spent his time idly, barely managing to cultivate sufficient food to sustain himself. Were it not for his eclectic skills, he would have faced starvation long ago. Rest assured, money is not an issue. A glimmer of confidence flickered in Chu Qiao's eyes. It had been 2 years since he arrived in this world. Although he appeared to be aimless, he had been quietly preparing for a pivotal moment. Months earlier, a power shift occurred in the Tang Dynasty. The formidable Li Shimin, the governor of the region, orchestrated a coup, eliminating his siblings and imprisoning his father to ascend to the throne. The entire Tang was engulfed in turmoil, yet Chu Qiao felt no trepidation of being swept into the chaos. This world was far more complex than he had anticipated. He even began to question whether he had inadvertently stepped into a narrative of fiction. Take Dou, for instance, who seemed but an ordinary farmer. Recently, he had single-handedly dispatched a wild boar ravaging the crops with a single punch. Yet, he was merely regarded as a robust commoner in Longshui town. What, then, of the legendary generals in the court, whose combat prowess must be truly terrifying? With his slender limbs, he could hardly best the local constables. How could he possibly engage in matters of imperial authority? In response to Chu Qiao's boastful claims, Dou scoffed, "With wealth, you still lack a wife? You're just all talk. Turning his gaze to the street, he added, "Look, little Qiao, gaze upon that beauty." Daniel's exclamation jolted Chu Qiao from his musings, a hint of disdain crossing his face. What ist? No matter the circumstances, he had been steeped in the digital age, having encountered countless beauties. He turned his attention ahead, spotting two women gracefully strolling along the street. The one on the left radiated youthful exuberance, her lively eyes sparkling with unspoken words, while the one on the right, clad in a simple gown, exuded an icy demeanor, a true embodiment of the aloof Ice Queen. The contrasting qualities of liveliness and cold elegance harmonized beautifully, as if an enchanting vision of fire and ice unfolded before the onlookers. By heaven, Daniel, I stand corrected. Your taste in beauty is commendable. Even with Chu Qiao's vast experience, he found it difficult to imagine anyone rivaling the splendor of these two women. Wait, is that fellow with only one ear trailing behind him? Having been educated by numerous mentors, Chu Qiao swiftly extricated himself from the allure of beauty, his brow furrowing as he noted the 5 muscular men shadowing the two women. The leader, distinguished by a single ear, was none other than the notorious local thug, One Ear, infamous throughout Lingshui town for his cunning and ruthlessness. Chapter 2. The overwhelming sense of justice of Scholar Dong at this moment. However, the gaze of One-Eared was filled with greed and desire. Brother, should we take those 2 young ladies? If you want to die, go ahead, but remember, these are the ones young Master Lu has set his sights on. Don't blame me if you end up dead in the middle of the night. Noticing fewer people around, One-Eared beckoned his followers to close in. 2 stayed back to guard the rear, while the other 2 accompanied One-Eared, one of them rushing forward to block the path of the 2 women from the side, effectively cornering them from all directions. Ha ha ha, where are you 2 beauties headed? I, One-Eared, am quite influential around here. How about letting your brother escort you? The cold-faced woman, upon being obstructed by One-Eared, flashed a sharp glint in her eyes and raised her hand slightly, only to be swiftly restrained by the woman in purple beside her. Unexpectedly, one of One-Eared's lackeys stepped forward with a cloth, covering the 2 women from behind. To everyone's astonishment, the 2 women offered no resistance and simply collapsed to the ground, leaving One-Eared momentarily bewildered. Is the drug young Master Lu provided really that potent? Not far away, Daniel was boiling with rage. How dare these bastards brazenly abduct women in broad daylight? However, just as Daniel was about to play the hero, Chu Qiao pulled him back. Xiao Qiao, you. Don't be impulsive. Remember, you have your parents at home and Xiao Chui from Brother Dahu's family. If something happens to you, your brother alone can't support the family. Hearing Chu Qiao's admonition, Daniel's face turned crimson. One-Eared's dominance over the entire Coldwater town was not merely due to a few henchmen. Daniel was from Shaohe village, a fact well known throughout the town. If One-Eared were to bring his tyranny to Shaohe village, the consequences would be dire. Not to mention, it would become exceedingly difficult for the villagers to procure necessities in the future, jeopardizing their basic livelihoods. But Xiao Qiao, how can you be like this? What if? There is nothing to discuss. Just sit back and watch. This matter is far from simple. Chu Qiao appeared unperturbed, even harboring a desire to witness the unfolding drama. Breathing heavily, Daniel could only sit on the ground, his face flushed. Humph. Choosing to remain neutral while feigning such a look of schadenfreude. I, Dong, am truly ashamed to share the same roof with you. It is a disgrace to culture. Zhuang, having seated himself, was suddenly stirred by a young scholar at a nearby tea stall, who stood up with a loud bang on the table. Casting a disdainful glance at Chu Qiao, he scoffed. Are you, Scholar Dong, planning to play the hero today? A flicker of unease crossed One-Eared's eyes as he tightened his muscles. Scholars of this era were not merely well-versed in classical texts. Their journeys to the capital for examinations were fraught with challenges that could not be solved by mere book knowledge. This man, having attained the status of a scholar, must possess some genuine ability. Although these impoverished scholars were no match for his physical strength, underestimating them could lead to unforeseen troubles. Moreover, Dong's family in Dongjia village was not to be trifled with. Listen here, Dong. I have no grievances with your family. It would be wise for you to stay out of today's affairs. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Despite his bravado, One-Eared had already discreetly donned a tiger claw. Do you think mere words can deter me, Dong? I am not one to cower. Since I have witnessed this today, I shall intervene. Rest assured. As long as I am here, no harm shall come to either of you. At the dry goods shop, Chu Qiao furrowed her brow, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Daniel, Do you think that Dong was just implying something about me? Damn it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Daniel, do you know where his family is? I must throw a rock through their window today. Seeing Chu Qiao seethe with rage, Daniel dared not respond. Wishing for a hole to hide in, one of One-Eared's lackeys glanced at Chu Qiao's direction, visibly annoyed. Brother, should I go swat that annoying fly? Though they were over 100 meters apart, and Chu Qiao's voice was not loud, to One-Eared, her words rang clear. A flicker of impatience crossed the face of one lackey, already vexed by his wife's scolding, and now he had to endure Chu Qiao's incessant chatter. Don't stir up trouble. Third, sensing the tension, One-Eared frowned. He was already struggling with Scholar Dong, and now his own men were creating more enemies. Don't worry, brother. They won't cause any trouble. Just a warning will suffice. I want he take his life. Just keep him bedridden for a few days. All right. One-Eared nodded, glancing at Chu Qiao and her companion. They had witnessed the abduction, and if you didn't teach them a lesson, they might report it to the county office, leading to financial losses. Thus, One-Eared increased the force of his grip, eager to deal with Scholar Dong swiftly so they could leave before more eyes witnessed the incident. If others saw, even young Master Lu could not protect them. Accordingly, he instructed his lackey to deliver a warning to Chu Qiao and her friend. With a sinister smile, the lackey launched a punch towards Chu Qiao and Appo's direction, unleashing a gray fist of light that sped toward her with blinding swiftness. Chapter 3. Numerous anomalies at this moment. A red figure caught his attention, prompting him to swiftly raise his hand and chant incantations, muttering to himself, Alas, this predicament arose from my younger sister. If it leads to others being harmed, the consequences would be grave. In a flash, a crimson glow passed by, diminishing the gray fist's power by 70%, leaving only a faint gray light drifting toward Chu Qiao. Just as this gray spiritual light was about to enter Chu Qiao's body, a golden light unexpectedly emerged from above her head, effortlessly deflecting the inconspicuous gray light. Within that golden glow, countless ethereal farming tools began to materialize. Only after confirming that Chu Qiao posed no threat did this imperceptible golden spiritual light gradually dissipate. Was this individual protected by a divine artifact? Could it be that they are a reincarnated sage of the human race? No. The myriad farming tools in that ethereal form were distinctly different from the numerous sacred artifacts dedicated in the Fire Cloud Cave. The woman in red could swear she had never encountered these tools before. Could it be that a new power of the human race has emerged? It seemed that there had been no notable movements from the human realm in recent years. Not far away, atop a tree branch, the silhouette of the woman in red slowly materialized. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock and confusion as she gazed at Chu Qiao. Whenever a sage or powerful figure of the human race emerged, the heavens would inevitably manifest corresponding anomalies, and such individuals were never ordinary in temperament or talent. Even if there were any peculiarities, they ought not to appear so unremarkable. Yet, the human visage before her seemed utterly ordinary. However, the expression on the red-clad woman's face suddenly shifted as if a thought had struck her. Oh no, the backlash of causality. She witnessed the fist's light rebounding from Chu Qiao's body and striking one of her companions. The man assisting the one-eared figure in confronting Dong Xiaozai had not anticipated that the punch he threw would return to him. Thus, the gray light smoothly penetrated his body. Stumbling, the man inadvertently stepped on the abdomen of the woman in purple, who had been lying motionless. She furrowed her brow and let out a cry of pain. Ouch! Xiaoqi, what happened to you? The woman in purple suddenly clutched her abdomen, her delicate face contorting in distress. The woman in green, who had been smiling and occasionally peeking at the unfolding drama, was startled and quickly ended her pretense, grabbing the arm of the woman in purple. Fifth sister, I'm fine. It's just that my magical energy went awry. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a bit unsettled. Wait a minute. You didn't come on your cycle today, did you? The two had initially intended to feign unconsciousness for amusement, but unexpectedly, the one-eared man had directly attacked Chu Qiao, suffering the backlash of divine merit, and naturally, they too would bear some of the consequences since it all stemmed from their actions. The woman in red, hidden in the shadows, appeared anxious and stamped her foot, vanishing from her spot. Xiao Qiao, what on earth is wrong with you today? Daniel looked at Chu Qiao with suspicion. In his recollection, while Chu Qiao was not a saint, he was generally a fair and kind person who enjoyed a bit of fun. Otherwise, as an outsider, he would not have integrated into the town so swiftly. Chu Qiao glanced at Daniel, who looked perplexed, and shook his head helplessly. De Zhuang, You've been by my side for over half a year. How can you lack common sense? Think carefully. This is the main thoroughfare of the town. If you were the one-eared man, would you choose to act here? The fact that they are so brazen indicates they possess some confidence. In such a situation, what do you propose we do? What else can we do? We must confront them, Dou declared, thumping his chest and standing up with determination. Chu Qiao immediately covered his face with his hand. Dou was the kind of person whose strength outweighed his intellect. However, as a good partner, Chu Qiao continued to guide him. Yes, given your strength, you could indeed confront them. But let me ask you, do you believe those young ladies are so feeble that they would faint the moment someone offers them medicine? Surely, they are aware of how to resist. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's words, Dou's confidence deflated like a punctured balloon, and he lowered his head, finally conceding. Well, the one-eared man has been dominating for years. Concocting a potent sleeping drug is likely simple for him. Clap. Chu Qiao clapped his hands in response. What nonsense. No drug works that quickly. If they truly face danger, wouldn't they struggle? Did you not notice the smirk on the lips of those two ladies just before they fainted? What does that imply? With this guidance from Chu Qiao, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Dou's eyes. It indicates that those women are not easily subdued. Can you not think before you speak? It signifies that they possess that confidence. They have long seen through the one-eared man's little tricks. Moreover, don't you find it strange that the one-eared man and his companions are so audacious? Dou scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. What is so strange about them? They're just a head, a pair of hands, and only one ear, right? A flicker of crimson light quietly flowed from behind Chu Qiao. I've told you to think more critically when faced with situations. The one-eared man thrives in Cold Water Town not merely due to brute force and cruelty. They know who to provoke and who to avoid. Their ability to read people surpasses that of a simple brute like you. Chu Qiao frowned, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. Nevertheless, Dou's bewildered gaze made him twitch his lips before continuing. Now, take a closer look at the attire of those two women, the colors, the luster, the quality. Even the county magistrate may not possess garments of such caliber. This clearly suggests that these two young ladies hail from prestigious backgrounds, far beyond the reach of the one-eared man and his petty gang. Moreover, we are currently on the official road of Cold Water Town, and it's midday, naturally. There would be more people around. The one-eared man must be out of his mind to obstruct the path of those two distinguished ladies. Chapter for the mysterious young lady of Zhang Yuhuan. I see now. It appears that one has become dazed. A flicker of realization passed through Dazhuang's eyes. Yet he remained oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in Chu Qiao's gaze. After conversing for quite some time, it became evident that the fellow had grasped not a single word. So, what you mean is, someone is plotting against my younger sisters, 5th and 7th? Indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao instinctively nodded, but the next moment, her figure froze abruptly. Apart from the proprietor of the dry goods store who was currently napping, only she and Daniu were present. The scholar Dong, who had been seated earlier, was now engaged in a duel with a figure known as Ear. Where, then, did this sudden voice originate? It could not possibly be the dry goods shop owner. Well past 50, speaking in a commanding tone, could it? Both Chu Qiao and Dania turned their heads to find a woman clad in a resplendent red palace gown, exuding an air of nobility, seated behind them. One hand propped her chin while the other casually grasped a handful of dried fruits. Listening with interest to Chu Qiao's earlier analysis, the woman's stunning beauty rivaled that of the previously mentioned beauties, the Qini and Zi. Strangely, this woman in red seemed to have been at Chu Qiao's side all along, yet they had been entirely unaware of her presence. Chu Qiao also noticed that a long sword was sheathed at the woman's waist. Although it remained in its scabbard, she could sense a prickling sensation emanating from it. This is a master. Do not ask Chu Qiao, a person of no physical prowess, how she discerned this. It is self-evident. The ability to approach them silently marked her as a formidable figure in the martial world, one capable of posing a lethal threat to both Chu Qiao and Daniu. More importantly, this woman was truly beautiful. A hint of unreserved admiration and appreciation glimmered in Chu Qiao's eyes. May I inquire your esteemed name, young lady? With a flicker of her eyes, Chu Qiao bowed slightly towards the woman in red. The red-clad lady lifted her hand slightly, drawing her long sword 3 inches from its sheath. Her exquisite eyes sparkled with intelligence and wisdom as she assessed Chu Qiao before returning the gesture. This humble girl bears the surname Zhang. You may address me as Lady Zhang. In these open times of the Tang Dynasty, It is not customary for an unmarried woman to disclose her given name. The term lady is the contemporary address for unmarried women in the Tang. Zhang, you say? Chu Qiao blinked, a contemplative glimmer crossing her eyes. In this era, those bearing the surname Zhang are often of notable status. While not as renowned as the 5 clans or 7 aspirations, they certainly wield considerable influence in the court. It is worth noting that over the millennia, only the Zhang clan and the Kong clan have maintained their lineage. Even through the ages to come, the Zhang family would continue to hold a prominent position. With numerous distinguished individuals in literature, military, and politics, such as Zhang Qixian, Zhang Jian, Zhang Jiuling, Zhang Su, and Zhang Sun, who have sustained the family's prosperity. Are you, perchance, a daughter of the Nanyang Zhang clan? Indeed. The woman in red smiled and nodded in affirmation, acknowledging Chu Qiao's statement, albeit with slight inaccuracies. She was not of the current generation of the Nanyang Zhang clan, but rather one of their ancestors. Much like the Tang royal family venerates the sage Laozi as their forebear, the ancestral records of the Nanyang Zhang clan trace back to the Jade Emperor, Zhang Byron. However, if one were to consider it this way, this woman before them could indeed be considered a daughter of the Nanyang Zhang clan. You have posed a question, sir. Should I not then answer the young lady's earlier inquiry? Who, precisely, is behind the scheming against my younger sister? A flicker of barely concealed malice flashed in the red-clad lady's eyes, sending a chill coursing through Chu Qiao's legs. Sensing this inexplicable chill, Chu Qiao lost the inclination to prolong the suspense and replied candidly, I am but a humble commoner. How could I possess such knowledge? However, I surmise that if someone is plotting in the shadows, there is likely another watching from the dark. After all, most would desire to witness their machinations come to fruition firsthand. Someone in the shadows. The red-clad lady furrowed her brow, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. The next moment, the entirety of Lingshui town seemed to be swept by a sudden gale, uprooting the chairs and benches of the street vendors. Rather than being alarmed, Chu Qiao felt a subtle thrill of excitement. The geography of Lingshui town precluded such a fierce wind, and its arrival felt remarkably fortuitous. The ways of cultivation. This individual before her was undoubtedly a practitioner of the immortal path. Ever since witnessing Dainyu effortlessly uproot a towering tree years ago, Chu Qiao had realized that this world was far more complex than it appeared. Thus, she had chosen to serve as a teacher in Lingshui town for the past 2 years. Apart from the constraints of her identity, she sought to gather information through this means. Only with sufficient understanding of the outside world could she prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Little did she expect that fate would present her with an ethereal figure right before her eyes. While Chu Qiao pondered how she might coax this celestial being into accompanying her home, the woman in red suddenly opened her eyes wide, unsheathing her sword with a fierce shout. Indeed, there are nefarious miscreants. Prepare for battle. Clang. Before Chu Qiao could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a chill at her neck as a beam of sword light sliced through the air beside her, cleaving through the underbrush on either side of the road. The felled trees revealed 2 bewildered men. One was clad in a green cotton robe, holding a paper fan, distinctly resembling a scholar. Beside him stood a scrawny servant in a gray linen outfit, missing a tooth. Thud. The two dropped to the ground, their faces pale with panic. Was it not merely a case of lustful intentions, seeking to play the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? With the meddling of that scholar Dong. What now of this red-clad lady? How could she fell so many trees with a single stroke of her sword? Bang! The servant, recognizing his blunder, hastily knelt and stammered. This endeavor was commissioned by young Master Lu, who offered 30 taels of silver for a performance, hoping to win the favor of the 2 ladies. I am willing to return the silver in full and offer an additional spirit stone to atone for my misdeeds. I am but a servant under the auspices of Elder Zhou of the Xian Yuan sect. I beseech the lady to spare my life for his sake. Without hesitation, abandoned his opponent, Dong, and prostrated himself on the ground in supplication. My hair. Observing the neatly severed trees lining the roadside, Chu Qiao's heart raced. The unknown woman bearing the surname Zhang had effortlessly unleashed a sword capable of cleaving through a row of trees from a distance without harming a soul. Chapter 5. An extraordinary world. What formidable prowess must the legendary 13 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties possess? Li Yuanba, hailed as the celestial golden-winged rock, could surely shatter mountains with a single punch. Even though Li Yuanba and Yuan Qingdu have long since departed, the legendary warriors such as Qin Shubao and Yu Qigong, who once galloped across the banks of the Yellow River and struck down foes across 3 provinces and 4 prefectures, still endure. It seems that the plans must be altered. If everyone were endowed with such formidable strength, one must reflect and cultivate further. Yet, the Zhang clan of Nanyang appears to be a promising ally. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Chu Qiao's eyes as she surveyed the red-clad woman before her repeatedly. Beside her, Daniyu's eyes sparkled with realization. Xiao Qiao has finally awakened to her preferences. Indeed, she is drawn to such a woman. Unbeknownst to the red-clad woman, a chill ran down her spine, and an inexplicable unease began to brew within her. What is this? Why does this person's gaze remain fixated upon me? Yet, there is no hint of lewd desire in those eyes. What could this signify? Humph. Do they think they can dismiss me with mere scraps of worthless metal? How dare they treat me like a beggar? The purple-clad woman lifted her chin with a haughty demeanor, disdain glimmering in her gaze. Spiritual stones? What resources for cultivation has she not encountered? When in need of funds, a mere call would summon an array of cultivation resources to her abode. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao's eyes also shone with approval. Truly, one of noble birth speaks with a distinct authority. However, spiritual coins and spiritual stones. It seems this world diverges greatly from her impressions of the great Tang Dynasty. It possesses an enchanting quality for the likes of ordinary folk. The most common currency remains the humble copper coin. The spiritual coins mentioned earlier require a rare metal, painstakingly refined by cultivators who harness the essence of yin and yang, as well as the spirit of nature, a process that consumes a month to yield just one. Moreover, the speed of this condensation is contingent upon the cultivator's prowess. There exists a more expedient method, employing the yin and yang energies within one's body alongside a hint of innate spiritual energy, resulting in a far superior product, albeit at the cost of an inextricable bloodthirsty aura. However, this method demands the sacrifice of numerous lives, specifically that of robust young men. It is said that over a decade ago, the excessive taxation on spiritual coins imposed by the previous emperor led to countless deaths, inciting a rebellion that ultimately toppled the ruling powers. The current Tang Dynasty still acknowledges such currency, yet Li Shimin, aiming for rejuvenation, has alleviated the tax burden on commoners, even offering alternatives. Should one refuse to pay such taxes, they may instead provide sufficient copper coins or peculiar materials. However, the specifics remain unclear to Chu Qiao. The Coldwater town is too remote, lacking any spiritual mines, with most residents trading in copper coins. Each month, they contribute 3 copper coins to the town chief. Rumor has it that the chief recently acquired a new residence. Forgive me, my lady, but I truly cannot produce more. This spiritual stone is all I have saved through frugality. One ear lamented, his face etched with bitterness. He had ruled over Coldwater town for 5 or 6 years, barely managing to save a single spiritual stone, originally intended for his son's apprenticeship at the Xianyuan school. Now, he had no choice but to offer it to preserve his own life. Yet, to his dismay, it was deemed insufficient. Just as the protagonist prepared to speak, a sudden gasp echoed through the air. The blue-clad woman, seemingly anticipating this, swiftly grasped the purple-clad woman. A torrent of magical energy surged into the latter, stabilizing her internal forces. Sister, what has transpired? Why have you faced 2 magical disturbances in such a short span? The red-clad woman, witnessing this, seemed to recall something and promptly bowed in apology to Chu Qiao. I hope the gentleman can forgive my younger sister's recklessness. She has acted thoughtlessly, and I implore you to show leniency. The purple-clad woman had inadvertently dragged Chu Qiao into this predicament due to her playful nature, nearly causing harm, thus incurring the wrath of fate. Should Chu Qiao refuse to lift the curse upon her, the purple-clad woman's fortune would suffer for a day or 2, a consequence of her actions. Though Chu Qiao remained unaware of the reasons behind the Zhang matron's plea, he recognized that refusal was not an option. Moreover, he required her identity and strength to assist him. While I do not fully grasp your intentions, I am in agreement. However, I have a request of my own, and I hope the lady will lend her support. Chu Qiao articulated his request with sincerity, and upon hearing it, a flicker of light ignited in Zhang Yuhuan's eyes. She nodded decisively, speaking with clarity. Thank you, sir. Please specify how I may assist you, though I must admit my strengths are limited, and I may find it challenging to tackle significant matters. Zhang Yuhuan smiled warmly at Chu Qiao, and he immediately comprehended her implication. Clearly, the issues afflicting the purple-clad maiden were not dire. If Chu Qiao sought to exploit this opportunity for extortion, Zhang Yuhuan would resolutely refuse. With this thought, a smile graced Chu Qiao's lips as he bowed again, It is nothing of great concern. I merely require the name of the Nanyang Zhang clan for my purposes. There exists a cold water river nearby, home to a river god. I would appreciate the lady's assistance. As there is a malevolent spirit causing disturbances in the river, rest assured, I shall slay this malevolent being for the benefit of the people. This is a duty I cannot shirk. Please, lead the way, and I shall confront the river god. Suddenly, a formidable aura of slaughter emanated from Zhang Yuhuan, causing an involuntary shiver within Chu Qiao, despite her lack of action. It is said that the people of the Tang Dynasty are fierce, and today, Zhang Yuhuan exemplifies this truth. No wonder a woman dares to traverse this bizarre Tang world. No wonder the Tang Dynasty would grow so powerful in the future. A mere maiden of the Nanyang Zhang clan, yet so decisive in her resolve. How formidable must the likes of Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong be, resembling demonic gods themselves. There is no need for the lady to intervene. I merely wish to converse with the river god. Yet, as an ordinary mortal, I doubt the river god would heed my words. Chapter 6. Chu Qiao in the atmosphere. Chu Qiao quietly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Is everyone in the Tang Dynasty this fierce? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan furrowed her brow slightly. What is there to discuss with the river god? Long before the Jade Emperor ascended to the heavens, she had witnessed numerous malevolent deities stripping the common people of their wealth, each one eager to flame mortals alive, leaving entire households in despair. Wait, conversing with the river god? Zhang Yuhuan recalled the many extraordinary traits that Chu Qiao exhibited earlier. She remembered the Jade Emperor's words that every human sage carries a mission to benefit humanity and accumulate merit. Could this be the essence of Chu Qiao's mission? If so, it would imply that Chu Qiao was not merely negotiating terms, but rather offering a boon. After all, the birth of each eminent figure among humanity significantly enhances their strength, and the associated fortunes and merits would surely entice even the most exalted beings. Yet, given their lack of kinship, why would Chu Qiao extend such kindness towards her? No, this immense karma must be repaid. Zhang Yuhuan contemplated briefly before retrieving a crimson jade pendant from her waist, intricately carved into a badge. Yuhuan thanks you for your support, and I am unable to repay such great kindness. This is my identity token. You may use this token to command the spirits and deities. When the mountain gods and earth deities see this token, they will obey your orders. Wow, that's impressive. Chu Qiao was utterly astonished by this revelation. Is the Tang Dynasty truly so formidable? Even the mountain gods and earth deities have been incorporated into the Tang's hierarchy? Just a woman from a clan possesses a token that can summon such divine beings? Then surely Emperor Taizong Li Shimon's decree, representing the mandate of heaven, could command the gods themselves with a mere word. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Qiao had completely misinterpreted Zhang Yuhuan's true identity. Meanwhile, Daniel looked at Chu Qiao with admiration. Impressive, Qiao Gu. I thought you had become foolish from studying, but today you swiftly acquired that young lady's personal token, commanding the earth and mountain gods. What an unparalleled keepsake. Initially, Chu Qiao felt slightly puzzled, but then she remembered this was a young girl before her. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Daniel. I told you to read more, learn from this. Sir, what an incredible thing. Upon hearing incredible, Zhang Yuhuan's curiosity piqued as she inquired, and Chu Qiao realized Zhang Yuhuan was still standing before her. To maintain her virtuous image, Chu Qiao cleared her throat and explained. It simply describes something impressive. Oh, I see. Yuhuan has learned something today. You are even more incredible than that. Zhang Yuhuan sincerely clasped her hands towards Chu Qiao, while Chu Qiao's lips twitched slightly in discomfort. Zhang Yuhuan's eyes flickered with confusion. Why did her earlier compliment seem to displease Chu Qiao? Cough. You have been referring to yourself as Yuhuan. May I ask your given name? Chu Qiao wished to divert the conversation from this topic, but as the words escaped her lips, she realized the inquiry was somewhat frivolous. Although the atmosphere in the Tang Dynasty was relatively open, directly asking a woman her name still felt somewhat inappropriate. Daniel was indeed questioning his understanding of life. He could not comprehend why this previously fierce woman was now smiling at Chu Qiao. So that's why Xiao Hong has been indifferent to me. It seems I must learn from Qiao Gu. Zhang Yuhuan, however, did not perceive her question as presumptuous. Her delicate face bore a smile as she nodded. At that moment, a woman in purple arrived, visibly irritated. Sister, what do you have to discuss with this scoundrel? Why did you give him your token? What is there to say to this cunning rogue? The woman in purple, resembling a petulant child, clutched Zhang Yuhuan's sleeve, her lip curled in disdain. Zhang Yuhuan's expression stiffened, and she gently reprimanded, Shao Qi, do not be disrespectful. quickly apologized to our guest. Big sister, I need to apologize to him. Do it now. Faced with Xiaoqi's incredulity and sulking demeanor, Zhang Yuhuan showed an unusual resolve not to excuse her behavior. Reluctantly, Xiaoqi turned to Chu Qiao and made a slight bow, muttering, I'm sorry. Speak louder. You have the energy to act out. Surely you can muster the strength to apologize? All right, Yuhuan, children will be children. A little mischief is normal. Chu Qiao quickly interjected, aware that she had many matters to address under the Zhang family's name. It was merely a small issue, and there was no need to diminish her standing in the eyes of these women. After all, Li Shimin's focus was on the prominent clans, and the Nanyang Zhang family was not among them. Rather, they were viewed as a significant family to counterbalance the others, holding great potential for future development. Sir, you are magnanimous. Zhang Yuhuan's expression brightened at Chu Qiao's words, and she praised him with a hint of apology. Meanwhile, Daniel, who had been silently observing, felt an overwhelming admiration for Chu Qiao. Qiao Gu truly is remarkable. He has swiftly captured this woman's heart. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's words, the expression on the woman in purple softened slightly as she glanced towards the others present. All right, big sister, what should we do with these people? What to do? You ask me? Zhang Yuhuan's brow furrowed slightly at her sister's question. Were it not for the circumstances, these individuals would surely face dire consequences. However, given the situation, she could not execute them without risking divine retribution. Moreover, they had descended without permission, and many were watching from the shadows. If she were to take more lives, the celestial beings in the heavenly palace would surely raise objections. Noticing Zhang Yuhuan's troubled expression, Chu Qiao promptly suggested, since they are willing to make amends, perhaps you should let them go this time. To spare them would reflect your magnanimity. Yes, what you say is correct. Today and Appos, events are my fault, and I am willing to compensate for whatever losses incurred. One ear's eyes brightened as he eagerly agreed. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yuhuan's eyes revealed a flicker of struggle, clearly reluctant to let these individuals off the hook so easily. Chapter 7. The filth hidden in the shadows, however. She eventually reached out to calm the agitated woman in purple beside her, nodding as she spoke. Since this esteemed young man has interceded on your behalf, let us put this matter to rest. There is no need for you to send those items. They should be directed to the gentleman's residence instead. Though these resources may seem trivial in value, if they can provide some assistance to this powerful figure of the human race, then they are indeed worth it. Zhang Yuhuan possessed a broader perspective than the two women beside her. Despite harboring some dissatisfaction within, she managed to suppress her emotions. The women, known as Xiaoqi and the quiet lady in green, bore expressions that were far from pleasant. However, due to Zhang Yuhuan's formidable presence in their hearts, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Earlier, it was perilous. I hope that young Master Dong is unharmed. I must express my gratitude for his timely rescue, the young lady remarked, observing Dong Xiaocai, whose head was bloodied from a blow, her gaze subtly directed toward Chu Qiao, as if implying something. Now, with the chaos subsiding, Dong Xiaocai leaned against a tree, slightly disheveled, with traces of bruising around his mouth, exuding an air of utter disarray. Yet, upon receiving the young lady's reassurance, he straightened his posture, thumping his chest with pride. My lady, you exaggerate. As scholars, we must uphold the ideals of the sages, aiding those in distress when we encounter injustice. After enduring the jabs from the two women, Chu Qiao merely touched her nose and shook her head in silence, having no intention of engaging with them over such matters. It could be said that the youth lacked the harsh lessons of society. Meanwhile, the likes of Yi and young Master Lu quietly slipped away as if granted amnesty. Once the others had departed, Chu Qiao finally spoke. Miss Yuhuan, since you hail from the Zhang family of Nanyang, I presume you have some connections to the court? Zhang Yuhuan was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. What do you mean, sir? I possess no such connections. I merely mentioned it in passing. Although the Zhang family of Nanyang is one of the ancestral lines of the Jade Emperor, should I claim to be their ancestor, I would likely be deemed insane. Individuals like us at the grassroots level have no access to spiritual coins or stones. In the town, taxes are paid in copper coins, and according to the new decree, officials below the rank of 6 cannot privately possess spiritual coins or stones. Yet, Yi, a mere ruffian, possesses such resources, which is exceedingly unusual. If I am not mistaken, there must be someone secretly gathering these resources for cultivation. Are you suggesting that someone? At this point, Dong Xiaocai's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and hatred. If it is not one of the two possibilities previously mentioned by Chu Qiao, then only one remains. Someone is using lives to forge spiritual coins. Indeed, it is no wonder that every year, beggars and vagrants in the town mysteriously vanish. Despite the emperor's efforts to govern the realm in recent years, floods and droughts have occurred repeatedly within a mere 3 years. Countless disasters plague the world annually. Yet the number of victims never seems to rise. Why has the government not discovered such an anomalous phenomenon? The current emperor is benevolent, loves his people, is diligent in governance, and is wise and martial. How could such wicked individuals spread their nonsense? Speak. You are inciting the masses with your sorcery. Are you a remnant of the previous dynasty? I advise you to abandon your misguided thoughts, for this is the realm of the Tang Dynasty. Dong Xiaozai, who had caught on to something amiss, was now agitated, while Chu Qiao simply shook her head in silence. Oh, Navi child, prepare to face the harsh realities of society. Brother Dong, do not jump to conclusions so rashly. Such unfounded statements could tarnish the dignity of scholars. Certain matters cannot be assessed through conventional reasoning. What are the disaster victims? To us, they are pitiful souls without homes or food. Yet to those above, they are merely points of blame for injustice. The source of turmoil. Countless upheavals throughout thousands of years have been instigated by the victims. You know this, Brother Dong, and those in power are even more aware. If someone were willing to eliminate this batch of victims without lifting a finger, it would yield significant political merit. How do you suppose they would choose? Dong Xiaozai's complexion turned pale, his earlier excitement dissipating as swiftly as the effect of a drug. If not for Xiaoqi's quick thinking, he might have collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Dong Xiaozai was one of the most learned individuals in the entire Coldwater town, having even met with the county magistrate. Scholars of the Tang Dynasty are not the useless pedants of later generations. With his intelligence, coupled with the clarity of Chu Qiao's previous statements, he grasped parts of the underlying truths, even if he could not comprehend the entire scheme. It was precisely this realization that caused such a profound reaction. The worldview he had painstakingly constructed over the past decade had crumbled in an instant. Since these individuals are engaged in such vile deeds, why did you earlier urge me to let them go? Zhang Yuhuan, though not well versed in court matters, was astute enough to grasp the implications of Chu Qiao's words. The one-eyed wolf and young Master Lu were involved in heinous activities behind the scenes. Seeing that some still did not understand, Chu Qiao sighed in exasperation, slowly swallowing and clearing her throat before continuing. If you are among those behind the scenes, what would happen if someone under your command perished? Either you would temporarily cease your actions, making it impossible to uncover the true culprit, allowing them to continue unpunished, or you would escalate your actions, resulting in even more innocent lives lost. However, if we choose to reconcile with them, they would naturally refrain from reporting such foul matters. Thus, we would have the opportunity to trace the roots and eliminate the true perpetrator once and for all. Chapter 8. Wei Zheng comes to assist. A knowing smile graced Chu Qiao's face, while her eyes subtly swept over Zhang Yuhuan and the other two. Their acquaintance was still recent, and it was evident that Zhang Yuhuan would not readily offer her support. Patience was essential. She needed to cultivate their relationship further. When it came to wooing women, Chu Qiao did not resort to flowery language, yet she understood that nothing forged a bond more solid than having fought side by side. Such talent, sir. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan's face reflected shock, while the previously exuberant scholar Dong lowered his gaze, appearing somewhat embarrassed. The perceptions of Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi towards Chu Qiao also underwent a notable transformation. Only Daniel remained bewildered, his gaze flitting between Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan, unable to comprehend the nuances of the situation. I understand now. Brother Qiao, you are truly remarkable. I wondered why Brother Qiao seemed indifferent to Xiao Tao. It turns out your aspirations are quite grand. Daniel nodded vigorously, assuring, rest assured, I comprehend the matter and will keep it confidential. I require Miss Zhang's assistance. Chu Qiao continued. As common folk, we lack the means to report matters to the court, nor do we know how many among them are involved. We must tread carefully. If we choose to act, it must be in a way that the entire court becomes aware. Chu Qiao's gaze was piercing as she looked at Zhang Yuhuan, the only one among them who could possibly lend her aid. Given Zhang Yuhuan and Apos' identity within the Zhang family of Nanyang, she might be able to reach the Emperor and Apos' ear. Moreover, Chu Qiao harbored a slight selfish motive. She sought to draw the court's attention to Maishan County and Lengshui Town. Only then could her efforts over the past 2 years attract Emperor Li Shimin's notice. Once he was aware, she would be free to act with abandon. confident that her achievements would not go unrewarded. Zhang Yuhuan's expression revealed her inner conflict. While she could indeed reach the emperor, it was not the mortal emperor but rather the celestial authority she could access. She could leverage her family's name, but in the end, revealing her true identity would attract the Zhang family's pleas for her return. Seeing the hesitation on Zhang Yuhuan's face, Chu Qiao quickly reassured her. Do not worry, my lady. I understand that as a woman, you ought not to expose yourself or interfere in political affairs. I simply need you to relay this matter to Wei Zheng's wife, and he can present it to the emperor. I know that Wei Zheng is a man of integrity and will certainly report this to the current emperor. Though Chu Qiao aspired to ally with the Zhang family, her current weakness rendered her insignificant in their eyes. Furthermore, Zhang Yuhuan's status did not lend itself well to interacting with the court's officials. Yet, those officials had wives and daughters. Although the Tang Dynasty was vast, only a handful of high-ranking officials truly wielded influence. How many could be as principled and people-oriented as Wei Zheng? All she needed was for Zhang Yuhuan to discreetly provide a surname, allowing the message to circulate. Once the information reached the court, Lingshui town would undoubtedly leave an impression on the officials. With attention drawn to the area and given her knowledge, it was certain that as long as Li Shimin remained sound of mind, her opportunities would flourish. You mean Wei Zheng? That is no issue. I will take care of it, Zhang Yuhuan replied, though with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, Xiao Qi, with a determined expression, interjected, Sister, trust me. I will make sure Wei Zheng learns of this. Zhang Yuhuan shot Xiao Qi a warning glance, softly admonishing, Sister Qi, do not act recklessly. We are in a time of great fortune, and the officials are under its protection. Come on, sister, just believe in me. I will ensure Wei Zheng knows. Xiao Qi coaxed, tugging at Zhang Yuhuan's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sister, I cannot vouch for others, but Wei Zheng was once an official of the Thunder Department. While I cannot directly use my powers on him now, communicating through the celestial realm to send him a message in a dream is quite simple. Are you certain? Zhang Yuhuan asked, taken aback. The celestial bureaucracy was vast. Identifying all its officials was no small feat, but how do you know Wei Zheng? Despite the 7 fairies having distinct duties, they often spent their time together. Zhang Yuhuan was unaware of any prior connection between Xiao Qi and Wei Zheng. Oh, sister. No need to pry into that. That big-bearded Wei Zheng is simply insufferable. Even if he descends to the mortal realm, I cannot let him be idle. Xiao Qi recalled past encounters where she had been caught in the act by Wei Zheng, a mixture of embarrassment and resentment washing over her. The Thunder Department wielded authority over celestial law, and as the most vivacious princess, her antics had inevitably drawn the department's scrutiny, especially from a man like Wei Zheng, who was unwavering in his principles. Chapter 9. Surrender, for you cannot compete with Brother Chu Qiao. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the judicial deity of the Thunder Department, Wen Zhong, is a formidable character. With him as a backing, it is no wonder that Xiao Qi and Wei Zheng have never triumphed in their daily contests of wit and courage. They are not adversaries without reason. These two have been at odds in the heavens for an indeterminate duration. How could they not be acquainted? Whenever Zhang Yuhuan visits the Thunder Department to retrieve someone, she interfaces with the high-ranking deities of the Thunder Department. Zhang Yuhuan is also acutely aware of her younger sister's true nature. Hence, she never places undue pressure on the officials tasked with apprehending individuals, which naturally leads to ignorance of Wei Zheng and Apos' existence. However, Zhang Yuhuan's ignorance does not equate to foolishness. Humph. Well, Xiao Qi, you possess quite the audacity. I wonder, what was your purpose in clinging to father so incessantly? How dare you meddle in the operations of the heavenly court due to personal grievances? Upon realizing this, Zhang Yuhuan raised her hand, intending to impart a lesson to Xiao Qi. At this moment, Chu Qiao remained oblivious to the cryptic exchanges between Zhang Yuhuan and Xiao Qi. Though their mouths moved, he could hear not a single sound. This left Chu Qiao feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Nonetheless, he was not in a hurry. He merely glanced at the sky and spoke. Madam, the day has grown late. You should retire soon. I shall return tomorrow to accompany you outside the city. The day had flown by in a whirlwind of activities, and with dusk settling, even mere mortals like them needed to address their basic needs. Moreover, if they delayed returning, Dania would be compelled to report to the authorities. Then, please lead the way, my lord. We have yet to find a place to rest. So we shall seek refuge at your home for the night, Zhang Yuhuan remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao was rendered speechless. He was aware that the culture of the Tang Dynasty was liberal, but had it progressed to such an extent? Or was it that the education received by these noble families diverged from that of the common folk? In truth, the 7 fairies, accustomed to the heavenly realm, had not grasped the intricate etiquette of the Tang Dynasty during their descent. Zhang Byron had ascended to immortality during the spring and autumn period of the Western Show, a time when the etiquette adhered to by nobles was starkly different from the indifference of commoners toward such customs. As long as there was mutual attraction, they would simply return home together for a meal that very evening, with some even engaging in more intimate exchanges. Thus, in Zhang Yuhuan's understanding, her relationship with Chu Qiao was already akin to friendship, making it perfectly normal to stay over at a friend's house. As for matters of a romantic nature, Zhang Yuhuan noted that heavenly laws explicitly forbade romantic entanglements between mortals and deities. Daniyu and Scholar Dong, upon hearing this, exchanged incredulous glances towards Chu Qiao. Was it truly that straightforward? Especially Scholar Dong, who began to question whether he was indeed so unfortunate. Otherwise, how could Chu Qiao, a bystander, capture Zhang Yuhuan's favor while he himself remained unacknowledged by the other 2 ladies? To my home? That is permissible, Chu Qiao replied. Even though he had been in this era for 2 years, he still retained some modern sensibilities. Assimilation was not something that ordinary villagers from Coldwater Town could easily achieve. In fact, quite the contrary, over the years, many rebellious youths in Coldwater Town had been influenced by Chu Qiao's modern ideologies. Very well, since you have extended such a sincere invitation, I shall reluctantly accept and visit your home. Scholar Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly fall short in comparison? Fueled by jealousy, he was consumed by anxiety and frustration. You truly disgraced the scholarly community. Yet, as soon as Scholar Dong uttered these words, he felt a pang of regret. What disgrace? My lady and my elder sister are merely enjoying a day out. What concern is it of yours? Xiaoqi blinked her bright eyes and gently nudged her sister, Qingyi Wuwei. Sister 5, what does disgrace the scholarly community mean? Xiaoqi's inquiry prompted Wuwei to roll her eyes. You don't know, yet you ask me? We are equally matched. Do you not know my level? To disgrace the scholarly community means that there was once a scholar who had a penchant for tofu, especially a type known as Endapos, Wensi tofu, Endapos, wherever there was Wensi tofu. He would inevitably appear, leading to the evolution of this idiom. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's whimsical explanation, Xiaoqi suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. But what is Wensi tofu? Is it delicious? I've never had it. It tastes decent. If you wish to try it, come to my house, and I shall prepare some for you. Chu Qiao replied with a mischievous glint in his eyes, while Zhang Yuhuan shot him a reproachful glare. For reasons unknown, she found herself infected by Chu Qiao's spirited demeanor, which alleviated her internal burdens. However, she could not help but feel compelled to admonish him for misleading her sister. It would not bode well if her sister were to be led astray in such a manner. Ah, thank you. I didn't realize you were so accommodating. Xiaoqi nodded in realization, then, with an air of familiarity, patted Chu Qiao on the shoulder, her expression one of pride. Zhang Yuhuan's words were abruptly caught in her throat. Perhaps it was best to allow him to experience a few setbacks to truly grasp the importance of learning. As Chu Qiao led the way, the group walked towards the village within the town, chatting and laughing. By the way, how should I address the 2 young ladies? Upon hearing this inquiry from Chu Qiao, Zhang Yuhuan did not hesitate to introduce them. The more demure one is my 5th sister, Yuhuan. And the one who just caused a ruckus is my younger sister, Yu Qiao. Zhang Yu Qiao visibly bristled at this introduction, turning back with a frown. Sister, how can you speak of your younger sister like that in public? What? Are you not aware of how you carry on? Do you have no self-awareness? Observing the retreating figures, the bruised Scholar Dong's eyes flickered with despair. Daniyu sighed and approached, placing a comforting hand on Dong's shoulder. Scholar Dong, do not despair. You are not the same as Chu Qiao. You have land and resources, so there is no rush to marry. However, if Chu Qiao does not marry soon, he may not survive the winter next year. Upon hearing this, Dong regained his composure and let out a resigned sigh. Very well. Do not call me Scholar Dong any longer. My name is Dong Yong, courtesy name Xiaoji. But why is Chu Qiao so eager to marry? As this thought crossed his mind, Dong Yong's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing as a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. Chapter 10. What? Chu Qiao has returned with a wife. What kind of yang deficiency ailment requires the balance of yin and yang to resolve? Yet, even if one were sufficient, why does he not spare any of the 3? Is he a beast? Furthermore, that young lady from the Zhang family is evidently innocent and naive, unaware of the impropriety of spending the night in a stranger's home. Although the Zhang family of Nanyang may not boast the illustrious reputation of the prominent families. They are certainly a significant clan. It is inconceivable that these three young ladies would be allowed such reckless behavior, casually entering a stranger's abode for the night. If this is the case, the reckless Chu Qiao will surely catch the attention of the Zhang family, and in their eyes, her reputation will be tarnished. Perhaps granting me an opportunity. Hey, young scholar, remember to come and play with me tomorrow. And you, big fellow, why are you just standing there? If you don't come, this rascal says he won't prepare dinner for you. Oh my goodness, that won't do. Zhuang could hardly spare a moment to comfort Dong Yang, hastily pursuing the direction in which Chu Qiao and the others had departed. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Yuqiao's words, Dong Yang felt no need for Dinyo's solace. Instantly invigorated, he responded loudly, "Rest assured, young lady, I shall not break my promise." "All right, then I shall hold you to that. If you dare not show up, I shall knock you down." With that, Xiao Qi raised her delicate little fist as if to threaten him before skipping along behind Zhang Yuqiao and Chu Qiao towards Chu Qiao's residence. Located in a secluded area, Longshui town is characterized by yellow dirt roads aside from the main thoroughfare. Fortunately, the trio possessed commendable stamina, yet it was Chu Qiao, the so-called man, who lagged behind. However, they soon returned to the village. After exchanging greetings with Chu Qiao, De Zhuang headed straight for the village chief's home, while Chu Qiao led the Zhang sisters towards his own abode. Upon entering the modest yet tidy hall, Zhang Yuqiao nodded in satisfaction. The fairies had descended for a while, during which they had observed the living habits of many villagers in the Tang Dynasty. Though Chu Qiao's home was not expansive, strictly speaking, it consisted of merely 2.5 rooms. It was well organized, providing a unique ambience. The layout faced south, with one room serving as the main hall, another as a bedroom, and the half room adjacent to the east being a side chamber beside the outdoor earthen stove. "All right, do any of you have dietary restrictions?" Chu Qiao asked as he pulled out 2 relatively decent stools from his home. After all, being a solitary man, he saw no need to invest excessively in his dwelling, and the entire property consisted of merely a 2-acre vegetable plot. Typically, he resolved his meals under the large locust tree nearby. Now that guests had arrived, however, he found himself short on space. "We can eat anything, but we don't eat brown rice or coarse grains," Xiao Qi promptly replied. To which Zhang Yuqiao frowned and chided, "Xiao Qi, do not be rude." The abundance of spiritual energy in the primordial world meant that even mundane food could carry a hint of it. However, in ordinary households, it was rare to find rice infused with spiritual energy, and even rice porridge containing such essence was a luxury reserved for festivals or significant celebrations. "Haha, no worries. Though I possess little, I can certainly provide some spiritual rice and fruits. Rest assured, a bit of spiritual rice is beneficial for our health." Despite the remote and impoverished nature of Longshui town, the rich spiritual energy of the entire primordial world ensured that even a single acre of land could yield about half a gene of spiritual rice. Over the years, Chu Qiao had shared agricultural techniques from his past life with the townsfolk, resulting in a roughly 40% increase in the yield of spiritual rice, while ordinary grain production had doubled. Consequently, as a token of gratitude, the villagers presented him with 5 gene of spiritual rice each year. He would partake in some, as maintaining one's health remained paramount in this world. The remaining quantity was just enough for their meal. As for the future, the bridge will naturally rise to meet the boat. As long as his plan succeeded, he had no reason to worry about food. That is more like it. I cannot abide ordinary food. Just as the lively preparations for lunch were underway at Chu Qiao's home, De Zhuang rushed to the village chief's residence, panting with urgency. Village chief, a significant matter has arisen." Cough, cough, cough. "What are you shouting for, you fool? What is so important?" The village chief, not a young man anymore, was sitting on the doorstep, savoring a bowl of rice. Startled, he nearly dropped it. "Oh no, village chief, don't eat just yet." "Chu Qiao. What about Chu Qiao?" Immediately upon hearing news concerning Chu Qiao, the village chief stood up. He was the only teacher in the village. Nothing could go wrong. Xiao Qiao is going to marry. What? The village chief's stature seemed to double, and he flung his bowl aside, ready to rush out. The village chief's wife, hearing the commotion, emerged from within. Seeing her husband abandon his meal, her ample cheeks quivered as she shouted, "What are you doing? You haven't even finished your meal. Are you going to find some widow?" The village chief's wife was notorious for her fierce demeanor. Reputed to be a concubine from a wealthy family in the county, possessing an exceedingly fiery temperament. In the entire village, only she had the authority to scold others. Oh dear, you know Chu Qiao's character. Even if he has taken a liking to someone, without a push from us, it will never come to fruition. Though he appears clever, matters like these require the assistance of those with experience. He is the village's only teacher, if he fails. I cannot help but wonder if he has other plans. If he marries and settles down, he will eventually focus. The village chief quickly pulled his wife aside, wearing a conciliatory expression as he explained. His wife was perfect in every way, save for her fierce nature. Upon hearing this, the village chief's wife considered and agreed. With a nod, she promptly devoured the remainder of her rice. Since you understand, I shall go and see for myself. Chapter 11. Cooking with a Sacred Artifact? Well, later on, you can visit Chu Qiao. Surely, she won't deny you a meal. However, you must not arrive empty-handed. Remember to bring a half jar of wine. That won't do. That wine is. The village chief was about to shake his head in refusal, but upon catching the meaningful glance from his wife, he hesitated to voice any objection. Before long, the village chief and his wife, accompanied by Daniel, found themselves once again at Chu Qiao's residence. Chu Qiao, who was busy cooking, promptly greeted the arriving couple and Daniel. What brings you here, village chief? She inquired with a smile. Ha ha ha. Aunt Huang, please take a seat. I'll prepare another dish for us to enjoy shortly. While Chu Qiao could afford to be indifferent towards the village chief, she harbored a sense of gratitude towards Aunt Huang. When she first arrived in this world, she was in a pitiful state, yet it was the village chief's wife who, out of kindness, introduced her to the villagers. In fact, the very thatched cottage she resided in was funded by the village chief's wife, who had gathered money for its construction in town. Initially, she had hoped to marry her niece to Chu Qiao, impressed by her scholarly demeanor. Nevertheless, this act of kindness was something Chu Qiao could never forget. However, marrying into the family was not an option. The physique of the village chief's niece was far too robust, leading Chu Qiao to doubt whether he could withstand her. Ha ha ha, no need to fuss about, Xiao Qiao. We can make do with whatever you have. We've already eaten. Your uncle has a little matter to discuss with you, so let me handle the cooking. With that, Aunt Huang deftly took the spatula from Chu Qiao's hands, leaving her bewildered and ushered towards the village chief. As for Daniel, he had not strayed from the stove since entering. Even Xiaowu and Xiaoqi, the two sisters, were lined up neatly beside him. In the heavens, there were no celestial fruits, only dew and elixirs. Most deities had already undergone fasting. In the mortal realm, they typically consumed stews and similar fare. Thus, witnessing this stir-frying was a first for the two princesses. The rich aroma of oil and salt wafting from the pan was making the uninitiated sisters salivate. Hey, big guy, do you know what this is? Dania proudly lifted his chin and declared, this is called an iron wok, used for cooking. There's only this one in the entire village. Chu Qiao had it forged by the village blacksmith months ago. Is there truly none for sale in town? Zhang Yuhuan interjected, unable to contain her skepticism. Daniel replied earnestly, if others have it, then it must have been sold by Chu Qiao. But I reckon even the chefs in the town's taverns can't match her skills with this wok. Unbelievable. Zhang Yuhuan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss with the iron wok. The once ordinary fruits and vegetables, after being cooked in the iron wok, seemed to emanate a hint of spiritual essence, significantly enhancing their aroma and taste. As she chanted a spell, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes, and a golden mist began to rise and swirl above the wok. Another sacred artifact. He is actually using a sacred artifact to cook. Zhang Yuhuan felt her legs weaken, her heart racing with the revelation that had shattered her worldview. Such a sacred artifact, though seemingly modest, was indeed worthy of reverence. Even a royal dynasty would treat such treasures with utmost respect, yet he was using it to cook? It was nothing short of sacrilege. Stop. Put that wok down. What? Are you hungry, miss? Aunt Huang looked up, bewildered, yet her hands remained busy as she tossed in a handful of hot peppers. What's wrong, Zhang? Chu Qiao, curious, glanced over at Zhang Yuhuan. Even Zhang Yuhuan, who had been oblivious to the unfolding drama, turned to her elder sister, puzzled. Elder sister, what is happening? Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Zhang Yuhuan could only manage an awkward smile. She had been overly excited moments ago, and now had to awkwardly continue, Sir, that wok. Oh, that. It's quite normal if you haven't seen one before. This iron wok is specifically for cooking. If you like it, I can gift you one in the future. Specifically for cooking? Zhang Yuhuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the first earthenware pot and porcelain bowls worshipped in the Fire Cloud Cave. She had indeed seen the three sovereigns regularly take down sacred artifacts to prepare meals. then wash them and return them for veneration. I see. Everything has its intrinsic benefits and purposes. If enshrined on a high pedestal, it loses its utility. Realizing this, a wave of enlightenment washed over Zhang Yuhuan, and a subtle energy began to circulate within her, enhancing her cultivation. She straightened her expression, respectfully bowed to Chu Qiao, and said, "Your talent is remarkable. I have learned much." "Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just wait there. We'll eat soon." Chu Qiao was perplexed, while the village chief nodded knowingly. Indeed, this girl seems a bit eccentric. But if she is eccentric, how could she possibly be interested in Chu Qiao? Regardless, Chu Qiao often exhibited a whimsical side, frequently muttering about things like the Tang Dynasty burial. Perhaps they were a match made in heaven. "Chu Qiao, are you truly serious about this?" Dainyu, having failed to clarify, left the village chief to assume that Chu Qiao was enamored with him. However, considering a girl-less heart, the village chief suspected that Chu Qiao's reticence was evident. Yet this young lady was strikingly beautiful, appearing as though she hailed from a noble family, which explained Chu Qiao's interest. Had he been 40 or 50 years younger, he might have stood a chance. It must be true. But village chief, you must manage our village well. I won't tolerate anyone ruining my good fortune. I shall turn my back on them. Chu Qiao warned in advance. Chapter 12. The kind-hearted Aunt Huang, the river deity's enigma, held implications for Chu Qiao's future hydraulic transport and fertilizer provisions, demanding his utmost attention. Any disruption in this facet could significantly undermine the success of subsequent plans. With his chance for a complete turnaround at stake, Chu Qiao dared not be negligent. "Well, aren't you the one issuing warnings now?" While understanding Chu Qiao's intent pleased the village chief, Chu Qiao's admonishing tone did ruffle his feathers slightly. However, being magnanimous, he chose not to bicker with a mere stripling like Chu Qiao. With a hearty pat on his shoulder, he chuckled, "Rest assured, this matter concerns your life's work. Anyone who dares to provoke you will face my wrath. I hold sway in this village, and if need be, you have your aunt to rely on." The village chief's emphatic assurances were so vigorous that Chu Qiao wondered if he might fracture a bone with such force at his age. Yet, with the village chief's guarantee, a weight lifted from Chu Qiao's heart. In any locale, one inevitably encounters obstructive scoundrels. Although Chu Qiao, as an outsider, had aided the village in enhancing its yield through composting and had even imparted a few characters to the local children, solidifying his position, he remained an outsider in the eyes of many elders. With the village chief as his guarantor, he could at least rest easier, knowing that he wouldn't have to fret about others sabotaging his efforts. "Very well, then I extend my gratitude to the village chief. Come, let us raise a glass to our future endeavors." Chu Qiao jovially embraced the village chief and Appos as shoulders, guiding him toward the grand locust tree beneath the courtyard. While the village chief's words were somewhat flawed, Chu Qiao attributed it to a lack of eloquence. Regardless, the merits outweighed the imperfections. After all, the village chief and Appos' education was limited, and Chu Qiao could overlook any missteps, as it was at least more coherent than Dynyu and Appos' previous remarks. Subsequently, Chu Qiao beckoned Dynyu to retrieve a stack of bowls and chopsticks from the house and lay them out. Meanwhile, the village chief seized the opportunity to confer with his wife in the small kitchen. "Well, does that lad Chu Qiao seem inclined?" Aunt Huang was well aware that Chu Qiao was the village's only pedagogue, with the emperor's opening of the imperial examinations, affording even commoners the chance to serve as officials. They were naturally eager to capitalize on Chu Qiao's erudition. In recent years, Chu Qiao's presence had led to considerable improvements in various aspects of the village. Thus, the couple desired to see Chu Qiao settle down, enabling him to wholeheartedly dedicate himself to the village's prosperity. A settled man is a stable man. Yet Chu Qiao had remained stubbornly aloof for the past 2 years, much to the village chief's dismay. Now that Chu Qiao was finally showing interest, the village chief intended to facilitate the matter. "Ha ha ha, I believe this is no mere rumor. It is said that even the town's ruffians are aware of it. Moreover, when I questioned the lad earlier, he admitted it himself. Can there be any doubt?" The village chief, in his haste, plucked a piece of greens from the pot and popped it into his mouth, exclaiming with some smugness, "Enough, don't you find that unhygienic? The young lady will be eating shortly. Don't you dare botch this up. You had best restrain yourself at the table. If the young lady forms a poor impression of Chu Qiao because of your clumsy manners, I won't spare you tonight." When Chu Qiao first arrived in the town, he was penniless. Had it not been for Aunt Huang's pity and the fact that she was still quite comely, she would have considered taking him in as a son-in-law, often inviting him to dine at her home. However, Chu Qiao, having just transmigrated, exhibited behaviors and thoughts that were severely out of sync with the era. The village chief, being the most rigid and stern individual in the village, naturally disapproved of Chu Qiao's unconventional conduct, frequently scolding him at the dinner table. Initially, neither would yield to the other, but their mutual rebukes eventually blossomed into a unique camaraderie. All right, can't you trust my competence? But does the young lady harbor any affection for Chu Qiao? That remains to be seen. It's not convenient for an old man like me to inquire about such matters. After you've finished preparing the dishes, you must investigate thoroughly. Do encourage them to get along. I don't think she's from an ordinary family. It's more appropriate for you to chat with her. The village chief, accustomed to his wife's scolding, paid it no mind, casually picking up a newly cooked dish and muttering under his breath. All right, you old geezer, lecturing me now, are you? Aunt Huang, slightly irritated, slapped the village chief, shooing him away. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Huang beckoned Chu Qiao and the others to come and dine. Young ladies, this way. We shall not sit with these odorous men. And you too, Xiao Qiao, what kind of impression does it make for a maiden to share a meal with you? Aunt Huang pulled Zhang Yuhuan and the others away, casting a warning glare at Chu Qiao. Chu Qiao, the village chief, and Daniel could only offer apologetic smiles, refraining from further comment. Only after Aunt Huang had seated Zhang Yuhuan and the others did Chu Qiao address the village chief. Come, village chief. Allow me to propose a toast. Meanwhile, Aunt Huang, with exceptional warmth, clasped Zhang Yuhuan and Appo's hand, inquiring with great enthusiasm, "Where are you from, my dear?" "From Nanyang Prefecture." Zhang Yuhuan couldn't quite fathom why this stranger was being so affectionate toward her. She even reminded her of her own mother, the Empress, albeit with a touch less majesty and a dash more kindness and decisiveness. "Oh, just the three of you came all the way from Nanyang? Such a long journey. It's not safe to return so far alone. But, my dear, what do you think of Chu Qiao as a person? The gentleman's erudition is astounding. He possesses many qualities worthy of Yuhuan's emulation." Aunt Huang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Suppressing her excitement, she continued to probe softly, "Indeed, that fellow certainly has a wealth of knowledge. It's good for you to learn from him. But learning takes time. What do you intend to study, and for how long?" As she spoke, Aunt Huang unobtrusively placed a piece of food on Zhang Yuhuan's plate, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yuhuan's eyes. However, Zhang Yuhuan seemed oblivious, a hint of concern flickering across her face. Yuhuan is not afraid of the duration, only that the gentleman may be unwilling to teach. Chapter 13. What does this have to do with modesty? If one could grow alongside a great sage of the human race, the benefits reaped would undoubtedly be countless. However, since the ancient war of gods, various sects have closed their doors, and even those willing to accept apprentices do not impart their core teachings. Sectarian biases run rampant. It is not merely a matter of generously sharing knowledge. Even being allowed to be an apprentice beside such a figure is considered a tremendous grace. The three sisters had merely ventured out from the heavenly court for some leisure. Naturally, they dared not casually reveal their identities as princesses of the heavenly court. Aunt Huang, however, did not ponder these matters deeply. Upon hearing Zhang Yuhuan's words, she immediately understood there was hope. Aunt Huang took it upon herself with great fervor, assuring them with a commanding presence, "Ladies, do not worry. With me around, if he refuses to teach you, I shall break his legs." Aunt Huang indeed held some sway in front of him. In this way, they expressed their gratitude towards Aunt Huang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan's face lit up with joy. "Aunt, a person as wonderful as you surely deserves to live for 300 years. After all, he had just witnessed how Aunt Huang's aura had directly subdued Chu Qiao. Knowing that Aunt Huang had done such a significant favor, the eldest princess naturally wished to repay her. Gifted with longevity was something she could achieve as a princess of the heavenly court. As long as her merits and fortune were sufficient, not only could she grant longevity, but helping Aunt Huang to reshape her body and ascend to immortality would not be a daunting task. Ha ha ha. After all, she is a daughter from a prominent family. Her words are indeed delightful. Observing the two in such harmonious conversation, Zhang Yuqiu scratched her head in confusion and nudged her sister, Zhang Yujun, whispering, "Fifth sister. Don't you feel something seems off about what eldest sister and aunt are discussing?" "It feels. I don't know. At this moment." Zhang Yujun merely nodded in vague agreement, too engrossed in her food to voice any objection, her chopsticks flying as she filled her mouth with delicacies. "Oh dear, fifth sister. You are eating far too much. Let me help you share some." "Little seven, you are truly too much. I am the elder sister. You should leave some for me." Aunt Huang chuckled at the scene, observing that little 7 and little 5 had no sense of decorum. It is my fault as the elder sister for being too indulgent. Seeing her 2 younger sisters engrossed in their meals, Zhang Yuhuan felt a surge of irritation. They showed no concern for her, their elder sister, and seemed preoccupied only with their appetites. How could such trivial desires compare to the merits and fortunes gained from learning under the esteemed sages of humanity? Ha ha ha, no worries. My dear lady, you must try this. You cannot imagine how fragrant the dishes from this iron pot are, especially from Chu Qiao's family. Smell it. It is almost toothsome. Aunt Huang explained cheerfully while continuously serving Zhang Yuhuan. Zhang Yuhuan nodded in agreement. 50 coins for that iron pot? Such a foolish dream. This is a sacred instrument of merit. No amount of wealth could procure it, even if one were to obtain it. One's fortune would be too short-lived to withstand the backlash. Indeed, what a delusion. Alas, it is no wonder you scholars speak the same language. Aunt Huang's eyes sparkled with delight, nodding repeatedly, feeling that Zhang Yuhuan and Chu Qiao were indeed a perfect match. As Zhang Yuhuan savored the delicious dishes, her eyes gleamed. Banquets in the heavenly court often catered to the tastes of most deities, but inevitably it was difficult to please all, despite the chef's efforts to enhance the flavors. Zhang Yuhuan had always felt something was amiss. Yet, the dishes from Chu Qiao's family astonished her with their profound flavors. Mortal cuisine surpassed that of the heavenly court in richness. Moreover, thanks to the cooking in Chu Qiao's iron pot, the meals even carried a hint of spiritual essence. This essence enhanced the dish's freshness and richness, and the impurities were almost entirely eliminated, requiring no effort from her to refine with spiritual power. In that moment, Zhang Yuhuan began to understand why her 2 younger sisters were so absorbed in their meals. Aunt Huang remained silent, and soon, the table was cleared of all dishes. After feasting and drinking to their heart's content, Aunt Huang playfully tugged Chu Qiao by the ear, urging her and Daniel out the door. Go on. Go stay at Daniel's for a night. You haven't accomplished anything yet. Why the hurry? Aunt Huang, what do you mean? I am not in a rush. Enough, enough. Do I not know what thoughts are in your minds, you bunch of stinky men? Just hold on. If it gets too unbearable, handle it yourself. Come on, Xiao Gu. You still don't trust Aunt Huang? Daniel said with a suggestive pat on Chu Qiao's shoulder, winking at her. He then dragged her away without looking back, leaving an impression that there was something special between them. Chu Qiao, covering her slightly flushed face, was momentarily bewildered. Although the homemade wine was not strong, she was not particularly good at handling liquor, and after a few cups, she felt a bit tipsy, muttering, "What is the fuss? Can't I return to my own home?" After they left, Zhang Yuhuan, feeling a lingering taste of the meal, revealed her identity. Aunt Huang, in truth, the 3 of us sisters are qi practitioners and can meditate. Since she would need to assist Chu Qiao against the river god in the future, her identity as a qi practitioner could not remain hidden. Zhang Yuhuan spoke candidly. Aunt Huang nodded upon hearing this, though she was not very clear about what being a qi practitioner entailed. Still, she could see that Zhang Yuhuan harbored some reluctance to part with her young lover. Hence, Aunt Huang took Zhang Yuhuan's hand and earnestly advised, "My dear lady, a girl ought to maintain a bit of modesty." What does that have to do with anything? Zhang Yuhuan replied, perplexed. I merely said I could cultivate. How does that relate to modesty? Chapter 14. Tai Bai and the 7th Princess observing Aunt Huang's enigmatic expression, which seemed to convey a mutual understanding. Zhang Yuhuan could only swallow his curiosity. Since Wang Xing had not explicitly mentioned anything, he refrained from overthinking the matter. Seizing the opportunity while Aunt Huang busied herself with her belongings, Zhang Yuqiao eagerly returned to the heavenly realm. The following morning, when Chu Qiao returned home for breakfast, she found only Zhang Yuhuan and her sister Zhang Yujuan, with no sign of Zhang Yuqiao. Perplexed, she inquired, "Where is Miss Yuqiao? Has she not risen yet?" "No. My sister got up early today to attend to some matters and will return in a few days," Zhang Yuhuan replied with a smile, bringing over a basin of fresh water to wash her face. Chu Qiao nodded but found herself momentarily entranced by the fresh-faced Zhang Yuhuan. Feeling Chu Qiao's gaze, Zhang Yuhuan blushed slightly and murmured, "Sir?" "Oh, it's nothing. Good morning, Miss Yuhuan." Chu Qiao stammered, bewildered by her own reaction. Quickly redirecting the conversation, she added, "I've sent Daniel to prepare incense and candles. After breakfast, we shall head to the riverside." Meanwhile, in the celestial palace, Zhang Yuqiao clutched the sleeve of an elderly man with a white beard, persisting in her entreaties. "Oh, Tai Bai, just help me pass this along. It's not a significant matter. Must you be so heartless?" Tai Bai, the star god, wore a troubled expression as he lamented to the 7th princess. Oh, my dear princess. It's not that this old servant does not wish to assist you. Although Wei Zheng is an official of the heavenly court, he is currently engaged in official duties. Moreover, he has garnered the emperor's favor and is blessed by the fortunes of humanity. If it were not for his scheduled report to the heavens, contacting him in advance would incur substantial costs. All expenditures must be recorded and submitted to His Majesty for review at the end of the year. Should the god of wealth disapprove, I would have to bear the expenses myself. Surely, you do not wish to see my monthly stipend vanish, do you? Zhang Yuhuan, however, was unconvinced by Tai Bai's reasoning. As one of the most formidable beings in the heavenly realm, second only to Neza and Yang Jian, she was not easily deterred. I do not care. You must assist me with this today. Otherwise, I shall compel you to be unable to fulfill your duties. A day in heaven equates to a year on earth. If we wait for Wei Zheng to report back, who knows how much time will have passed down below. Observing the stubbornness of the seventh princess, Tai Bai rubbed his temples in exasperation and pleaded, "My princess, allow me to devise a solution. Please release me. My old bones are nearly coming apart. If you injure me, you will have no one left to help." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan immediately relinquished her grip, standing obediently at his side. After all, Tai Bai was akin to a friend, and without him, she would be at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Bai's expression brightened. "Princess, are you certain that you wish to relay a message to Wei Zheng without necessarily needing to meet him in person? Indeed, I have discovered that mortals are using human lives to forge spirit coins, which severely disrupts the balance of the earthly realm. As celestial beings, we are to safeguard the welfare of humanity. As a princess of the heavenly court, I must intervene in such matters. However, considering the possibility of a gang behind this or that the mastermind may be protected by the fortunes of humanity, I thought of Wei Zheng, hoping he could resolve this within the human court." Zhang Yuhuan proudly lifted her chin, her gaze towards Tai Bai laced with expectation, as if seeking praise. Tai Bai, after several attempts to investigate, murmured in confusion, "The aura of both the primordial spirit and physical body belongs to the seventh princess. There is no issue." But how can this be possible? Tai Bai began to doubt whether he had risen too abruptly that morning. The typically headstrong and unreasonable seventh princess had actually begun to think rationally. "Tai Bai, where are your eyes wandering? Speak. Are you contemplating how to deceive me?" Tai Bai, however, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, that tone of voice truly belongs to the seventh princess. "Fear not. I know what must be done. The ear of Coldwater Town. What a peculiar name. Who was named after an ear? Rest assured, as long as the information is correct, within 7 days, the earthly court will surely take action." Satisfied with Tai Bai's assurance, Zhang Yuhuan nodded and prepared to depart. "By the way, princess, do not forget to inform the eldest princess upon your return. Tomorrow is the Peach Blossom Festival, and we cannot afford to be late." Yes, I know. Enough already." Zhang Yuhuan waved her hand impatiently and, without looking back, vanished into the distance. Watching the retreating figure of the unruly princess, Tai Bai wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, sighing, "What on earth is happening today? The progress of Buddhist teachings must be expedited, and I need to continue liaising. I wonder if the monks have conferred with that monkey." Shaking his head, Tai Bai pondered his tasks, a flash of inspiration illuminating his fingers as he soared towards the capital of the Tang Dynasty, Chang'an. Such trivial matters could easily be conveyed through a local deity. Meanwhile, outside Coldwater Town, the village where Chu Qiao resided was unusually silent. The altar was sparsely adorned with offerings, 3 plates of delicacies neatly arranged, yet the still waters bore no response, leaving Chu Qiao deep in thought. "This is strange. Why hasn't the river god appeared yet? To deal with him, I have envisioned countless possibilities, yet I never expected the river god to remain hidden. Chu Qiao, since the river god is not coming forth, we cannot waste the offerings. We have already waited for over half an hour. May I have a piece of mung bean cake?" Daniu, rubbing his slightly hollow stomach, cautiously inquired beside her. Chapter 15. The Art of Communication in the Village. Apart from Chu Qiao, no one else enjoyed 3 meals a day. In this era of food scarcity, even with Chu Qiao's composting techniques which had increased the yield by half, many villagers still maintained the habit of having only 2 meals daily. "Uncle, I'm hungry too. I want to eat that bun," said a chubby child following behind Daniu, whose mouth watered at the sight of the delicious bun on the table. Chu Qiao shot them an annoyed glance, nearly unable to resist the urge to scold them, when Zhang Yuhuan, standing nearby, chuckled and suggested, "All right, sir, let me handle this." Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao's eyes brightened. Zhang Yuhuan was a practitioner, and surely had more knowledge about dealing with supernatural beings than mere mortals like themselves. She had mentioned before that merely a token could command the local land deity, so summoning the river god must be a simple task for her. Very well, Miss Zhang. This is your area of expertise. Please take care of it, Chu Qiao said with excitement. It was strange that she had almost forgotten the presence of this remarkable individual. She wondered which celestial sect Zhang Yuhuan belonged to, and whether she herself could join and learn some celestial arts to seek the path of longevity. Please step aside, Zhang Yuhuan said with a gentle smile, her right hand resting on the hilt of her long sword. Chu Qiao eagerly stepped back, her eyes fixed on Zhang Yuhuan, already envisioning various methods of summoning the river god. Zhang Yuhuan slowly approached the banks of the cold water river, her hair gently lifted by the breeze. The crimson scabbard in her hand trembled slightly, and suddenly, the long sword burst forth from its sheath. A flash of cold light darted before Chu Qiao's eyes as the sword radiated a chilling brilliance. Impressive, Chu Qiao exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Yet, she wondered why a sword was necessary. Was she going to use it to draw talismans? Something felt amiss, but lacking expertise, she couldn't articulate her concerns. However, the next moment revealed the source of her unease. Zhang Yuhuan swung her sword downward, unleashing waves of red sword energy that surged through the air. Long rainbow across the sun, she called out, and a torrent of sword energy cascaded down, the wind howling as the once tranquil riverbank shimmered with light. The water seemed to part as if commanded by some great force, gradually revealing a pathway. By virtue alone, Chu Qiao thought as she retrieved the token Zhang Yuhuan had previously given her. Now she understood why the token could command deities. It was not merely the reputation of the Zhang family, but Zhang Yuhuan's own formidable presence. A vivid image formed in Chu Qiao's mind. Zhang Yuhuan standing resolutely with her crimson sword, striking fear into the hearts of spirits and demons alike. The sight of her token would compel obedience, or she would wield her sword to enforce her will. Dainiyu's nephew, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard and quietly tugged at Dainiyu's belt, asking, "Uncle, will she really be Chu Qiao's wife in the future? Will she be like the village chief's wife?" Having witnessed Zhang Yuhuan's terrifying display of power, Dainiyu suppressed his astonishment and reassured his nephew with a knowing glance. "Rest easy, you know Chu Qiao's capabilities. His insight is unmatched. I refuse to believe there exists a woman he cannot manage." Though their voices were low, the roaring river masked their words, and Chu Qiao, unlike Zhang Yuhuan, lacked such extraordinary hearing. However, Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Lijuan clearly caught wind of the conversation. Zhang Yuhuan's ears reddened, and her movement slowed, while Zhang Lijuan frowned, casting an irritated glance at the duo. "What are you two whispering about?" she inquired. "Huh?" Chu Qiao, perplexed, rubbed his ears, unable to hear clearly over the river's din, mistakenly thinking Zhang Lijuan was addressing him. Seeing his bewilderment, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Lijuan's face. "Oh, so you're pretending to be oblivious while plotting against my sister. Truly, men are all the same." Just as Zhang Lijuan prepared to reprimand Chu Qiao, an enraged voice echoed from the river. "Who dares to destroy my river god palace?" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the furious shout. A massive black catfish, accompanied by several water spirits, emerged from the river's debris. Yet, rather than a palace, the ruins appeared to be a haphazard pile of stones forming a cave. A dark plaque bore the words River God Palace in a rough inscription. Though the distance was not great, Chu Qiao felt an inexplicable familiarity wash over him, as if he had seen those characters before. However, with the river god's wrath palpable, he pushed aside his sense of recognition and stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Greetings, river god. I am Chu Qiao from Zaiki village. I summoned you here today to discuss an important matter." The catfish river god's already dark face grew darker upon hearing this. A flicker of black light enveloped the creature, and a humanoid figure with a fish head emerged. The fish-headed figure turned to survey the dilapidated cave, and anger flashed in its eyes, conveying a message Chu Qiao grasped without words. "Cough, cough. Please do not mind the details, river god. I truly have significant matters to discuss with you." Gazing at Chu Qiao's earnest expression, the fish-headed river god revealed a mouth full of sharp teeth and grinned menacingly. Chapter 16. What is a sliced fish? Beside the river deity, the transformed catfish guards raised their steel forks, pointing them threateningly at Chu Qiao's forehead. "A significant matter? Ha ha ha. Your primary task today is to offer up your flesh to satiate my lord's hunger." Suddenly, the cold water river surged with waves and propelled by the river's current. The transformed catfish moved with astonishing speed, reaching the shore in the blink of an eye, poised to pierce Chu Qiao's head. Zhang Yuhuan's brows furrowed, her eyes igniting with murderous intent. How dare a mere catfish demon show disrespect to the master? Die! With a flash of crimson light. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the air. Chu Qiao felt a chill creep up her neck, but the catfish demon was cleaved in two, its crimson blood and entrails spilling onto the ground, splashing into the river with a few plops. In an instant, the entire cold water river fell silent, and the small demons accompanying the river deity retreated in fear. What should we do, my lord? A turtle demon quickly withdrew its head into its shell, cautiously peeking out to inquire of the fish-headed spirit. As the intellectual among the demons of Cold Water River, the turtle demon understood one thing. Zhang Yuhuan was far too formidable and not to be trifled with. Just moments ago, that catfish demon was a significant force within Cold Water River, ranking among the top 3, even including the river deity. Even the fish-headed deity would require considerable effort to deal with the catfish. Yet, Zhang Yuhuan had effortlessly dispatched the creature with a mere flick of her wrist. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether Zhang Yuhuan's strike was her full strength or merely a fraction of it. Oh dear, don't waste it. This meat is from a demon beast, especially fresh. If we take it back to stew, it will surely tantalize your taste buds. Observing the enticing aroma from the catfish and Appo's blood wafting through the river, Chu Qiao hastily lifted the 2 halves of the catfish's corpse, directing the ox and his nephew behind him. Zhang Yuhuan, standing beside them, still wore a disapproving expression towards Chu Qiao, yet her hands moved deftly. With a roll of azure silk, she swiftly enveloped the catfish's remains, carelessly tossing it beside the ox as if the preceding events had nothing to do with her. Ox, stop dawdling. Quickly prepare this meat before we head back. We mustn't keep Fifth Miss waiting. The catfish soup may not suffice. By the way, Fifth Miss, I can whip up another dish. How about spicy fish head? The fish body can be sliced for a delightful dish. From one fish, I can create several culinary delights, and with some vegetables, I guarantee you a splendid feast. Chu Qiao said cheerfully, although he could feel his heart racing under Zhang Yuhuan's intimidating gaze. However, he knew he must not falter at this critical juncture. With an outward display of calm confidence, he did not show any signs of panic, causing Zhang Yuhuan's eyes to brighten slightly upon hearing his words. Though her face remained cold, the occasional movement of her throat betrayed her appetite. A pair of azure sleeves slipped from Zhang Yuhuan's arms. Her previously poised demeanor now fixated upon the fish-headed river deity, who stood awkwardly in the cold water river. The sudden shift in atmosphere left the river deity feeling particularly unsettled. Please, do not approach. I am a bona fide river deity, sanctioned by the heavenly court. If you dare to harm me, the heavenly court will not spare you. The third prince knows me well. He even held me as a child. Panic flickered across the scaled face of the fish-headed deity. Who understands the plight of my kin? Here I am, simply trying to be a great catfish at home, preparing to contribute to my family's legacy, and suddenly, a group appears to dismantle my life and turn me into a dish. How barbaric. Ah, young lady, please remain calm. Did that young brother not mention a matter to discuss? The river deity attempted to regain composure, his legs feeling as though they were drained of strength. But now he stood tall and confident. Chu Qiao blinked, a hint of contemplation crossing her features before she inquired further. Do you know what the heavenly court is? The existence of such a profound realm intrigued him, yet he pondered which heavenly court it could possibly be. Indeed, it is the heavenly court of the 33 heavens. The fish-headed deity's eyes gleamed with pride, his confidence returning as he straightened himself. Chu Qiao, deep in thought, finally asked, but do you know what kind of organization the heavenly court is? The depth of this world fascinated him, especially with the mention of the heavenly court. He wondered if it was the same as that of the Jade Emperor, but there were countless factions claiming to be the heavenly court across myriad realms. The heavenly court is simply the heavenly court. What else could it be? The fish-headed deity stared blankly, his eyes devoid of understanding. As he regarded Chu Qiao with a perplexed expression, Chu Qiao fell silent, realizing that the river deity was utterly dim-witted. All right, enough. The village chief is on his way. Cooperate, and there will be advantages for you. Do you understand? He waved his hand dismissively, losing interest in conversing further with the ill-informed fish. Seeing the river deity willing to negotiate, Zhang Yuhuan sheathed her sword and resumed her silent vigil. Only Zhang Yuhuan appeared disappointed, her sleeves falling as she eyed the river deity with lingering reluctance. Killing a river deity might be deemed improper, and she feared her father would reprimand her. However, losing a piece or two of the demon's flesh was hardly an issue, was it? The fish-headed deity felt a chill creeping down his back. Nodding his head vigorously like a pestle, what the young master says is indeed correct. I will certainly cooperate. Why address me as young master when you still call me little? A chilling glint flickered in Zhang Yuhuan's eyes, and an intangible pressure emanated from her, instantly causing the fish-head river god to cower in fear. Lest Zhang Yuhuan and Apos' hand tremble, and the sword pierce him through. Yes, it is I who am at fault, the fish-head river god hastily admitted, though deep within his gaze lurked a hint of resentment. Just you wait, wench. Once I escape this calamity, I will ensure your utter ruin. Daring to threaten and assault a celestial river deity, he thought. As soon as he reports to the heavenly court, celestial soldiers and generals will be dispatched to punish her. The fish-head river god's heart seethed with malice and resentment, yet his expression towards Zhang Yuhuan remained obsequious and fawning. The thought of his superior's appetite made the fish-head river god's heart bleed. He feared he would have to relinquish a significant portion of his small treasury. Just then, a throng of villagers, young and old, surged out of the village entrance. You scoundrel, what are you doing with the ancestral altar? The village elder, though past 50, moved with surprising agility, while the most senior elder of the village, with a gnarled countenance, personally brandished his cane. A host of other venerable elders, supported by their descendants, also tottered towards them. Virtually the entire village, young and old, male and female, had gathered. Not since the dispute with the upstream village over irrigation water had the village mobilized with such fervor. Village elder, don't be so agitated. Come and pay respects to the river god. Chu Qiao quickly winked at the village elder, her eyes conveying a hint of reproach. Didn't we agree that you would help me restrain these villagers? Upon receiving Chu Qiao's gaze, the village elder glared back. Though he did not fully comprehend the meaning of Chu Qiao's look, he could not stand idly by while Chu Qiao was verbally assaulted by the villagers. However, he now felt reassured. The village elder's gaze swept back and forth over the towering figures of the fish-head river god and his demon cohorts. The other villagers, intimidated by the fish-head river god's immense stature, dared not approach. Only the foremost elder, his vigor undiminished, continued to brandish his pear-blossom cane, his aura formidable. Deshahe, what are you doing? What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to seduce the children of our village into establishing a private shrine? Damn it. You old cripple, stop making baseless accusations. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. You don't even discipline your descendants. Look at what they've done to my home. Even my general has been killed. I'm telling you, you old cripple, if you don't prepare adequate compensation, I'll flood your village tomorrow. The fish-head river god, enraged by the elder's words, stamped his foot and launched into a tirade. Chu Qiao watched this scene with astonishment. The village elder was, without a doubt, the most esteemed figure in the entire village. Having celebrated his centenary, he remained remarkably hale and hearty, a rare phenomenon in ancient times. He was said to have personally witnessed the fall of the southern Tang Dynasty, the prosperity of the Huang era, the subsequent turmoil, and the establishment of the Great Tang. Even Chu Qiao had never heard of such a valiant elder. The Zhao family's young men dared not approach the fish-head river god, but this elder fearlessly pursued him, showering him with verbal abuse. Upon hearing the fish-head river god and Apos' words, the elder and Apos' eyes darted around. He had been somewhat flustered on the way here, but now, upon closer inspection, he instantly understood. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and his once straight back instantly stooped. His cloudy eyes, as if unable to see clearly, cautiously leaned on his cane and feebly spoke. Alas, old age renders one useless, unable to withstand such commotion. Xiaoshi, Erwa, quickly help Grandpa back to rest. Oh, what fine weather we have today. You all continue your discussion. The elder, who had moments ago been furiously interrogating, now feigned decrepitude. The other elders in the village twitched their lips, utterly embarrassed by being publicly addressed as Xiaoshi and Ziolinzi. However, they dared not disobey the elder's wishes and hastily stepped forward to support him, their words caught in their throats. They were both in their 60s and 70s, and had they not occasionally consumed spiritual rice to nourish their bodies, they would have long since passed away. In this era, it was indeed rare for ordinary people to live past 100, but 60 was considered commonplace. Only the elder's venerable status allowed him to address them in such a manner. Third Grandpa, I think this outsider, Chu Qiao, is acting too rashly. Even you. The gray-haired elder, known as Xiaoshi, grumbled discontentedly as he carefully supported the elder. The elder merely glanced at him and the words he was about to utter were forcefully swallowed. Enough. I've watched Chu Qiao grow up, though he's not a native of our village. He's a truly capable individual. We old folks should heed the advice of the young and not obstruct their path. Xiaosher, you're not getting any younger either. Yes, yes. Third grandpa is right. The two elders could only nod in agreement. These two elders were notorious for being the most obstinate in the entire village. If they were allowed to stay, they would only hinder Chu Qiao's plans. However, now that the village's most senior elder had spoken, no one would dare utter a word, even if it meant demolishing the ancestral hall. The few individuals enshrined in the ancestral hall, aside from a select few, would have to address this elder as brother upon meeting him. You old cripple, what do you mean? Come back here. The fishhead river god, having finally hoped for the elder's arrival, was unwilling to watch him slip away. Having resided in Coldwater River for nearly half a year, he knew the elder's status in the village. If the elder sided with him, no matter how eloquently Chu Qiao pleaded, no one would be willing to help him. Chapter 18. The River God. The charismatic connoisseur. Little did anyone anticipate that once the river god of Fishhead opened his mouth, the seemingly frail old gentleman, who had been struggling to move, suddenly became sprightly, leaning on his cane as he briskly made his way towards the village. The two old men who had been assisting him could hardly keep pace with him. Alas, old age has dulled my hearing. I can hear nothing, the elder lamented, his helplessness evident. Observing this, the Fishhead river god could only feel a mix of frustration and resignation. After all, they had known each other for nearly a decade. As old neighbors, how could they not understand each other and oppose, as true nature? Seeing that Chu Qiao had not only avoided loss, but had even gained an advantage, the old fellow departed with a satisfied demeanor. This elder from your village is quite remarkable. The river god had discerned traces of divinity in the seemingly disheveled old man. It was only natural. Anyone who had lived for such a long time must possess a certain depth. Chu Qiao, however, did not grasp the underlying implications of Zhang Yuhuan's words and merely considered it fortunate that an elder could survive to be 100 or more amidst the chaos of war. Theoretically, people in this world could live to around 100 years, with rumors suggesting Pengzu lived for over 800 years. Yet, those who manage to surpass 70 are rare indeed. In the feudal dynasties of his past life, reaching 50 was already regarded as a long life, and that privilege was mostly reserved for the wealthy. This explains why even in modern times, reaching 50 is an occasion for grand celebrations. What Chu Qiao desired were precisely the concepts of wealth and longevity. Now we can speak freely, river god. Chu Qiao's eyes narrowed slightly. With the elder's support, he felt liberated to act without restraint. Should this catfish spirit continue to be uncooperative, he would indeed find himself as a dish of steamed fish head. The river god, unjustly accusing them without understanding their circumstances, would need to contemplate what compensation he intended to offer. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Qiao's eyes, causing the river god to shudder, sending ripples through the river. It dawned on him that his very life was in Chu Qiao's hands. As for his connections in the heavenly realm, he was well aware that beings like him, small deities and spirits, could never enter the celestial hierarchy. He was merely a contract worker of sorts. Moreover, the origins of his divinity were dubious at best. Ha, I was merely jesting with the young master. The river god chuckled nervously. As for that dilapidated abode, I had long wished to dismantle it and replace it with something new. The fairy's earlier actions were quite commendable and saved me considerable effort. At this moment, the village head regarded the grinning river god with a look of astonishment, momentarily dazed. This river god of Coldwater was a dominant figure not only in Coldwater Town, but also across several neighboring regions. Aside from the formidable authority of the Tang Dynasty, only this elder from the village could pose a challenge, albeit a reluctant one. However, it was utterly unexpected that the once mighty river god would become so obsequious before Chu Qiao, shedding any semblance of dignity. Should we still capture that Chu Qiao fellow? A towering man, cautious and broad-shouldered, inquired softly to the village head. The village head shook his head, a sly grin spreading across his face. Not for now. DeLong. Please calm the villagers. We must avoid causing a ruckus. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he instructed. Since the elder had chosen to support Chu Qiao, the village head could not afford to undermine that decision. After all, he preferred to trust the elder's judgment. DeLong nodded and shot a fierce glare at his ineffectual son and grandson, Big Nio and his nephew. Indeed, this imposing man was Big Nio's father, a figure of strength and authority within the village. Had it not been for the village head's son growing too wise to easily deceive, and the grandson being too young to comprehend, Chu Qiao might have considered bringing the entire village head's family along on this venture. After all, in matters fraught with danger, having more allies would only bolster their courage. Chu Qiao surveyed the villagers, noting their myriad expressions of confusion, fear, and curiosity, while the youth among them gazed upon him with fervor and admiration. "Brother Chu Qiao, we trust in your abilities. Do as you will," exclaimed one enthusiastic youth. "Oh, Brother Chu Qiao, how could you not invite me to such an exciting affair?" Another chimed in. "You are truly remarkable." With the elders backing, the previously misguided youth of the village erupted into a frenzy. The once mighty river god now resembled a defeated rooster, his previous arrogance diminished. In that moment, Chu Qiao's status in their eyes soared to unprecedented heights. However, the older generation remained composed, having lived under the river god's oppressive reign for decades. The fear ingrained in them was not easily dispelled. Even in the face of the now subdued river god, the middle-aged and elderly villagers dared not act recklessly, admonishing their children as if fearing future retribution. "Brat, be quiet." "Father, why are you hitting me?" The elder has acknowledged Brother Chu Qiao. As the scene threatened to escalate into a display of familial affection, Chu Qiao quickly interjected, "All right, everyone, let's settle down." His words brought immediate silence, and all eyes turned toward him, their emotions swirling with complexity. "There is no need for the river god to be overly concerned. My invitation to summon you here is primarily for two matters," Chu Qiao declared. The fish-head river god immediately nodded eagerly, bowing deeply. "Of course, my lord, please command me. Whether it be 2 matters or 200, I am at your service." With that, the river god lowered his head, eager to placate Chu Qiao. Chapter 19. The river deity's illiteracy. The river deity sought to find a powerful ally to deal with the troublesome villagers of Coldwater Town. By eliminating those who opposed him within a certain radius, he would effectively assert his dominance over the surrounding areas, allowing him to exploit them at will. However, the deity need not be overly anxious. The villagers were known for their emphasis on reasoned discourse, and thus, there were only 2 matters to address. The first was that Coldwater River must not impose restrictions on the establishment of water conservancy and transportation facilities. Chu Qiao raised a finger to present her initial demand, emphasizing that in this world, undertaking irrigation projects was not merely a matter of wealth. It required the consent of local villagers and cooperation with the river deity regarding land matters. Without such collaboration, success would remain elusive. It was said that the local land deity was once a scholar from the town, known for his benevolence, who, upon his passing, was honored as the land deity. Such a figure would not obstruct the villagers' pursuit of a good life. The current river deity, however, was notoriously irascible and difficult to manage. Initially, Chu Qiao had considered leveraging Zhang Yuhuan's connections to the Zhang family in Nanyang to pressure the river deity into compliance. To her surprise, Zhang Yuhuan single-handedly subdued the deity. "Rest assured, I shall cooperate fully," the deity affirmed. Satisfied with this response, Chu Qiao nodded and extended her finger to speak again. As for the second point, she required the assistance of the deity's subordinates to clear the riverbed of silt and ensure the safety of the waterways. Naturally, they would not allow the deity to suffer losses, as they could settle their agreement through offerings. As Chu Qiao spoke, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, causing Zhang Yuhuan to look up in astonishment, a flicker of golden light flashing in his eyes. The heavens above shimmered with golden radiance, gathering auspicious signs, while ethereal flowers rained down. However, to Chu Qiao and the ordinary folk of Coldwater Town, it appeared merely as a sudden thunderstorm, devoid of any extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, a refreshing lightness enveloped their bodies, making even breathing feel easier. "Sister, is this the power of merit?" Zhang Yuhuan exclaimed, pointing at the extraordinary sight in the sky, her breath quickening and her words becoming somewhat stammered. Zhang Yuhuan gently patted her shoulder, calming her emotions, while his gaze remained fixed on Chu Qiao. "Sir, is this part of your scheme?" The river deity froze, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He pondered whether Chu Qiao had discerned his ill intentions and was now seeking to bind him to a contract to prevent any future treachery. Yet, without divine fortune or the witness of a formidable being, what grounds did he have to believe that she would honor such an agreement? Noticing the deity's hesitance to respond, Zhang Yuhuan furrowed his brow slightly. Meanwhile, Chu Qiao, seemingly prepared, produced a pre-written contract from her bosom and continued, "For every offering, we will provide 1 stone's worth of silt from the riverbank. As for how much the deity and the others can benefit, that depends on your capabilities. The terms were clearly inscribed in black and white. The river deity could review it, and if there were any grievances, they could negotiate further. With the contract in hand, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Chu Qiao's head in a swirl of merit that seemed to bubble over. Elder sister, he. Zhang Yuhuan's eyes sparkled with golden light, and she gazed at Chu Qiao in astonishment, caught in a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. Although she had noted Chu Qiao's admirable appearance and charming demeanor, it did not erase her perception of him as a self-serving opportunist. She had previously seen through his facade while he appeared to revel in their misfortune. Had it not been for Zhang Yuhuan's insistence, Zhang Yuhuan would have dismissed Chu Qiao entirely. Yet, she could hardly fathom that the man she viewed as a petty schemer had suddenly transformed into a figure of great merit and profound fortune, shattering her worldview. Yuhuan, what has become of the fifth lady? Chu Qiao, equally bemused, observed Zhang Yuhuan's reaction, having long sensed her disdain. Unfortunately, this initial impression had left a lasting mark on their interactions. In contrast, Zhang Yuqiao, one of the parties involved, remained blissfully unconcerned, fixated instead on the large iron pot at Chu Qiao's home. Thank you for your concern, sir. The fifth lady was simply a bit anxious upon encountering the river deity. Zhang Yuhuan replied dismissively, prompting an eye roll from Chu Qiao. The response felt insincere, given Zhang Yuhuan's earlier ravenous gaze upon the river deity, suggesting that her nerves were hardly quelled. The river deity, having received the contract, examined it with great seriousness before handing it to the nearby turtle spirit and muttering, "Prime Minister, you must see what is inscribed here." He believed he had lowered his voice sufficiently, yet the open space amplified his words. Not only did Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yuhuan hear him, but so did Chu Qiao, who found herself exasperated. The deity, a celestial being from the heavenly court, could not even recognize a single word. This brought to mind a previous jest she had encountered. The Emperor's son was unable to count. Chapter 20, Merit Embodied. Calamity dissipated, and you are merely a corpulent catfish river deity from the frigid Coldwater River. Yet you presume to employ a turtle prime minister as if you were a dragon king of the four seas. River deity, it is written herein. Upon the turtle spirit's pronouncement, the river deity was utterly dumbfounded. Was it not he who had exerted such painstaking effort to orchestrate this grand spectacle, only to be summoned for this trivial matter? The river deity gnashed his teeth in fury at the thought of his painstakingly erected palace being demolished, but ultimately, he malevolently affixed his seal to the contract. Subsequently, Chu Qiao presented the contract to the village elder, who, with a scornful glance at the river deity, seized a brush and scrawled a clumsy endorsement upon the document. Chu Qiao, witnessing this, was rendered speechless. Very well, we have now consummated our initial transaction. Chu Qiao, having stowed the contract, once more directed a meaningful glance towards the river deity. The river deity's eyes flickered subtly as he nodded towards the assembled crustacean soldiers. Thump, thump, thump. Following several muffled thuds, a contingent of gargantuan shrimp, mantis shrimp, and crabs emerged from the river. The trio brandished their pincers, swiftly excavating mounds of prodigious silt. The formidable power of these monstrous entities rendered them ideal for the task of dredging the sediment. There are at least 1,000 share of silt here. Is that sufficient? Chu Qiao nodded, casting a knowing glance towards Daniel, who grinned in comprehension and patted his chest as he addressed his 8 companions. Subsequently, Daniel, his nephew, and the other robust young men aligned themselves in a row. Each grasped a common incense stick, ignited it at the altar, and offered a prayer. In the next instant, a wisp of exceptionally pure incense smoke emanated from their crowns. The power of this incense is remarkably pristine. Zhang Yuhuan had believed that the day's events had already reached their zenith of astonishment. Yet she had not anticipated this unforeseen occurrence. Such pure incense and aspiration, devoid of any causal impurities, had only been witnessed once or twice in Zhang Yuhuan's hundreds of thousands of years of celestial existence. 99%. A rare commodity amidst the resentful gazes of the crustacean soldiers, the river deity inhaled all the incense smoke in a single gulp. The sensation sent a tremor through his very being, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy as a surge of sublime pleasure coursed through his soul. Upon reopening his eyes, his gaze towards the villagers became increasingly covetous and rapacious. Such pristine incense, if he could partake of it daily, would undoubtedly propel him to a new realm within half a year. Thereafter, Chu Qiao, after some deliberation, added the names of Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yujuan to the witness section for good measure, before nodding in satisfaction and announcing in a resounding voice, "Very well. The transaction is complete. The contract is established." Rumble. As Chu Qiao's words echoed, golden auspicious omens descended from the heavens. Zhang Yuhuan, too, lifted her gaze abruptly. Sensing the influx of merit upon her person, she had evidently noted that Chu Qiao had inscribed her name upon the contract. A sense of gratitude welled within her heart. Chu Qiao was openly bestowing merit upon her. "Esteemed sir, there is no need for such generosity. Alas, the karmic debt is now immense. I, Yuhuan, am at a loss as to how to repay such profound kindness." A glimmer of moisture welled in the depths of Zhang Yuhuan's eyes, a gaze that left Chu Qiao utterly bewildered. What does she mean? Chu Qiao wondered, dumbfounded. Were none of the Zhang sisters possessed of sound minds? He had merely taken into consideration the influence and reputation of the Nanyang Zhang clan behind Zhang Yuhuan, as well as her personal strength, and had therefore included their names as a precautionary measure, a form of subtle deterrence. As long as he could restrain the river deity for a time, the subsequent course of events would be beyond the river deity's control. The Tang Dynasty's celestial army, capable of shattering mountains, demolishing temples, slaughtering deities, and exterminating demons, was not merely a matter of idle boast. The survival of the human dynasty in this world of coexisting primordial spirits was not due to the benevolence of these demon gods, but rather the result of relentless iron-blooded campaigns, inching forward with every conquered territory. When the Emperor's heavenly strategy, Iron Cavalry, was unleashed, the aura of humanity swept across the land. Even demons, ghosts, and deities were forced to avoid its and submit to slaughter. As long as he could leverage Zhang Yuhuan's influence to restrain this river deity for a time, and once the Coldwater town reaped a bountiful harvest, the news of this great prosperity would spread, and all that Chu Qiao had done would be thoroughly investigated and placed upon Li Shimin's desk. It was crucial to remember that in the early years of Li Shimin's reign, the Tang Dynasty was plagued by incessant disasters. Even the 5 surnames and 7 clans had manipulated public opinion, spreading rumors that Li Shimin's ascension was illegitimate, incurring the wrath of the heavens, and countless other slanders. At this juncture, Li Shimin desperately needed auspicious merit to prove the legitimacy of his reign. "It is nothing. I apologize for the spectacle," Zhang Yuhuan said with a gentle smile. Chu Qiao was but a mortal, and although his physical body was pure and unblemished due to the meritous sacred artifact, he was still unable to perceive the golden light of merit illuminating the heavens and earth. Moreover, excessive ambition on the part of a virtuous human would create unnecessary obstacles during future enlightenment. As the Supreme Sage had stated, only by following the natural course could one attain the great Tao. Chu Qiao cast a perplexed glance at Zhang Yuhuan. As the auspicious clouds of merit descended slowly from the heavens, 60% of the merit settled upon Chu Qiao, causing the golden wheel of merit behind him to shimmer slightly, as an even stronger golden light of merit emanated from the original layer. Wow! Ordinary true immortal experts are already considered highly accomplished if they possess one wheel of golden merit. Many true immortal experts strive for the golden wheel of merit. Yet Chu Qiao, merely an ordinary mortal, can condense 2 golden wheels of merit. Moreover, this contract is not a one-time deal. It will naturally generate a continuous stream of merit in the future. Even condensing 3 layers of golden merit is not an insurmountable task. Zhang Yuhuan gazed at Chu Qiao with astonishment, a glimmer of flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, of the remaining 40% of merit, 1 layer landed upon the contract in Chu Qiao's hand, while another layer scattered and merged into the bodies of the villagers and the various river demons in the Coldwater River. The remaining 11% of merit was divided, with 46% entering the bodies of Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yujuan, respectively. The final 1% of merit was divided into 3, entering the fish-headed river deity, the village elder, and the village elder, respectively. However, the instant the merit landed upon the fish-headed river deity, a layer of black aura emanated from his body, dissolving like snow under the radiance of the merit. Faces etched with resentment and indignation gradually softened under the golden light of merit. Chapter 21. This home will eventually disperse without me, a significant portion transformed into luminous points, dispersing across various regions inhabited by humanity. The remaining half journeyed toward the realms of unreborn primordial spirits. Ultimately, only a thin veil of dark energy lingered upon the Fishhead River deity. Surprisingly, this accumulation of virtue did not eradicate all the killings and karmic ties that clung to him. Soon, Arun began to ascend slowly, suppressing the residual karma. How curious. Why does it feel so much lighter now? The fish-head river deity blinked, his eyes becoming noticeably more animated. And even the bottleneck that had plagued him for years began to loosen. Previously bound by karma, he had not realized the presence of such virtue. However, upon experiencing its formidable influence, his gaze towards the villagers in the village turned increasingly covetous. If he could compel those villagers to ceaselessly provide him with such pure offerings, he would be able to continue his ascension. What are true immortals, golden immortals, Tai, or even the exalted heavenly emperor? All would be within his grasp. And countless deities and demons would bow before him in submission. Yet, before that, certain obstacles must be entirely removed. A glint of ruthlessness and greed flickered in the river deity's eyes, and a hint of longing crept onto his lips. Young master, since our transaction is now complete, may I take my leave? Of course, river deity, you may go, provided that your aquatic minions continue to uphold the agreement. Chu Qiao nodded, casting a puzzled glance at the fish-head river deity. He found it difficult to comprehend how this being had suddenly acquired such confidence in such a brief time. Naturally, you all must obediently follow young Master Chu's orders during this period, understood? The fish-head river deity promptly commanded his subordinates. After he departed, the river spirits appeared drained, as though their energy had been sapped. Chu Qiao frowned at the sight. This will not do. I kindly asked the generals to clear the silt from the river and deliver it to the fields. This can also be compensated with offerings. You can negotiate the price with the village chief. By the way, this income does not pertain to the silt excavation, so theoretically you need not report it. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's enticing words, the river spirits instantly became animated. Why didn't you say so earlier? They swarmed towards the village chief like flies drawn to his scent. Seeing the grotesque and fearsome river spirits rushing towards him, the village chief turned pale with fright. Although he knew they would not harm him easily, he was genuinely terrified and stumbled backward. Chu Qiao's lips twitched. Village chief, muster some courage. Bring forth the vigor you once displayed when reprimanding me. Chu Qiao, please. Help me. My old bones cannot withstand this. The village chief pleaded in desperation, prompting Chu Qiao to helplessly rub his forehead. Truly concerning. This village will inevitably fall apart without me. Chu Qiao cast a disappointed glance at the village chief before turning towards Zhang Yuhuan, his tone serious. Yuhuan, I have heard you wish to learn from me. Can you manage these river spirits? Zhang Yuhuan's face lit up with joy upon hearing Chu Qiao's earnest words. Why do so many deities and demons wish to follow the sages of humanity? It is because serving the sages equates to aiding humanity. When the sage ascends to the celestial realm, they receive the rewards of human fortune. Moreover, if the sage's path aligns with the celestial order, immense virtue and fortune will descend. Chu Qiao's willingness to entrust this task to her was not merely a sign of acceptance, but an indication that he was willing to share a portion of that fortune and virtue with her. Really? Thank you, sir, Zhang Yuhuan exclaimed, astonished by her unexpected fortune. Despite being a princess of the celestial court, with abundant resources at her disposal, the elevation of her power through those resources could not compare to the virtue and fortune available now. Congratulations, big sister. Zhang Yujun chimed in, equally delighted for Zhang Yuhuan. A mischievous smile danced on her lips as she leaned in to whisper in her sister's ear, Sister, do you think this Zhang sir has truly taken a liking to you? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yuhuan blushed, scolding Zhang Yujun, who merely noticed the telltale redness creeping up her sister's ears. How could he not? Sister, you are stunningly beautiful, a princess of the celestial court. What man wouldn't be entranced? Zhang Yujun teased, recalling the earlier remarks from De Zhuang and his nephew. As Zhang Yuhuan's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, Chu Qiao, noticing her delay and approaching him, strode over with curiosity. Is that so? It certainly isn't, because the village chief has fled with the river spirits. Sister, stop dawdling. Your gentleman has arrived. Zhang Yujun playfully pushed Zhang Yuhuan toward Chu Qiao, her teasing voice ringing in her ear. Yuhuan, what is happening here? Sir, you are unaware, but big sister has something to say to you, right? Sister? Zhang Yujun continued to stir the pot, nudging Zhang Yuhuan toward Chu Qiao. Seeing Zhang Yujun's playful demeanor, Zhang Yuhuan, slightly annoyed, pulled her back. All right, since you are so talkative, I will assign you the task of managing those river spirits. When Shaoqi returns, he can assist you in overseeing them. Zhang Yuhuan, evidently not one to hoard opportunities, considered her two younger sisters for this fortunate task that could yield a share of virtue and fortune. Chapter 22. Evil begets evil naturally. Chu Qiao held no objections. He was entirely unaware of the existence of such merits. as long as he was not burdened with managing these trivial matters and could continue to be a hands-off steward. That was sufficient for him. Initially, attempting to instill discipline among these creatures would prove challenging. It would only be after they had tasted the sweetness of order that such rules could take root. At that time, when recruitment expanded, other creatures would willingly join in. By then, the river demons, having adapted to the rules and become beneficiaries themselves, would be the first to oppose any attempts to disrupt their established order and benefits. If Lady Wu were willing, he would certainly welcome it. By the way, Yuhuan, do you have something to discuss with me? Chu Qiao nodded slowly. And then Zhang Yuhuan emerged from behind Zhang Yuhuan. After giving Zhang Yuhuan an encouraging look, Zhang Yuhuan turned to Chu Qiao with a beaming smile. Please just call me Yuhuan in the future. Chu Qiao, taken aback by the sudden shift in attitude from Zhang Yuhuan, found himself at a loss. Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as the depths of the ocean. In the next moment, a pair of azure sleeves flew from Zhang Yuhuan's hands, effortlessly capturing 2 river demons by the riverside. Silence. 10 acres of land for a whiff of incense. This is the price. Take it or leave it. Besides, I am quite famished now. If anyone dares to speak out again, I shall throw you into the pot. With Zhang Yuhuan asserting her authority, the previously boisterous river demons immediately quieted down. Once Zhang Yuhuan returned to normal, the village chief regained his composure and began to play his part. Observing everything unfold according to his plans, Chu Qiao let out a sigh of relief and asked, Yuhuan, what is it that you wish to convey? At this moment, Zhang Yuhuan had also recovered from her earlier embarrassment. Absent-mindedly twirling a strand of her hair, she softly spoke, Sir, I fear that the river deity may not be compliant. Moreover, that river deity has hoarded all the delicacies for himself, leaving nothing for the others below. If this continues, it may jeopardize the trade. Zhang Yuhuan's brow furrowed slightly as she expressed all her concerns. Chu Qiao's proposed strategy was indeed commendable, yet its success was not guaranteed. Should Chu Qiao's plan fail, all the merits he had previously acquired would have to be returned to the heavenly Dao. However, upon hearing her worries, a triumphant smile crept across Chu Qiao's face as he mysteriously replied, if he were to cooperate sincerely and share the profits with the lesser demons, that would indeed be remarkable. Yuhuan, sometimes one must employ the methods of the wicked to deal with the wicked, Chu Qiao explained with a smile. If the river deity continues to exploit the lesser river demons, discontent will surely brew among them, thereby attracting external forces into the fray. Only through mutual restraint among various powers can he become a sought-after entity, rather than attempting to monopolize all the benefits for himself. Why does the Sir allow the river deity to return to the cold water river, knowing he poses a problem? If the heavenly court is concerned about his backing, I can intervene. Even if celestial beings come to hold him accountable, I shall shield you, Sir. Although Zhang Yuhuan was astute, having been nurtured in the heavenly court, she had not witnessed much of the darkness in the world. In her perception, the river deity's malice warranted death. When the merits descended, Chu Qiao, being an ordinary mortal, could not perceive the tragic souls and sins. Yet Zhang Yuhuan, as a grand princess, saw everything clearly. The river deity continued to roam freely, relying on the authority of their heavenly court to suppress others. However, ultimately, wouldn't the retribution fall upon the heavenly court itself? It was precisely the malevolence of these lower-tier celestial beings that caused her father to toil incessantly. A glint of intense malice flashed in Zhang Yuhuan's eyes. At that moment, Chu Qiao patted Zhang Yuhuan's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, the river deity's fate will not be pleasant. Chu Qiao did not reveal his intentions, but continued to play his enigmatic game, leaving Zhang Yuhuan uncertain about how to respond. Nevertheless, Chu Qiao was lost in thought, reflecting on how even a practitioner from the Zhang clan could so openly disdain the heavenly court. It seemed the heavenly court was not as formidable as it appeared. Despite Zhang Yuhuan's relentless inquiries, Chu Qiao maintained his silence, only smiling as he said, Do not worry. Soon enough, you shall understand why. With a mysterious smile, Chu Qiao refrained from disclosing that he, too, was unaware of the river deity and Apos' ultimate fate. After all, how could an ordinary citizen fathom the river deity and Apos' background? If his connections were substantial enough, he might indeed evade this calamity. Yet, should he wish to remain here afterward, that would likely be impossible. The factions coveting the benefits of the cold water river would not easily overlook such a blatant flaw in the river deity's defense. As for whether he could survive, that depended on whether his backing was willing to pay the price for his protection. Speaking of which, could you tell me about the elder in your village? Knowing that she could not extract much from Chu Qiao, Zhang Yuhuan became curious. The elder always gave her a peculiar impression. No matter how she investigated, he appeared as an ordinary mortal, yet he emanated a strong divine aura. However, apart from those who ascended to the celestial realm or were forced onto the divine list due to past conflicts, mortals could only achieve divinity through past merits. The underworld, responsible for documenting these, would report such matters to the heavenly court for approval, and those newly appointed would typically return to their homeland to assume roles such as land deities or city gods. Naturally, if the current emperor were to utilize human authority for conferring these minor divine positions, the Jade Emperor would not need to cause discord between humanity and the heavenly Tao over such trivial matters. Chapter 23. The River God of Zishui, however. The venerable elder of Zhao family village does not conform to such circumstances, despite still possessing vitality in his physical form. He does not meet the requirements to transcend into immortality or divinity, yet he exudes an aura reminiscent of celestial beings. I am not well versed in the myriad tales surrounding the elder, but it is known that he has lived for over a century. It is said that in his youth, he accomplished remarkable feats that even drew the attention of the county magistrate, who would occasionally pay him visits. In daily life, the elder seldom ventures out, instead choosing to bask in the sun within his courtyard. It is only during the year-end and the annual Zhang Yuhuan festival, dedicated to honoring ancestors, that the elder emerges to lead the ceremonial activities. At this moment, in a grand residence on the eastern side of the village, the elder gazes blankly at his own palm. Indeed, my precious, you have not deceived me, he muses. The two older gentlemen who had assisted him into the room observe the elder's dazed expression and then glance at his empty hand. One of the slightly sturdier elders grits his teeth and prepares to leave. However, the elder suddenly regains his composure, a spark of clarity flashing in his eyes as he coldly inquires, "Stop. Where are you going, little Shirtu?" Upon hearing the elder and Appo's question, the man referred to as little Shirtu turns around, annoyance evident in his tone. "You returned only to fixate on your palm? Besides, that river god is no harmless entity. If I do not investigate." "Enough, old Shirtu," interjects another, relatively frail elder, cutting off little Shita's complaints. The elder commands immense respect within the village, holding a position of high esteem. As long as he remains, even the county magistrate must yield to him. Hence, regardless of whether the elder has erred, they can only offer their unwavering support. "Grandfather, it is not that I am nitpicking on that lad Chu Qiao. Why must he, an outsider, provoke that malevolent deity? As if you were entirely supportive when that young one first proposed the composting method." The elder scoffs dismissively at old Shirtu, leaving him nearly speechless. A fleeting glimmer of insight crosses the elder's murky eyes, a rare spark discernible to none but himself. The two elders cannot perceive the talisman in his hand, yet the elder is acutely aware of its presence. His longevity is entirely reliant on the remnants of the talisman he holds. Just moments ago, he had heard Chu Qiao's voice in his ear, and in the next instant, a beam of golden light surged forth, instantly restoring the talisman in his grasp. In that fleeting moment, the elder comprehended the talisman's entire function. From that instant onward, he recognized that Chu Qiao was no ordinary being. "Land deity, heed my command." The elder slowly closes his eyes, palms together, and the talisman merges seamlessly into his being. When he opens his weary eyes once more, he gazes coldly at the two elders beside him and declares, "From this moment forth, Chu Qiao is my grandson, Zhao Ritian. Let anyone in Longshui town dare to bully my grandson." The two elders are nearly green with indignation upon hearing the elder's proclamation. If Chu Qiao is truly the elder's grandson, then what does that make them? They are already in their 70s, having outlasted their contemporaries, with only this elder still alive. Yet now, with a single statement, he has elevated their status to that of a distant uncle. Who could bear such an affront? What's the matter? Do you both have objections? And no, not at all. The two elders can only lower their heads in frustration, unwilling to confront the elder. Otherwise, if he were to further elevate Chu Qiao's status, they would be left with yet another relative to contend with. Meanwhile, the river god of Yudo has returned to the ruins of his original lair, tirelessly rummaging through various treasures, yet unable to restore his once magnificent dwelling. In a flash, he transforms into his true form, a black catfish, and with a powerful flick of his tail, he glides upstream along the clear waters of the river, soon arriving at a lavish underwater palace. "Dragon King, it is I, the river god of Longshui, Daluo He, paying my respects." "Ah, it is Ah He. What brings you to my dragon palace?" A massive black dragon, towering several tens of feet, opens its eyes within the palace. Its form seems to anchor the riverbed itself. And as it shifts slightly, the entire palace creaks and groans. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals scurry about, seemingly engaged in some unknown preparations. Suddenly, a dragon whisker extends from the palace, ensnaring the black catfish and pulling him inside. When the catfish regains his senses, he finds himself face to face with a fearsome dragon visage. At that moment, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals begin delivering fresh fish and shrimp into the dragon's gaping maw. Humph! Once again, you offer me such fare? The taste grows worse by the day. The cycles of human dynasties are far too brief. In these decades, I have scarcely dined on a worthy morsel. The black dragon mutters in displeasure before gesturing for the remaining offerings to be taken away. Having satisfied its hunger, the dragon shakes its physique, transforming into a hybrid creature with a dragon and Apos, as head and a human body before the river god of Lengshui. Hey, today is not a special occasion. Why are you here instead of attending to your duties at the Lengshui River? This black dragon has dominated the Zhejiang River for centuries, summoning other local river gods every 5 years for discussions that primarily serve as a pretext for exploiting them. Report to you, Dragon King. I have come seeking your counsel. While patrolling the Lengshui River, the villagers nearby have been particularly unruly, not only damaging the creatures of my river, but also slaying my warriors tasked with safeguarding it. They even threatened me, warning me not to take them back for a meal. Chapter 24. Coexistence of Humans and Demons? Oh, how audacious of the villagers in such a remote hamlet. The black dragon scrutinized the river god with a skeptical glance, distrust evident in his eyes. He had a vague recollection of the area overseen by this rotund catfish. Aside from an eccentric old man residing in one of the towns, the other villages lacked any semblance of resistance. That peculiar old man had merely fortuitously acquired a fragment of a land deity's talisman. While this corpulent catfish posed quite a conundrum, he was ultimately feeble under the black dragon's command. However, the mere fact that a mortal could attain recognition as a land deity certainly piqued the black dragon's curiosity. Yet, the land deity's status was inherently incomplete, and reaching such a level was already the catfish's utmost limit. As long as this black catfish did not actively venture ashore or into the precincts of the village or the earth god's temple, that old man would have no means to contend with it. Observing the black dragon's skeptical expression, which nearly bore the words "I do not believe you," the catfish exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I truly dare not deceive you. It's merely that those crafty villagers somehow summoned 2 formidable female immortals. You should have seen it. One strike from her sword, and one of my generals was instantly slain. The glimmering sword radiated an icy brilliance, enough to chill one's very soul. Just a fleeting glance left me trembling in fear." The catfish lamented and embellished his misfortunes, which momentarily captured the black dragon's interest. The mere aura emitted was sufficient to instill trepidation in a water demon of the earth immortal realm, indicating the treasure's considerable caliber. However, the black dragon had not anticipated that, in this moment of the catfish's submission, a shadowy and sinister glimmer flashed in his eyes. "Seize it. As long as I can obtain the villagers' offerings, the future will belong to me." The black dragon, though tempted by the treasure, was acutely aware of the multitude of powerful beings in the primordial chaos. It would be unwise to provoke forces beyond his means merely for the sake of a minor earth immortal. After all, a humble dragon could hardly withstand such repercussions. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I understand what must be done. This is but a token of my sincerity. I humbly ask you to accept it." "Very well, you may withdraw," the black dragon replied, nodding nonchalantly before yawning and succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, within a modest dual-room courtyard in Chang'an, the bustling capital of the Tang Dynasty, the esteemed Wei Zhang, known for his formidable presence in the court, appeared unusually fatigued despite his preoccupation with state affairs. Instead, he seemed lost in thought, engrossed in a letter he held. "My lord, what does the letter contain? You've been reading for over an hour and still haven't finished," exclaimed Lady Wei as she entered with a bowl of chicken soup, unable to suppress her reproach. Wei Zhang finally set down the letter, massaging his forehead as he replied, "I have long since perused this letter. The matters it addresses have caught my attention in recent days, yet the source of the letter poses a dilemma." He sighed deeply. This correspondence was dispatched by celestial beings, but what do they truly mean? Are they cautioning me to remain vigilant regarding my position? Or are they advising the newly ascended human emperor? The infamy of fratricide and patricide is hardly favorable, in either heaven or earth. Presently, the Tang Dynasty faces both internal strife and external threats, and it is difficult to ascertain whether this is the handiwork of the celestial realm. After all, the Son of Heaven is, in theory, the son of the Heavenly Emperor. Then simply do not submit it. Not submitting it is equally unfeasible. If I were to voice this in the court, perhaps the officials might still exert some control. However, if the heavens are pierced by those who would expose it, controlling the court thereafter would be akin to scaling the heavens. Upon hearing Wei Zheng's lament, Lady Wei rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Since both paths are fraught with difficulty, why linger in indecision? What business is it of yours, as a mere woman, to meddle in such affairs? Enough, enough. You men are so well versed in grand principles, while we women know nothing of such matters." Lady Wei flung the soup onto the table and turned away in frustration, leaving Wei Zheng to scratch his head in confusion. As the night descended, a violet figure gracefully descended into the village. "Sister, I have returned." With the arrival of 4 exceptionally radiant figures, a chorus of lively chatter echoed like cheerful birdsong in the tranquil night. "Wow, Xiaoqi, is this the village you mentioned? It's truly bustling," exclaimed one fairy clad in blue, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Only the 7th fairy, Zhang Yuhuan, gazed about in bewilderment, unfamiliar with the scene before her. "This cannot be. Before I left, this village was merely an ordinary farmstead, perhaps slightly more prosperous than others, but the disparity is astounding. Third sister, look over there. There are humans walking alongside demons," cried the 4th princess, pointing in astonishment at the villagers mingling with creatures of the other world. The sight of humans and demons coexisting in such harmony was indeed a rare and peculiar phenomenon. Not to mention, there were demons assisting humans with their labor, a notion unheard of until now. Most notably, the fairies discerned no reluctance on the faces of these demons, indicating that they willingly came to aid the humans. "Xiaolu, do not wander off. Wait, is that person down there 5th sister?" the 3rd princess exclaimed, spotting Zhang Yuhuan among the crowd. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yuqiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned to her sisters. Hand in hand, they dashed toward Zhang Yuhuan. "5th sister, look over here. We have returned. Do not worry, 5th sister. I have already informed Tai Bai Jinxing to relay the news to Wei Zheng." Zhang Yuhuan was busy revising a contract by lantern light while directing the demons in their tasks. Chapter 25. Taking the first step in cultivation. Although this transaction had been underway for several days, the villagers and river demons in the village remained uneducated and illiterate. This resulted in Zhang Yuhuan shouldering an immense workload, despite only needing to manage a group of villagers and a handful of minor demons. She often wished to demonstrate a small spell before these mortals, conjuring a multitude of clones to alleviate her burdens. However, when she had initially learned the cloning technique, she had deemed it unnecessary and thus never committed to mastering it. Now, upon the unexpected return of Zhang Yuhuan, who brought along 4 skilled and understanding sisters, her heart swelled with joy. "Xiaolu, Xiaoqi, and my 3rd and 4th sisters, you all have come. How wonderful. Quickly, Xiaoqi, supervise the river demons by the riverbank and in the fields. If they fail to perform adequately, markings beneath their names. Xiaolu, ensure the river demons excavate the silt with precise weight. 3rd sister, assist me in reviewing these documents for errors. And you, little thing, go into the village and urge them. It's nearly midday. Where is our meal? Are we to starve?" The newly descended princesses from the heavenly realm, still yet to savor any joy, found themselves bewilderingly assigned various tasks by Zhang Yuhuan. They were thrust into work without a moment to gather their thoughts. Confusion enveloped them. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why are Xiao-san, Xiao-Si, and Xiaolu here? Why did Xiaoqi take so long to return from the heavens? Within Zhao village, Zhang Yuhuan sensed unfamiliar energies mingling within the village. A flicker of golden light flashed in her eyes, only to be followed by a slight furrowing of her brow. While the 7 fairies relished descending to the mortal realm, they had never previously all descended en masse. Over time, they had established an unspoken agreement. One group would descend for leisure, while another would remain in the heavenly realm to protect their earthly sisters. Yet now, aside from the 2nd princess, it appeared that all the other fairies had come down. "Hey, Yuqiao, have you successfully broken through?" Suddenly, Chu Qiao pulled out a stack of papers, jotting and sketching while glancing up. She saw Zhang Yuhuan emerge from a room constructed of colossal stones, a temporary cultivation chamber built by them to harness the river demons. After Zhang Yuhuan acquired a surge of merit power, she had begun to loosen the bottleneck in her cultivation, prompting the construction of this chamber for her breakthrough. Despite its simplicity, the room's defensive capabilities were formidable. Although Zhang Yuhuan had not mastered advanced formations, her status as a heavenly princess afforded her access to several powerful artifacts, allowing her to establish a Nine Suns divine light formation. What left Chu Qiao speechless was Zhang Yuhuan's choice to place her family's large iron pot at the formation's core. Such an arrangement would befuddle even a profound immortal. With the assistance of the master, it was no surprise that Zhang Yuhuan flourished. Her energy fluctuated slightly, indicating instability. Yet her eyes sparkled with brightness. After the breakthrough, a faint aura of laws danced within her, adding an ethereal quality to her presence. However, Chu Qiao, not fully understanding the intricacies of cultivation, inquired, "But Yuhuan, shouldn't you stabilize your cultivation after the breakthrough?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan looked puzzled. "You know that stabilizing one's cultivation is necessary? It seems you have some understanding of this matter. However, upon breaking through, consuming a heaven spirit pill will ensure my magical power stabilizes and my foundation solidifies." Zhang Yuhuan's emotionless response caused Chu Qiao to twitch her lips in surprise. "Is it not the case that women from noble families have it easier? We had no such advantages in our time." Chu Qiao, harboring her own aspirations for cultivation, tentatively asked, "Yuhuan, might I inquire what conditions would be necessary to join your sect? Would you truly wish to join my sect?" Zhang Yuhuan looked at Chu Qiao with a peculiar expression, her eyelids flickering. If Chu Qiao were to join the heavenly realm, the inhabitants of Huang Cave would surely protest vehemently. Is it not permitted? A sigh of resignation crossed Chu Qiao's heart. It was evident, whether in cultivation or martial arts, innate talent was essential. Although she had no experience in cultivation, she had spent the past 2 years secretly trying various methods, only to realize she was not suited for martial arts. As for cultivation, she had long accepted the likelihood of such an outcome. Seeing Zhang Yuhuan fall silent, Chu Qiao understood she might be fated to remain distant from cultivation. "That is not the case. However, you are indeed not suited to join my family's sect." Zhang Yuhuan lowered her head slightly, concealing a blush from Chu Qiao. Her thoughts racing. Is the master's desire to cultivate for the sake of being with me? Could all that shall we speculated perhaps be true? Yet, the master is destined to walk the path of a human sage, bound to achieve mortal accomplishments before ascending to Huang Cave. If I were to be with the master, would the heavenly laws permit it? Furthermore, a great power among mortals, once achieving their path, would naturally attract the favor of humanity's fortune. However, since ancient times, the heavenly way had not allowed human emperors to tread the path of cultivation. This indirectly implied that the great sages of humanity, before ascending to Huang Cave, would forever be unable to transcend to the celestial realm. Noticing the changing hues on Zhang Yuhuan's face, Chu Qiao was taken aback, her heart racing. "Yuhuan, please do not frighten me. Have you fallen into a trance?" With that, Chu Qiao dashed out, intent on fetching Zhang Yuhuan to check on her. Zhang Yuhuan, finally regaining her composure, swiftly grasped Chu Qiao's hand and promptly clarified, "I am fine. There is no need for concern. However, if the master wishes to cultivate, I can certainly teach you." Chapter 26. The conditions of our time at this moment. Huang happened to pass by and, upon seeing the two entangled, frowned deeply. Lost in thought. It was broad daylight, and the Zhang family's young lady had not left her home in days. If this continued, one could only imagine the consequences. Oh dear, premarital pregnancy is a significant matter for a woman. No, I must hurry back and speak to the old man. We must expedite the arrangement of Chu Qiao's marriage. With a decisive slap of her thigh, Huang disregarded her basket and rushed toward the village outskirts. Meanwhile, the village head was still by the river, directing a group of river sprites to excavate the silt. The excellent young lady from the Zhang family must not be delayed by that rascal Chu Qiao. Huang, it's not what you think at this moment." Zhang Yuhuan abruptly released Chu Qiao's hand, his face flushed as he shouted loudly. Although Huang was still some distance away and muttering to herself, Zhang Yuhuan possessed acute senses, and having just broken through his cultivation, he was unable to conceal his emotions naturally. Thus, Huang's words reached his ears distinctly. Zhang Yuhuan initially intended to call out to Huang, but alas, despite her age, she was remarkably agile and soon vanished from sight. It was quite unexpected. Huang's health had improved significantly during this time. Chu Qiao scratched his head, gazing at the briskly departing Huang, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Once Zhang Yuhuan's flush subsided, he shot a glare at Chu Qiao in response to his remark. "Isn't that obvious? The blessings of merit rejuvenate the body. How could it not be well?" It's merely unfortunate that there are no cultivation methods available. Otherwise, all the villagers in the town could embark on the path of cultivation. Though their aptitude might not support a long journey, entry into the realm of cultivation was more than attainable, and the merit gained would not dissipate with their practice. Even in death, the presence of this merit could ensure they would reincarnate into a prosperous family. Should fortune favor them, they might even rise to become local deities. The power of merit is indeed formidable and wondrous. If the gentleman wishes to take a master, my father would likely not accept. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao's smile faltered. It was as he suspected. He was merely a mortal without the aptitude for cultivation. However, he hadn't anticipated that Zhang Yuhuan as father was also a formidable practitioner. It made sense. Had he lacked strength, Zhang Yuhuan and her sisters, with their beauty, would have been married off as tools for alliances to bolster status long ago. Moreover, it was impossible for Zhang Yuhuan to possess so many magical artifacts. After all, resources tend to be hoarded by the powerful, a law as old as time. In Chu Qiao's mind, the current Tang Dynasty and the world had become almost mythical, were it not for his plans already in motion, and his unwillingness to continue living as an ordinary person. He would have gladly abandoned all his schemes to return to the village and live a simple life as a teacher until old age. It would only be after he understood the foundations of these noble families that he would recommence his plans. However, I can impart some cultivation techniques to you. I possess the 9 transformations of the celestial dragon, the divine feather technique, and the heavenly thunder mantra. In the midst of Chu Qiao's astonishment, Zhang Yuhuan bashfully produced 9 books of cultivation methods from her robe. Please, do not mind, she explained, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. These are the only techniques I can teach at the moment. The others are too complex and cannot be shared without the permission of certain elders. In the intertwined fates of the primordial world, especially concerning a being of such caliber as Chu Qiao, a single misstep could lead to entanglement in karma. Some karmic debts, once accrued, could only be repaid with one's life. It was conceivable that everything Chu Qiao fought for in this life, all the merit and achievements, could be seized in an instant by a powerful being at the crucial moment. Zhang Yuhuan had witnessed many such instances. In this world, even the most noble individuals would readily resort to violence for the sake of merit. For example, the Jade Emperor, whenever merit descended, would see it divided among various factions. Yet, any heavy karmic actions would necessitate repayment by the heavenly court. Despite the Jade Emperor's seemingly glorious facade, he was merely a pawn under the guidance of a few great figures from the mystical sections. That is sufficient, as long as it allows for cultivation. Chu Qiao's gaze towards Zhang Yuhuan had entirely shifted. This was certainly beyond merely being a wealthy woman. In that instant, he realized that Zhang Yuhuan's father was likely a significant figure even within the entire realm of cultivation. Now, how to choose? I truly do not know. Miss Yuhuan, could you assist me in selecting a suitable technique? Chu Qiao had come to a clear understanding of his inadequate aptitude for cultivation. Thus, he decided to approach the matter from a different angle. Firstly, the cultivation method should ideally align with his innate abilities for the best results. Furthermore, he would require an abundance of cultivation resources and the guidance of a distinguished teacher. The latter two were not currently within his reach, so he could only focus on finding the right technique. He set a modest goal for himself, to achieve immortality. Finding a suitable technique for you is somewhat challenging. However, if you do not mind, you could initially practice the Xianyuan method. It is the foundational technique of the Xianmen school. While it may not be particularly advanced, its characteristics are solid and malleable, allowing you to easily transition to any other technique in the future without adverse effects. As she spoke, Zhang Yuhuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After a human sage successfully ascends to the fire cloud cave, nourished by their own merit, they awaken the unique innate Tao body of humanity. At that moment, the true potential of human sages would flourish remarkably. Moreover, whether sage or mortal, in the pursuit of their own paths, one could never become an immortal or accommodate various divine powers and divine statuses. Otherwise, the blessings associated with humanity would vanish, and acquiring merit would become as elusive as the mighty beings of the primordial age. Chapter 27. The accountability of Li Shimin. This explains the intense yearning for merit among the celestial beings in the heavenly realm. It also sheds light on why Zhang Yuhuan is so eager to accompany Chu Qiao. Following the sages of humanity undoubtedly grants one a modicum of merit and fortune derived from their numerous achievements. Moreover, whatever rewards Chu Qiao is entitled to will not diminish. And likewise, Yuhuan will not be deprived of her share. Thus, Chu Qiao is immensely grateful for Yuhuan's generous offerings. From now on, you need not call me sir, simply address me as Chu Qiao, she said, as she eagerly accepted a book handed to her by Zhang Yuhuan. A faint blush graced Yuhuan's cheeks as she softly nodded in agreement. All right, Chu Qiao. Oh dear, how quickly we have grown so familiar. Is it not a tad too swift, having only known each other for a few days? Sister Weaving Maiden has advised that girls should maintain a semblance of modesty. Chu Qiao, I shall take a look at the village entrance. Do take care not to tire yourself too much, Yuhuan said, smoothing out the slightly ruffled collar of Chu Qiao's garment before turning to leave. At that moment, Chu Qiao gazed up in bewilderment at Yuhuan's retreating figure, a flicker of puzzlement arising in her mind. What was this change? Was it merely a shift in address? Perplexed, she decided not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, in the grand court of the Tang Dynasty, the formidable Emperor Li Shimin sat regally upon the dragon throne, his slender eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. How outrageous! Since my ascension, I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of nurturing and rejuvenation. Yet there are still those who disregard my words and brazenly resort to human lives to forge spirit coins, jeopardizing the livelihoods of my subjects. Do they aspire to incite rebellion? Your Majesty, please quell your anger. We dare not. The ministers below hastily knelt, raising their voices in alarm. Among them, several elders exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion and trepidation. Dare not? Is there anything in this world of which you are afraid? Wei Zheng. Present the evidence for their inspection. Li Shimin's voice was ominously low, akin to a furious lion roaring in its wrath. Despite the emperor's visible rage, the ministers appeared unfazed. After imploring him to calm down, they resumed scrutinizing the documents in their hands. After all, each of them was a formidable figure, renowned throughout history, well aware that the emperor's anger merely demanded their acknowledgement of the situation. Understand this. This matter has captured my attention, and you must resolve it. Failure to do so renders your efforts futile. The ministers, recalling their recent conduct, felt a wave of curiosity rise within them. Who among them had the audacity to engage in such illicit activities? Since Emperor Yang of Sui's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo and the subsequent construction of the Grand Canal, the population had dwindled drastically. Following the tumultuous early Tang period, every individual had become exceedingly precious. To address this demographic crisis, Li Shimin and his court had exhausted their ingenuity. Little did they expect that some would dare to engage in such reckless behavior. The matter had been thrust into the limelight by the obstinate Wei Zheng, clearly treading on the precipice of disaster. Should the truth come to light, even those who were not the masterminds would face severe repercussions. Your Majesty, allow me, old Cheng, to handle this. I assure you I will unearth the culprit and raise their ancestral graves. Cheng Yaojin boasted, thumping his chest, his confidence resonating like crystal clashing. Behind him, the ominous silhouette of a colossal black-red bull materialized, radiating an aura of dread. Suddenly, the bull's eyes flared crimson, its presence reaching a fever pitch, as if an ancient beast had traversed the river of time. Cheng Zhijia, you old scoundrel, dare you act so recklessly before His Majesty? Quickly, withdraw your chaotic manifestation. A slender figure adorned in a purple cloud-patterned official robe reprimanded sharply. This is the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Do you intend to publicly execute a court official? I shall certainly report your blatant disregard for authority. Fang Qiao, you old rascal. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Cheng Yaojin shot a glare at Fang Xianling, promptly reining in his aura and kneeling before Li Shimin to plead for forgiveness. Li Shimin rolled his eyes, letting out a cold huff. He was well aware of Cheng Yaojin's temperament. Although he appeared brutish, his mind was as capricious as a woman's. This was clearly an attempt to temper his rage. Despite Wei Zheng and Appo's report containing various investigative results, they were largely superficial. If they were to act rashly at this juncture, it might alert the true orchestrators behind the scenes, making it difficult to unearth them later. This was precisely why Li Shimin had summoned his trusted ministers to the Hall of Supreme Harmony for a discreet discussion upon receiving the news. Had this matter unfolded publicly within half a day, it would have stirred chaos throughout Chang'an. Very well. I shall hold you accountable for your loss of decorum in the hall and impose a month's salary deduction upon you. Li Shimin refrained from further inquiries, instead turning his attention to the gathered ministers. Those present at this meeting were predominantly high-ranking officials of the 3rd grade or above. While each may harbor their own thoughts, most were not the type to be swayed by the immediate display of power. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is of grave significance and should not be hastily concluded. Furthermore, this information was relayed by Lord Wei Zheng, largely based on personal conjecture, We must conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the facts, said Long Sun Wujie. The current chancellor, after a moment of contemplation, Li Shimin nodded and continued, I have instructed the officials of Li Jingmen to conduct an investigation. However, what surprises me is that, right here in Chang'an, beneath the imperial gaze, we have indeed discovered individuals utilizing human lives to forge spirit coins. Chapter 28. Master Chu Qiao and the Dark Hand of Buddhism. Li Shimin, suppressing the fury within him, articulated a stark reality, causing the hearts of the ministers in the Taiji Hall to plummet. It was no wonder that today Li Shimin was in such a rage. Such events occurring within the city of Chang'an were utterly intolerable. This situation had developed right under his nose. And had it not been for a certain anonymous letter of denunciation, Li Shimin would have remained oblivious. This was tantamount to being urinated upon in his own face. Since the second year of the Jingguan era, when Sheli Kahan compelled Li Shimin to swear an oath by the Weishui River, a simmering anger had taken root in his heart. Now, with individuals brazenly engaging in such acts beneath the emperor's feet, it was a blatant provocation to the last vestiges of his reason. Fang Xianling, I entrust you with the investigation of matters surrounding Chang'an. Wei Zheng, you shall personally travel to Maishan County. I believe that to unravel the truth, we must trace it back to its source. Why is it that Maishan and this cold water town possess such precise information, especially concerning that individual known as One Ear? It is imperative that you ascertain with whom he has been associating closely over the past 6 months. I want him monitored covertly. I must know when he dines and when he relieves himself. Your servant shall obey. Fang Xueming and Wei Zheng both bowed deeply in response. Discussions on various governmental affairs resumed within the court. Let us address the locust plague this year. Your Majesty, I have a strategy. Meanwhile, in the village where Chu Qiao resided, and Huang pulled the village head aside. What are you doing dragging me into a room in broad daylight? Is there something that can and oppose be discussed outside? Can't you see I'm busy? Without my watchful eye, those river demons could harm the villagers. Enough, old man. Listen to me. What did you say? They have already. The village head's aged eyes nearly popped out at his wife's revelation, only to have Aunt Huang quickly cover his mouth with a hand and whisper urgently in his ear. Lower your voice. I'm merely discussing this with you. The village head struggled to pry his wife and Oppos, as hand away, gritting his teeth as he muttered, I knew that rascal would get into trouble sooner or later. He has never cared for etiquette and propriety. But that lady, isn't she from a prominent family? How could she let that boy act recklessly? Seeing the village head's agitation, Aunt Huang shot him an annoyed glance and replied, Have you forgotten that Lady Isn't exactly right in the head? Otherwise, how could she possibly take a liking to that rascal Chu Qiao? The most pressing matter isn't these trivialities. We need to figure out how to resolve this issue first. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to proceed without informing the Lady S family. But what if they oppose it? The village head scratched his head, at a loss for a solution. Finally, with a determined stomp of his foot, he declared, In that case, I will notify the old gentleman to take charge. Let them consummate their union first, if the Zhang family wishes to punish them afterward. We will devise a plan together. After downing a bowl of water, the village head stormed out, grumbling as he passed by Chu Qiao's house, letting out a huff of indignation. Humph, that scoundrel. Inside, Chu Qiao, who had been absorbed in her reading, looked up in confusion upon hearing the village head curse her. Anger surged within her. You old fool, are you out of your mind? Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace beneath the Zishui River, a grand feast was underway. The River King, Haijialong, sat at the side seat, while the main seat was unexpectedly occupied by a monk. Master Chu Qiao, please sample this. It is a local delicacy from our Zishui region. It possesses marvelous effects for cleansing the liver and brightening the eyes, promoting smooth circulation of vital energy, and alleviating fatigue. It is indeed a rare treasure. Master Chu Qiao, gaunt yet possessing remarkably large hands, consumed dish after dish without any visible sign of satiation. After a hearty meal, he dabbed his mouth and exchanged a knowing glance with Haijialong, who promptly gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. The shrimp maidens approached once more, presenting a pot of tea. Master, please try this. It is the Maishan black tea that I specially procured from Maishan County. It is said that only emperors of the mortal realm are privileged to enjoy it. Ah, this tea is indeed delightful, though it lacks certain ingredients. If only it could be enhanced with some rare spiritual fruits, its flavor would be unmatched. Moreover, if we could infuse it with various spices from the western regions, the aroma would be fully awakened. Master Chu Qiao took a delicate sip, articulating a plethora of spiritual fruit names with the precision of an encyclopedia. After savoring the taste, he finally swallowed. Huang listened intently, not daring to counter, and quickly responded with a smile. Indeed, Master Chu Qiao, your knowledge of tea is profound. I am but a humble being from this impoverished land. It pales in comparison to the opulence of the Dharma Enlightenment Temple. These delicacies are indeed a waste in your hands. Perhaps it would be best for him to accompany you, to be nurtured by the teachings of Buddhism. A shadow crossed Master Chu Qiao's face, revealing his displeasure. Huang noticed and felt a pang of regret. Master, I only managed to procure 3 pounds of tea. Please take it all. I hope you will graciously accept it. Master Chu Qiao's expression softened slightly as he brought his hands together in prayer. Amitabha, well said, well said. You, the benefactor, are indeed generous. In the future, great merit shall return to you. In March of next year, the Dharma Enlightenment Temple will hold a grand assembly. You may join us then. Huang forced a smile, accepting the invitation card handed over by Master Chu Qiao. Over the years, the influence of the Buddhist sect in the West had been steadily expanding, preparing to establish its presence in the Central Plains. The Dragon Clan had long been aware of this, anticipating that the next calamity would see the Buddhist sect rapidly grow in strength. Thus, they had chosen to remain patient during this period, although they had never been particularly assertive in the past. Huang could not help but ponder the purpose of Master Chu Qiao's visit to the Dragon Palace beneath the Zishui River. Chapter 29: The Oppressed Black Dragon Su Quan. Despite being merely a humble monk, held a prestigious position within the Buddhist community, recognized as a bodhisattva registered at Ling Mountain. Though he was just an ordinary little bodhisattva, in the less prosperous lands of the Tang Dynasty, he was considered a formidable figure, other than the leaders of the major Buddhist sects. Su Quan's rank was among the highest. As for his identity as a black dragon, it was said he was a celestial deity, a river dragon king. However, in this situation, the heavenly court would not risk offending the rapidly rising Buddhist sects over a minor dragon king. Without this backing, he was merely a larger mudfish. Amitabha, I have heard that recently, you have been inquiring about the heavenly princess's whereabouts? The black dragon, upon hearing this, was instantly alarmed. He was merely a small river dragon king. Although a celestial deity, he held an insignificantly low rank. Not to mention, he could never compare to even one of the princess's attendants. Oh, is that so? Su Quan smiled faintly and summoned a golden bowl that floated quietly before him. Within the bowl, ethereal images appeared, revealing the face of Zhang Yuhuan. Do you recognize this lady? She is the heavenly princess. The black dragon sprang to his feet, nearly overturning the entire cave. At that moment, he felt a primal urge to devour his ancestors out of desperation. He truly dared to act, even coveting the treasures of the heavenly princess. If he were to take action, not only would the heavenly court retaliate, but the dragon kings of the 4 seas would likely flay him alive. The last one to enjoy such a fate was the formidable deity Neza. Master, spare me. I have done nothing. Recently, a little demon reported to me, but I swiftly reprimanded her, asserting that such a beautiful lady could not possibly be a demoness. I simply sought to inquire about the princess to express my gratitude for her assistance in eliminating a threat to the heavenly court. The black dragon spoke with a hint of panic, eager to assure Su Quan of his innocence. As for the so-called mudfish, he readily cast it aside for the sake of preserving his own life. Who cares about the river god? Clearly, it is an impostor. Such a being deserves divine retribution. In that moment, the old dragon's thoughts were filled with contempt for the mudfish's entire lineage. Su Quan clasped his hands together, resonating with a powerful Buddhist chant that shook the very seas. There is no need for such alarm. I have not come to seek retribution. I am merely concerned for the safety of the princess and hope you can keep a watchful eye. Should any situation arise, please inform me immediately, as we must not allow her to fall into peril. Upon hearing this, the black dragon was nearly ready to unleash his frustration. Are you truly so benevolent? You Buddhists are notorious for your deceit. Your concern for the princess's safety is a guise to monitor Zhang Yuhuan, while avoiding any karmic entanglements. How unfortunate he was. First burdened with such a foolish subordinate, then attracting a calamity like this. Yet, with Su Quan personally visiting, he had no room to refuse. Damn that foolish black dragon. Noticing the black dragon's silence, Su Quan recognized the principle that one must feed the horse to make it run, so he spoke again. Rest assured, I have concocted a 3 treasures luminous relic pill. If you can ensure the princess's safety when the Buddhist assembly convenes next March, I will invite you to sample this elixir. Master, do not worry. This small matter will be taken care of. The black dragon perked up at these words, thumping his chest in affirmation. Seeing this, Su Quan smiled and said, Ba, well done. Meanwhile, in the village, Zhang Yuhuan hurriedly approached Chu Qiao's courtyard, asking, Chu Qiao, 3 pig demons have come, claiming they wish to assist. Will you accept them? Of course. We should welcome any demons willing to help. After all, these demons are strong. And the pig and bull demons possess great strength. Even the river demons can aid in clearing the mud from the waterways. Once these laborers are freed up, the remaining humans can engage in more skilled tasks. Setting aside her book, Chu Qiao rubbed her forehead, displaying a hint of distress. Zhang Yuhuan nodded in agreement, noticing Chu Qiao's troubled expression, and inquired, Is there something you do not understand? The essence of cultivation lies in subtlety and depth. The more formidable the cultivation technique, the more profound each word becomes. The closer a technique is to the source of the laws, the more meaning it contains. It is not that there is something I do not comprehend. Rather, it is all quite beyond my grasp. Chu Qiao sighed, genuinely admiring those predecessors who had traversed time. They could casually pick up a book and effortlessly cultivate, with some even improving upon the foundation laid before them and advancing through several realms in a single leap. Haha. Do you still wish to pursue the path of immortality? At that moment, Zhang Yuqiao jumped out from behind Zhang Yuhuan, mockingly addressing Chu Qiao. Zhang Yuhuan, seeing this, smacked Zhang Yuqiao lightly on the backside, scolding, How can you speak to a teacher like that? You have no manners. Oh, sister. Weren't you just calling him Chu Qiao? Why the sudden change to teacher? As Zhang Yuhuan raised her hand to strike again, Zhang Yuqiao leapt back, made a silly face, and tossed a miniature 8 trigrams mirror into Zhang Yuhuan's arms before vanishing. Here, I will not disturb your time with your teacher. Chu Qiao, please do not mind. Yu Qiao has simply been spoiled at home. It's nothing. Children can be mischievous. I do not take it to heart. Chapter 30. The Qiankuan Bagua mirror with a gentle smile. Chu Qiao shook her head, pondering how he hardly seemed the type to harbor petty grievances. At most, he might play a small prank during mealtime by placing Zhang Yuqiao's favorite dish next to Zhang Yuhuan, merely to tease her. It is good that you understand, Zhang Yuhuan remarked. This object is known as the Qiankuan Bagua mirror, possessing the ability to conceal celestial secrets in one's own aura, while also providing a measure of defense against critical strikes. Given the plethora of demons in the village, most of whom harbor no malicious intent, caution remains paramount. As she spoke, Zhang Yuhuan placed the Bagua mirror into Chu Qiao's hands. Upon hearing her words, Chu Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, she accepted the mirror, expressing her gratitude. This item will indeed be of great use to me, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Yuhuan. Currently, I possess nothing to return the favor, but should I come across something valuable in the future, I shall share it with you. As she spoke, Chu Qiao retrieved a crimson waste token from her pocket and placed it beside the Bagua mirror. The moment Zhang Yuhuan caught sight of the token, her cheeks flushed crimson. She recognized it as the jade token she had previously given to Chu Qiao, a personal keepsake. As Chu Qiao adorned herself with the Bagua mirror, a shimmering reflection emerged above her head, radiating ethereal light. Concurrently, 8 intricately designed golden patterns began to flicker, causing the aura column above her to gradually dissipate, leaving behind a swirling mass of yellow fortune that enveloped her head, shrouding various mysterious aspects of her being. A large pot, a scroll of energy, a curved plow, and other golden apparitions manifested, only to vanish into the mirror in the next instant. This should ensure that Chu Qiao navigates the initial phase safely. Zhang Yuhuan exhaled deeply. Once Chu Qiao embarks on the path of true sagehood, no one will be able to siphon her fortune or merits. The Bagua mirror entrusted to her will evolve into a spiritual treasure, absorbing merits as she progresses. Zhang Yuhuan observed the mirror's ethereal presence on Chu Qiao with a heavy sigh. The journey of a human sage is fraught with challenges, far from the smooth path one might envision. Should anyone discover Chu Qiao's existence before she truly walks the sage's path, they may attempt to obstruct her and seize a portion of her fortune. Even the most greedy might resort to grand sorcery to extinguish her true spirit, hoping to claim her fortune upon her eventual success. For example, the contract for the river excavation that Chu Qiao presided over was straightforward enough for any discerning eye to navigate. If someone were to ensnare Chu Qiao, they could easily claim the merits that followed. The more ruthless individuals might even conspire against her, potentially causing her merits to dissipate before she achieves her goals. However, once Chu Qiao attains true mastery, the burgeoning luck of humanity will be in full bloom, making it a precarious endeavor for even the sages to calculate the risks of plotting against her. Chu Qiao, remember, you must never remove the Bagua mirror. Otherwise, danger will surely follow, Zhang Yuhuan warned cautiously. At these words, Chu Qiao's expression turned serious, and she nodded earnestly. She understood that Zhang Yuhuan's status granted her insights beyond her own, and if she was being this cautious, it was wise for Chu Qiao to cherish her life. Rest assured, I shall keep the Bagua mirror together with the waist token. Even while bathing, I have never taken it off, she assured. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan's previously restored composure turned a shade of crimson. What are you saying? Please, let us not be so reckless. Seeing Zhang Yuhuan prepare to turn away in fluster, Chu Qiao realized she had inadvertently provoked her. With a resigned sigh, she contemplated the simplicity of ancient thought. Nevertheless, a smile crept onto her lips. For this brought her one step closer to proposing to the Zhang family in Nanyang. With this thought, Chu Qiao glanced at the curved plow, haphazardly covered with a straw mat in the corner. She pondered when the emissaries dispatched by Li Shimin would arrive. Clearly, she needed to hasten her preparations. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, within the opulent hall of the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow slightly. How peculiar! Where's my dressing mirror? Your Majesty. It seems the little princess took it not long ago. She mentioned you needed to touch up your makeup, replied a flustered maid. Observing the panicked demeanor of her attendants, a flicker of exasperation crossed the Queen Mother's gaze. That girl is always pilfering from me. Alas, it is merely a mirror. However, you must go reprimand her. They have been frolicking in the mortal realm for days. Tell them to return promptly. I require the peaches harvested before the Pantao gathering. Yes, Your Majesty. In a modest tavern in the mortal town, on the second floor of a simple establishment, a man clad in a black long robe, sporting 2 small mustaches, leaned against the window sipping wine. Suddenly, a man in white ascended the stairs, seemingly anticipated, and took a seat across from the black-clad man. After settling down, the man in white lifted his gaze to the man in black and inquired, "Might I share this table with you?" The black-clad man paused momentarily, then, glancing toward the empty adjacent table, a glimmer of intrigue crossed his eyes. After downing his cup of hot wine, he replied, "If you do not mind, feel free." "Ha ha. I am most grateful, kind sir. I am Bai Hanzhan. May I inquire your name?" Bai Hanzhan said, bowing slightly while discreetly scanning the black-clad man's aura. Chapter 31. The White-Clad Han Mountain. I am surnamed Wei, with a single character name, Chung. May I inquire why you seek me, my friend? The man in black, as it turns out, is none other than Wei Zhang, dispatched by Li Shimin to investigate the various pieces of information contained in a letter he had previously received concerning the Coldwater town. Observing Brother Bai's attire, it seems he is not from these parts. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wei Zhang's eyes as he cautiously probed. Unperturbed, Bai Hanzhan smiled gently, slowly unfurling his folding fan and responding, "Brother Wei, you possess keen insight. I am merely a wanderer passing through, enchanted by the peculiar harmony of humans and demons coexisting peacefully here, hence my brief stay. May I ask, from whence do you hail? And what brings you to this quaint town?" In the face of Wei Zhang's probing, Bai Hanzhan's response was nothing short of impeccable, even attempting to turn the tables on him. Instead of directly addressing Wei Zhang's inquiry, he posed a question regarding Wei Zhang's own purpose. To Wei Zhang's astonishment, he too felt a flicker of surprise upon hearing this. The notion that this small town could foster peaceful coexistence between humans and demons seemed utterly implausible. Even among the more brutish members of the court, most merely refined the blood of demons to enhance their own strength. Apart from a rare few who could subdue certain demon beasts through sheer force, he had never heard of any peaceful coexistence between humans and demons. The ability to coexist without conflict is already a testament to the strong stance of the Tang Dynasty, compounded by the gradual resurgence of human vitality, which has made demons wary of rash actions. The inherently unruly nature of demons would surely lead to trouble if they were to coexist for too long. Even the most devoted dog demons remain loyal only to their masters and pose a threat to others. Throughout the Tang Dynasty, despite the court and Oppo's deliberate suppression, thousands of incidents of demon attacks on humans still occurred annually. I have never heard of such a wonder. If it truly exists, I must see it for myself. However, I wonder if Brother Bai is aware that in this peculiar town, lives are being sacrificed to forge spirit coins? What? How could anyone dare commit such heinous acts? Trampling upon the sanctity of human life? It is utterly against the natural order. Yet it seems you also have matters to attend to, Brother Wei. I have perhaps overstayed my welcome, initially hoping for a more engaging conversation with you. I would not wish to disturb your thoughts. A flicker of surprise crossed by Han Shan's eyes, followed by a smile, as the two engaged in casual conversation. After a brief moment, Bai Hanzhan turned to leave once more. Wei Zheng, gazing through the window above, found himself momentarily entranced by the retreating figure of Bai Hanzhan, pondering deeply. Why had this individual sought him out? And what connection did he have to the events unfolding here? Furthermore, who had spread the rumors of peaceful coexistence between humans and demons? Wei Zheng shook his head, attempting to dispel the absurd thoughts swirling in his mind. While common folk may remain oblivious, as officials of the two courts, they were privy to certain truths unknown to the masses. Long ago, humans were mere prey for demons, but as humanity rapidly developed and demons waned, humans ultimately became the dominant force in this realm. Yet, despite this shift, enmity between the two races remained ingrained. How could they ever hope to coexist peacefully? Even in the heavenly realm, numerous factions clash, and the deities of humanity often look down upon those of the demons. Only a handful of beings in the celestial realm have managed to achieve coexistence. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps resonated from the corridor below. A guard, clad entirely in black, rushed up to Wei Zheng and reported, "My lord, as per your instructions, we have confirmed that the Zhang Yuhuan sect, led by a figure known as One Ear, indeed shows signs of using human lives to manufacture spirit coins. Their operations are exceedingly discreet, yet I have uncovered some suspicious details. Moreover, this involves a nearby village, which is rather peculiar. Speak plainly, what is so peculiar about this village? Indeed, there is an underground incense trade occurring there. Strangely, they show no signs of attempting to conceal their activities. Furthermore, their transactions occurred directly between the village and the demons." As he recounted this information, the guard's face was filled with disbelief. It was only when he personally visited the village of Little River that he witnessed the bizarre scene. Humans providing incense, hiring demons to assist in farming and water management, clearing waterways. Upon hearing this news, he was left utterly astounded. Surely, all this information did not come from the mouth of a white-clad man. Hearing this strange detail, Wei Zheng recalled the earlier words of the white-clad individual. What white-clad man? Just moments ago, my men were stationed below. No one entered the premises. This is impossible. It was clear that Wei Zheng, seemingly incredulous, slammed his hand on the table and rose suddenly, his expression shifting as realization struck him. Bai Hanzhan was not merely engaging in casual conversation. He was deliberately guiding him towards the village of Little River. Was he urging me to investigate? Or was there another motive at play? Ultimately, Wei Zheng accepted this reality, gradually resuming his seat and unconsciously drumming his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, continue investigating the Zhang Yuhuan sect's activities. I shall visit the village you mentioned. Yes, my lord. The guard bowed and departed from the tavern. Outside the cold water town, Bai Hanzhan, who had initially departed, reappeared. Gazing at the tavern where Wei Zheng resided, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, how intriguing. An official from the Thunder Department, coupled with the current resurgence of human vitality, certainly makes for an interesting scenario. Even the boorish men within the court predominantly resort to refining the essence of the demon race to augment their own strength. Aside from a rare few who possess remarkable physical prowess capable of subjugating certain beasts by sheer force, he has never heard of anyone coexisting peacefully with these creatures. The notion of harmonious coexistence, where both humans and demons maintain their own territories, reflects the firm stance of the Tang Dynasty, especially now as the human realm's fortunes gradually resurge, prompting the demon race to refrain from reckless actions. Such creatures, unworthy of cultivation, would inevitably breed calamity if cohabited with for too long. Even the most loyal dog demons remain faithful only to their masters, ready to attack others without hesitation. Despite the court's deliberate suppression, thousands of incidents involving injuries caused by demon beasts erupt annually across the Tang Dynasty. This is something he has never heard of. Should such a spectacle exist, it would surely warrant a closer examination. However, does Brother Bai know that in this peculiar town, there are individuals who are using lives to concoct spirit coins? What? Someone dares to commit such heinous acts, disregarding human life and the law, which is a profound violation of ethics. Yet, it seems Brother Wei may also be preoccupied with matters of his own. It appears I have been somewhat presumptuous. originally hoping to engage in a meaningful conversation with him, but I inadvertently disturbed his thoughts. A flicker of surprise crossed by Han Shan's eyes, followed by a smile as the two engaged in casual conversation. After a brief exchange, Han turned and left once more. Wei Zheng gazed absently through the window, watching Han Shan's retreating figure, unable to suppress a frown as he pondered. Why did this individual seek me out? And what connection does this have with the events transpiring here? Furthermore, who propagated the rumor of humans and demons living in harmony? Wei Zheng shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. Common folk might be unaware, but as officials of two courts, they are privy to certain truths hidden from ordinary mortals. Long ago, humans were but prey for the demon race, until the rapid rise of humanity led to the decline of demons, allowing humans to ascend as the protagonists of this realm. Yet, even so, an innate animosity persists between the two races. How could they coexist peacefully? Even in the heavenly realm, numerous factions vie for power, with celestial beings of the human race often looking down upon those of the demon race. Even among the few capable of coexistence in the heavens, they are exceedingly rare. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor below. A guard, cloaked entirely in black, hurriedly approached Wei Zheng and reported, "My lord, as per your instructions, we have indeed uncovered evidence that the Zhang Yuhuan sect, led by the one called Yi Heir, is involved in the crafting of spirit coins using human lives. Their operations are tightly secured, but I have managed to gather some suspicious details. This matter also involves a nearby village, which is particularly peculiar. Speak plainly. What is strange about this village?" Wei Zheng prompted. Indeed, this village is engaged in clandestine transactions for incense offerings. Yet it is perplexing that they show no signs of attempting to conceal their activities. Moreover, their transactions are conducted directly with the demon race. The guard expressed disbelief as he recounted the information, until he personally visited the village of Xiaohe. He could hardly fathom the bizarre scene he witnessed. Humans offering incense and hiring demons to assist with farming and irrigation, clearing waterways. Upon hearing this news, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Surely, all this information did not come from a man clad in white. Wei Zheng questioned, recalling the earlier white-clad figure. What white-clad man? Our brothers below are stationed at the entrance. No one has entered. It is impossible. Just moments ago, Wei Zheng stood abruptly, incredulous. But soon his expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. Han had not merely been engaging in casual conversation. He was deliberately attempting to lead him towards the village of Xiaohe. Was he trying to prompt me to investigate, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Ultimately, Wei Zheng accepted the reality, slowly resuming his seat and absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the tabletop. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved. Continue to investigate the Zhang Yuhuan sect's affairs. I shall visit the village you mentioned. Yes, my lord. The guard bowed and departed the tavern. Outside in the town of Cold Water, the previously departing Han reappeared, gazing at the tavern where Wei Zheng resided, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. How intriguing. A member of the Thunder Department, and now the human realm's fortunes are safeguarding him. Truly fascinating. My surname is Wei, and my given name is Chun. May I inquire why you seek me? The man in black was none other than Wei Zheng, dispatched by Li Shimin to investigate the various details outlined in a letter he had received. Brother Wei, judging by your attire, you do not appear to be a local. Han remarked, a glimmer of insight twinkling in his eyes. Your observation is keen. I am merely wandering this area, finding it exceedingly peculiar that humans and demons can coexist peacefully, hence my pause here. May I ask what brings you to this quaint town? In response to Wei Zheng's probing, Han deftly deflected the inquiry, maintaining an air of nonchalance while subtly attempting to turn the tables on Wei Zheng. To his surprise, Wei Zheng's expression mirrored his astonishment. Is it truly possible for humans and demons to coexist in this town? How can this be? Even the most boorish among the court merely refine demon essence to enhance their own power, aside from the rare few capable of physically subduing some beasts. I have never heard of such a harmonious existence. The conversation continued to unfold, revealing the intricate dynamics between humans and demons and the enigmatic occurrences within the town, leaving both men ensnared in a web of curiosity and intrigue. Han Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, followed by a smile, as he engaged in casual conversation with the other person. After a brief moment, he turned once again and departed. Wei Zheng gazed, somewhat dazed, through the window above, observing Han Shan's receding figure, unable to suppress a frown as he sank into deep contemplation. Why had this individual sought him out so suddenly? And what connection did this have to the recent events? Furthermore, the rumor about humans and demons coexisting, was it merely a fabrication? Or was there indeed some profound significance to it? Wei Zhang could not help but shake his head, dismissing the absurdity of such thoughts. Ordinary folk might be unaware. But as officials of two courts, he was privy to matters beyond the comprehension of common mortals. Long ago, humanity had been prey to the demon race. Until the rapid development and expansion of humankind, coupled with the decline of the demons, enabled humans to become the protagonists of this realm. Yet, even so, animosity still lingered between the two races. How could they possibly coexist in harmony? Even among the heavenly realm, numerous factions were embroiled in conflict, with the deities of humanity frequently looking down upon their demonic counterparts. In truth, only a handful managed to achieve coexistence in the celestial domain. Suddenly, a heavy tread echoed once more from the corridor below. A guard, cloaked entirely in black, hurriedly ascended, approaching Wei Zhang to report. "My lord, according to your instructions, we have confirmed that the Xian Yuan sect, led by a figure known as Yi, indeed shows signs of using human lives to forge spirit coins. Their operations are exceedingly clandestine, yet I have discerned some suspicious details. Moreover, there is a village nearby involved in incense trading, and this village is rather peculiar. Speak plainly, what is so strange about this village?" "Reporting to you, my lord, this village does engage in clandestine incense transactions, but curiously, they exhibit no signs of attempting to conceal their activities. Furthermore, their dealings are conducted directly with the demon race." The guard's face bore disbelief as he recounted the information. It was not until he visited Zayaki village that he witnessed the astonishing scene firsthand. Humans provided incense, hiring demons to assist with agriculture and waterworks, clearing waterways. Upon receiving this news, he had been utterly astonished. "Surely, you did not glean all this information from a man clad in white?" Upon hearing this peculiar detail, Wei Zhang recalled the earlier words of the white-clad man. "What white-clad man?" "Just below. My men were stationed. No one entered. This entire tavern is under our control." "How could this be possible? Just a moment ago." Wei Zhang appeared incredulous, abruptly slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet, his expression shifting in realization. He understood instantly that Bai Han's Han had not merely engaged him in idle chatter, but had deliberately sought to lead him towards Zayaki village. Was he to investigate, or was there another motive? Ultimately, Wei Zhang accepted this revelation, slowly resuming his seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to command, "Continue to investigate the Xian Yuan sect's affairs. I shall visit the village you mentioned." "Yes, my lord." The guard bowed and departed from the tavern. Outside Coldwater Town, Bai Han's Han, who had seemingly already departed, reappeared, casting a glance at the tavern where Wei Zhang resided, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, how intriguing. An employee of the Thunder Department, and now the human realm's aura of fortune protecting him. This is indeed quite fascinating. At the entrance of Zayaki village, the seventh princess, Zhang Yuhuan, cracked the whip in her hand, the sound sharp and resonant. She had shed her usual playful demeanor, now exuding a fierce authority as she scolded, "Silence. All workers, gather at the thatched hut immediately. Someone will come to explain the rules for finding work in Zayaki village. If you wish to continue working here, you must register with the token that will be distributed shortly. Should you lose it, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Do you hear me? If anyone speaks again, get out. There are plenty of demons willing to work." Ha ha ha. Xiaoqi, it seems you are adapting quite well. Chapter 32. Benevolent Radiance. The awakening of the cow demon. Chu Qiao gazed at the now fiercely spirited, unable to suppress her laughter. Upon hearing the laughter that seemed to mock her, Zhang Yuhuan abruptly turned around, glaring at Chu Qiao with a fierce expression and biting her teeth as she retorted, "How dare you laugh? Why don't you come and try it? I am on the verge of tears from dealing with these dim-witted demons, each one more foolish than the last. And I can't fathom how they even became demons in the first place. If you continue to spout your sarcastic remarks, I might just quit." Zhang Yuhuan's sharp words made Chu Qiao chuckle awkwardly. What can I say? There are only so many capable individuals in the entire village. Aside from a few elderly and infirm, as well as some underage children, the only ones with any education are Zhang Yuhuan and her sisters. Moreover, if it weren't for these demons bringing their own supplies and only requiring a few strands of incense, I wouldn't have been able to expand to such a vast scale. And believe me, I've considered inviting a few scholars from the neighboring village for assistance. However, as soon as those scholars hear they would have to interact with various demons, they either sprain a foot, break a hand, or even claim that their mother pig has given birth to 18 litters. Despite offering exceptionally generous conditions, I have yet to find anyone useful. Is anyone there? I heard you were hiring. I am by Hans Han, may I apply? Outside Xia village, the long-absent by Hans Han paused to observe. He noticed that at every corner of the village, a turtle-shaped demon was guiding the water in the ditches, continuously developing new irrigation channels. Dozens of river demons were tirelessly excavating silt from the riverbed, using their magical powers to load it onto carts pulled by cow demons, which were then weighed and transported into the fields. The fields themselves had already seen several acres of seedlings planted, presenting a lush and vibrant scene. In another barren field, several pig demons and cow demons had taken their true forms, vigorously pulling a type of plow he had never seen before. How could this be accomplished? Merely relying on a few strands of incense would hardly suffice to control so many demons. Bai Hanshan's gaze flickered as he turned to the other side, a glimmer of contemplation and hope in his eyes. Before him lay rows of neatly arranged offering tables and incense altars. Bai Hanshan's keen eyes quickly discerned that these tables had been steeped in incense for a long time. Even in Chang'an, they could fetch hundreds of taels. At that moment, a cow demon was standing obediently before the altar, while behind it, the fifth princess of heaven, Zhang Yuhuan, impatiently extended her hand toward the cow demon, her tone notably flat. Present your token. Unfazed by Zhang Yuhuan's apparent impatience, the cow demon simply smiled sincerely and retrieved a token from its possession. After Zhang Yuhuan took the wooden token and glanced at the numbers inscribed upon it, she began sifting through several books beside her. In a matter of moments, she accurately found the corresponding information. Number 88, Haodalan. Total cultivated land is 87 acres, requesting 20, remaining 12 in account. Am I correct? Zhang Yuhuan lifted her head, a hint of impatience in her demeanor, as Haodalan quickly nodded, responding in a deep voice. What the fairy said is indeed correct. Very well. How much do you wish to withdraw? Apologies for the trouble, but this time I intend to take it all. All right, please sign here. Haodalan is withdrawing 12 strands of incense. Did you hear that? No need to shout. We are not here for leisure, yet you insist on such matters. How tiresome. In contrast to Zhang Yuhuan, who had long grown accustomed to being exploited by unscrupulous employers, the other celestial maidens sat bewildered on their stools. Their once meticulously styled hair now a chaotic mess. Quickly gather 12 people from over there. Upon hearing Zhang Yuhuan's call, 12 villagers who had been laboring in the fields promptly set down their tools and jogged toward her. As they approached, it became evident that they were all robust men, their complexions vibrant and healthy. Even in their simple cloth garments, they bore no resemblance to the typical farmers of this era. The 12 men swiftly surrounded the incense altar, each skillfully retrieving a stick of incense. They then pressed their handprints onto the contract that Zhang Yuhuan had prepared. Haodalan stepped forward as well, leaving a mud print with his claw atop the document. Turning around, the cow demon called softly to a nearby calf, which eagerly trotted over to the incense altar. Zhang Yuhuan, with a notable lack of enthusiasm, picked up a nearby brush and marked a check beside the calf's name. After Zhang Yuhuan processed the contract, she announced, "The contract has been signed by both parties." Following her declaration, the 12 villagers lit their incense, bowing deeply toward the calf. In an instant, 12 strands of pure white incense energy surged upward, with 2 of the energies even emanating strands of golden light. The calf, sensing the incense energy, let out an excited low, swiftly absorbing both colors of incense into its being. Within moments, the calf's aura dramatically shifted, and a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in its once naive eyes. In the next heartbeat, its presence surged, and thus, amidst the witness of both humans and demons, a cow demon was born. With a newly transformed cow demon greeted Haodalan warmly. Haodalan's eyes glistened with emotion. "My dear brother, you have finally awakened your intelligence." In the past, villagers might have felt fear at the transformation of a demon beast, but now they were accustomed to such occurrences. After all, the incense had already been offered. Their duties concluded, they returned to their fields to continue their labor. Enough, enough. You have completed your task. Now move aside. There are still many demons waiting behind. Zhang Yuhuan waved her hand impatiently. Meanwhile, Bai Hans Han, positioned outside the village, was enveloped in profound astonishment, his eyes reflecting a unique brilliance. Chapter 33. The mysterious Bai Hans Han. In terms of rewards, Brother Chu may simply observe my presence. I, Bai, merely wish to linger here for a brief, while to enrich my own knowledge. After all, the phenomena occurring in this world are indeed unprecedented. However, I possess some understanding of the 6 arts that scholars excel in. I have dabbled in formations, alchemy, and various other fields. Thus I can be considered somewhat knowledgeable in many areas. Chu Qiao gazed at Bai Han with a look of astonishment, and her doubts dissipated significantly in an instant. Initially, Bai Han's abrupt visit had made her wary of his intentions, but it appeared that the village had dwindled to the point of containing merely a handful of individuals, leaving little of value for anyone to scheme over. After all, he had yet to unveil his inventions, and it was improbable that anyone could foresee the extent of Chu Qiao's potential. It seems this individual is genuinely here solely to enhance his knowledge. Unbeknownst to her, as she scrutinized him, Bai Han subtly directed his gaze toward the top of Chu Qiao's head, observing the swirling aura of a deep yellow and an almost imperceptible magical artifact. The ethereal image of the Bagua mirror quietly shifted. Bai Han pondered within himself, it is astonishing that the presence of a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, the Bagua mirror, obscures my ability to discern her true fortune. Nevertheless, her physical form is pure and untainted, clearly devoid of any karma or afflictions. It is peculiar, however, that her cultivation speed is significantly slower than others. It must be that her fate has been intentionally suppressed, and only when she accomplishes her merits and ascends to the fire cloud cave will the constraints on her talents be fully lifted. As Bai Han contemplated inwardly, his gaze discreetly swept over the faces of the contented demon clan members, his fingers unconsciously tapping the paper fan in his hand, inscribing runes in secret. This daughter of the Jade Emperor is indeed rather naive. Relying solely on a Bagua mirror is insufficient. Even a perceptive golden immortal would discern the discrepancies. Alas, I shall compensate for this oversight. The demon clan has finally found a promising avenue, and I cannot allow it to be thwarted by others. A faint talisman flickered in Bai Han's hand, vanishing into Chu Qiao's body unnoticed by her or the others. Meanwhile, Bai Han cast a glance towards the western heavens, his expression fluctuating with hints of frustration and agitation. How infuriating that the Buddhist sect wishes to flourish at the expense of my demon clan. Brother Bai, are you satisfied with this dwelling? The village lacks sufficient amenities, and I hope you will not take offense. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, Chu Qiao said as she led Bai Han to the outside of a mud house. Along the way, Bai Han's attention was captivated by the newly constructed houses. He had never encountered such orderly and uniform structures before. Each household bore similar sizes and layouts. Although modest in area, they were furnished with essential items like beds, tables, chairs, and basic living tools. If you need towels, Brother Bai, you may fetch a set from the storeroom. That will not be necessary. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Chu. I am familiar with some spatial techniques. I can carry my belongings with me, Bai Han replied, subtly waving his sleeve, which elicited a glimmer of envy in Chu Qiao's eyes. She respectfully bowed her head and said, I admire your skills. Yet, she could not help but think, you truly know everything. Even Zhang Yuhuan might not grasp such spatial spells. After a brief exchange, Chu Qiao departed from Bai Han. Observing the clean, spacious room before him, Bai Han's eyes sparkled with interest. After meticulously examining the room's structure, he waved his hand, and a stream of spiritual light danced from his sleeve, instantly filling the room with an array of furniture. Meanwhile, Chu Qiao found Zhang Yuhuan once more and excitedly shared her news. Yuhuan, did you know? This afternoon, someone came to my place seeking employment, and he immediately saw through my cultivation technique, offering me some guidance. Under his instruction, the quality of my magical power has improved by half. Although it has somewhat slowed my cultivation speed, it still represents nearly a 50% enhancement compared to before. Zhang Yuhuan's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. How is that possible? The method I taught you is. What is it? Isn't the Xian Yuan Gong a rather ordinary technique? Chu Qiao was perplexed by Zhang Yuhuan's reaction. Surely, making slight modifications to a common technique should be within the grasp of someone with a bit of skill. However, Zhang Yuhuan fell silent, discreetly placing a hand on Chu Qiao's shoulder and slowly closing his eyes to sense further. It truly has refined the magical power to over double its purity. At that moment, Zhang Yuhuan's mind was in turmoil. How could this be? The Xian Yuan Gong that Chu Qiao practiced had cost him dearly to extract from the disciple of the Supreme Old Lord. Unless this person understood the Tao of the Xianmen better than the Supreme Old Lord himself, which seemed implausible considering the Old Lord's status as the three-corpse incarnation of the Supreme Sage. Why be so surprised? Brother Bai's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Even within the vast realm of Jianghu, he may very well be the kind capable of establishing his own sect. I've invited him to dinner at my home tonight. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to share. I can help you consult him, Chu Qiao said, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride. While she perceived Bai Hanshan's intentions as mostly benign, Chu Qiao resolved not to overlook the opportunity presented by this top-tier powerhouse. To have such an individual at her disposal was a chance that should not be wasted. As for any debts of gratitude, she could always bring Bai Hanshan along for further studies later, ensuring he received recognition and rewards alongside her from the Tang Dynasty. Surely, even Bai Hanshan could not wield enough power to rival an entire dynasty. As for inquiries about cultivation techniques, I indeed have a few. Zhang Yuhuan's eyes glimmered with determination, a desire to test Bai Hanshan's capabilities surging within him. He quickly approached Chu Qiao, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Chapter 34. The unveiling of the curved plow. The Tao can be both Buddha and demon. Non-action can also lead to. All right, I understand. Chu Qiao pondered briefly in her heart. Since she did not comprehend fully, she did not press the matter further. At this moment, Bai Hanshan, who had been tidying up in the room, slightly raised his head, a faint smile curling on his lips. Truly, she is the illustrious princess of the heavenly realm. Who would have thought she could conceive a synthesis of the three divergent philosophies of Taoism, Buddhism, and demonology, and it even sounds somewhat reasonable. She possesses quite the talent. As Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan drew closer, their heads almost touching, a sudden flash of purple appeared in the courtyard, swiftly making its way to the door. Chu Qiao, the people you told me to watch, I've discovered. Zhang Yujiao exclaimed, hurriedly placing her hands before her face. Chu Qiao fell silent at this sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuhuan, clearly agitated, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, your fingers are spread so wide they could rival the Milky Way. What are you even blocking for? Oh, that is different. My shielding signifies I wish to preserve your good fortune, dear sister. Besides, I was just a bit hasty. It wasn't intentional. Zhang Yujiao innocently poked her fingers, her tone laced with grievance. This statement nearly sent Zhang Yuhuan into a fury. Sensing the rising tension, Zhang Yujiao hastily sought refuge beside Chu Qiao. She is going to hit me. Chu Qiao, quickly stop my sister. If I get beaten to death, who will gather news for you in the future? All right, Yuhuan, let her finish speaking. Chu Qiao interjected. You're saying you've discovered the people I asked you to keep an eye on? You better not be deceiving me. Deceive you? I've paid a hefty price for this. I've enlisted the land deities from several nearby villages to keep watch for you. Recently, there have been inquiries regarding a person named Heir and several prominent families in the town. The land deities noticed this, and the guards have been trailing them. Moreover, the land deities overheard a name, something like Wei. Just an old, rigid fellow. Wei? Is that person named Wei Xuanqing? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of doubt crossed Chu Qiao's eyes, for Zhang Yujiao could not possibly be unaware of such a high-ranking official like Wei Zheng. Yet, Chu Qiao quickly realized that Wei Zheng must have been dispatched covertly by Emperor Taizong of Tang, naturally opting for a pseudonym to avoid alarming the target. It was surprising that Li Shimin had sent the historically renowned Wei Dutai. But then again, it made sense. Li Shimin had only recently ascended the throne, and Wei Zheng's position was not particularly elevated. In contrast, upon hearing Chu Qiao's murmured words, Zhang Yujiao's eyes widened, radiating a glimmer of anger. What? You mean that Wei is actually Wei Zheng? Seeing Zhang Yujiao's furious expression, Chu Qiao curiously inquired, what's wrong? Do you know Wei Zheng? Zhang Yuhuan promptly nodded, her teeth clenched as she replied, not only do I know him, but we have a significant grudge. Since you know Wei Zheng, how could you not know his courtesy name, Xuanqing? Surely you're not unaware he is one? Zhang Yuhuan gazed at Chu Qiao, who appeared oblivious. And the mischievous glint in Zhang Yuhuan's eyes intensified. How could the illustrious seventh miss of the Zhang family lack such basic knowledge? Oh dear sister, look at him bullying me. Zhang Yujiu swiftly sidled up to Zhang Yuhuan, wrapping an arm around her and pouting. Their enmity with Wei Zheng had originated in the heavenly realm. How could they possibly know his courtesy name in the mortal world? Zhang Yuhuan rubbed her temples, exasperated. How did you two end up together? Why do you enjoy bickering so much? Upon hearing Zhang Yuhuan's remark, Chu Qiao suppressed her playful spirit and cleared her throat before addressing them. All right, enough of this. I won't hold it against you any longer. Today, I shall reveal to you a great treasure. Noticing Chu Qiao change the subject, Zhang Yuhuan shook her head in resignation, while Zhang Yujiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they followed Chu Qiao's movements. when Chu Qiao reached the corner of the room and lifted a tattered straw mat. A golden light, invisible to the naked eye, surged forth, sweeping across the entire village. With a crack, Han, who had been adjusting his appearance, suddenly halted, and the mirror in his hand clattered to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound. Yet it was not merely the mirror's fall that astonished Han. After all, this object was conjured through his magic and was not particularly robust. It could easily break if dropped. What truly left him astounded was the golden light emitted when Chu Qiao unveiled the straw mat. A sacred artifact of merit. This was undoubtedly a first appearance. An item of immense importance to the development of humanity, capable of receiving the blessings of both celestial and earthly beings, thus transforming into a sacred artifact of merit. Just the thought that such a priceless artifact lay carelessly in an inconspicuous corner of Chu Qiao's home was almost beyond belief. A sacred artifact of merit, carelessly placed on the ground and merely covered with a tattered mat, was a gross misallocation of resources. Your family possesses a sacred artifact of merit, Zhang Yuhuan exclaimed in disbelief, while Chu Qiao blinked in confusion. What sacred artifact of merit? Nothing. Perhaps my younger sister just mistook it for something else, as it is her first time seeing such a thing. By the way, Chu Qiao, what is this? Zhang Yuhuan swiftly diverted the conversation, and Chu Qiao did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she glanced at Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yuhuan before introducing. This item is something I developed a few years back, called the curved plow. Initially, I had no intention of revealing it, but since Wei Zheng has arrived, it is time for it to make its debut. As if sensing Chu Qiao's intention, the golden light emanating from the curved plow became more vibrant. Just as Wei Zheng, who had just approached the village, was preparing to observe closely, he suddenly clutched his chest, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked towards the center of the village. What this guidance portended, he could not discern. Was it fortune or misfortune? Chapter 35. The mighty function of the curved plow. What is it, Xiaoqi? Why are you staring at my head? Chu Qiao tossed aside the straw mat and was about to call someone to drag the curved plow outside when she noticed Zhang Yuhuan's gaze fixed intently on her head. Startled by Chu Qiao's call, Zhang Yuhuan snapped back to reality and, filled with curiosity, asked, Chu Qiao, how did you come to possess such remarkable treasures in your head? Though innocent, Zhang Yuhuan, being a princess of the heavenly court, was not devoid of knowledge due to her surroundings. How precious are the sacred vessels of merit! Even within the human realm's fire cloud cave, there were only a little over 100 such vessels. Moreover, many of these had faded over time and with changing tools, becoming mere ceremonial objects that bore witness to the history of human development. When a tool beneficial to humanity no longer adapts to its evolution, the fortune associated with it gradually dissipates, leaving only the merit behind, transforming it into a spiritual treasure of merit. This distinction between spiritual treasures of merit and sacred vessels of merit is significant. Sacred vessels of merit continuously gather merit and fortune as long as they are in use by humanity. Not only do these vessels grow in strength, but even their wielders are imbued with the essence of merit. In contrast, spiritual treasures of merit require their owners to refine them with merit to enhance their power. Currently, among the few sisters present, Chu Qiao had already encountered 3 sacred vessels of merit. Such a number is scarcely matched by anyone outside the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the Fire Cloud Cave, as well as a select few exalted sages of the heavenly Tao. I have plenty of treasures in my head, Chu Qiao replied with a faint smile, dismissing the matter lightly as she picked up the curved plow and strode outside. Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yuhuan quickly surrounded her. Chu Qiao, why did you only bring out such a marvelous treasure now? Are you foolish? An innocent man is not guilty, but possessing treasures can lead to trouble. Do you understand? Do you think I don't understand? I know much more than you think. The 3 continued their banter as they reached the bustling fields outside the village. As soon as Chu Qiao set down the curved plow, a figure in white approached leisurely from a distance. Brother Bai, have you finished tidying up? Just some trivial matters. May I ask who this is? Bai Han, of course, would not disclose that he had come specifically for the object in Chu Qiao's hands. After casting a curious glance at the item she held, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Observing this, Zhang Yuhuan paused slightly, positioning herself between Bai Han and Chu Qiao. Miss Yuhuan, may I inquire about your esteemed teacher? Perhaps sensing the wariness in Zhang Yuhuan's gaze, Bai Han merely smiled and reopened his paper fan. He was well aware of the underlying tension in Zhang Yuhuan's demeanor. However, the demon race was currently viewed as a scourge of the world, a single human sage could not save them. Yet, if he could successfully protect a human sage on the path to enlightenment, he would not only gain immense merit but also earn the favor of the three sovereigns of Fire Cloud Cave. Moreover, he recognized that Chu Qiao was no ordinary human sage. Whether it was the previous merit contract or the curved plow she now presented, combined with her youth, her future status, even after ascending to the Fire Cloud Cave, would undoubtedly be significant. Thus, Bai Hanzhan had no intention of harming Chu Qiao. Rather, he would strive to protect her. The friendship of a future top-tier human power and the goodwill of countless human sages behind her could not be compared to a mere couple of sacred vessels of merit. More importantly, he perceived no malice toward the demon race in this human sage's demeanor. In her eyes, the demon race seemed akin to other creatures. If human animosity toward demons diminished, life for the demon race would improve considerably. Miss Yuhuan, you need not worry. If I truly wished to act against him, you would not be able to stop me. Not even your father could intervene. Bai Hanzhan maintained a smile. Yet beneath that calm exterior lay a confidence and an imposing presence that startled Zhang Yuhuan. The aura he radiated was reminiscent of the most ancient and fearsome beasts of the primordial world, and even the renowned judicial deity Neza would appear as a mere child before him. Ha ha ha, Brother Bai, why bother quarreling with a lady? Come, let me properly introduce you. Even if you travel the world, you may never encounter what I possess. Sensing the situation was becoming precarious, Chu Qiao hurriedly intervened to break the tension between the two. She understood very clearly that the aura Bai Hanzhan had displayed just moments ago was indicative of a top-tier power in this world. Such a being would have no interest in the trifle she held. After all, the primary function of the curved plow was to enhance the overall food production for humanity, and its significance for an individual was relatively minor. As for official positions, Chu Qiao believed Bai Hanzhan would hardly covet them. With his strength, he could easily achieve any rank he desired. Completely unaware of the vast implications of the item she possessed, Chu Qiao unabashedly elaborated, Brother Bai, as you travel the world, you surely understand the challenges ordinary people face in farming. Ultimately, it boils down to the farming tools being overly laborious, often requiring 2 oxen to operate, and the depth of plowing and sowing is insufficient. Thus, I made some improvements based on traditional tools. This curved plow is not only lighter and more convenient than ordinary implements but also digs deeper. Most importantly, it requires much less effort to operate. Even a slightly stronger person or a single ox can handle it. Oh, such a treasure. I am fortunate indeed to witness it today, Bai Hanzhan responded, his eyes gleaming with interest. Chapter 36. A small shock for Wei Zheng. His understanding of the human race surpassed that of many humans themselves. He was not one of those antiquated relics. He had conducted extensive research on this wondrous species. The fundamental aspects of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, were indeed the most effective pathways to garner merit for humanity. Consider the Earth sovereign among the 3 sovereigns of the Fire Cloud Cave, Shen Nong, whose extraordinary contributions in agriculture and herbal medicine earned him immense merit, enabling his ascension to the Fire Cloud Cave. Thus, it is evident that the yield of crops holds critical significance and status for the development of humanity. Ha ha ha, stop dawdling. Big Bull, go fetch the cattle. It is just the right time for us to conduct an experiment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding demon clan members erupted into a frenzy. One by one, the little demons stood up, their expressions brimming with excitement. Me. Sir, look at me. You can go aside. The sir clearly wants cattle. Humph. What is so great about cattle? We, the sheep clan, are far more docile. Not far from the outskirts of Xiaohe village, Wei Zheng, accompanied by 2 guards, gazed quietly ahead. The guards were already tense, their hands poised on their sword hilts, ready to draw at the slightest sign of danger. Wei Zheng observed the lively scene in the village, curiosity and vigilance flickering in his eyes. Could humans and demons coexist peacefully? It is indeed a magical place, yet one wonders whether the orchestrator of this harmony is a sage or a devil. My lord, this place is perilous. We should return promptly to report to the Emperor and request the dispatch of an army for investigation and suppression. One of the guards, noticing Wei Zheng's inclination to advance, hastily intervened. As royal guards, they were solely at the service of the reigning emperor, and given the potentially far-reaching implications of the situation, they had been specifically assigned to protect Wei Zheng. Their prowess was not to be underestimated. They could easily dispatch the little demons in the village within an hour, and they were even capable of contending with those demon warriors who had entered the realm of immortality. However, given the multitude of demons present, They were unaware of what formidable beasts might lurk in the shadows, thus refraining from recklessly engaging. If anything were to happen to me, the Emperor would undoubtedly hold you accountable, Wei Zheng reassured them, his expression confident. This statement calmed their nerves. With the imperial seal of appointment in his possession, he could withstand even the mightiest of demon kings without fear of harm. The seal, bestowed by the Emperor, was imbued with the essence of humanity and true dragon energy. Moreover, as the Tang Dynasty thrived, even ordinary celestial beings would find it challenging to confront him. Thus, Wei Zheng and his 2 guards merged into the crowd, where they beheld a robust yellow calf diligently dragging a plow-like apparatus. A person was firmly grasping the plow's handle, and together with the bull demon and the elder, they progressed steadily through the fields. Are they plowing? Wei Zheng was momentarily taken aback by the scene, quickly moving closer to observe the furrows left by the curved plow. He dug his fingers into the moist soil on either side of the furrow. It penetrated at least 3 inches into the earth, yet it saved the strength of an entire ox. However, he pondered how much effort the demon beast expended while plowing. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wei Zheng's eyes. Though he held a prominent position in the court, he did not hail from a distinguished lineage, and his humble beginnings had endowed him with a profound understanding of agricultural practices. Merely observing for a moment, he grasped the advantages and characteristics of the curved plow. Nevertheless, having never personally wielded one, he found himself grappling with uncertainties. Ha ha ha, Brother Wei, did you not claim you would not come here? Just as Wei Zheng was lost in thought, a familiar, hearty laughter rang out. He looked up to see Bai Han's Han, elegantly standing atop a ridge, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he regarded Wei Zheng. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter Brother Bai in this village. Wei Zheng fabricated an excuse, continuing to probe into Bai Hanshan's identity. After all, even during his years in the celestial realm, he had rarely encountered anyone like Bai Han's Han, who could so authentically embody a return to simplicity. Thus, Wei Zheng's curiosity about Bai Han's true nature was piqued. Ah, I merely heard some villagers discussing matters in the town. I wonder what Brother Wei thinks of this place. Bai Han's Han replied with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Wei Zheng's probing, instead gesturing toward the diligent bull demon plowing ahead. Wei Zheng straightened his posture, sweeping his gaze across the villagers and demon beasts, his thoughts swirling as he pondered Bai Hanshan's intent. Was he testing his views on the demon race or his thoughts about this locality? Ha ha ha, Brother Bai overestimates me. As a newcomer, I should refrain from making hasty judgments. Ha ha ha, Brother Wei is indeed prudent. A glimmer of approval flickered in Bai Hanshan's eyes as he closed his fan, tapping it lightly against his palm, silently affirming Wei Zheng's response. Regardless, this answer was sufficiently reasonable, validating his decision to guide Chu Qiao here. If Brother Wei wishes to learn more, I would be delighted to make an introduction. Brother Bai, you are truly impressive. In that case, I shall graciously accept your offer. Subsequently, Wei Zheng followed Bai Hanshan's lead to where Chu Qiao stood. Brother Chu, this is Brother Wei, a high-ranking official from Chang'an. Having heard of your remarkable achievements, he has come specifically to seek you out. Should you possess any talents, do not hesitate to reveal them. Upon hearing Bai Han's Han disclose his identity, Wei Zheng's expression shifted abruptly. He had come at the behest of the Tang Emperor, under the guise of secrecy. Thus, aside from a few ministers in the court, others believed he was recuperating at home. Chapter 37. The limitations of the curved plow. Yet Bai Han's Han was able to instantly discern his identity, proving to be quite remarkable. It seems that their earlier encounter at the tavern was no mere coincidence. No wonder the guards under him had stated they had stood watch at the tavern entrance the entire time without ever seeing this individual. In response to Wei Zheng's gaze, Bai Han's Han returned a gentle smile, exhibiting an unusual forthrightness. He chose to conceal his identity merely to avoid drawing attention from certain individuals. However, this did not imply that he needed to act timidly. If the sages of humanity seek enlightenment, then the human dynasty is an unavoidable obstacle. If he could gain the support of the human dynasty, it would undoubtedly enhance the process manifold. Greetings, Lord Wei. Chu Qiao had not anticipated that shortly after learning of Wei Zheng's arrival in Coldwater Town, he would directly visit Xiaohe village. With Bai Hanshan's introduction, she promptly bowed and began to present the village leader. This is our village chief, Huang Dian. Commoner Huang Dian, I have met Lord Wei. As he spoke, his demeanor grew somewhat flustered, preparing to kneel before Wei Zheng. However, Wei Zheng quickly stepped forward to support the village chief, saying, there is no need for such formalities. Village Chief Huang, This time, I am not in official attire, so I am not a court official. Your excessive courtesy truly overwhelms me. After taking note of the village chief's form, Wei Zheng looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see the plow apparatus had unexpectedly turned around, filling him with joy. He had not anticipated that this item could pivot in place. Would you be so kind as to provide me with a brief introduction? If possible. I would also like to personally conduct an experiment. At this moment, the village chief pulled Chu Qiao to his side and explained, Lord Wei wishes to listen. I shall speak candidly. However, this item was not crafted by me, but by the villager Chu Qiao. If you wish to learn more, it would be best to ask him directly. Seeing this, Wei Zheng's eyes glimmered with appreciation as he nodded. He recognized the village chief's humility and noted that the villagers did not regard him with disdain, indicating that the village chief was indeed a competent leader. Chu Qiao, without hesitation, gave a swift pat to Dainou's rear, urging him to step aside. As they engaged in earnest work, Wei Zheng appeared significantly more serious. Observing Chu Qiao preparing to demonstrate, he promptly proposed a condition. Might I suggest exchanging for an ordinary plow ox for the experiment? Please forgive me, but the ox demon is quite rare. If this contraption requires an ox demon to operate, its significance for promotion would be minimal. As he spoke, Wei Zheng cast a profound glance at Chu Qiao, then turned to the village chief, saying, I would appreciate your assistance in trying out this curved plow together. The village chief's smile nearly faltered as he quickly replied, There is no objection. Please proceed, my lord. By Han, concealing a smile, observed Wei Zheng rolling up his sleeves and immersing himself in the task. He then glanced at Chu Qiao, who stood stiffly like a tree, and chuckled. It appears that Lord Wei harbors some doubts about you. In response to Bai Hanshan's jest, Chu Qiao maintained a composed demeanor, nodding as if she had anticipated this all along. With so many demon clans gathered, especially involving the incense, if he did not harbor suspicions, then he would not be Wei Zheng. Strange, you have never left Cold Water Town, yet how do you know his character so well? This revelation surprised Bai Han. Chu Qiao's words indicated a certain level of understanding of Wei Zheng, which was not typical of an ordinary villager. In Bai Hanshan's eyes, the village chief's earlier behavior could be deemed that of a composed individual. A faint smile flickered in Chu Qiao's eyes as she inwardly mused. Keep pretending, continue your act. Aren't you quite capable? After plowing a field with the village chief, Wei Zheng clapped his hands and leaped down from the cart, his eyes shining as he beheld the curved plow. This is indeed a marvelous treasure. It digs deeper and requires less effort, allowing even an ordinary plow ox to manage it effortlessly. After a thorough examination, Wei Zheng reached this conclusion. At present, the Tang Dynasty had just been established, characterized by vast lands and sparse population. A tool that could save labor while increasing grain yield would surely delight the authorities if they were to witness it. If not for the insufficient rations and treasury taxes, the Tang Dynasty would not have been pressured to such an extent by the Northern Turks. Did one truly believe that the vast number of soldiers in the Tang Dynasty were merely idle? However, Wei Zheng soon furrowed his brow, silently lamenting. Even such an excellent tool had its flaws. Agricultural implements were essential assets for every farming household, often regarded as the most valuable possessions. The significance of a good farming tool to a farmer is self-evident. Yet, successfully crafting a superior agricultural implement was no easy feat. Ordinary farmers had to be meticulous with every penny, spending judiciously. Sometimes they would wish to stretch a single penny to serve as two. To promote such a tool throughout the entire Tang Dynasty in a short time would pose considerable challenges. May I ask, if I were to craft such a plow, how much would it cost? You are asking the wrong person, my lord. That is a question for the carpenter, Chu Qiao replied, subtly signaling the village chief. The perceptive village chief swiftly turned to the fields and called out, Oldly, come over here for a moment. Before long, an elderly man clad in coarse linen and a young man in blue hurried over. Upon learning the situation, the elder promptly directed the youth to flatten the curved plow. After a few swift adjustments, they reached a conclusion. This curved plow primarily utilizes sturdy timber. Its construction is not overly complex, yet it is exquisitely crafted. An ordinary carpenter could create one in 3 days, and if they provided their own materials, the labor cost would be approximately 101. Without materials, it would be no less than 601. We absolutely cannot accept such a job. Moreover, the plow head was made of iron, which would require self-supplied materials. However, from my observations, wood could suffice in place of iron, though it would be prone to decay over time. Old Li, renowned as the best carpenter in the town, provided this candid assessment. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng's eyes sparkled, and he began to contemplate how to resolve the situation. Such a remarkable invention could not be allowed to fade into obscurity, yet reporting it directly could ultimately benefit only the powerful families. Chapter 38. Driving down the price of the curved plow in contrast to the impoverished farmers who can barely afford a meal. Only the affluent noble families possess the capital to replace their farming tools. With these implements, the aristocracy can further liberate their manpower, resulting in many farmers losing their means of survival, inevitably leading to an increase in the number of disaster-stricken individuals. Furthermore, according to the new calendar promulgated by His Majesty this year, equipped with effective tools, these noble families will undoubtedly engage in even more rampant land enclosures, a scenario that Wei Zhang is determined to avert. If all the land is enclosed, how then shall the common folk sustain their livelihoods? Astonishingly, a single plow costs as much as 600 won. The village chief, upon hearing this price, was taken aback, gazing sorrowfully at the curved plow in the field. Crafting such a tool is no trivial expense. Even if one provides the materials, the cost remains significantly high. The iron plow head alone requires at least 3 pounds of iron, which, at market prices, would amount to approximately 181. Adding the cost of wood and labor, the expenditure for such a plow head would certainly exceed 601. Initially, he had hoped to invest in a curved plow for himself once his family's fortunes improved. But now it appears he must toil harder instead. It seems that the burden must fall on His Majesty. Meanwhile, Wei Zhang pondered the remaining wealth in Emperor Li Shimin's treasury. If crafted by the artisans of the Ministry of Works, the labor costs could be eliminated, and sourcing materials through the Imperial Household Department would undoubtedly be cheaper than market rates. Essentially, the costs could be suppressed to around 481. With some determination, a considerable number could be produced. At that moment, far away in the capital of Chang'an, Emperor Li Shimin suddenly shivered. How strange, why do I feel suddenly cold? He looked up at the sky, while a nearby eunuch hurriedly draped a mink cloak over him. The curved plow, though costly, is indeed a powerful tool for reclaiming land. Just think of the profits that could be made over time. Li Shu, he said, I have a more lucrative idea. You should open a class in the county town, charging each person 1,000 won. I will take charge of teaching them this craft, and we can split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Chu Qiao raised an eyebrow at old Li, oblivious to the storm brewing on Wei Zhang's face. He was still contemplating how to reduce costs. And here Chu Qiao was proposing an outright price increase. However, since this item was crafted by Chu Qiao, the court could not forcibly seize it. Given Wei Zhang's character, he would never resort to coercion or bribery, so he could only gently advise. Young Master Chu Qiao, this item is already quite expensive. If we raise the price further, the common people will struggle to afford it. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, Lord Wei, you are indeed a compassionate official, and I admire that. However, I must ask, even if we do not raise our prices at the source, do you truly believe they will purchase it? How many ordinary folk can afford it? Wei Zhang and Appo's lips twitched slightly at her words, and with gritted teeth, he replied, Rest assured, young Master Chu Qiao, upon my return, I will certainly persuade His Majesty to allocate some funds from the treasury for production, thus lowering the costs. These will then be distributed to impoverished families. The wealthy will surely see the benefits and invest heavily in production. Chu Qiao could not help but smirk at this, his gaze toward Wei Zhang becoming increasingly peculiar. No wonder Li Shimin would rather see you executed. If it were any other emperor, your audacity would have cost you your life. Lord Wei, I must respectfully disagree. May I ask how much wealth remains in the treasury? Even if there are 10,000 taels of gold, how could that possibly suffice for all the people of the realm? Moreover, the technology involved is not particularly sophisticated. Any ordinary carpenter could discern its principles after acquiring one. We would be better off selling this technology outright and using the proceeds to enhance the curved plow. I have even devised further improvements. Chu Qiao spoke confidently. Having prepared for this moment for 2 full years, he had considered the issues that most would overlook and devised solutions. This item can be improved? As Wei Zhang pondered this in confusion, he suddenly noticed Chu Qiao had someone bring in a straight plow. Under Chu Qiao's guidance, everyone's eyes lit up. Lord Wei, observe closely. The differences between the curved plow and the straight plow are minimal, particularly at the lower end. By making several enhancements there, we can significantly reduce costs. Worst case, we can replace the plowhead once a year. Old Li, take a look now. How much would it cost to make one like this? Upon hearing this, Old Li eagerly approached to inspect it, even beginning to disassemble and reassemble it with tools. Soon, He looked up, excitement evident on his face. If we modify it this way, we could produce one in half a day, with labor costs only around 50 or 61. Once mastered, we can further compress costs, potentially down to about 51. The only downside is that its functionality is slightly inferior to that of the curved plow. Hearing old Li's enthusiastic words, Wei Zheng exhibited even greater excitement, his body trembling slightly with exhilaration. That is enough. Even if its effectiveness does not match that of the curved plow, it can nonetheless save countless common people from hardship. On behalf of the many destitute citizens, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to young Master Chu Qiao. With his hands clasped before him, Wei Zheng bowed deeply toward Chu Qiao. At the moment the curved plow was unearthed from the field, a wave of black mist enveloped the space, swiftly met by a beam of golden light that held the darkness at bay. Within this golden glow, a cave could be faintly discerned, inscribed with the words Fire Cloud Cave. Inside, a seemingly endless series of interconnected caves, grass huts, palaces, and pavilions rose like a magnificent dragon. At the center of this grand palace, 9 imposing figures of the human race sat opposite one another. The foremost among them, a strikingly handsome man with deep, star-like eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. A new sage had emerged among humanity. A middle-aged man wearing a horned cap, with a simple demeanor, could not restrain his laughter. This is truly joyous news. Soon, our race will gain another sage. What is there to celebrate? We have been trapped in this fire cloud cave for how many years now? Chapter 39. A turning point for humanity. Initially, the feckless GFA was schemed against by the celestial beings, relinquishing his claim to the throne of the human emperor. Subsequently, the ambitious Qin Shi Huang, who sought to challenge the heavens, found himself suppressed within the confines of Mount Li. Presently, the changes of dynasties in the mortal realm have rendered us incapable of intervening. Moreover, the human race lacks even a single sovereign to unite them. And even if a sage were to emerge, what difference would it make? Could he truly break through the myriad obstacles of fate and calamity? A middle-aged man, adorned with a massive bull and Apos, horn atop his head, cast a pall over the gathering, his right eye reflecting the celestial bodies, while his left exuded an air of lethargy, yet concealed an inexhaustible aura of slaughter. A mere shift of his gaze could cause the very space before him to collapse. Alas, dear brother, why such pessimism? He lamented. Though we find ourselves confined within the fire cloud cave, I, as one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, am acutely aware of the resilience of the newly emerging human dynasty, despite its internal and external tribulations. Moreover, with sages descending into the mortal realm, a great enterprise is bound to unfold. The 3 speakers were none other than the 3 sovereigns of humanity. At the center stood Fuxi, the heavenly sovereign, while the horned figure was Shinnong, the earthly sovereign. The one whose eyes brimmed with the essence of battle was Zhang Yuhuan, the ancestral monarch of humanity, who attained enlightenment through martial prowess. Are there not plenty of capable rulers among mortals? Zhang Yuhuan scoffed. In his time, Yingzheng was a figure of extraordinary talent, even slaying the heavenly emperor, yet he too was ultimately suppressed beneath Mount Li. And now, the celestial realm has hastily introduced yet another so-called emperor. My elder brother. Why complicate matters? Simply allow me to reincarnate, sweep through the various small nations, unify humanity, and restore the esteemed position of the sovereign. This would suffice to consolidate the authority of the 9 human emperors, urged the 3rd brother. Do not act impulsively. Shinnong interjected hastily. Our human fate is not as robust as in ancient times. Should your reincarnation fail, you risk being eternally trapped within the fire cloud cave, perhaps even becoming ensnared by the very threads of fate. The elder Shinnong, sensing the tension, removed his horned cap and scratched his head in resignation. Zhang Yuhuan merely rolled his eyes, aware that such disputes yielded no resolution, for they had been at odds for millennia. Enough, my esteemed brothers. Let us not quarrel over this matter. What we discuss now pertains to the newly born sage of humanity. Fuxi continued, redirecting the conversation. 5th brother. You share some karmic connection with him. Perhaps you can provide us with insights, he suggested. The gathering of ancient sages within the fire cloud cave aimed to deliberate on this pressing issue. Before Fuxi sat an elderly man, frail and seemingly on the verge of slumber. As the 3 sovereigns and the 5th emperor turned their gazes toward him, the old man uneasily tugged at his beast-skin robe and spoke. What can I possibly introduce? I have not left the fire cloud cave in tens of thousands of years and have yet to meet him. All I know is that his improved plow is superior to mine, likely a modification of my own straight plow, which grants me a modicum of merit and the ability to sense it. Beyond that, what else can you expect me to know? Though the old man feigned indifference. A glimmer of profound insight danced in his eyes, fixated on a plow not far from him. His mission was nearing completion, and his fate would soon mirror that of the gradually fading sages of humanity, his corporeal form merging with the human realm, leaving behind only a fragment of true spirit and merit to continue the cycle of reincarnation. However, he held a sliver of reincarnation opportunity, a far better fate than many of the sages before him. Yet, I must say, I perceive a shift in the fate of humanity. It seems our opportunity approaches. Fuxi remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had summoned the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors not merely to indulge in grievances. Upon hearing Fuxi's words, the assembly perked up. His divination skills were renowned, even surpassing those of sages. Thus, his words carried substantial weight. Ah, so now you are attentive? Fuxi chuckled lightly, while Zhang Yuhuan, shedding his usual lethargy, eagerly leaned closer to Fuxi, grinning as he implored, Dear brother, it cannot be as dire as you suggest. We merely linger in the fire cloud cave, idly passing time. Please, do not keep us in suspense. Reveal the matter at hand. Indeed, I summoned you for this very purpose. The celestial mechanics indicate that this emerging sage represents a pivotal turning point for our human fortune, and we must not allow it to falter. My proposal is that, given our karmic ties to him, we should dispatch a powerful guardian to protect this great sage of humanity. This may not be prudent. Shenong hesitated, voicing his concerns. The entanglements of fate and calamity outside the fire cloud cave posed significant risks, and executing this plan discreetly would require considerable sacrifice. Fuxi's earlier statement had already made the implications abundantly clear. What is there to hesitate about? This is clearly a fortuitous event. I suggest we cease our hesitations and allow me to venture forth, to see what manner of successor is destined to take my place, the previously indifferent elder declared, laughter ringing with newfound vitality in his weathered eyes. Yet Fuxi shook his head. The outcome of the divination cannot be fully grasped. The choice of candidate is yours to decide. Meanwhile, by the riverside, Wei Zheng gazed at the newly modified simple curved plow, a glimmer of wild joy flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed, Young Master Chu, this method is truly splendid, but is the pricing not somewhat questionable? Hearing this, Chu Qiao furrowed her brows in confusion, looking at Wei Zheng with a quizzical expression. Sir Wei, the 1,000 coins is hardly exorbitant. Most craftsmen today serve the noble families, and while they have numerous artisans, they are astute enough not to let all their carpenters learn this skill. As long as someone masters the method of production, they could quickly train a new batch of apprentices. Wei Zheng shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face as he replied, What I mean is, would charging only 1,000 coins not be too little? With this tool, the efficiency of cultivating wasteland and sowing seeds could increase by at least 40 to 50%. Farming on existing fields would become significantly easier, and selling the method of producing such a tool for merely 1,000 coins seems rather insufficient. Chapter 40. The conservative is actually me. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao fell into a contemplative silence. This unscrupulous capitalist, who had traversed from the 21st century, had unexpectedly become a conservative. Meanwhile, within the clouds of the heavenly court's Yunxiao Hall, a stunningly beautiful woman gazed ahead with a somewhat dazed expression, her enchanting eyes seemingly devoid of their usual sparkle. Who could possibly cause our second princess of the heavenly court such sorrow? A diminutive figure, standing at just 4 feet tall, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, flitted in, wearing an expression of playful mischief. As the newcomer approached, a flicker of worry crossed the second princess's face, prompting her to beckon to Neza. Neza, come here quickly. I need your assistance. What matter could trouble our princess so? Neza vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside her moments later, casually plucking a fruit from the platter before chewing on it. His eyes, however, seemed to question her. Neza, could you do me a favor? Transform into my likeness to handle some servants. My elder sister and the others have all gone down. I must find them and bring them back. Neza's eyes brightened slightly, a hint of gossip flickering within them as he whispered. Did I not recall you all splitting into 2 groups? Why is it that you are the only one remaining in the heavenly court? Have you perhaps been isolated? Enough of your nonsense, Neza. It was Shao Qi who mentioned that a mortal down below is using a sacred artifact of virtue to cook, and it has enticed the 3rd, 4th, and others to follow suit and explore the mortal realm. Now Mother is urging us to gather enough peaches before the peach festival. We must hurry to the peach garden. But despite my attempts to contact them, they seem to have not received my messages and have yet to return. Can you blame me for being anxious? Using a sacred artifact to cook? Upon hearing this, Neza spat out the fruit pit, his eyes gleaming with renewed interest. Ever since absorbing the lotus incarnation, he had gained the cultivation of a golden immortal and a formidable physique, yet his potential remained firmly shackled, making it exceedingly difficult for him to break through, constrained by the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda, which had stripped him of his freedom. To escape such a predicament, the only path lay in virtue. By harnessing immense virtue, he could cleanse himself, merging body and soul, thus breaking the shackles of his physical form and seizing the opportunity to ascend to the next realm. It seems they have never encountered a sacred artifact of virtue before, leaving me stranded in the heavenly court. This is utterly outrageous. I shall go and reprimand them immediately. By the way, do you know where the elder princess is now? Neza's face reflected the same indignation as the second princess, his tone brimming with righteous anger. Upon hearing this, the second princess's expression brightened considerably, and she nodded eagerly. Indeed, they have gone too far. They are currently in a place called Coldwater Town. I am not entirely sure of the exact location, but there is an entry registry at the southern heaven gate. You could check there. Make sure to give them a proper scolding for me. I have sent them numerous messages, yet they have all gone unanswered. It is infuriating. The second princess vented her frustrations, while Neza nodded in agreement. All right. Do not be upset, princess. It is possible that the messages were obstructed. Perhaps the elder princess is facing some difficulties. You stay here in the heavenly court, and I shall descend to summon the elder princess back. How does that sound? Without allowing the second princess a moment to respond, Neza took a decisive step, and a whirlwind of fire and wind surged forth, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Impudent Neza, come back. You are all insufferable. The second princess seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration as she watched Neza disappear. Subsequently, feeling a wave of defeat, she clasped her hands and executed a spell, sending forth a beam of spiritual light filled with her message from the heavenly court. Elder sister, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, hurry back. Mother is already angry. If you do not return soon, do not blame me for informing her of your unauthorized descent. The spiritual light flashed and soared towards the mortal realm's Xiaohe village. Meanwhile, Baihan's Han, who had been grumbling about the situation, seemed to have an epiphany and flicked his hand. The beam of light that the second princess had cast was instantly shattered into countless fragments. I cannot allow your urgency to disrupt Chu Qiao's affairs. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Baihan Shan's eyes, as a myriad of thoughts swirled within his mind. To ensure Chu Qiao's safety, no one shall leave Coldwater Town until he possesses sufficient self-defense capabilities. With a playful glint in his eyes, Baihan Han gazed towards the village not far away, where Aunt Wang was quietly conversing with Zhang Yuhuan. Aunt Wang, please do not misinterpret. That is not what I meant. Upon hearing Aunt Wang's earlier remarks, Zhang Yuhuan's face turned crimson as she hurriedly attempted to clarify. Yet Aunt Wang seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as she grasped Zhang Yuhuan's hand. My dear, I speak from experience. Such matters cannot be delayed. When encountering a good man, one must seize the opportunity, for such chances may not come again. Rest assured, your affairs need not concern you. With just a nod from you, I can arrange everything splendidly, without any shortcomings. While it may not be as grand as your family, yes, it will surely be adequate. Aunt Wang animatedly demonstrated her plans to Zhang Yuhuan, and together they exited. Just then, the scheming village head approached, his face alight with excitement. What's the news? Fear not. You know I am capable. The young lady has agreed. Hurry and share the good news with Chu Qiao. Upon hearing Aunt Wang's words, the village head's eyes sparkled with joy as he turned to depart. Only Aunt Wang seemed to notice something amiss, murmuring to herself in confusion as she watched him leave. Strange. Why does that old man seem to be regaining the youthful spirit he once had? Without delay, the village head quickly found Chu Qiao, who had been pondering how to establish a school. Spotting the village head's arrival, Chu Qiao, eager to voice his thoughts, initiated the conversation. Village head, there are still too few literate individuals in our village. I believe it is essential to establish a primary school. While we may not aim for our students to master the 4 books and 5 classics or the canons of ancient and modern texts, at the very least, they must learn to write and calculate. Otherwise, it will be impossible for me to teach anything in the future. Such matters are for you to decide. I have come to discuss something more pressing. What is it? You seem rather hurried. Chapter 41. This is a misunderstanding. Confusion enveloped Chu Qiao as the village head cast a knowing glance towards a figure in the distance. Looking up in bewilderment, she spotted Zhang Yuhuan, who stood nearby, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon seeing Zhang Yuhuan, Chu Qiao's eyes brightened, and a smile graced her face as she prepared to approach. However, she was abruptly halted by the village head, who spoke with grave seriousness. During this period, you must refrain from seeking out Lady Zhang. We have already agreed upon this, and for the next few days, you cannot return to your house. Instead, stay with Daniu for a few nights while we tidy up your place. After imparting these instructions, the village head seemed to realize something and turned to leave. The wedding preparations were indeed rushed, and many details remained unattended. What is this? I cannot return home now? Chu Qiao's mind swirled with confusion, but when she turned back, Zhang Yuhuan had vanished from sight. At that moment, Bai Han's Han, whose presence had gone unnoticed, patted Chu Qiao on the shoulder and teasingly remarked, "You should head home and take a look. Remember to be swift. Once the imperial rewards are bestowed, your status will change, and you will no longer have such freedom. What is going on? I truly cannot comprehend you riddle makers. Can someone please clarify?" Chu Qiao felt as though she had forgotten something vital. Glancing around, she decided it best to return home. Since Zhang Yuhuan and her sisters had arrived, she had vacated her home to accommodate them. After all, living under the same roof with a house full of women felt inappropriate, given her status as a lone man. Had Yuhuan mentioned that she had made some simple renovations to her home? Could this be the cause of the commotion? Pondering this, she found herself increasingly perplexed. She resolved to head straight back home. Meanwhile, Wei Zheng had already departed, planning to report his observations from Coldwater Town to the Tang King at the earliest opportunity. Chu Qiao, no longer wishing to linger, returned home deep in thought. Upon seeing the familiar red brick walls and the blue-tiled roof, she fell silent. What happened to my little house? Is this what you call a simple expansion? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and surveyed her surroundings, confirming it was indeed her home. Cautiously, she peered inside. To her astonishment, her home was bustling with activity, with people moving in and out of the various rooms. What was once a solitary dwelling had transformed dramatically into what resembled a courtyard, adorned with new side rooms and a dedicated kitchen. Even the backyard boasted several newly constructed residences, arranged in an orderly and upscale manner, rivaling even the grandest homes in the county. Wait a moment. An expansion is one thing, but why is everything festooned with red decorations? Is there to be a wedding? Chu Qiao's confusion deepened as she observed the celebratory adornments. At that moment, Daniu emerged from one of the rooms, clutching a pile of materials. Noticing Chu Qiao's bewildered expression, he quickly exclaimed, "Oh, Chu Qiao, you cannot return home just yet. You must wait until Lady Zhang moves out tomorrow." He set down the materials and reached for her shoulder to guide her away. Inside the house, Zhang Yuqiao and Zhang Yujuan sat beside Zhang Yuhuan, their faces alight with laughter. Although the conversation between Chu Qiao and Daniu had been hushed, it had not escaped the ears of the three women. A playful smirk crossed Zhang Yuqiao's face as she wrapped her arm around Zhang Yuhuan's waist and teased, "Hee hee. Big sister, it seems our brother-in-law cannot wait any longer. What of you? Are you yearning for a man? It appears that Dong Yong is quite taken with you." Zhang Yuqiao rolled her eyes and shook her head. "No way. That little scholar is utterly dull, always spouting knowledge without a hint of fun. I increasingly believe that brother-in-law's words ring true. Reading is merely a means to understand, not the end itself. Studying for the sake of studying only leads to a lifeless education. You, do I not know your little secrets? You simply do not wish to study, which is why you say such things." Zhang Yuhuan's teasing retort sparked a playful scuffle between the two sisters, dragging Zhang Yujuan into the fray as well. After a moment of merriment, Zhang Yuhuan's ears suddenly perked up at a sound from outside the house. "Nonsense, who is getting married? Why must it be in my home?" Chu Qiao nearly leaped in shock, utterly bewildered. Da Zhuang, equally confused, looked at her and replied, "Of course, it is you who is getting married. Could it possibly be me? Wait, who made that decision? I have received no notice whatsoever. Is the village head meddling in matters he shouldn't?" Anger swelled within Chu Qiao as she recalled how the village head had subtly suggested she remain in the village since last year. Now, it seemed he intended to marry her off to Tsuehua to ensure she stayed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "You must remove all of this. I am going to confront that old meddler." "Stop. What did you just say?" As Chu Qiao took a step forward, she heard Zhang Yuhuan's icy voice behind her. Turning around, she saw Zhang Yuhuan clad in vibrant red attire, her beautiful appearance failing to mask the chill on her face. The grip on her sword tightened, her knuckles turning white as the nails nearly dug into her flesh. Yuhuan, you are here. Just in time. I must tell you that the village head is up to no good. He likely saw Wei Zheng planning to report my achievements and is attempting to bind me to the village. Come with me. We must confront him. You know that is not the answer I seek. Is it that you do not wish to marry me? Zhang Yuhuan slowly drew her sword, her gaze towards Chu Qiao growing ever colder. As the Grand Princess of the Heavenly Court, she would never endure such humiliation. It was he who sought her hand in marriage, and now he turned his back? Was he toying with her? And no, you mean to say, marry you? Chapter 42. The third prince descends to earth. Chu Qiao found herself momentarily bewildered. Was it not said that ancient people were feudal and conservative? How could the pace of establishing a relationship be so swift? Was it not customary to require 3 letters and 6 gifts? When had she arranged such matters? Moreover, even if marriage was the intention, should she not be informed as the party involved? Clang. Before Chu Qiao could ponder further, the sound of a sword unsheathing resonated as Zhang Yuhuan drew forth her long sword. Chu Qiao swiftly stepped forward, grasping Zhang Yuhuan's wrist. Of course I wish to marry you. However, my family's poverty barely allows me to eat enough throughout the year, and you are the daughter of a prominent family. I cannot burden you. If it becomes known that you and I have privately vowed to each other, it would surely tarnish your reputation. How could you face your family and friends in the future? It is unfair to you. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's heartfelt confession, the coldness in Zhang Yuhuan's eyes dissipated, replaced by tears. The long sword slipped from her grasp, and she suddenly embraced Chu Qiao's waist. Fool, your affection for me is enough. After they separated, Zhang Yuhuan, observing the still somewhat incredulous Chu Qiao, could not help but mutter, if my father finds out about this, what will become of our engagement? All right. Now that we've cleared things up, don't just stand there. Quickly take the bride into the room. New couples must not meet before the wedding. Aunt Wang hurriedly stepped forward to lead the reluctant Zhang Yuhuan away. Chu Qiao felt as though she were in a dream, watching Zhang Yuhuan's departing figure. At that moment, an elderly voice jolted Chu Qiao back to reality. You little rascal, did you just call me old? Not at all. Village chief. Let me explain. Don't hit my head. As their playful banter ensued, a beam of divine light descended from the heavens, revealing the figure of Neza. Han's eyes sparkled with intensity as he flicked his fingers, summoning a multitude of profound runes to ascend. Impudent demon, how dare you obstruct your grandfather Neza's path? Neza's eyes flashed with ire, but he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Little one, this is not the time for you to reveal yourself. Han's eyelids drooped, revealing a slight slit. Who dares to obstruct your grandfather Neza? Seeking death, are we? Neza's expression tightened, his eyes filled with urgency. The records at the southern heavenly gate were infallible, and the teleportation method he had just employed was one of the highest techniques of the Chan sect. He had arrived near Xiao village. However, he had barely landed before being silently ensnared, which was simply unbelievable. Even though Neza currently possessed only peak celestial prowess, it did not imply that his strength was weak. With the treasures in his possession and his mastery of the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, even an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal would struggle to last against him in combat. With his array of magical artifacts, Neza could even contend with a Deluo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, would anyone believe that he, the second war god of the Heavenly Court, was merely a title? Fire-tip spear, Jianquan circle, break for me. After the conferred god war, Neza had encountered many formations in this world. To unravel a formation, there were 2 possibilities. The first was to locate its key point, finding the one who arranged it, or the formation's eye. The second was to break it through sheer force. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. In the face of absolute power, all other methods are rendered futile. The first method would take considerable time and require extensive experience in formations. The latter required cultivation far exceeding the formation's limits or exceptionally formidable artifacts. Fortunately, Neza's Jianquan circle and fire-tip spear possessed remarkable efficacy in this regard. Suddenly, a long spear flew from Neza and Appo's hand, expanding dramatically in an instant to several hundred times its original size. The Jianquan circle emanated a tremendous force, standing proudly in the void, radiating a faint silver light as it continuously struck the surrounding space. Waves began to ripple through the void, and the fire-tip spear followed closely behind, creating further ripples in the air. With a resounding boom, the formation hastily arranged by Han was shaken by the 2 magical artifacts, causing several profound runes to shatter. Children are indeed hot-tempered. This will help you calm down. With a casual wave, Bai Han allowed the crumbling formation to disintegrate without any intention of repair. At the current rate, it would be after Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan consummated their marriage before Neza could dismantle the formation. It remained uncertain how this mischievous child would choose when that time arrived. Bai Han stroked his chin, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, deciding to keep this spectacle for himself. Meanwhile, as Xiaohe village basked in joy, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty felt invigorated upon receiving Wei Zhang's report. At last, this year has brought me something truly gratifying. Wei Zhang deserves a reward. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed those nearby. Summon the head of the Xiaofu supervisor to the palace. Additionally, package this memorial and the related items for delivery to the Xiaofu. Order Yuqi Jingda to assign 1,000 imperial guards to secure the Xiaofu, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from approaching. After 3 warnings, execution without mercy. Summon the Prime Minister, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Revenue, and the Minister of War to the palace to see me. Yes, Your Majesty. A young eunuch accepted the command, stepping back before swiftly departing. After issuing his orders, Li Shimin resumed examining the memorial in his hands. Saving half the labor force meant that one individual could sufficiently cultivate the land, consequently increasing the arable area for the populace. This Chu Qiao appears to be quite a talent, however, using incense power to win over the demon race. Li Shimin remained undecided on whether to bestow a reward upon Chu Qiao, opting to wait for Fang Xianling and the others to arrive for discussion. If Chu Qiao could indeed significantly boost grain production, such an achievement would warrant an official position, and even conferring a marquis title would be reasonable. To mitigate and diminish the power of the gentry, Li Shimin had seldom conferred titles since ascending to the throne. In fact, many titles awarded during the founding period had been revoked under various pretexts. Thus, deciding whether to confer a noble title for Chu Qiao's accomplishments was a challenging decision. To avoid certain complications, Li Shimin was reluctant to grant any titles. Chapter 43. The rewards of Li Shimin, however. The question of how to bestow rewards merits careful consideration. Moreover, the various methods proposed by Wei Zhang in this memorial, if implemented. Soon, Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji, along with other trusted confidants, were secretly summoned to the imperial study by Li Shimin. Salute His Majesty, our Emperor. Enough, enough. All of you may dispense with the formalities. Fang Qiao, come quickly and see the memorial Wei Zhang has brought back. After a eunuch took the document away, Fang Xianling and the others quickly circulated the memorial among themselves. A profound silence enveloped the room. Huang Xianlin took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and cautiously inquired. Although His Majesty knows that Wei Zhang's character precludes deceit, it may be unwise to proceed without verification. As a prominent minister, even the reckless Yu Qijind was compelled to speak with caution at this moment. This is no trivial matter. Fang Xuanling's prudence was also aimed at safeguarding Wei Zhang. After all, the method mentioned in the memorial was exceedingly severe and could invite scorn and condemnation. Li Shimin nodded in agreement. Wei Zhang was akin to a sword in his hand. Although the blade might often clash with others, Li Shimin was reluctant to see it broken. Your words are judicious, Fang Aiqing. I have already instructed the officials of the Xiaofu to commence crafting this item. Let us do this. Have the Ministry of Rights prepare a land grant ceremony. And at that time, we shall present this item. Yu Qijind, you shall be responsible for this matter. I obey, Yu Qijind responded with a bow, indicating his readiness to undertake the task, while Fang Xianling could only offer a wry smile. Persuading the antiquated officials within the Ministry of Rights to amend their customs was no simple endeavor. Once Li Shimin had allocated the tasks, he nodded with satisfaction and resumed his inquiry. As for the creator of the curved plow, the villager Chu Qiao from Zaiqi village, what reward do you think would be appropriate? Your Majesty, is there even a need to discuss this? If this invention truly possesses such remarkable efficacy, within 2 years, our Tang Dynasty will have sufficient resources to support an army to vanquish the Turks. Should I lead the troops? I assure you, we shall redeem the disgrace of the Wei Shui. Such a tremendous contribution deserves nothing less than a title of count, Yu Qijind proclaimed, thumping his chest. Fang Xianling couldn't help but smirk at the audacity. By rights, bestowing a countship was hardly excessive. However, the situation regarding Chu Qiao was rather precarious. Brazenly consorting with the demon race in broad daylight, and even engaging in clandestine dealings was indicative of a lack of reverence for the court. While it may seem inconsequential now, promoting such a young talent to a high position could prove detrimental. Your Majesty, I believe that not bestowing a title may fail to demonstrate your vast benevolence, yet a barony would suffice, along with a posthumous elevation to a third-rank Guanglu doctor. To signify your Majesty's trust. Li Shimin nodded, somewhat satisfied. This proposed reward resonated with his sentiments. The barony was merely the lowest rank. Given Chu Qiao's background, even if he were granted a title, it would not significantly impact the Tang Dynasty's governance, but would rather highlight the emperor's magnanimity. As for the third-rank Guanglu doctor, despite its high standing, it was merely an honorary position, devoid of substantial power, requiring only an additional stipend each year. Then let us proceed as Feng Xianling suggests. Draft the decree. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the void outside Zhaiqi village. A boy with 3 heads and 6 arms, brandishing various magical artifacts, clumsily leaped out from the chasm. After gasping for breath, he stowed away his treasures. Damn it, you better not let me discover your identity. Neza's eyes flashed with irritation. Promptly concealing his presence, and before departing, he cast a spark of spiritual light into the sky. Only after the light vanished did Neza turn back, his teeth clenched, and gazed at Zhaiqi village, muttering, I shall discover what secrets this wretched village harbors. Heh, invisibility? That won't do. Every moment is precious. With a light chuckle, Bai Hanzhan flicked his finger, sending a rune soaring. At that moment, the invisibility spell enveloping Neza, who had already infiltrated Lingshui town, was cloaked in a layer of murky spiritual light. However, Neza remained oblivious to this, his gaze fixed ahead, filled with shock. He beheld a cow demon drinking merrily with an incredibly frail human. How can this be? How dare a mere mortal drink with a demon? Could it be that he is concealing his powers and evaded my detection? Neza's cautious demeanor intensified, his anger dissipating as he stealthily crept along the wall like a small thief. Currently, nearly all the villagers of Zhaiqi were gathered at Chu Qiao's for a wedding feast. Thankfully, after Zhang Yuhuan's improvements, Chu Qiao's courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate so many guests. Yet, for reasons unknown, the demons originally working in the fields also joined in, requiring additional tables to be set up outside the courtyard. Neza, being diminutive in stature, went unnoticed even after the disruption of his invisibility. Furthermore, with the adults in the village reveling and the children frolicking, many demons had no idea which family Neza belonged to, allowing him to blend in unnoticed. As Neza prepared to enter the courtyard, a towering figure blocked his path. Hey, which family's child are you? I don't recall seeing you before. Daniel, thoroughly intoxicated with flushed cheeks, still retained a shred of reason. In the eyes of demons, humans largely resembled one another, making recognition difficult. However, Daniel had grown up in the village. How could he fail to recognize the village's children, especially considering how few possess such rosy lips and white teeth? Most villagers could scarcely fill their bellies, let alone grow tall. I'm from the neighboring village. I heard it was quite lively here today. Upon hearing this, Neza's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, this village is indeed suspicious. Though his invisibility spell could evade detection by those even a realm above him, this person before him, seemingly devoid of magic, could perceive his presence directly. Chapter 44. Congratulations on the new marriage. Are you from the neighboring Tianhua village? Ah, yes. As soon as Neza heard this, he nodded eagerly, while his other hand discreetly gripped the universe ring. He was eager to discern what trickery this individual before him was up to. Should Daniel make any rash movements, he would swiftly subdue him with the universe ring. Well then, child, you must be here to see the bride, right? Come, follow me. Daniel, already half drunk, mistook Neza for a curious child drawn to the bride. Without needing a word from Neza, he had already filled in the blanks in his mind. The simple-minded Huang promptly seized Neza's arm and led him toward the courtyard. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan had just completed their bowing to heaven and earth. The village elder had directly declared Chu Qiao his grandson, elevating him to a prominent position within the village hierarchy. Although Chu Qiao had intended to have the elder preside as the elder statesman, the elder adamantly refused. Thus, they simply bowed to heaven and earth, as the couple was indifferent to such matters. The village head, acting as the officiant, raised his voice again, proclaiming. The couple bows to each other. Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan stood facing each other. Though Zhang Yuhuan's face was concealed by a red veil, the aura she emanated was instantly recognizable to Neza. Princess. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Neza's eyes, and the universe ring in his grasp trembled with suppressed energy. Oh, now I understand their intentions. Neza's mind conjured images of the grievances Zhang Yuhuan had endured in this small town. filling him with a fierce desire to draw forth the universe ring and the fire spear to eradicate these fiends. However, just as Neza began to summon his internal power, a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder from behind. In an instant, his power was entirely suppressed, frozen like ice, unable to move an inch. "Calm down, little one." It was Mr. Bai. "Do not be angry. This child is from the neighboring village and may not be well versed in manners." Huang turned back to Bai Han with a foolish grin, then turned to Neza with sincere admonition. "That is your elder brother Chu Qiao. And the one beside him is your sister-in-law. No name calling, young one." Realizing he was firmly restrained by Bai Han, Neza understood the gravity of the situation. He knew he could not rescue Zhang Yuhuan alone. Thus, he quickly regained his composure. Bai Han, not wishing to engage in petty squabbles, gestured aside and said, "Hee. Do not be so hasty, young one. Take a closer look before jumping to conclusions." In front of the bridal chamber, Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yuqiao were both grinning widely at the scene, showing no signs of being bound by any enchantment. Secretly consorting with mortals. A terrifying thought struck Neza. There was no denying that the relatives of the Jade Emperor loved such antics. Neza's expression darkened as he spoke. "I can assist you in concealing this from the heavenly court, but in 3 days, the peach banquet will commence. And the 7 fairies must make their way to the Yaoqi to pay their respects to the Queen Mother before plucking peaches." Neza and Apos' unexpected reversal nearly blinded Bai Han with shock, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. Why had Bai Han kept Neza confined for several days? It was to prevent him from reporting Zhang Yuhuan and Apos' consorting with mortals to the heavenly court. After all, Neza had formidable backing. Bai Han could not easily eliminate him. The figure on Kunlun Mountain was well known throughout the realms. Yet, Bai Han had not anticipated that before Neza revealed anything, he would already stir up rebellion. Enter the bridal chamber. As their conversation continued, a loud cheer rang out as Chu Qiao took Zhang Yuhuan's hand and led her into the bridal chamber. A throng of children burst forth, chanting, "Time to cause mischief. No treats, no peace." Dania chuckled at the lively scene and playfully slapped Neza's head. "Why are you so foolish, little one? Go grab some wedding candy." Startled by the slap, Neza turned to glare at Daniu, but a spark of determination ignited within him. His eyes darted, and he dashed forward. Shao-Qi, I think I saw that brat Neza." Zhang Yuhuan rubbed her eyes and, noticing the swarm of children flooding into the bridal chamber, nudged Zhang Yuqiao. At this moment, Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan had already settled beside the bed, scattering candies to attract the energetic children. Zhang Yuqiao glanced around, but found nothing unusual. "How come I didn't see anything?" "You must have been dazzled by elder sister's bridal attire." Zhang Yuqiao teased Zhang Yuhuan, her hands playfully tickling her waist. "I think you're just too tired, fifth sister." "Haha, take that." "Shao-Qi, stop it." "Haha, that tickles." Observing the playful antics of the two sisters, Chu Qiao couldn't help but rub his forehead. Indeed, these two were quite unreliable. Finally, when no one was paying attention, Chu Qiao stealthily slipped a few candies into Zhang Yuhuan's hand. "My dear, have a few treats to tide you over. If you feel hungry before I return, lift the veil and eat something. I will make sure to clear everyone else out." As a new generation individual of the 21st century, Chu Qiao was unwilling to be bound by such old customs. Nor did he wish Zhang Yuhuan to go hungry alongside him. After imparting his instructions, Chu Qiao turned to leave. Exiting, he discreetly sent away the 2 elderly women guarding outside and closed the door. Once certain of privacy, he returned to the main courtyard. With the arrival of the new groom, the atmosphere became significantly more lively. "Qiao Gu, come quickly for a drink." "You rascal." Given Chu Qiao standing now, you should address him as uncle. Instantly, the atmosphere around the banquet table grew more animated. Chu Qiao's gaze toward Daniu turned teasing, and after a moment of silence, he raised his voice, "Good grandson, come over and share a drink with your uncle." Ha. As soon as Chu Qiao spoke, the mood lightened considerably. The revelry of the banquet gradually reached its peak. Chapter 45. The cruelty of royalty in the bridal chamber. A figure cautiously emerged from beneath the bed, ensuring that no one was outside. The earlier commotion caused by the children had left Neza feeling dizzy in the stuffy atmosphere of the room. Now that the coast was clear, he finally poked his head out from under the bed. The sudden movement alerted Zhang Yuhuan, who immediately called out, "Who is it?" With a swift motion, a crimson sword appeared in her hand. "Your Highness, do not be alarmed. It is I, Neza," he said, brushing the dust off his face and expressing his mild annoyance. "Neza, how can it be you?" Zhang Yuhuan exclaimed in surprise, now unable to remain composed. As her magical aura surged, even her red veil was blown away. Before her stood a youthful boy with striking features, albeit somewhat disheveled. Having just crawled out from under the bed, Zhang Yuhuan's face turned pale, and her voice trembled as she thought, "Has my father discovered this already?" A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she felt a rising panic. Although she knew that with Chu Qiao's immense merits, the heavenly court would not directly act against her, the current situation still filled her with unease. Until recently, everyone believed that the Jade Emperor's wrath was merely a fleeting emotion. Yet, he had acted with cold-hearted resolve. While many viewed the tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl as a beautiful romance, the truth was far grimmer. The cowherd was cast into the realm of beasts, forever barred from reincarnation, while the weaver girl was imprisoned by the Queen Mother, never to leave the palace of cloud brocade. Zhang Yuhuan had once witnessed the weaver girl's beauty, but now she appeared as a decrepit old woman, weaving endlessly, perhaps devoid of her former intelligence. Merely a machine repeating her task. Your Highness should realize that your fate is already known. The Emperor will discover this matter sooner or later. You must not forget that in 3 days' time up in the heavens, or 3 years down here, the peach banquet will take place, regardless of your presence. The Emperor will be informed, Neza remarked, his youthful face filled with frustration. As a member of the Avenger Alliance in the Heavenly Court, Neza shared a close bond with the 7 fairies, yet he found it difficult to comprehend Zhang Yuhuan's actions. Neza, you do not understand, Zhang Yuhuan replied, shaking her head slightly, but quickly regaining her composure. From Neza's words, she gathered that the Jade Emperor was still unaware of the situation, trusting in their friendship. She believed he would not betray her. Indeed, I do not understand. However, I cannot bear to see you suffer a fate akin to that of Brother Yangjian's mother. Neza lamented, taking a seat at the nearby table and downing a jug of wine in one go. Seeing Neza's frustrated demeanor, Zhang Yuhuan could not help but chuckle. Do not worry, Neza. Since I dared to act, I certainly have a way out. A way out? You do not mean that mysterious figure, do you? Neza suddenly recalled the powerful being who had stopped him upon entering the banquet. If such a formidable presence intervened, there might indeed be a chance for salvation. It was well known that the Jade Emperor was ruthless only towards his own kin, and he might not be as merciless towards outsiders. After all, many deities in the heavenly court were merely living off their positions without contributing, and the Emperor rarely took decisive action, often just offering mild rebukes. Who do you mean? Are you referring to Mr. Baihantan? Yes, let me explain about him. Just as Neza was about to reveal some truths to Zhang Yuhuan, the door to the bridal chamber swung open, and Chu Qiao entered with a mischievous grin. My dear wife, what the heck? Where did this little brat come from? When did you arrive? Do you understand the rules? Upon entering and spotting the child sitting nonchalantly at the table, Chu Qiao's irritation flared, and she rolled up her sleeves to intimidate him. Child, speak. Whose are you? I shall inform your father to punish you. In the bridal chamber, Chu Qiao, feeling somewhat flustered, scratched her head and downed the remainder of a jug of wine. She glanced at the long table and then at Zhang Yuhuan, who appeared shyly seated on the wedding bed. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. So, you are the great princess of the heavenly court, and he is the mighty Neza of the 3 altars. If the heavenly court discovers this matter, an army will come to seek retribution, correct? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan obediently nodded, only to hear Chu Qiao curse under her breath. I wonder why a mere mortal like me could possess such strength. Turns out, we are in the primordial era. The primordial era? Such a distant name. Ever since the divine calamity of sealing the gods, few have remembered it. Most refer to the 3 realms instead. Neza cast a surprised glance at Chu Qiao, astonished that an ordinary mortal could possess such knowledge. Ordinary mortals typically lived only 200 or 300 years. Why, then, did they manage to captivate the celestial maidens, who would risk everything to leap into the abyss? Is there truly no way to navigate this dilemma? At the peach banquet, could you not simply return to report in and then come back? Chu Qiao tugged at her hair in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Why is it that others traverse to this world with various advantages while I find myself facing a perilous fate? She lamented. It is impossible. You underestimate the heavenly court. Relationships between mortals and immortals are strictly forbidden by celestial decree. Now that you have wed, you carry the essence of mortality, and under the heavenly laws, you are recognized as a couple, unless a saintly being intervenes. The Emperor will immediately sense the anomaly surrounding you. Neza dangled his legs in the air, swaying them dismissively, retorting to Chu Qiao's earlier suggestion. If it were that easy to conceal, the fairy Yinhua would not have remained in the mortal realm for 20 years. Chapter 46. Wedding night in the embrace of a mortal. A celestial being carries the unique essence of humanity, a beacon of light amidst the darkness of the heavens. Not even the Jade Emperor could overlook such a presence. Any formidable deity would discern it at a glance. How about we consider a divorce? The celestial maiden suggested. After all, the heavenly edicts merely state we cannot fall in love, but they do not prohibit friendship between gods and mortals. Life is but a journey, and as a goddess, you surely do not concern yourself with earthly titles, do you? At this moment, Neza fell into a contemplative silence. He had never encountered a mind so unorthodox. Her words were utterly contrary to his understanding. Impossible. Abandon such notions. Resign yourself to fate. The heavenly law is the natural order, and no trivial tricks will suffice to circumvent it. Neza retorted vehemently, somewhat exasperated. He genuinely believed this individual's thoughts were far too whimsical to befit a princess of such wisdom. Rest assured, we shall be fine, Zhang Yuhuan reassured. Grasping Chu Qiao's hand with an encouraging look, the sages of humanity possess immense merit across the three realms. Once this merit accumulates to completion, they will awaken the innate path of humanity. Given the fortune and potential Chu Qiao currently embodies, she may very well ascend to the ranks of the first innate humans. With such great merit and destiny, her future is undoubtedly boundless. Thus, until she fulfills her mission, the heavenly order would never allow her demise to unfold. How could we possibly be fine? Even if he were to become immortal now, the essence of mortality that clings to him would be nearly impossible to eradicate unless a sage intervenes to obscure the heavenly laws. Neza interjected, dousing Chu Qiao's optimistic musings with cold reality, earning only an eye roll from Zhang Yuhuan, to which Neza shrugged in response. The monkey was right. Women in love become incomprehensible. Neza, do you think the emperor can protect me? Chu Qiao pondered, her brow furrowing as she contemplated a strategy. Neza looked up in surprise, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes as he replied, what emperor? He should be called the son of heaven now. Although the son of the Tang Dynasty may offer some protection, the current monarch might not be able to shield you adequately. To ensure your safety, he would need at least a fraction of the human race's fortune. The Tang Dynasty, while flourishing, has not yet unified humanity. Would the Tang Emperor bear such a burden for you? Neza found Chu Qiao's whimsical thoughts pitiable. The fortune of a dynasty cannot be summoned at will. Even the reigning emperor, unless he were a divine sovereign, would struggle to mobilize even half of the dynasty's fortune. Moreover, since the fall of the Yin and Shang dynasties, the earth has seen the last of the human emperors. The legacy of the human emperor has been severed. And today's son of heaven lacks the knowledge to manipulate such fortune. Perhaps I must adopt a more radical approach, Chu Qiao mused. A cloud of despair looming above her, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Suddenly, gentle hands began to knead her temples, and a smile graced her lips as she clasped Zhang Yuhuan's hand, her expression resolute. Fear not, Yuhuan, I shall find a way. With that, her gaze shifted to Neza, sending a chill down his spine. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this seemingly ordinary mortal instilled a sense of dread within him, as if a great terror awaited. Chu Qiao narrowed her eyes, deciding to keep Neza close. Although he was unlikely to betray her, having endured Li Jing's wrath, Neza's presence would afford her greater flexibility, preventing her from teetering on the brink of disaster. Brother Neza, since you are here, let us feast, Chu Qiao exclaimed, pulling him along. Moments later, she returned, her attire slightly disheveled, muttering under her breath about the difficulty of the situation. Are you all right, Chu Qiao? Zhang Yuhuan inquired, stepping forward to assist her. There's no need for such formality. We shall soon be disrobing anyway, Chu Qiao replied, wrapping her arms around his waist. Oh, dear husband, do extinguish the candles. Wait, how can we extinguish the candles? Outside the village, Baihan Mountain withdrew his gaze, a smirk forming on his lips. He had anticipated that this young man harbored many secrets. One village could hardly contain his ambitions. Meanwhile, within the grand city of Chang'an, Emperor Li Shimin enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, conversing with Empress Changsun. The tale of Chu Qiao had now reached her ears. This child is somewhat reckless, employing incense power to command the demon tribe without considering the consequences. Does he not realize that demons are inherently greedy? A village of merely 100 households cannot generate sufficient incense. Failing to satiate the demon's desires could incite chaos. Empress Changsun, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the inherent risks of Chu Qiao's approach. A typical adult might produce but a few strands of incense in a day. Exceeding this limit would deplete their vitality and jeopardize their lifespan. Prolonged strain could even lead to death from excessive blood loss. Li Shimin took her hand, offering solace. Fear not, my dear Guanyin maid. Wei Zheng has foreseen this issue, and it is said that the child has already devised countermeasures. In a previous letter, Wei Zheng mentioned that Chu Qiao welcomed all who approached, a point that Li Shimin found troubling. United in thought, the couple shared an unspoken understanding of the concerns that lay ahead. Chapter 47. The Steel Refining Furnace. Once the demon clan awakens their spiritual energy, their very lifeblood undergoes a transformation into demonic energy. The innate talents of the demon race are progressively unlocked, and with proper training, each individual can become an elite warrior capable of facing 10 foes. In previous years, the Turkic invasion of the Tang Dynasty relied heavily on a well-trained battalion of wolf demon cavalry. The combination of the fiercest warriors with the nimble speed of the wolf demons rendered the Tang cavalry utterly powerless in their presence. It was precisely due to this formidable legion and its exceptional mobility that the Turks were able to repeatedly invade the northern territories of the Tang, even advancing as far as the city of Chang'an. Li Shimin viewed Chu Qiao's actions as a potential source of chaos. Should the entire village be unable to sustain the demands of so many demonic beasts, it could very well lead to insurrection. The awakened demons would undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon the Tang, likely displacing countless citizens. It was only due to Wei Zheng's repeated assurances that Chu Qiao had capable individuals to suppress these beasts that the emissaries sent for commendation were not replaced by troops dispatched to quell a rebellion. You are aware of Wei Zheng's character. With him overseeing the situation, disorder should be unlikely. Moreover, did he not mention that the young one lacked a capable cohort of literate individuals? Your Majesty might consider his suggestion to send a contingent of scholars to assist. This would not only help maintain order among the demonic beasts, but also ensure that any actions taken by the young one would be promptly reported to us, benefiting both Your Majesty and the Tang. Upon understanding Li Shimin's thoughts, Empress Changsun proposed, candidly. To be frank, both she and Li Shimin admired Chu Qiao's intellect and capabilities. Yet they were equally wary of his audacious disregard for the court. An entity attempting to forge a peaceful coexistence between humans and demons could either be a noble sage or a contemporary tyrant. As the pinnacle of power in the Tang Dynasty, neither of them considered that Chu Qiao's motivations were merely based on the economic advantages of employing these beasts. Ah, Guanyin maid, you possess a keen insight, Li Shimin remarked, his eyes lighting up. As a ruler of great ambition, even he, despite his broad-mindedness, could not escape feelings of suspicion. If he could legitimately infiltrate his own people into Chu Qiao's ranks, any future maneuvers by Chu Qiao would be difficult to evade. However, should Your Majesty assign a portion of his forces to the young one, any significant actions taken by him might also implicate Your Majesty, thus necessitating caution against potential censure from the court censors. Empress Changsun jested lightly, prompting a hearty laugh from Li Shimin. Ah, so you were waiting for me. Very well. I have indeed gained an advantage here. As long as he refrains from treasonous acts, I will bear any consequences that arise, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Li Shimin spoke with grandiosity, subsequently instructing an increase in Chu Qiao's commendation. Yet whom to send remained a dilemma for him. Initially, he believed that with Wei Zheng monitoring the situation, there would be no cause for concern. However, since he intended to dispatch a contingent of literate troops, Wei Zheng would no longer be suitable to lead them, given his status as a civil official who must not encroach upon military command. The generals in court were not easily mobilized, and subordinates of lesser rank could not match Wei Zheng's stature, leading to various reservations. Upon hearing that Li Chengxian had recently excelled in his studies and could balance both civil and military affairs, Empress Changsun suggested he be sent to try his hand at the task. A slight sigh escaped her as she reflected on Li Shimin's recent ascension to the throne. Noting the burgeoning rivalry between the Crown Prince and the Prince of Yu, both Li Chengxian and Li Tai were her own sons, and she could not bear to witness them clash. Li Shimin, usually indifferent to the dynamics between his sons, dismissed it as mere sibling rivalry. However, as a mother, Empress Changsun perceived the deeper implications and did not wish to see her beloved sons turn against one another. The only solution was to extinguish any potential ambitions of Li Tai. Otherwise, regardless of who ascended the throne in the future, she would inevitably lose one son. Chengxian then? He is indeed a suitable choice, Li Shimin concluded without further contemplation. As a sovereign of great vision, he did not mind his son cultivating his own influence. Confident that no matter how far Li Chengxian grew, he could never surpass his father. should he indeed rise beyond his father's achievements. The elder would find joy in such a legacy. Let us proceed with the edict. Outside Xia village, panting heavily, Wei Zheng hurriedly approached. Are you certain this contraption can produce steel? His gaze was filled with confusion and astonishment as he surveyed the mound-like structure before Chu Qiao. Initially, he believed that Chu Qiao's creation of the arched plow was merely a stroke of luck. After observing for several days, he returned to Longshui town to investigate progress on the incense matter in other villages, leaving a guard behind just in case. However, this morning, a scout rushed to inform him that Chu Qiao was preparing to refine steel. Is this a jest? How could an ordinary person possibly produce steel? Yet, recalling that Chu Qiao had indeed crafted the arched plow, he dared not dismiss the claim. Without even changing his clothes, he hurried over. Indeed, iron tools are too brittle. I intend to experiment with steel, Chu Qiao replied with an expression of calm, while Wei Zheng's face turned red with frustration. Do you hear yourself? What do you mean by experimenting with steel? Do you truly believe it is as simple as growing cabbages? You seriously think this little mound can produce steel? Wei Zheng scrutinized the structure resembling a clay kiln, which had two small openings at the top, still doubtful after his inquiries. Young Master Chu, can this truly yield steel? Steel and iron are not mere trifles. Steel is far more durable. Casting iron poses little challenge to most blacksmiths. They simply need to find some iron ore and smelt it in their furnace to produce a batch of iron. However, steel is different. It pertains to military supplies. The methods of steelmaking are strictly controlled by the court, aside from the royal family and a select few noble clans. Any commoner attempting to access this knowledge could be accused of treason. Chapter 48. Karma and Opportunity. As Chu Qiao confidently asserted that he could produce steel from the small mound before him. It was hard to believe unless Wei Zheng had lost his senses. If the esteemed Wei did not harbor any doubts, he need not have gone through such elaborate efforts to come here. He might as well return for a nap. With a chuckle, Chu Qiao playfully teased Wei Zheng. Wei was correct in his assumption. Chu Qiao had not intended to reveal this technique so soon. However, upon discovering his wife's true identity, he felt an urgent need to expedite matters and demonstrate his significance to Li Shimin. The potential of steel to significantly bolster the military's combat strength far outweighed the agricultural yield that would not be realized for another 6 months. The future of the great Tang Dynasty would undoubtedly involve warfare, and possessing steel at that juncture would be precisely what Li Shimin required. After all, it was well known that the incident at the White Horse Alliance by the Weishui River haunted the illustrious Emperor Taizong throughout his life, a source of profound shame. If Chu Qiao could simplify the method of steel production, Li Shimin's approval would surely soar. Yet, the construction of this earthen kiln was not solely for the production of steel to underscore his importance. It was also a precursor to future developments. He needed to produce glass as well. Chu Qiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this world was a tapestry of divine beings and mortals, the technological advancements of the Tang Dynasty remained stagnant, akin to historical times. Primitive firing techniques and artisan skills had yet to permeate society, resulting in the exorbitant prices of vibrant glassware. Nonetheless, Chu Qiao faced a dilemma. Ordinary glass without spiritual essence might only earn a superficial impression. The value of jadeite in this realm stemmed from the abundant pure spiritual energy it harbored, which could prolong life and nourish the spirit over time. In response to Chu Qiao's declarations, Wei Zheng, displaying his usual sagacity, refrained from jumping to conclusions without tangible evidence. Shall we begin, then? Neza, bouncing with enthusiasm, approached the kiln and turned to Chu Qiao. With a calm nod, Chu Qiao advised Wei Zheng, Lord Wei, as the temperature within the kiln rises, molten iron may splatter. It would be prudent for us to keep our distance without protective gear. Wei Zheng glanced at Chu Qiao, then at Neza, who barely reached his waist. He felt an overwhelming urge to shield Chu Qiao, wishing to protect him from the dangers posed by Neza's presence. You do realize how perilous this is, yet you allow a child to accompany us. Despite Neza's apparent prowess, he was still a child, and it was unwise to expose him to such hazards. That child is no ordinary being. He is Neza, Chu Qiao stated with an air of calm, revealing Neza's identity. From Zhang Yuhuan. He had already learned of Wei Zheng's true nature, thus there was no need to conceal Neza's identity from him. Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng's demeanor shifted to one of composure, discreetly stepping back. Neza was notorious within the heavenly court, and even as an official of modest rank, Wei Zheng understood the vast chasm between their statuses. Wind and fire wheels. Go! Neza exclaimed, leaping high into the air, golden wheels forming beneath his feet. which propelled him directly into the kiln. Be mindful of the temperature. Do not melt all the iron. Chu Qiao cautioned, still somewhat uneasy. Neza and Apos' wind and fire wheels generated intense heat, undoubtedly surpassing the average iron ore tolerance. Had there been sufficient coal to sustain the fire, Chu Qiao would not have resorted to using Neza's wheels as the heat source. Rest assured, I shall handle this minor task, Neza declared proudly, thumping his chest. Since the calamity of the function, Neza's powers had been restrained at the Golden Immortal level, and despite numerous attempts, he could not ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal rank. Consequently, he had focused on honing his magical abilities to enhance his control over spiritual treasures, rendering him nearly invincible in combat. All right, you lot. Stop dawdling and load the iron ore. With a commanding shout from Chu Qiao, Daniel and the two accompanying creatures hastily filled baskets with iron ore and deposited them into the kiln. As the wind and fire wheels spun, flames surged, and the iron ore melted under the searing heat. Thick black smoke billowed from the kiln, while streams of molten iron flowed forth. Quickly, pour the iron into the molds. An experienced blacksmith commanded as he observed the iron flowing out. Meanwhile, Han, observing from a distance, suddenly looked up at the sky, where dark clouds, invisible to ordinary mortals, began to gather ominously. A streak of golden light approached from the east, intertwining with the thick clouds, where virtue and karma coexist. This method seems to disturb the heavens, Han mused, recognizing the source of the karmic energy. The smoke emanating from the kiln was capable of tainting spiritual energy. Neza also raised his gaze to the peculiar half of the sky, his expression fraught with conflict. He needed the merit, but the tainted karmic force was difficult for him to accept. Simultaneously, in the mountains not far from Xiahe village, a child in red suddenly felt a stirring. Lifting his head to gaze towards the village. Could there be an opportunity for me over there? Chapter 49. The Red Boy's departure to the east quickly. Summon all the mountain gods and land deities. The Red Boy leaped down from the stone table, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the east. Then summoned a group of lesser demons under his command. At his command, the small demons erupted in cheers as they brought forth the mountain gods and land deities. At that moment, several mountain gods and land deities were forced to kneel before the throng of small demons. We captured all the mountain gods and land deities closest to us, but some are too far away. Should I take the little ones and fetch them? Not for now. The Red Boy waved his hand, halting this reckless suggestion. He placed one foot upon a nearby table, leaning forward slightly. His gaze directed with an air of intimidation towards the kneeling deities. Unfortunately, the Red Boy's stature was slightly shorter than Neza's. The already imposing gaze seemed to carry an amusing contradiction when set against his diminutive form. However, despite the comical appearance, none of the mountain gods dared to laugh. This little fellow was truly ruthless. Tell me, do you know what lies to the east? If anyone provides me with useful information, I shall exempt them from 10 years of tribute. But should you withhold the truth or mislead me, well, you are well aware of my methods. Faced with the Red Boy's coercive persuasion, the mountain gods and land deities wore expressions of distress. After a brief pause, the Red Boy's impatience grew, prompting an elderly land deity to speak up. Your Majesty, the eastern lands are vast. We are located in the central part of the western Bulhazhou. If you travel eastward, you will reach a human dynasty in the southern Jianbu continent, and further east lies the Eastern Sea. All these places are to the east, but I cannot discern exactly what you seek. Upon hearing this, the Red Boy was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he gazed eastward. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes, focusing intently, and then replied uncertainly, approximately within 300,000 miles. Upon hearing this, the previously speaking land deity nearly slapped himself in frustration. 300,000 miles was far too vague. Yet, confronted with the unreasonable Red Boy, the mountain gods and land deities dared not voice any dissent. After exchanging glances, one mountain god finally spoke, suppressing his trepidation. Your Majesty, the place you describe must be the realm of the most powerful human dynasty, the Great Tang. This mountain god understood well that a location unfamiliar to even the Red Boy could not be in the western Bulhazhou. It had to be in the southern Jianbu continent or the Eastern Sea. However, the Eastern Sea was certainly much further than 300,000 miles. Moreover, the Samadhi true fire that the Red Boy wielded would find nothing of use within the Eastern Sea. Thus, it must be the southern Jianbu continent. Currently, the territory controlled by the human nation known as the Great Tang was the most expansive and powerful. Naturally, the crucial point was that they only knew of the Great Tang. After all, The other smaller nations held no significance for them, given their considerable distance from the southern Jianbu continent. Their awareness of the Great Tang stemmed solely from its overwhelming might. The Great Tang? A realm established by mere mortals? The red boy's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he waved his hand, signaling for the mountain gods to be released. Children, I am going forth to seek my fortune. Guard the gate well. Yes, your majesty. With that, a brilliant red flame erupted, shooting forth from the orange-hued cave, racing towards the east. Meanwhile, not far away, a golden light ascended. A monk floated slowly into the air, observing the red boy's hasty departure towards the east, his brow furrowing slightly. Why has the red boy suddenly ventured eastward? Aren't Princess Iron Fan and the Bull Demon King in the west? The monk pondered for a moment, but found no clarity. He waved his hand, summoning a mountain god. Greetings, great master. Do you know where the red boy is headed? I am uncertain, but I heard that a few colleagues were captured by the red boy for questioning. They mentioned heading towards the human realm of the Great Tang. The Great Tang? A flicker of confusion crossed the monk's eyes, and he waved his hand to dismiss the mountain god. After a brief contemplation, feeling a sense of unease, the monk launched a beam of golden light towards the western sky. Meanwhile, in the tall building beside the small river village, Chu Qiao gazed at the billowing black smoke rising from the earth kiln, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. She sensed that if the black smoke were allowed to disperse freely, something dreadful would undoubtedly occur. Thus, she turned to Neza and said, Neza, intensify the flames against that mass of black smoke. The temperature must be higher. Neza nodded and summoned a fire-red spear, unleashing a surge of purple flames that ignited the black smoke rolling from the earth kiln. Yes, just like that. Leave a wisp hovering above the kiln. Once Chu Qiao finished speaking, a golden light of merit descended from the heavens, with 60% entering the merit golden wheel behind her. The third merit golden wheel rapidly filled, but the already radiant wheel was enveloped in a wisp of black smoke. The earlier contracts, the iron pot, the curved plow, and the shadow of the earth kiln all glimmered with golden light behind the merit wheel, blocking the karmic burdens from encroaching. Approximately a quarter of the merit descended into the earth kiln, transforming it into a vessel of merit. Another quarter flowed into Neza's body, gradually merging with his fire spike spear and wind fire wheel. The remaining half was divided into hundreds of fragments, like raindrops, continuously falling into the bodies of those below. Chu Qiao, do you have any solution for this black smoke? Chapter 50. The enigmatic city of Chang'an. At this moment, Neza's face was etched with conflict. The power of merit was indeed vast, yet it came with the burden of karma. If employed to refine the lotus gold body, it could potentially compromise his entire foundation, resulting in a fate far worse than the current predicament. Moreover, even if Neza could resist the awareness, once this method became known, the karmic debt incurred by a dynasty could lead to his complete obliteration. The solution seemed simple. One could merely prepare a cleansing device. However, I am rather inept at creating such a contraption. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao scratched his head, clapped his hands together, and with a hint of exasperation, remarked that the knowledge required for air pollution treatment was far too profound, given that he had never anticipated crossing over to another world. He was utterly unfamiliar with such matters. Who among ordinary folk would devise a solution for this? Furthermore, it was unheard of for any time traveler to require a pollution control device while forging steel in a furnace. At that very moment, the old blacksmith interjected, "My lord, a steel blade has been crafted as per your instructions." Meanwhile, within a courtyard of Chang'an, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a humble demeanor arrived. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of others, he swiftly pushed open a door and entered. "My lord, please don the mask," a servant who had been waiting at the entrance said, bowing slightly as he handed over a black mask. The middle-aged man accepted the mask and, with practiced ease, placed it over his face, responding in a muffled tone, "What is the purpose of all this charade? It is quite bothersome." The servant refrained from further comment, guiding him through a winding path for about a quarter of an hour until the middle-aged man finally removed his hood and donned a grim reaper mask. Once all preparations were complete, the servant opened a secret passage, allowing the man to proceed. "Did we not agree to lay low for a while? Why are we summoned so hastily?" he questioned as he traversed a lengthy underground corridor, arriving at a concealed chamber. Observing that the table was nearly filled, he asked in a low voice. Before anyone could respond, the middle-aged man took a seat at the third position on the right. What else could it be? Someone has stirred up trouble, the first man on the left, donned in a Yama mask, retorted with a sneer. Upon hearing his derision, None among the assembly dared to reply. There were 10 tables in total, but the 2 at the forefront remained unoccupied, while 7 individuals sat at the lower tables. The first table on the right was still vacant, awaiting its occupant. However, the wait was brief. As a figure clad in gray and bearing a small ghost mask entered without ceremony, taking the first seat on the right. Without delay, he launched an accusation. We formed this alliance to collectively resist His Majesty's purges. Yet now, with His Majesty willing to overlook past grievances and reinstate us. Why have we been summoned? Are you plotting rebellion once more? At this, the assembly turned their gazes towards the man in the Yama mask. Among them, only he and the one in the ghost mask were privy to each other's identities. Under their scrutiny, the man in the Yama mask shifted slightly, letting out a dismissive grunt. It wasn't I who sent out the summons. Why do you all look to me? If not you or I. Could it be Prince Qi? The man in the ghost mask scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the 2 empty tables. Since the demise of the former crown princely Jianqing and princely Yuanji, those seats had remained unoccupied, as both founders of the alliance had been slain by Li Shimin. Indeed, it is quite rare for General Shui to remember this king. A voice emerged as a figure shrouded in black mist materialized at the right side of the main seat. Another figure silently appeared on the left, pale, yet exuding an air of authority. With their arrival, the temperature in the room plummeted significantly. All present stood in disbelief, gazing at the 2 figures that had abruptly materialized. Yuanji, do not raise your voice, the former crown prince Li Jianqing admonished as he stood, addressing Li Yunji. He then turned to the assembly, bowing slightly. It has been a long time, esteemed guests. I extend my greetings. The crowd exchanged glances, fully aware of the existence of spirits in the world. However, were not the souls of the departed under the jurisdiction of the underworld? Allowing the vengeful spirits to return to the mortal realm would contravene the natural order. We meet the crown prince, they responded, bowing in return to Li Jianqing's cordiality. Li Yuanji, visibly displeased, rose and begrudgingly returned the gesture. With that, a stiff smile emerged on Li Jianqing's face as he spoke. I summoned you here. I am deeply grateful for your efforts in gathering incense offerings. However, this matter is of great significance. We must ensure my younger brother remains unaware. Therefore, you may disperse, and do not let him catch wind of anything amiss. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar who had just arrived scanned the faces of those present, yet obscured by masks. He could discern no change in their expressions. Is the crown prince here solely for this matter? The man in the ghost mask boldly inquired. If you are truly loyal to me, I shall not treat you unjustly, Li Jianqing replied. After a shared glance with Li Yuanji, a surge of black mist enveloped them, causing their figures to vanish. Once they departed, the room fell silent until, after a lengthy pause, the man in the Yama mask finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Chapter 51. The Self-Repairing Blade. Pray tell, what business has brought the 2 princes back? The crowd, not easily deceived, could hardly accept Li Jianqing's recent words. Regrettably, apart from this matter, he divulged nothing further. Regardless, this affair no longer concerns me. From this day forth, I shall refrain from meddling in the alliance's affairs. Nonetheless, out of respect for old comrades, I urge you all to heed my counsel. His Majesty possesses remarkable talent, and the imperial power is stable. Do not overestimate your own capabilities. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged silent glances before departing through various exits. A moment later, the previously vanished black mist surged once more within the room. Brother, do you think any among them will betray us to the palace? Regardless, our objectives have been achieved, have they not? Truly, you are a paragon of wisdom, brother. However, what shall we do about the rascal who exposed our incense matter? Once we fulfill the Bodhisattva's directive, you may handle him as you see fit. At that moment, in the quaint village of Xiaohe, Chu Qiao remained blissfully unaware of the formidable entity she had inadvertently provoked. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the swirling black smoke ascending toward the heavens. Unable to resist turning to Neza beside her. Do you truly believe this black mist can generate karma? Indeed, it surely can, Neza replied, his expression marred with concern. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiao scratched her head in resignation, letting out a long sigh. If that is the case, we must accumulate more merits to counterbalance it. Do you think merits grow like cabbages by the roadside, appearing out of thin air? Neza retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, if all else fails, I shall make a trip to Qianyuan Mountain, and, while my master slumbers, I shall steal his 9-dragon fire shield. The others regarded Neza with incredulity. Truly, one of the Avenger League. Chu Qiao shook her head and rose, stating, "Regardless, the earthen kiln indeed has its flaws, yet it does not obscure its merits. The steel forged from this kiln is of unparalleled quality." With that, she picked up a finely polished steel blade, wielding it with abandon, unleashing 2 streaks of blade energy that etched deep gashes into the ground. This was not a result of her own magical powers, rather, it was a characteristic inherent to the blade itself. As the first batch of steel forged from the merit-laden kiln, this blade possessed several extraordinary attributes. You speak the truth, young Master Chu. Although there are still methods to refine, if you present this technique along with the steel blade to His Majesty, he shall surely bestow great rewards upon you, Wei Zhang remarked, holding a blade crafted from the same batch, his eyes filled with admiration. As he tapped the steel blade, it emitted a harmonious clash of metal, while Bai Hanshan's folding fan briefly danced across its surface. Indeed, while this blade may not rival those karmic treasures that leave no traces, it possesses numerous remarkable qualities. Not only can it absorb the malevolent energies of the world to enhance itself, but it also inflicts no harm upon its wielder. Bai Hanshan's keen gaze discerned the blade's attributes with remarkable clarity after only a brief observation. He then picked up another steel blade and lightly poked the edge. Ping! A crisp sound rang out as a notch was punctured into the resilient blade. The guards, who had long coveted the steel blades, gasped in shock as they witnessed Bai Han effortlessly mar one. Their eyes filled with concern for the damaged weapon, they soon grasped the extent of Bai Hanshan's formidable strength. If he could shatter steel with such ease, what might he do to human bones? Is this blade truly self-repairing? Upon seeing Bai Han damage one of the blades, Wei Zhang prepared to collect the others, only to suddenly notice the blade with the notch quivering slightly, as if mending itself. Furrowing her brow, Chu Qiao seized a piece of iron ore and tossed it forward. Bai Han looked at her in astonishment, and without hesitation, he thrust the steel blade toward the ore. The blade pierced into the stone, sending dust cascading down its surface as the notch on the blade began to heal rapidly. Goodness, this blade truly repairs itself. But how did you discern this, Brother Chu? Neza's eyes sparkled with newfound respect as he turned to Chu Qiao. It was entirely reasonable for a figure of Bai Hanshan's stature to recognize the blade's characteristics, and for Wei Zhang, a prominent court official, to observe its details. But how could Chu Qiao, a mere novice embarking on the path of cultivation, perceive such attributes? Chu Qiao merely smiled faintly. The ability to absorb similar materials and repair itself is a trope worn thin in other tales, like the infamous demonic blade of 1,000 transformations. It is trite, utterly trite, devoid of originality. Young Master Chu, your perception is truly remarkable, Wei Zhang remarked, casting a glance of admiration at Chu Qiao before retracting the blade. Please ensure the proper safeguarding of the steel and the accompanying materials. Chu Qiao, taken aback by Wei Zhang's solemn demeanor, soon grasped the significance. These materials were priceless. While they might hold little value for cultivators like Neza and Bai Han, for mortals, they constituted top-tier weapons and exquisite materials, especially with the self-repairing quality. Such a treasure was indeed priceless. Chapter 52. Li Chengqian's departure from Chang'an Darren truly possesses a meticulous mind. Bai Han gazed appreciatively at Wei Zhang, inwardly lamenting the absence of such talent in the heavenly court of Ur. The previous assembly was comprised of fools, preoccupied solely with battling the Wu tribe and engaging in internal strife. Upon witnessing this, Neza reluctantly set aside a piece of steel, though it bore no utility for him. It was exceptionally well suited for the restoration of divine artifacts. As the war god of the heavenly court, Neza frequently found himself under the relentless pressure from the formidable Li Tianwang, often facing formidable adversaries. After a fierce battle, various artifacts would sustain damages, necessitating timely maintenance. If he could integrate such steel into his divine treasures, they would acquire the remarkable ability of self-repair, thereby alleviating the time-consuming task of restoration in the future. By Dage and Wei Darren seemed to imply that this batch of materials holds significant value. Chu Qiao's eyes brightened as a thought struck her. The entire village was in dire straits. This year's drought had severely diminished the harvest. Were it not for the support of that esteemed elder behind her, unrest would have already erupted within the village. If Chu Qiao could sell these materials, she would amass sufficient funds to embark on her forthcoming plans. This modest cold-water town was beginning to feel rather small as a starting point for her aspirations. Chu Qiao had not forgotten that in the 5 years following Li Shimin's ascension to the throne, there had scarcely been a year of respite. Whether it was locust plagues, floods, or droughts, Calamity had seemingly become a constant companion. This was under the natural circumstances of her previous life, in the current primal world. With its myriad of supernatural beings, one could only imagine the additional human-induced disasters. It was evident to Chu Qiao how immense the pressure was upon Li Shimin in his position. It was a testament to his wisdom and martial prowess that he managed to endure. Nevertheless, she did not wish to witness the population of the Tang Dynasty dwindle further. A decrease in population would inevitably lead to rebellion, and the fate of humanity would wane, leaving him unable to protect them. Wei Darren, do you think it feasible for me to purchase the surrounding tens of thousands of acres of wasteland and have the demon clans cultivate it? Upon hearing Chu Qiao's unexpected proposition, Wei Zheng's lips twitched, and he regarded her with astonishment. What? Is one village not sufficient for your endeavors? Now you wish to stir things up elsewhere? Excellent, excellent. The mischievous Neza, ever eager for chaos, immediately applauded Chu Qiao's suggestion. Meanwhile, within the walls of Chang'an, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty suddenly sneezed. Has the temperature dropped today? Why do I feel a chill? Ah, bring me a cloak. By the way, how are preparations on the Crown Prince's end progressing? Reporting to your Majesty, the Crown Prince is bidding farewell to Her Majesty the Empress. It is likely that he will soon come to take his leave from you. A middle-aged eunuch, bowing respectfully, replied to Li Shimin. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin nodded with a calm demeanor, though a hint of concern flickered across his face as he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, instruct him to depart promptly. For some reason, I harbor an unsettling premonition. Moments later, a figure bowed deeply before Li Shimin, saying, Father, take care. Your son bids farewell. Go. Be cautious on your journey, and learn from Wei Zhang, but do not adopt his foul temper. Additionally, ensure Chu Qiao's safety. Your departure will surely draw attention. Li Shimin instructed solemnly. Li Chengqian bowed once more before rising to reveal his tall stature, replying, I shall forever remember father's teachings. Enough, go? Li Shimin waved his hand, a trace of impatience evident in his voice. Observing this, Li Chengqian's eyes dimmed slightly, and after bowing once more, he departed. As he turned to leave, a rare softness flickered in Li Shimin's gaze. After all, he is still young and inexperienced. Under such circumstances, how will he stabilize his position on the throne? Li Shimin murmured, though Li Chengqian was unaware of his father's thoughts. The Tai Chi hall fell silent once more, while nearby, several young eunuchs seemed intent on severing their ears to avoid overhearing anything inappropriate. Suddenly, from the shadows, a middle-aged eunuch approached rapidly. Report to your Majesty, Ministers Shui, Huang, and Liu have urgent matters to discuss. Shui Haifeng from the Ministry of War and Wang Qingfeng from the Ministry of Rights? Li Shimin pondered briefly, recognizing their significance. While he had appointed the former subordinates of Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji to balance out the forces left by Li Yuan in the court, he had not done so without a measure of caution. However, until they made any overt moves, he would not act against them. These individuals were diligent in their duties, neither overstepping their bounds nor shirking responsibilities, maintaining a delicate balance of mutual testing and gradual trust. Now that they had come to him, could it signify their complete trust and willingness to open their hearts? This indeed could be promising news. Given the ongoing struggles and intrigues within the court, the stability of the Tang Dynasty was at stake. Li Shimin smiled slightly as he gestured, Have them wait for me in the study. I shall be there shortly. Yes. Minister Shui Haifeng, Minister Wang Qingfeng, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Rise, my esteemed ministers. Have you come with significant matters to address? Li Shimin inquired cheerfully. With a mere glance, he had already gleaned the essence of their visit. Most of the core members from the faction left by Li Jianshang had arrived. The remaining members were of lesser importance. By effectively managing the remnants of Li Jianqing's faction, he could also maneuver the remnants of Li Yuan's faction in the court, gradually assigning them to less influential positions, thereby ensuring greater stability within the court. Chapter 53. Acquiring land. The few individuals present exchanged glances, surprised that they had all gathered together. This was somewhat awkward. Shui Haifeng, gritting his teeth, decided that since they were all there, it mattered little. Your Majesty, we have urgent matters to report. Please dismiss the others. Li Shimin's smile faded slightly as he surveyed the faces of the ministers before him. He then waved his hand, allowing only his loyal eunuch to remain in the grand hall. Meanwhile, in a serene temple outside the palace, a kindly nun radiating tranquility sat in meditation. Before her stood two shadowy figures, exuding a strong aura of death, Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji, the two brothers. Suddenly, Both men trembled, their eyes sparkling with a glimmer of joy. Bodhisattva, my second brother must have learned of our return from the underworld, Li Jianqing thought, intuitively sensing the truth. Without hesitation, he shared this revelation with the nun before him. As the nun slowly opened her eyes, her pure gaze swept over Li Jianqing. In that moment, the two brothers felt as if their souls had been cleansed, all their emotions purified. Amitabha, well done, well done. The cause and effect have been set, and the grand scheme is in place. I am grateful for your assistance, she intoned. Li Jianqing, acknowledging the nun's gratitude, felt a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. He quickly pulled his brother aside, forcing a strained smile as he suggested, "We are willing to assist you, Bodhisattva, in evading the Emperor's dragon aura. Naturally, you should help us establish our realm in the underworld in return. It is but a transaction. We cannot accept such grand gestures from you. To be at ease or not, that is for oneself to discern. Your wisdom is profound, and I admire it greatly," the nun replied, forming a mudra with her hands and raising a jade bottle high, sealing their fate within. Seeing her preparations complete, Li Jianqing clasped his hands and said, "Now that matters are settled, we shall await your good news." With that, the wary Li Jianqing pulled Li Yuanji away, their figures vanishing into swirling black mist. Once they departed, the compassion and serenity on the nun's face dissipated. She wiped non-existent sweat from her brow and could not help but exclaim, "Alas! The human pressure in Chang'an is overwhelming. Fortunately, the cause has been cultivated. I shall leave the subsequent affairs to Yuan Shouqing." In the imperial study, Li Shimin reprimanded sharply, "You are speaking utter nonsense. Do you wish for me to accuse you of treason?" Observing the serious expressions of the kneeling officials, he felt a twinge of conflict within himself but ultimately only issued a warning, though he was reluctant to acknowledge this news. He understood that these men would not jest about such matters. Their prompt reporting indicated their loyalty to him, which could be considered a positive sign. Enough. This matter is too peculiar. I have lost my composure. For your meritorious reports, let it be known that each of you shall receive a reward of 100 taels of gold and 10 beautiful women. The officials expressed their gratitude. "We thank your majesty for your great kindness." After their departure, silence fell once more within the study. Only Li Shimin remained seated on high, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. Meanwhile, a few miles south of Shaha village, Chu Qiao surveyed the desolate expanse before her, feeling invigorated. "I want all this land. Name your price. Let us procure the deeds." Beside her, the county magistrate of Maishan busily calculated on an abacus while carefully holding a map, chatting amiably with Chu Qiao, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The aides behind them hurriedly jotted down calculations. "Young master, your vision is commendable, despite the current barrenness. With proper management, this land will surely flourish. And look at its scenic location. Building a residence here will undoubtedly yield great fortune." According to the court's regulations, there was no fee for cultivating wasteland. However, the magistrate added, "Young master, please understand that this area is quite large and will require coordination with several nearby villages. Thus, we should offer some compensation to the officials for their efforts. The picturesque landscape and excellent feng shui mean that even a modest investment will not be a loss. How about we settle at 400 won per mu? What do you think, young master?" Although the magistrate smiled, his eyes remained fixed on Chu Qiao. Not far away, Wei Zhang was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged scholar. "400 won per mu is somewhat excessive. Let them lower the price." "Lord Wei, the gang behind that ear has been dismantled as per your instructions, but we have released some of them as you ordered. Our county magistrate works diligently. Yet with such serious issues arising in his jurisdiction, we must also ensure we collect taxes for this year's end-of-year performance evaluation." The magistrate looked troubled as he spoke to Wei Zhang, who merely shot him a cold glance before responding, "You have done well. But the court demands more than mere tax revenue. If we can achieve good results from this autumn's harvest, I can certainly speak favorably on your behalf in the court." Wei Zhang had already investigated the magistrate's background. This official had been appointed through recommendations, lacking personal conviction and easily swayed by others' opinions. However, such individuals typically avoided unnecessary meddling and sought to avoid controversy. Had it not been for Chu Qiao's remarkable abilities this year, the mere incense incident would have sufficed to strip the magistrate of his position. Chapter 54. The incorrigible child. This is indeed akin to a grievous crime of treason. It is a stroke of fortune that there are no prison sentences involved. Should the emperor conduct a thorough investigation, the head of this county magistrate may not be safe. I am grateful for your guidance, Lord Wei. Upon hearing Wei Zhang's words, The magistrate's eyes glimmered with a trace of joy, and he quickly bowed in respect. Little did he expect that amidst such a significant incident today, he might still have a chance to preserve his esteemed position. Indeed, there are still those in the court who are amenable to reason. Lord Wei is not as unapproachable as the rumors suggest. He is clearly adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Wei Zhang, upon hearing this, could not help but sigh, pressing his forehead in exasperation. To what depths has the bureaucracy sunk? This fellow seems incapable of comprehending both praise and criticism, does he not? What I intended to convey was that, barring any scandal, the mere actions of Chu Qiao would suffice to ensure a commendable evaluation for him by year's end, even yielding the possibility of a promotion. If Chu Qiao were to cultivate the land and subsequently contribute to the crafting of pivotal agricultural tools, he would undoubtedly earn considerable merit. How can this man be so obtuse? When we passed by Xia village earlier, did you not discern anything? Upon hearing Wei Zhang's inquiry, the magistrate's eyes sparkled with realization. He quickly nodded, patting his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Lord Wei, I shall see to it that these troublesome creatures are dispersed and will not cause any disturbances. However, I do require your assistance in communicating with that young nobleman. Such creatures are not to be trifled with. If the young master fancies these monsters, I can provide him with some first-rate fox spirits or cat girls in the future. You truly are an interesting character. I find myself rather curious about your previous achievements. Wei Zhang was at a loss for words, pointing at the magistrate, unsure whether to commend or chastise him. To his surprise, the magistrate immediately responded with a smile. Not at all. This is all thanks to your guidance, my lord. You. The incorrigible child. Wei Zhang, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, fearing that if the conversation continued, he might truly be driven to draw his blade against this fool. Wei Zhang resolved to ensure that His Majesty thoroughly scrutinized the backgrounds and intellects of the lower-ranking officials. How could such individuals be allowed to serve in the court? Would this not harm the common folk? Such a person even dares to aspire to a commendation? It is utterly absurd. Ah, Lord Wei, please do not leave. At this moment, Chu Qiao had already entered the realm of transformation, her senses keen and acute, allowing her to overhear the dialogue between Wei Zhang and the magistrate. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. How had she not realized before how foolish the magistrate of Maishan County was? Had she known, she would have deceived this fool of a magistrate rather than the village chief. Even Wei Zhang, who could quell the temper of Li Shimin with ease, was rendered speechless and irate by this man, unsure whether his foolishness was genuine or feigned. How absurd to invite Wei Zhang to such debauched places. Lord County Deputy, has our magistrate always been this bold? Chu Qiao regarded the magistrate's retreating figure with a hint of admiration, yet she understood that this was hardly surprising. If the magistrate of Maishan County were truly a capable individual, there would not be such an overt congregation of people in the town of Lingshui. Haha, young Master Chu. Let us speak candidly. No matter how much we praise the magistrate, we cannot lower the price that much. 400 won is already our baseline, after all. We have exerted much effort and cannot let our brothers return empty-handed. Thus, 380 won was offered. If this price is agreeable to you, I will also purchase the marshy land to the west. What do you say? Are you truly willing, young Master Chu? The county deputy pondered for a moment, unable to fathom why Chu Qiao would want to acquire such a labor-intensive and unyielding piece of land that could not be cultivated. Nevertheless, considering the inclusion of the useless marshland, they indeed stood to profit. Unable to grasp the reasoning, the county deputy nodded and replied, "Very well, since you are so sincere, let us proceed with this arrangement." Chu Qiao also smiled and nodded, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes. Even if the county deputy did not relent, she would still acquire the marshland. Being able to use it as leverage in negotiations was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Soon, the county deputy completed the contract, and both parties signed the agreement in the presence of Wei Zhang. Observing the beaming smiles of the magistrate and county deputy, Chu Qiao too wore a faint smile. Once the two had departed, Chu Qiao sought out by Hans Han and inquired, "Brother Bai, you are certain that there is a coal mine beneath that marsh, correct?" "Rest assured, Brother Chu. During my travels, I gained a rudimentary understanding of geomancy," Bai Hans Han confidently replied, fanning himself with a paper fan. However, his expression soon shifted as he gazed to the west, surprise evident in his eyes. "What is this? How did that little calf end up here?" "Oh, this is the feeling. This is the place." As a crimson cloud descended, a child clad in a red cloak appeared upon the ground. The red-clad child placed their hands on their hips, tilting their head to gaze at a burly man nearby, who wore a wide-brimmed hat. The man stood 9 feet tall, with a robust physique that exuded strength and a fierce aura. "Hey, you there, do you know where this place is?" The burly man, hearing the voice, looked up, surveying the surroundings in confusion, scratching his head in bewilderment. "How strange, who is calling me? Ah, this is infuriating. Look down." The red-clad child leaped up in frustration, flames flickering around them. The burly man looked down and, seeing the child who resembled a 3-year-old, furrowed his brow. "Little one, it is not right to play with fire at such a young age." With a light reprimand, the burly man's voice extinguished the flames swirling in the child's mouth. Feeling the coolness in his throat, the child was momentarily stunned. He quickly began to weave hand signs, fiery red light flowing into his body. Yet a peculiar force continued to block his mouth. Chapter 55. The art of teaching and cultivation. No matter how he invoked his powers, he could not summon his proud samadhi true fire once more. "Young child, while you may possess extraordinary abilities, wielding such power recklessly to coerce others is utterly inappropriate. Where are your parents? Is this how they have taught you?" The burly man, with a grave expression, chastised the young boy, yet for reasons unknown. The typically fearless child faced this reprimand with an unusual meekness, lacking the usual discontent and irritation he displayed when scolded by family. Instead, his tone softened, resembling that of a child being scolded, as he timidly replied, "No one taught me. My father was enchanted by a vixen outside, and my mother neglects me, allowing me to play freely without concern." After expressing this grievance, the child suddenly widened his eyes in shock. "No. Is this something the illustrious holy infant king should utter? If those little ones in the cave knew of my weakness, they would surely no longer heed my words. This man before him must perish. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If the teaching is not strict, it is the teacher's negligence. Your father indulges his concubine at the expense of his wife and children, which is inexcusable. Your mother's self-pity is equally misguided. But what of your teacher? Has no one ever instructed you in the ways of the world?" The burly man frowned, clearly harboring some discontent toward the boy's unfamiliar father. Upon hearing this, the child stood frozen. This was the first time he had heard such words. Whenever outsiders learned that his father was the great sage equal to heaven, they treated him with utmost respect, even calling his father a towering hero. It was merely a matter of taking a concubine. How could Princess Iron Fan be so relentless? Perhaps the Bull Demon King was simply a scheming villain, coveting the abundant riches of the Fox King. Whenever he got into trouble, it was always the Bull Demon King who reprimanded him, and no one ever spoke on his behalf. No one ever suggested that the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan's educational methods were flawed. The child cast another glance at the burly man and suddenly felt that perhaps this individual was not so deserving of death after all. He seemed genuinely different from others. "I have no teacher." Upon uttering this, the burly man sighed. "You are indeed a child of potential, yet alas, the demon race ultimately struggles to make a mark." Upon hearing this, the boy's forehead glistened with sweat, and his gaze toward the man turned increasingly incredulous. "Impossible. He bears a protective artifact. The aura of the demon race has been entirely concealed. This artifact was given to me by an elderly red-haired man when Princess Iron Fan returned me home. Even my father might not see through its secrets. Yet this man before me can so easily discern the demon essence within me. It is truly terrifying. Very well. Stay by my side for a while. Remember, do not use your flames recklessly in the future." "All right, teacher." The boy, quick-witted, nodded obediently in response to the burly man's words. The man shrugged slightly, noticing the flicker of defiance in the boy's eyes. However, he paid it no mind, for the disciple he had accepted was far more rebellious than the young boy. Yet under his guidance, that disciple had transformed into a well-mannered student. "Come, today I shall introduce you to a great sage." The burly man removed his hat and gazed thoughtfully toward the direction of Little River Village. The boy hopped along behind him, inquiring, "Teacher, what is your surname?" "My surname is Kong. I hail from the Eastern Lu region." "And what is your name?" "My nickname is Red Boy. I do not yet have a formal name, as my father says I am still not of age." This custom is indeed a practice among demonkind. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and it is exceedingly difficult for beasts to reach maturity. Thus, it is customary for demon beings to refrain from bestowing formal names upon those who have not yet come of age. However, most who are aware of this custom are those ancient beasts from the time of the heavenly court, indicating that your father must have come from a notable lineage. Teacher, you are aware of this? The boy exclaimed. Haha, such knowledge can be found in books. Study more, and you will naturally come to understand. Ah, I still have to study. The boy's head spun with the thought, and he prepared to flee. After all, studying was out of the question. The burly man, clearly aware of the boy's intentions, swiftly scooped him up and placed him on his shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha, trying to escape now is futile. I wasn't trying to run. The boy protested stubbornly, squirming uncomfortably on the man's shoulder. Aside from Princess Iron Fan, no one had ever held him so closely. Carrying the boy, the burly man made his way to where Chu Qiao was observing the surroundings. He clasped his hands in greeting. I am Kong Mengquan. I have heard that you are seeking workers here. Chu Qiao turned at this remark, her expression tinged with curiosity. Are not the recruits gathered at the village entrance? How did this man manage to come in? Could he be lost? Intrigued, she set aside her map and bowed slightly to Kong Mengquan, asking, no need for such formalities. Are you not from the home of the sage in Shandong? Just a distant relative, Kong Mengquan replied with a simple smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, which brightened Chu Qiao's expression. The people of the Liu family, though they had fallen into obscurity, were indeed the very talents she needed for her endeavors. Moreover, the Kong family was renowned for their expertise in teaching and nurturing. Meanwhile, Bai Han, who was surveying the area, felt a sudden surge of presence and involuntarily shuddered. A flicker of gravity flashing in his eyes. Who is this person? I did not even notice his presence. Brother Chu, may I inquire who this individual is? Upon sensing Bai Han and Appo's presence, Kong Mengquan and Appo's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Bai Han immediately felt an overwhelming force locking onto him, his expression growing increasingly serious. Chapter 56. The nemesis of the Red Boy. Suddenly, the sound of waves echoed in the void, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in Bai Han's eyes. The river of Confucianism and Taoism. This is the realm of the most revered sage. Truly, Brother Bai is unfathomable, having completed the assessment of the formation with such swiftness. Chu Qiao smiled faintly at Bai Han, and then introduced him directly. Brother Kong, this is Brother Bai Han. Do not be deceived by his refined appearance. He possesses profound knowledge of both the heavens and the earth, and even has a smattering of understanding of the arcane arts. Brother Bai, this is Mr. Kong Mengquan from the Kong family of Shandong, who has come specifically to assist us in our endeavors today. Chu Qiao cast a grateful glance at Kong Mengquan. Her heart filled with admiration. It is no wonder that such a prestigious family has access to information so swiftly. Chu Qiao did not believe that Kong Mengquan had come simply because he learned of the recruitment. It was evident that the Kong family had dispatched him to assess the situation here. After all, the Kong family has always placed great emphasis on the education of humanity. If Chu Qiao could persuade the demon race to accept the customs of humankind, it would indeed be a form of enlightenment. Brother Chen, you flatter me. I am but a mere mortal in this world and cannot bear such praise. Kong Mengquan humbly gestured with his hand upon hearing Chu Qiao's introduction. Both Kong and Ming are luminaries of Confucianism. It appears that Brother Kong holds a significant position within the Confucian hierarchy, Bai Han remarked with a slight bow, speaking with utmost respect. Upon this acknowledgement from Bai Han, Chu Qiao's eyes brightened, her gaze toward Kong Mengquan filled with eagerness. Indeed, the followers of Confucianism hold the teachings of Kong and Ming in the highest regard. The very name Kong Mengquan evokes a sense of high status. It seems that the little schoolhouse in their village may yet be saved. As for those mischievous children, Chu Qiao could hardly endure any longer. Brother Bai is quite remarkable as well, but perhaps the name Han does not quite suit your stature. Water nourishes all life, and your path resembles this water, bringing sustenance to all. Kong Mengquan narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a warning glance at Bai Han. The foremost of the 10 demon lords, the strategist and advisor of the demon race, Bai Zhe. The thought that Bai Zhe had arrived even earlier than him made Kong Mengquan sigh inwardly. The demon race, even in decline, still possesses a saint to uphold its dignity. While humanity, the lords of this calamity, holds a status comparable to that of saints, they have grown weak, reduced to mere puppets among various factions. Even when a sage of humanity emerges, the response from the Fire Cloud Cave is still slower than that of the demon race. Hush, Brother Kong. Such a name should not be spoken lightly. It bears great karma. We practitioners are most wary of causality. If they were not so unfamiliar, Chu Qiao would have liked to silence Kong Mengquan right then and there. Could Bai Zhe's name be uttered so casually? The mere mention of such a being in the vast wilderness would surely evoke an immediate response. Chu Qiao had never witnessed Bai Han unleash his full power and thus perceived him as a noble scion of this world. As for Zhang Yuhuan's previous comments about Bai Han's formidable strength, she took them with a grain of salt. After all, the seven fairies have never been symbols of power. Bai Han and Kong Mingquan exchanged glances, a smile dawning in their eyes. My dear Chu, you are overthinking. Such beings would hardly be bothered by our trivial remarks. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Bai? Kong Mingquan cast a teasing glance at Bai Zhe, inquiring. Haha, indeed, beings of Bai Zhe's caliber would not concern themselves with our foolish chatter. Bai Han rolled his eyes, while Chu Qiao suddenly regained her focus. Why did it seem as though these two were acquainted? Have you known each other before? Not personally, but I have heard of Brother Kong's esteemed name. Bai Han produced a folding fan from somewhere, his eyes brimming with envy. Humanity is indeed blessed. A member of the Confucian school has only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, yet has already attained the status of a quasi-saint. Furthermore, it is evident from his prowess that he has long immersed himself in the realm of quasi-sainthood. Haha, I cannot take such credit. I have merely grown up hearing tales of Senior Bai, Kong Mingquan replied, bowing slightly as a younger generation addressing a senior. Observing this, Chu Qiao no longer found it surprising. Bai Han's acquaintance with Zhang Yuhuan suggested he was an old monster indeed. Kong Mingquan was merely a rising star nurtured by the Kong family. It was entirely reasonable for him to have heard of Bai Han's reputation. Cut it out. It's just a name. What's so impressive about it? My cave is the Fire Cloud Cave, the red boy scoffed inwardly, witnessing Chu Qiao's evident reverence towards Bai Zhe. Fire Cloud Cave? Could it be that you are the red boy? Chu Qiao hesitated for a moment before swiftly positioning herself in front of Bai Han, cautioning him. Brother, be careful. This child is not to be underestimated. Brother, hurry and send a message for Neza to come. Bai Han turned to Chu Qiao with a hint of grievance. I truly thank you. Seeing Chu Qiao so intimidated by him, the red boy's vanity swelled, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Indeed, my royal cave is the Fire Cloud Cave. Yet, the moment he uttered these words, a pair of authoritative eyes fell upon him from behind. Excellent, my disciple. This is the first lesson I imparted to you, what it means to respect your teacher and uphold propriety. In the next instant, a large hand seized the red boy's back. Helpless to resist, he was pressed down onto Kong Mingquan's thigh, and a ruler appeared out of thin air. Smack. Ow. Old man, how dare you strike me? I shall. Smack. Kong, release me. Smack. Ah, teacher, I was wrong. I was wrong. What did you do wrong? Observing the imposing Kong Mingquan, Chu Qiao stepped out from behind Bai Han, her gaze toward him increasingly affectionate. If even a mischievous child like the red boy could be subdued, surely the rascals in their village would be no challenge. It would be perfect to send Neza, who had been idling around the village, to study the teachings of Confucianism. At that moment, by the riverside near Shaha village, several earth kills had already risen, and Neza lay comfortably beneath a large tree, casually manipulating flames to incinerate the iron ore within the kills. Chapter 57. The Terrifying Path of Enlightenment. Who is whispering about me behind my back? Could it be that Li Jing, having lost his manhood, has noticed my absence? Neza felt a twinge of unease. Shifting his posture as he lay down, casually speaking, Big Ox, go fetch me some snacks. Remember, they must be the ones fried in that pot from the Chu Qiao household. In the city of Chang'an, a fisherman stood nervously, rubbing his hands in front of a suddenly appeared fortune-teller's stall. Sir, are you certain there has been no mistake? At the hour of the day, will I truly catch a priceless fish and a golden carp downstream of the Jing River? The fortune-teller, an elderly man with a dry yet spirited demeanor, replied, I never speak falsehoods. If it does not come to pass, feel free to smash my stall. However, remember, that carp is your payment for the fortune. Hearing this, the fisherman was overjoyed and quickly bowed in gratitude to the fortune-teller. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Yuan. Rest assured, await my good news. As Yuan Shouqing watched the fisherman depart, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. Soon, as the light faded, his expression turned pale, murmuring softly, The show is about to begin, yet another vengeful spirit. But who could blame you? You are the mightiest dragon soul beneath the four seas. In the western heavenly Ling Mountain, the Buddha Tathagata stood with his palm raised before him, gazing ahead as a luminous curtain descended, revealing a tranquil bamboo grove accompanied by resonating chants. Namo Amapa. Avalokiteshvara, has the matter of the Buddha's teachings been accomplished? The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, draped in pure white with a veil atop her head, gradually descended amidst an air of solemnity, one hand holding a jade bottle, the other raised in greeting. Amitabha, I report to you, Buddha Tathagata, that the karmic ties have been established and the secrets of the celestial realm are now in motion. Amitabha, well done. Well done. Bodhisattva, your efforts are commendable. The Buddha, embodying compassion, acknowledged her with a nod. Well done, but dear Avalokiteshvara, it seems I must trouble you once more regarding the disciples of Jin Shanzi. The Tathagata nodded in satisfaction, sweeping his palm through the void as the light and shadows dissipated like bubbles in the breeze. After this vision vanished, Avalokiteshvara appeared drained, resting against the altar, her expression tinged with complaint. Alas, I have just returned, barely had a sip of tea before I must venture out again. Moments later, a beam of light shot through the bamboo grove. After instructing Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha turned to an emaciated old monk beside him. Ancient Buddha, has there been any movement from the heavenly court? The frail Randalamp Buddha slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of wisdom gleaming within. Amitabha, there are no abnormalities from the old lord, but the Grand Supreme needs more support. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of discontent flashing in his eyes. In the past, to enable Sun Wukong to soar higher and fall harder, they had paid a significant price to persuade the heavenly court to stage such a performance. Now, as the grand expedition to the west was about to commence, they sought support from the Buddhist realm once more, treating them as an ATM. Amitabha, the Grand Supreme is the supreme being among the three realms, and the heavenly court is the nexus of karmic ties. Even the Grand Supreme, revered as the Jade Emperor, cannot escape the entanglements of karma. Amitabha, well done. Well done. Randalamp Buddha briefly twitched his face, performed a Buddhist salute, and vanished within the Thunder Sound Temple. As the Tathagata observed Randalamp Buddha's retreating figure, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the heavy chanting soon resonated once more within the Mahavira Hall. Woo-woo, teacher, please stop. I was wrong. The red boy limped behind Kong Mengquan, clutching his rear with a look of deep grievance, gazing at the ruler in Kong's hand with the same terror one would reserve for a demon. The ruler's strikes were not merely physical, they were an assault on the spirit. The pain was excruciating, yet his bottom remained as pristine as ever. Though no bones were broken, the agony was overwhelming. Each time the ruler struck, countless lessons in etiquette flooded his mind, chastising him for the folly of naming his abode Fire Cloud Cave. If he failed to memorize these rules, the ruler's force would only increase, compounding his suffering. The most alarming aspect was the incessant barrage of questions in his mind. A wrong answer would surely intensify the pain. Woo-woo. Who says those wicked spirits dwell in the underworld? Clearly, the teacher is the greatest of evildoers. He has crafted such a terrifying artifact. No. You only realize your mistakes due to the pain. However, considering this is your first offense, I shall not impose excessive punishment upon you. But mark my words. Should you fail to reform in the future, the consequences will not be as lenient as today. Upon hearing these words from Kong Mengquan, the red boy's eyes widened in shock. Is this considered mild? Kong Mengquan gazed skyward, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Today, as I read the sacred texts, I serendipitously comprehended a profound truth, further developing a divine ability that allows children to experience the tribulations of their parents during gestation. It is only today that I truly appreciate the greatness of maternal love, yet it is unfortunate that my disciple does not grasp my good intentions. What a jest! Could it be that technique? The others, who initially found it amusing, now sensed an ominous chill at the mention of a certain squirrel from a novel. Brother Chu, have you recalled something? Your expression mirrors that of my mischievous disciple. Kong Mengquan, intrigued, turned to inquire, while Chu Qiao remained silent, a shiver coursing through him. He grew serious, cupping his hands respectfully towards Kong Mengquan, speaking earnestly. Pity the hearts of all parents. I have already felt the weight of maternal love. I implore you, do not let me further comprehend its greatness. Chu Qiao, you are quite cowardly. It's merely a trivial spell, and yet it frightens you so? The red boy, clearly still bothered by Chu Qiao's earlier amusement, seized the opportunity to taunt him. You are still young. You do not understand. Chapter 58. New employment directions for the Rakshasa clan. Chu Qiao appeared as though she were the only one sober among a crowd of intoxicated souls, her gaze upon the red boy growing increasingly profound. What is there to fear? After all, the teacher's spells cannot harm my life. If you ask me, it is clearly your own cowardice, so do not deny it. The red boy, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead, wore an expression of disdain. Kong Mingquan, upon hearing the red boy's words, nodded appreciatively and spoke. Good, very good. It is a pity that I cannot employ this tactic upon myself. Should you gain any insights in the future, be sure to share them with me, so I may correct my own understanding. Rest assured, teacher, replied the red boy nonchalantly, oblivious to the growing sympathy in Chu Qiao's eyes. Even Bai Han's Han displayed an expression of internal conflict and struggle. The Fire Cloud Cave was a sacred place for humanity, encapsulated in an endless web of karma and sins that separated the internal from the external. Even with his strength, he could not fully perceive the situations within. He was entirely unaware of Kong Mingquan's divine abilities. For Bai Han's Han, this ignorance was a form of torment. Yet how could Chu Qiao possibly comprehend this? As they made their way back to Xiao village, they observed the towering earthen kiln billowing black smoke. The red boy's eyes brightened, his heartbeat quickening. Teacher, I believe I have discovered why I sense this place. What is it, teacher? The red boy's eyes fixed intently on the kiln, glimmers of light flickering within them. He finally grasped what had drawn him here. He felt an exhilarating surge within him as an energy, long dormant, began to stir. Could Brother Chu introduce what this is? A flicker of dim light danced in Kong Mingquan's eyes, and those who looked closely might detect a hint of surprise. He had initially perceived Chu Qiao merely as a sage with breakthroughs in craftsmanship, capable of greatly contributing to humanity's development and accelerating the rise of the Tang Dynasty. However, the path to unification of the dynasty and reclaiming the title of the 99 human emperor seemed distant. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had merely wished to facilitate his emergence from the Fire Cloud Cave. Whether he succeeded was of little consequence. As long as he continued to traverse the world, guiding and uncovering sages among humanity, there remained a flicker of hope for their future. Though this hope appeared exceedingly slim, it was still preferable to enduring endless trials within the Fire Cloud Cave, until the world faced its ultimate end, when the boundless calamities descended. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would lead the ancient sages from the cave, guiding humanity through the impending catastrophe. Yet now, Kong Mingquan suddenly realized that both he and the exalted beings from the Fire Cloud Cave had perhaps underestimated Chu Qiao. A nation's strength lies in its people, both in sacrifice and in arms. A nation can only be deemed powerful if it possesses a robust populace. However, only genuine power can unify humanity completely. The unification process will inevitably be drenched in bloodshed, when all converges into an overwhelming force once more. Even the heavenly Dao saints will be powerless to prevent the resurgence of the human emperor, just as in the past. When King Wu of Zhou had sealed the Fire Cloud Cave with the might of humanity, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could only watch helplessly. That contraption over there. It's called a blast furnace, used for smelting iron. Chu Qiao, oblivious to the excitement within Kong Mingquan, gazed at the red boy as if she had a revelation. As the creator of the furnace, she felt an intrinsic connection to this sacred artifact. The arrival of the red boy might be the divine indication she needed. A crucial element in rectifying the furnace's flaws. Get your flames away. Allow me to handle this. The red boy disregarded Kong Mingquan's presence, leaping onto the kiln. Immediately, the flames from the furnace seemed to come alive, swirling in response. Following the direction of the flames, he spotted a dashing young boy resembling himself. The boy clad in red was often recognized as a fierce warrior. He was Neza. The red boy had heard tales of the great war gods in the heavenly realm and instantly recognized Neza's identity. Which family do you hail from, child? Neza, unable to discern the red boy's concealed aura, inquired. The red boy, however, ignored Neza's question, instead focusing on the swirling black smoke ascending into the sky. Suddenly, the red boy opened his mouth wide and inhaled, drawing the toxic smoke into himself. Neza was taken aback, leaping forward and brandishing his magical silk. Stop! That substance will corrode your essence and spiritual power. Do not touch it recklessly. Neza had been tasked with managing the toxic fumes emitted from the towering structures and was well aware of their lethal nature. If an untranscended practitioner were to come into contact with these fumes, they could lose a significant portion of their cultivation. Neza, be patient. Let us observe. Bai Hanzan interjected, waving his hand to subdue Neza once more. Chu Qiao was taken aback by this scene, her eyes nearly bulging out. At that moment, Bai Hanzan seemed entirely different from the person she had known. To effortlessly restrain a deity like Neza without so much as a change in expression was a feat befitting a renowned power in the primordial world. Truly, The world was filled with formidable beings, and it seemed prudent for her to remain low-key in the future. Chu Qiao's whispered thoughts echoed in by Han, and Kong Mingxuan's ears like thunder, their silence suddenly deafening. What did she mean by the world is filled with great powers, and golden immortals are as common as dogs? While it was true that the primordial realm was indeed teeming with strong figures, a golden immortal was still considered a formidable force in its own right. Even the likes of the Jade Emperor or Tathagata would need to show some deference to a great Luo golden immortal. Indeed, I should have anticipated it. The Asuras and Rakshasas born from the boundless sea of blood are inherently capable of absorbing the resentment, waste, and toxins from the three realms, transforming the avarice, anger, and ignorance that ordinary people reject into cultivation. For ordinary individuals, such waste is poison, yet for the Rakshasa clan, it is a panacea. Chapter 59, The Complex World. My True Self by Han shook his head and spoke somewhat belatedly. Kong Mingxuan raised an eyebrow, carefully observing the towering furnace emitting dark fumes, and offered words of consolation. It is nothing to be concerned about. One flower represents a world, and one leaf embodies a Bodhi. The primordial chaos is indeed vast and boundless. Who could have anticipated that the toxins, which are detrimental to cultivators, would serve as a natural elixir for the Shura clan? The human race has long engaged in the practices of charcoal burning and steel forging, yet never have members of the Shura clan come forth to absorb the waste gases. Bai Han could not help but display a peculiar expression, his heart filled with silent bewilderment. The fire cloud cave is indeed inscrutable, yet its reception of external news is not particularly acute. Presently, the boundless sea of blood has long been under the watchful gaze of the Buddhist sect, which has commenced an unending campaign of conquest. Even the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva personally oversees the underworld blood sea, continuously guiding the Shura clan towards enlightenment. The powerful Shura kin have all been targeted by the Buddhist sect, while the weaker Shura are viewed merely as experience points, having no chance of escaping the underworld blood sea and are swiftly dealt with by the Buddhists. Who knows how many years have passed until the peculiar Iron Fan princess emerged within the Buddhist sect. The princess of the Rakshasa clan has astonishingly cultivated the methods of the mysterious sect, and even united with the demon clan, giving birth to the hybrid child known as Huang, a blend of Rakshasa and demon blood. At the moment the furnace appeared, releasing dark fumes, the heavenly Tao responded accordingly. The Rakshasa bloodline within Huang was summoned, leading him here. Although the Iron Fan princess boasts a pure Rakshasa lineage, her blood has long been refined. Presently, as Huang has yet to reach maturity, there still exists a possibility for the awakening of his Rakshasa bloodline. However, should several more years pass or should external interference occur, the awakening of the Rakshasa bloodline would be impossible. Destiny had already been predetermined in the unseen realm. The concept of fate is indeed ineffably wondrous. Although Bai Han wore a smile, a trace of unmasked sorrow lingered deep within his eyes. Chu Qiao's gaze flickered, and her expression softened as she regarded Bai Han. It seems that Brother Bai is indeed a person with a story to tell. I do not know if my life has been preordained or if someone is manipulating it from behind the scenes. I only wish that when I look back many years from now, I will not regret my actions of today. I am who I am. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's words, Kong Mingxuan's eyes brightened, and he produced a bamboo tube and a carving knife from seemingly nowhere, swiftly recording what Chu Qiao had just said. At that moment, the cold water river suddenly erupted. Roar! How dare you, Toad, trespass into my domain? Are you seeking death? Ha ha ha, you big fool. How greedy you are to monopolize such vast benefits. Let me see if you have any teeth left. Roar! Who is that? Kong Mingxuan looked over, and the formerly tranquil cold water river surged violently, blood seeping into its waters. At that instant, the river god, the black catfish, was engaged in a 1-against-3 battle. With the blessing of his divine status and having recently acquired considerable spiritual power from the human race, he had finally made some breakthroughs in his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have long been vanquished by the water snake, the yellow eel, and the toad before him. It was no surprise to Kong Mingxuan that infighting occurred among the demon clan. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the heavenly court of demons. Even in the human race, internal conflicts frequently arise. At times, the central planes were a stage for competing heroes. The same applies to the demon clans. The factions of demons, having survived since ancient times, are exceedingly complex, and the battles among them can be brutal. Although these three demons were somewhat inferior to the great catfish in terms of power, their numbers allowed them to fight desperately. These three beasts seemed willing to risk their lives merely to tear a piece of flesh from the black catfish. Let them be. It is merely infighting among demons. Once they are done, it will suffice. Chu Qiao observed the scene with a cold gaze. He could accept demons, but he would never tolerate those who have devoured humans. In his territory, demons that have feasted on human flesh would have no chance of survival. Han stood nearby, equally indifferent as he watched the scene unfold. His expression devoid of distaste or sorrow. As the demon sage Zhe, he certainly did not share the bloodthirst of ordinary demons. Yet he was not one to be trifled with. Which being has survived from the ancient era without traversing through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? The human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth, favored by the heavenly Tao. Those foolish enough to consume humans, even if they exist, will only tarnish the fortunes of the demon clan and burden the goddess Nuwa. Previously, Zhe had been indifferent to intervening in this matter due to a lack of options. However, now that a path has revealed itself, these obstacles must be cleared away. Faced with the reckless assault of the three demons, the great black catfish, despite its formidable powers, could no longer hold out and was forced to retreat into the riverbed. Fleeing along the undercurrents, the three battered demons finally surfaced. The water snake had just managed to grow its horn, which was broken during the earlier battle, while the yellow eel had lost half its tail. The most unfortunate, the toad, remained silent. Yet the anger in its eyes burned more fiercely than that of the other two demons. My tongue. That fat catfish just severed my tongue with a single strike. Damn toad, wait for me. I will return. Not far away in the river, the black catfish resurfaced, a glimmer of hatred flashing in its eyes. Its once protected body was now torn and bloodied, even its tail nearly broken. After venting its anger in its heart, it could only continue upstream, feeling exceptionally frustrated. A glimmer of light flashed in Chu Qiao and Appo's eyes. At that moment, Neza stirred, and the Qianquan circle reappeared in his hand as he spoke. Shall I deal with it? No need. Let him call forth his associates. This black catfish, being so gluttonous and murderous, should not rightfully hold a divine position in the heavenly court. To attain the status of a river god, it must have some backing. Moreover, the demon behind it is surely peculiar, and this presents an opportunity to unearth and resolve the entire issue at once. Very well. As long as you have a plan in mind, I shall. Before Neza could finish, Kong Mingquan, noticing the flush on Neza's face and the sparkle in his eyes, instantly developed a fondness for him and hurriedly asked, Young brother, do you have a teacher? Chapter 60. The awakening of the Rakshasa bloodline and the shaping of the golden body. Chu Qiao had already conveyed her hopes to him regarding the establishment of a school in the village. Although this young lad possessed formidable strength, he was still a child at heart. Since he was a child, it wouldn't be amiss for him to receive some education. Would it? Who do you think you are? Neza initially spoke with an air of arrogance, but upon turning to face the person before him, he suddenly felt a chill deep within his heart. What should I do? An inexplicable sense of panic washed over him. Despite not knowing the identity of this individual, he felt as though he had encountered a sworn enemy. This person, with an ordinary demeanor and stance, bore an uncanny resemblance to the learned mentors from the heavenly court, those who instructed the princesses and the second generation of celestial beings. Neza could not afford to be disrespectful. This gentleman hailed from the Confucian family of Shandong. I have invited you a new teacher. Did you not mention that your previous instructor was too traditional and inflexible? Thus, I have arranged for a new mentor. Chu Qiao said with a beaming smile, eager to witness whether even a powerhouse like the Red Boy could be tamed by the teachings of the Kong family. Upon hearing this, Neza felt a wave of unease wash over him and vehemently shook his head. No, no. Though I may appear youthful, I am already several 100,000 years old. He repeatedly refused, recalling how previous instructors had dared not discipline him, and thus he felt indifferent. However, this imposing elder before him made Neza reconsider provoking him. Such words are misguided. Learning is an endless journey. How can we presume to be great and prideful? Even the wisest sage, when confronted with the vastness of the universe and the boundless chaos, appears as innocent as a child. After merely a mere 100,000 years of cultivation, one is but a grain of sand in the immense desert, a frog at the bottom of a well. Therefore, one must recognize the importance of learning and diligently practice, lest one squander their innate gifts. Kong Minchuan's voice resonated powerfully, and his words stirred a sense of guilt within Neza, evoking memories of his early days in Chintang Pass, when his mischief brought tears to his mother's eyes. At that moment, the weight of guilt peaked, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "Oh, esteemed teacher, I was wrong. I am willing to learn." Chu Qiao, witnessing this transformation, could not help but exclaim, "What sorcery is this?" Kong Mingquan merely smiled lightly, shaking his head. "It is not sorcery. Rather, it is merely awakening the truest desires within a student. Some students are not disinterested in learning. They simply have not yet ignited the passion for it. As long as a student possesses a conscience and a desire to learn, guilt will naturally arise, leading them to embrace knowledge. I have merely researched a technique that reduces the necessary time." Kong Mingquan spoke earnestly, while Chu Qiao felt an increasing sense of wariness. Fortunately, this technique had no effect on her. Truly, the Kong family is profound in knowledge, she thought, managing a strained smile, now harboring a deeper respect for them. Who would have imagined that a sage from the Kong family could create such an astonishing technique? It is truly formidable. With a resonant hum, a wave of clarity enveloped the heavens and earth, and the golden light above Chu Qiao's head surged dramatically. Neza, momentarily forgetting the oppressive sensation of the teacher's bloodline, was suddenly filled with joy. "Ha ha! All karmic ties shall be severed, and sins will dissipate. I have succeeded." The golden light of merit descended, enveloping the heights of the building, instantly erasing the karmic burdens. Neza's magical artifacts flew through the air, intertwining with the dark energy of merit, which was then expelled in a radiant burst. As the golden light expanded, it incinerated the lingering dark energy entirely. Before the gazes of many, the ominous karma that had instilled fear in countless powerful beings was reduced to nothingness. The golden light spiraled down, merging into the body of the red boy. Simultaneously, the merit wheel behind Chu Qiao began to shine even brighter. A large mass of dark smoke transformed into golden light, and many villagers around them were also releasing unseen dark energies, converting them into merit. Ha ha ha, so it is. The true fire transforms the three realms, and demonic flames forge the Rakshasa bloodline. The once delicate face of the red boy began to twist under the influence of the Rakshasa bloodline, with two horns slowly breaking through the flesh on his pristine forehead. Simultaneously, crimson veins surged across his countenance. As he opened his mouth, the originally red true fire was utterly transformed into an overwhelming demonic flame, accompanied by wisps of dark smoke, resembling a world-destroying demon lord. Yet, against this apocalyptic facade, a radiant merit wheel continued to shimmer behind the red boy, creating a stark contrast. With the power of merit, I forge my golden body. The path is boundless. The cycle of yin and yang turns, and flesh is reborn. Neza soared in the air, proclaiming loudly, as the golden light of merit erupted from his magic circle. Under Neza's control, the golden light spiraled through the air, before finally returning to his grasp after being nourished by the merit. As he felt the cool sensation within his palm, Neza was nearly moved to tears. How many years has it been since the destruction of his physical form outside Qintang Pass? He had only been able to preserve his spirit within this lotus incarnation. Neza had lost all sensation of flesh and blood, but now he had once again become a being of flesh and blood. However, just as the golden light began to spread down his arm and reached his forearm, it abruptly halted. Neza's previously ecstatic expression turned into one of confusion. What is going on? Why did it suddenly stop? His face quickly shifted to one of embarrassment. What else could it be? There's simply isn't enough merit. Though Neza's lotus incarnation had significant drawbacks, it was undeniably a rare treasure. Chapter 61. I shall sue the heavens. This is indeed a treasure that can shine in harmony with the remnant of the creation lotus, akin to the magnificent lotus lantern. If it were otherwise, the Supreme One would not have regarded this as a spare physical vessel for Neza. Consequently, to transform the lotus embodiment into a corporeal form without diminishing Neza's prowess, an immense quantity of merit is required. Although the merit gained from refining iron in the earthen kiln is substantial, it is not derived from Neza himself. The primary source of merit lies elsewhere. Even if this iron enhances the destiny of humanity in the future, the merit accrued is unrelated to Neza, but solely connected to Chu Qiao, the creator of this method. Boom! Before anyone could comfort Neza, a formidable aura surged skyward, catching the attention of Han and Kong Mingquan. Yet, why did this breakthrough occur at a single point? At this moment, Neza's arm had transformed into a lustrous hue, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade. The powerful aura emanated from Neza's left arm. What is this? Neza was equally perplexed, attempting to control his transformed left hand as he struck a fist into the void. Boom! Suddenly, a shockwave surged from the void, erupting on the opposite bank of the cold water river, creating towering waves and even carving a significant dent in the riverbed. The resulting spray nearly inundated a nearby fertile field, while the gap created by his punch resembled a small lake. Neza gazed incredulously at his palm. That punch had merely been a casual swing, exerting not even 30% of his strength. Han, intrigued, waved his paper fan as if inspecting a novel plaything, circling around Neza several times. Brother don't you know everything? What is happening with Neza? Chu Qiao inquired, her gaze equally curious as it fell upon Neza's left hand. After a brief contemplation, Han looked at Neza with a hint of bewilderment and asked, "Have you cultivated the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong?" "Of course. Though my cultivation is restricted, I have not abandoned my practice. The Jade Clear Sage showed me compassion, bestowing upon me the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, allowing me to cultivate both my spiritual and corporeal forms, thus unleashing the power of the lotus embodiment," Neza replied matter-of-factly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Given by Hanshan's prowess, coupled with Kong Mengxuan's earlier words, and his casual knowledge of numerous secrets from the primordial era, Neza had naturally deduced that he was the ancient demon sage Bai Zhe. It is said that the demon sage Bai Zhe is exceptionally astute, knowledgeable of the myriad secrets within the 3 realms. Today, Bai Han did not disappoint Neza. Bai Han nodded and remarked, "That makes sense. You have indeed cultivated the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong and have never ceased your practice. The only barrier was the disconnect between your spirit and body, which hindered your strength from breaking through. Now, under the influence of merit, your left hand has fused with your spirit, eliminating previous limitations, thus enabling your corporeal form to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, you currently have only this one hand fully integrated with your spirit, so you cannot yet be considered a great Luo Golden Immortal. You may at most unleash the combat prowess of a great Luo Golden Immortal a few times." Bai Han observed with a peculiar expression. Having survived since the primordial era, he had seen countless wonders, yet today he gained insight from Neza. A Rakshasa endowed with merit and a golden immortal capable of manifesting the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal with just one hand is indeed remarkable. Contemplating this, Bai Hanshan's gaze shifted back to the curious Chu Qiao. Indeed, the present situation is full of unpredictability. How delightful it is to have such variables. If everything were predetermined, the demon clan would have no chance at all. A smile crept across Bai Hanshan's face. Only in such a primordial world is there true intrigue. If the entire world were a stagnant pool of despair, both humanity and the demon clan would be compelled to obey the will of a few sages. What meaning would there be in such a primordial existence? Only when the stagnant pool is thoroughly stirred can opportunities for breakthroughs arise for both demons and humans. "Ah, whose child is so ugly?" Zhang Yuhuan, who had long sensed the commotion, bounced over and exclaimed upon seeing the red child. Hearing this, the red child's eyes turned fiery red, ready to confront Zhang Yuhuan. However, he prudently refrained from using any spells, aware that Kong Mengquan was watching closely. Yet, Kong Mengquan did not intervene. Being lively and active is the nature of childhood. At that moment, a wretched black catfish arrived at the riverbed dragon palace, lamenting, "Oh, Dragon King, you must take responsibility for me." Upon arriving at the entrance of the dragon palace, the black catfish wailed. Meanwhile, the black flood dragon, who had been fretting over how to accomplish the task assigned by the monk Su Quan, suddenly brightened upon hearing the black catfish's voice. It would be a disgrace to the heavenly court for the grand princess to meddle in mortal affairs. If I report this, I shall lose all future opportunities. Yet it is unnecessary for me to be the one to report such matters. Ha ha, old black, hurry in. I have missed you dearly. Who dares to harm you like this? Tell your brother. The black flood dragon, witnessing this, promptly retrieved a spirit pearl. In the next moment, he crushed the pearl, and an incredibly pure essence of primordial water gushed forth, swiftly merging with the black catfish's body. The wounds on the black catfish began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, even the severed half of its tail restored to its former state, its breath gradually stabilizing. However, just as this healing energy was about to mend its internal injuries, the black flood dragon suddenly let out a low growl, halting the healing power at the surface. The black catfish was perplexed. Why halt the healing of its internal injuries? Is it intending to prolong its suffering? Don't look at me like that. Explain how you got into this state. Naturally, it was those scoundrels who attacked me. Dragon King, you must take my side. They struck me without reason and left me in this condition. Chapter 62. How has this fool survived until now? Upon hearing the lamentations of the black catfish, the black dragon swiftly interjected, shaking his head vigorously. No, 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 you still fail to grasp the true nature of the situation. Why do you think those rogue deities would choose to act against you? The black catfish was momentarily taken aback by this question. After a few blinks, he pondered aloud. Is it because I am too weak? No, that can't be right. I am stronger than any of them. Perhaps they covet control over the cold water river? Yet, that too is incorrect, for all the rivers belong to you, my lord. If they wish to seize anything, they wouldn't target me. Could it be that they have their eyes set on my meager possessions? He continued, but even if they desired those pitiful trinkets, they would never resort to theft. Observing the catfish's bewilderment, a smug smile crept across the black dragon and Apos' face. As the catfish mulled over the matter, the dragon gently nudged him further. Consider this. Why would they single you out instead of seeking trouble with other, weaker river deities? Is there anything unusual occurring in your vicinity? Certainly. There has been a disturbance. That village next door has been rallying a horde of demonic beasts to labor incessantly. The noise is unbearable. Exactly. Now think deeper. What is the root of all this? The root? It must be those villagers. Precisely. From what I gather, it was that individual named Chu Qiao who summoned all those beasts. Were it not for him, you would not have endured such a beating. Thus, remember, your plight stems from that Chu Qiao and his wife. Seeing how easily the catfish was manipulated, the black dragon's expression turned sardonic as he continued to entice him. Indeed, I was harmed by that Chu Qiao and his wife. Exactly. Now, take this item and go to the southern heavenly king's palace to report this. Inform him that there are individuals conspiring with demons near the cold water river. Be sure to mention Chu Qiao and his wife by name. Ah, my lord dragon. Will you not seek vengeance for me? Sigh, this matter is of great consequence. My involvement could lead to complications. However, the southern heavenly king is formidable and shares a bond of loyalty with me. He will undoubtedly assist you. Upon hearing this, the catfish eagerly nodded and replied, Thank you, my lord dragon, for your guidance. I shall go at once. Yes, go forth, but remember to enhance your injuries. It will lend more credence to your claims. As the catfish walked away, oblivious to the manipulation, the black dragon exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I have finally rid myself of this troublesome burden. With this, the task entrusted to me by the monk will be considered complete. The thought of the old monk demanding him to expose the heavenly princess's entanglement with mortals filled the dragon with indignation. It could very well cost him dearly. It was said that the last deity who revealed the affair of the fairy Yunhua with a mortal rose in rank and was assigned to a position at Guanjin port. As for why the black dragon chose the southern heavenly king, it was primarily due to proximity, paired with the fact that the king was somewhat dim-witted. Eager for ascendance, he would likely report the matter solely for the sake of credit. At that point, the dragon could completely extricate himself from the situation, should circumstances demand. He could even sell out the black catfish. Yet, this plan felt somewhat precarious. Rumor had it that Erlang Shun had connections with the third princess of the West Sea. If he were to inform Erlang Shun, it would serve as a safeguard. With this thought, the black dragon swiftly maneuvered his form toward the West Sea. Meanwhile, in Little River Village, Chu Qiao was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events as he led Kong Meng and the women back home. The Rakshasa and Asura were creatures born from the blood sea of the underworld, naturally capable of absorbing karma, yet they were also exceptionally deadly. Currently, only the Buddhist sect could pacify them, which posed a significant challenge. Chu Qiao frowned. The blueprint for the steel kiln had already been dispatched to Chang'an. If the issue of the Asura and Rakshasa's origins could not be resolved, would he not risk absorbing karma while also drawing on merit? At that moment, Wei Zheng approached with a cheerful demeanor. No worries, there are Rakshasa and Asura present in Chang'an as well. Huh, they can roam openly in Chang'an? Chu Qiao questioned, perplexed. While it was not surprising for various races to gather in the great Tang Dynasty, even some demons could traverse Chang'an without concealment. These were typically creatures approved by the authorities, known not to harm humans. What is the matter? This is a testament to Li Shimin's broad-mindedness. Even demons and outsiders are welcomed. Were it anyone else, the outcome would surely differ. In fact, to rectify the disgrace of the Wei River, Li Shimin even trained a host of demons. However, given that Asura and Rakshasa were inherently creatures of slaughter, it stood to reason they should not be permitted in Chang'an. Haha. Male Rakshasa and Asura possess grotesque countenances and a fierce bloodlust, hence they certainly cannot enter Chang'an. However, The females are often strikingly beautiful, with an innate charm. Observing Wei Zhang's pallid complexion and the hint of disgust in his tone, Chu Qiao began to grasp the situation. No wonder the Tang Dynasty was said to be so liberal. Perhaps he had previously underestimated the matter. The excesses of the wealthy were truly astounding. However, upon reflection, every dynasty had its share of rogues. Noticing the now restored appearance of the red boy, Chu Qiao halted his inquiry, quickly shifting the topic to avoid another tumultuous debacle. Let us not dwell on such unpleasant matters. With so much wasteland now at our disposal, we can begin recruiting laborers tomorrow. Wei Darren, you must prepare the necessary funds and provisions. Chu Qiao turned to Wei Zhang, pressing for urgency. Developing that vast expanse of wasteland would require an immense initial investment of both manpower and resources, even with the entire population of Coldwater Town involved. Completion within a short time frame was implausible. They could not solely rely on the demons, and recruiting other able-bodied workers would necessitate provisions. While some demons were convenient, they also had considerable appetites. Moreover, hiring additional laborers would require wages. In all of Maishan County, there was only one undeveloped iron mine in the marshes. Such a colossal expenditure could overwhelm even the current county administration. Most critically, managing a workforce of that size posed a monumental challenge. The temporary assembly of the 7 fairies, by Han and Neza, could hardly oversee such numbers. Little did Chu Qiao know, by Han alone could sustain the entire operation. With his mastery of the duplication technique, the 7 fairies may struggle, yet the ageless demon sage, Bai Zhe, would certainly command such a simple spell with ease. For by Han, this was not a matter of engaging in combat with a quasi-saint. A mere flicker of thought would suffice to deploy a small clone technique. Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals to gather the items you requested from all corners. However, I must issue a word of caution. The glass you mentioned must be prepared in advance. Otherwise, we may find ourselves lacking the necessary funds when the time comes. In such a case, all the steel you have forged will be appropriated by the court, and no amount of pleading will convince me to spare a single coin. Wei Zhang, devoid of any sentiment, confronted Chu Qiao directly. To expect his assistance in mobilizing manpower and resources seemed overly optimistic. It was only due to Chu Qiao's pledge of the first batch of steel as collateral that Wei Zhang agreed to lend a helping hand, albeit reluctantly. After all, Wei Zhang's modest salary barely sufficed for his own needs, leaving no surplus to extend to Chu Qiao. You need not worry. Tonight, I shall broaden your horizons and reveal the essence of magic. Chu Qiao smiled gently, stating that crafting glass was a simple endeavor, requiring only sand. Observing Chu Qiao's confidence, Wei Zhang merely nodded in response, choosing to remain silent. Yet, one must wonder, Wei Darren, how have you managed to live this long with such a sharp tongue without falling victim to someone else's wrath? Chu Qiao's curiosity was piqued as she gazed at Wei Zhang. Previously, she had only heard tales of his acerbic wit. Now, she was witnessing it firsthand. It truly was a marvel that he had survived thus far. Chapter 63, Nature's Design. Even mortals possess the power to ascend. It is undeniable that the man spoke with a most unpleasant tone. However, one must concede that his words carried substantial weight. Even the notoriously unruly Neza found himself at a loss, unable to summon the resolve to strike him, confronted as he was with such starkly pragmatic truths. Of course, Chu Qiao did entertain thoughts of ensnaring him in a sack and delivering a thorough beating. Yet, one must wonder why Wei Zhang, a distinguished civil official, could wield a heavy iron rod with such ease, capable of smashing through a steel plate with a single blow. Ah, the hearts of men are indeed complex. Only the unvarnished truth can penetrate their depths. Wei Zhang chuckled coldly, casting a glance at Chu Qiao that was laden with inscrutable emotions. Upon hearing his words, Chu Qiao fell momentarily silent, opting not to prolong the discourse and swiftly changing the subject. Since you, Lord Wei, are so steadfastly impartial, why then do you engage in commerce with me? She inquired, her gaze narrowing playfully upon him. To her surprise, Wei Zhang shook his head, a tinge of melancholy evident in his voice as he replied, engaging in business with you can save lives. Although Wei Zhang was known for his forthrightness, it did not render him devoid of compassion. He understood that should Chu Qiao succeed in developing her vast expanse of wasteland, it could sustain thousands of people, potentially thousands of families. With Li Shimin having recently ascended the throne, calamities and disasters were rife, and suddenly having to support thousands more would stretch the resources of the Tang Dynasty thin. This was precisely why Wei Zheng allowed Chu Qiao to utilize his name to intimidate local gentry. As long as she could accomplish something beneficial for the Tang, he was more than willing to lend his influence. Have you never considered that your actions might one day lead to your own grave being disturbed? Chu Qiao queried, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. It seemed that anyone Wei Zheng encountered who was not a wise ruler ultimately met a tragic fate. Although his grave remained undisturbed, Li Shimin did indeed move his tombstone, only to later restore it, as though he often wrestled with the thought of silencing Wei Zheng permanently, only to regret it. Why should I concern myself with that? By then, I shall already be deceased, shall I not? Wei Zheng retorted. Just as you. I know you cannot bear to witness the countless suffering souls. He offered a rare jest, yet Chu Qiao could discern the determination behind his cold gaze, which seemed to have pierced through her very essence. Suddenly, Chu Qiao burst into laughter. Indeed, one cannot underestimate a figure who leaves an indelible mark upon history. So this is your reason for allowing me to act freely? She mused. Of course, with the Grand Princess at your side, you would never have the opportunity to disrupt the Tang. Wei Zheng spoke with unwavering certainty, placing greater trust in Zhang Yuhuan than in Chu Qiao. Darling, it's time for a meal. I'm coming. Neza, who had previously displayed a hint of melancholy, instantly leapt up, darting past Chu Qiao and Wei Zheng towards the newly constructed mansion. The red boy's face lit up with curiosity. What meal could possibly excite Neza so? Neza, wait for me. The white cold mountain called, shaking his fan and quickening his pace. Observing this, Chu Qiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Unable to resist the urge to complain, do these fellows have no homes? They come to my house daily to mooch off my meals. Despite her words, her pace did not falter, nor did Wei Zheng, who matched her speed, eager to reach the mansion before the meal disappeared. Before long, they returned to the earthen kiln where Daniel had been awaiting them. Chu Qiao inspected the materials under the gaze of her companions and, satisfied, she commanded, open the kiln. Swiftly, several robust young men began to transport baskets of sand into the grand furnace. Chu Qiao placed her hand upon the furnace, channeling her inner magic. This was a newfound ability she had recently discovered, the capacity to manipulate the flames and their intensity within the furnace. Remarkably, she could melt half a piece of iron while leaving the other half intact. As her companions looked on in astonishment, vibrant shards of glass began to emerge from the furnace, cascading to the ground like ordinary pebbles. Truly a miraculous sight. The villagers of Little River Village stood awestruck. Even White Cold Mountain unable to suppress his astonishment. A mortal possesses such transformative abilities. Through material change, nature's design, even mortals can ascend. Kong Mengquan remarked with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. Ever since the Dragon Clan uncovered the marvelous properties of fire, they had relentlessly explored various fire-related phenomena. Whitesay's astonishment stemmed not from Chu Qiao's mastery of creation, but rather from the sheer impact of transforming ordinary river sand into radiant glass. Such a revelation invigorated him with fresh perspectives. Haha, Brother Kong speaks true. I find myself somewhat lacking, White Cold Mountain said, yet Kong Mengquan merely shook his head, seemingly indifferent to the flattery. The audience continued to watch Chu Qiao's artistry unfold. Despite the brilliance of the glass, its value remained modest in the current world of the wilderness, which was far removed from the Tang Dynasty of Chu Qiao's memories. Many nobles had already sought greater pursuits. No longer fixated on appearances, they might purchase a few attractive items, but they would never swarm towards them with fervor. Among the vast number of prominent families, there would inevitably be a few fools, yet not all of them were so idle as to squander their wealth frivolously. Chapter 64. Have you considered the feelings of the single dogs? As Chu Qiao gazed at the vibrant and colorful glass cascading from the furnace of virtue, she once again infused her internal powers into this sacred vessel. Instantly, the furnace erupted in layers of golden light, drawing all the glass back within. Above, the moon, known as Huang, seemed to grow immensely in size. An endless stream of lunar radiance descended upon the earth, akin to arrows piercing into the furnace of virtue. Lunar glass. Wait, according to the agreement I made with Chu Qiao, how's this priced? Wei Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the glass, his demeanor becoming exuberant. Initially, he had braced himself for the possibility that the glass crafted by Chu Qiao would lack any spiritual essence, merely being ordinary glass. Even so, he would have accepted it, considering it a means to uphold Chu Qiao's dignity. After all, not everyone possesses such creativity. Furthermore, he knew that once in the hands of the government, he could still profit from it, albeit modestly. This would serve as a lesson for Chu Qiao, compelling her to focus more on agricultural studies instead of aimlessly experimenting. Yet, who would have anticipated that Chu Qiao's first attempt would yield lunar glass? In the primordial realm, glass and jade could be classified into several categories. Among them, the most precious were gems and glass that automatically absorbed solar energy. These materials, found within mountains, required an extensive period to accumulate sufficient solar essence. Following that were the lunar gems, capable of absorbing the power of the moon, prolonging life and nourishing the spirit. Even esteemed families that had existed for nearly a millennium possessed only a limited collection of these treasures. Once mined, the energy within these gems and glass would gradually dissipate. Next came the ordinary natural glass. Under the starlight or in peculiar circumstances, when infused with ample energy, it could contain a substantial amount of magical essence, thus holding a considerable value. However, such glass often contained various types of spiritual essences, making it complicated to utilize without special processing. Otherwise, it could only be used as material for crafting artifacts. Lastly, there was artificially forged glass, which differed from ordinary glass merely in that it was infused with spiritual essence after creation, rendering it more resilient. In affluent households, such glass was merely regarded as decorative items. However, what was Wei Zheng witnessing now? The furnace of virtue was continuously producing lunar glass, with an estimate of at least 1,000 pounds. Who would sell lunar glass by weight? If all of this could be sold, it would suffice to cover half a year's tax revenue for the entire Tang Dynasty. Phew, this endeavor is rather exhausting. Chu Qiao wiped the sweat from her brow, glancing at the now dimming furnace of virtue, and remarked, "It seems we cannot continue indefinitely. Drawing upon the lunar power to infuse the glass consumes too much energy from the furnace. Such a pity. I had hoped to strike it rich." With a sigh, Chu Qiao expressed her earlier thoughts. Hearing this, Wei Zheng's initial shock began to ease, and he quickly nodded in reassurance. The laws of heaven are merciless. Such a powerful treasure, if unrestricted, would surely disrupt the balance of the universe. Thankfully, if this furnace could produce lunar glass continuously without pause, Wei Zheng would have to report to Li Shimin and request the dispatch of formidable military generals to safeguard such a vital location. "My dear husband, you have worked hard." Zhang Yuhuan, unable to contain her concern, hurriedly took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from Chu Qiao's forehead. Chu Qiao merely smiled softly in response, saying, "There's no need to fret. Look what I have prepared for you." With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved a pair of entirely crimson bracelets, devoid of any blemish. From her sleeve, Zhang Yuhuan and Appo's eyes lit up at the sight of the glowing bracelets. "Husband, you were truly kind to me. Haha, as my wife. It is only fitting that I treat you well." Saying this, Chu Qiao pulled Zhang Yuhuan closer, holding the glass bracelet in her hand. "Come. Allow me to adorn you with this." "Oh dear, how embarrassing. There are so many people watching." The onlookers were momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother Kong, do you not think this is a breach of decorum?" After a moment of silence, by Hanzhan and Appo's eyelids twitched, he felt an urge to chastise Chu Qiao and Appo's current demeanor. However, Kong Mingquan, undeterred by Hanshan's words, strode forward and inquired, "Chu, do you have more of these bracelets? I wish to gift a pair to my wife as well." Hanshan fell silent, nearly forgetting that this fellow also had a spouse. Brother-in-law, I also want one." It seemed that girls had an innate inability to resist such sparkling adornments, as both Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yujin rushed over, pulling Chu Qiao's hands apart, liberating Zhang Yuhuan from her embrace. All right, there are plenty for everyone. There are many on the ground, so go find them yourselves." Chu Qiao felt slightly exasperated. Was it easy for him to win over a wife more powerful than himself? He had finally pacified his wife and was pondering how they might spend the evening together, only to be interrupted by his two sisters-in-law. "Okay, everyone has worked hard today. Choose a piece for yourselves." Turning to the others nearby, Chu Qiao addressed Daniel and the others. The glass had cooled down sufficiently, and it was safe for mortals to touch. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from the sky. "Neza, elder cousin, third cousin, what are you all doing here?" The crowd turned at the sound to see a young woman in a blue robe gracefully descending from the heavens. Chapter 65. The Black Catfish Appeals to the Celestial Court. "Yang Chan, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the approaching celestial figure, an overt expression of delight illuminated Zhang Yuhuan's countenance. Despite their deification, the Yang siblings rarely frequented the celestial court unless absolutely necessary. During their earthly sojourns, The 7 fairies would invariably seek out Yang Chan at Mount Hua for convivial gatherings. However, Zhang Yuhuan found it peculiar that Yang Chan, typically ensconced within Mount Hua, would venture into the vicinity of Mei Mountain. In stark contrast to the vivacious 7 fairies, Yang Chan possessed a notably serene disposition, seldom straying beyond Mount Hua, save for occasional visits to Erlang Zhenjuan at the Guanjiang estuary. By all accounts, she was a quintessential homebody. I received a message from Neza, indicating he was facing a formidable adversary and required assistance. I was not at Mount Hua at the time, and my brother was away subduing demons. Thus, I journeyed to the Guanjiang estuary, where relayed Neza's message. Yang Chan explained, her initial elation now supplanted by a hint of disquiet as she scrutinized Zhang Yuhuan. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Neza, her brow furrowed in inquiry. Neza's initial message had explicitly stated that he was confronting an insurmountable power and needed immediate succor. Consequently, Yang Chan had hastily departed, bearing the precious lotus lamp, without awaiting Yang Jian's return. Yet, she was met with this peculiar scene. All but the second princess of the 7 fairies were present. Moreover, Neza was embroiled in a tussle with a boy of comparable age over a. What was the meaning of this? Neza visibly stiffened upon Yang Chan's arrival, a blush of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks. Seized the opportunity to snatch the hee. Sister Yang Chan, I neglected to send a reply. Upon hearing this, Neza promptly dispatched a transmission talisman to prevent Yang Jian from rushing over in a similar state of urgency upon receiving the news. It is reassuring that you are unharmed. However, Sister Yuhuan, Yang Chan, ever observant, swiftly scanned the assembly before casting a scrutinizing glance towards Chu Qiao. Eldest cousin, you are undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding my parents. Sister Yang Chan, do not forget that 4th sister was the one who delivered the news about our aunt and uncle. I am cognizant, but I am undeterred. My imperial father will not harm Chu Qiao, Zhang Yuhuan declared with unwavering conviction. Since Kong Michuan's arrival, her anxieties regarding Chu Qiao's safety had dissipated. While the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity were confined within the Fire Cloud Cave, they were not deceased. Furthermore, should the Jade Emperor forcibly execute a sage of humanity, he would inevitably face the backlash of humanistic fortune. Perhaps this pretext would enable the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to emerge from the Fire Cloud Cave. Even if the Jade Emperor remained indifferent, there would undoubtedly be those who, unwilling to witness such a scenario, would exert pressure upon him. Should a conflict between heaven and humanity, akin to that instigated by the 1st Emperor, erupt, the Jade Emperor's position would be jeopardized. The heavenly Tao would never permit such a conflict. Chu Qiao's ascent to the heavens would, at worst, result in temporary confinement before eventual release. Once Chu Qiao attained the status of a humanistic sage, he could then retrieve her. It is imperative that you carefully consider this matter. Regardless, my brother and I stand by your side. If necessary, seek refuge with my brother at Jade Spring Mountain. Even if our uncle discovers this, he will be temporarily powerless to act. Upon hearing Yang Chan's proposition, Zhang Yuhuan promptly demurred. There is no need to trouble you, Dingjinren. She was acutely aware that Chu Qiao belonged among humanity. Confining him to a blessed immortal abode would be a disservice to him. This must be the illustrious 3rd Holy Mother of Mount Hua, immortal Yang Chan. Yuhuan has spoken of you. The Yang siblings are renowned for their altruism. Indeed, my expectations have been met, Chu Qiao proclaimed. Clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yang Chan reciprocated with a graceful bow, her hand resting on her waist. Yang Chan greets brother-in-law. You are too kind. Haha, sister-in-law, your timing is impeccable. Select whatever pleases you as a token of my esteem, Chu Qiao announced magnanimously. This piqued Yang Chan's curiosity towards Chu Qiao. Perhaps influenced by her father, Yang Tianyu, they tended to harbor greater affection for Confucian scholars. However, Chu Qiao exuded little scholarly aura, instead radiating an air of boldness and an indefinable pride. Despite his humble mortal cultivation, he displayed no trepidation in the face of immortals. Even Yang Chan's parents, despite their mutual respect, would instinctively lower his head in the presence of the Lady Yunhua. Her father seemed to have lived a life of meekness, save for that singular moment when he stood defiant against the celestial army. Brother-in-law is indeed witty. Then Yang Chan shall accept with gratitude. Yang Chan responded with poise before casually picking up a crystalline lotus flower from the ground. Now that everyone has made their selections, Chu Qiao declared, let us gather our belongings. Yujuan, remember to meticulously record everything. I have instructed Aunt Wang and the others to prepare a late-night repast. Tonight, we shall revel until we are thoroughly inebriated. Zhang Yuhuan echoed with a smile, prompting an immediate outburst of cheers. Neza, in his eagerness, manipulated his magical powers to soar towards the residence. Amidst the jubilation, a cunning individual with the appearance of a rat, accompanied by a black catfish bearing numerous wounds, arrived at the southern gate of heaven. Halt! This is the southern gate of heaven. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. A celestial soldier guarding the gate promptly intervened upon noticing their approach. The cunning individual stepped forward, producing a token from his waist. I am subordinate to Heavenly King Zhang Yuhuan. This is my token. Stand aside. One of the celestial soldiers examined the token, exchanging a glance with his comrade before declaring, You may enter, but he may not. Upon hearing this, placed his hands on his hips, questioning indignantly, why is he prohibited? Is he not a celestial being? This black catfish is a crucial witness. How can he testify if he is not permitted to enter? Chapter 66 The Plans of the Buddhist Sect Why All the Fuss? If entry is denied, then it is simply denied. There are countless deities of lesser rank. How could anyone just waltz into the heavenly court? Only upon the emperor's summons or with the guarantee of a higher deity may one gain access. Furthermore, you are but a lowly 7th-rank celestial general, permitted to remain in the heavenly court for merely 3 hours. The Xianjin general was incensed and bellowed, Step aside. I have crucial intelligence to report. If my matters are delayed, can you bear the responsibility? Suddenly, a voice filled with authority resonated through the southern heavenly gate. What is going on? Who dares to make such a racket? At the sound of the commanding voice, the 2 heavenly soldiers hastily turned to pay their respects. We greet Lordly. May Lordly enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. A formidable middle-aged man, adorned in golden-scaled battle armor and gracefully carrying a golden pagoda, approached with an air of dignity. His 3-inch beard lent him an aura of scholarly elegance. Who are you? Why such a commotion outside the southern heavenly gate? Li Jing scrutinized the Xianjin general with an expression of discontent, inwardly pondering. Did not my master send word that the river god of cold water was to arrive? How is it that we are now confronted with a mere celestial general and a water demon? To Li Jing, the frail black catfish seemed utterly inconsequential. Its strength was inferior even to that of an ordinary heavenly soldier, making it implausible for it to be the river god. Were it not for the mention of Cold Water River, Li Jing would scarcely have deigned to glance at the battered catfish. Reporting to Lordly, this is a general under the command of the Growth King, who insists on bringing a fat catfish into the heavenly court. Despite my inquiries, he remains silent, leaving me no choice but to block his passage. You two have done well, Li Jing interjected, having already formed a suspicion in his mind. As the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, he understood the importance of maintaining a respectable image. He could not simply berate his soldiers at the southern heavenly gate. Do you have anything further to say? Lordly, I am wronged. I indeed have urgent matters to report. The Xianjin general, emboldened by his backing, displayed bravado before the 2 heavenly soldiers but dared not act rashly in front of Li Jing. Despite Li Jing's less-than-stellar portrayal in many mythological tales, his status was formidable. Having served as the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army for countless millennia, with the support of the Buddhist sect, even if his talent was lacking, he had barely reached the golden immortal realm, albeit one that could perish at any moment should he relinquish his treasures. Nonetheless, he was still a golden immortal. A mere true immortal and a minor earth immortal held no significance in his eyes. The slightest release of his aura could easily reduce the 2 to ashes. Faced with Li Jing and Apos' inquiry, the Xianjin general hastily divulged the entire matter, recognizing the need for discretion and opting to convey his thoughts through magical communication rather than vocalizing them. Hold! How dare you deceive me? Li Jing's eyes widened, and veins throbbed on his forehead. Had it not been for the notion that his teacher would sense his thoughts, he would have been tempted to leap up and curse vehemently. He had suspected his master's mysterious demeanor was indicative of trouble. Although he feigned disbelief at the words of the 2 soldiers, he had already come to accept most of their claims. Now, he wished he had never come here. But he knew that was impossible. I am wronged. Lordly, how could I dare deceive you? Enough. You 2 shall accompany me. Cease this commotion. Li Jing wearily waved his hand, ushering the 2 into the southern heavenly gate. They indeed have urgent matters. Allow them to register here, and I shall vouch for them. Li Jing addressed the 2 heavenly soldiers stationed beside the southern heavenly gate, signaling for them to proceed with the registration. Meanwhile, he grasped the pagoda tightly, his thoughts racing. Neza, hasten back to the Lingxiao Hall for a court assembly. Li Jing sent a message to Neza, intending to summon him back. The situation was evidently a plot by the Buddhist sect against the Jade Emperor, and its abruptness unsettled Li Jing. At that moment, Neza, racing towards the residence on the wind and fire wheels with extraordinary speed, received the message. "Humph, I can't be bothered with this," he scoffed, dismissively waving his hand to erase the spiritual light before continuing on his way without a hint of hesitation. After finishing his meal, he intended to hurry to Chang'an to retrieve a few Rakshasi maidens. Even if Huang was powerful, he could not spend all day guarding the furnace. Why not bring back some male Rakshasas? In truth, Chu Qiao preferred males, but the atmosphere in the Tang Dynasty was relaxed, and the nobility had not descended to such depravity. Neza needed to bring them back quickly. As for Li Jing, who was he? Why did he not recognize him? Neza had already shed his lotus incarnation and had undergone a shift in mentality. Now, it was all about biding his time. His true father was not Li Jing, but the pagoda he wielded. Once he regained his physical form, it would be uncertain who was the true progenitor. He would ensure that Li Jing was also suppressed beneath the pagoda, allowing him to taste the bitterness of being restrained. Not responding? Is there an issue? Noticing Neza's lack of a reply, Li Jing frowned. Yet, considering the matter was not critical, he felt no real danger. At most, it would be a matter of resentment from the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Before that, Li Jing cautiously sent a message to the Jade Emperor. At that moment, the Jade Emperor, reveling in merriment within the Tongming Hall, suddenly looked up and grasped at a streak of spiritual light in the void. Li Jing, is today not a day of rest? What business does he have with me? The Jade Emperor adjusted his reclining posture and began to absorb the information contained within the spiritual light. Although he publicly held the title of Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, everyone in the heavenly court was well aware that he was now affiliated with the Buddhist sect. Chapter 67. A father's love and a daughter's filial piety. Though Li Jing appeared to be the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Army, it was well known throughout the celestial court that he had already aligned himself with the Buddhist sect. Unfortunately, there was no one else within the heavenly court capable of fulfilling this position, compelling the Jade Emperor to continue relying on him. This was primarily to harness the power of Buddhism behind Li Jing to restrain the various celestial beings within the heavenly court. Upon receiving Li Jing and Appo's message, could it be that the Buddhist sect had acquiesced to his demands? The mere thought of this brought a faint smile to the Jade Emperor's lips, quickening his pace in processing the news. Your Majesty, grave news. A river god from the mortal realm has reported to the southern heavenly gate that the Grand Princess has secretly taken a mortal as her consort. And this has been discovered. What? The faint smile on his face abruptly froze, his eyes igniting with fury. With a resounding clap, the Jade Emperor erupted in anger, toppling the table and delicacies before him. How dare this rebellious daughter act so audaciously? Has she forgotten the fate of Yunhua? Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. As the Jade Emperor prepared to unleash his fury, the dancing celestial maidens and the musicians nearby hastily knelt, pleading for forgiveness. The Emperor's piercing gaze swept across the assembled crowd, chilling them to the bone and causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. When the Emperor is enraged, countless lives are extinguished. When the Heavenly Emperor is angered, all celestial beings may perish. Begone, all of you. The Jade Emperor realized that since this news had originated from Li Jing, it was undoubtedly influenced by the Buddhist sect. It was likely that this matter could not be concealed for long. Even if he were to eliminate those present, it would be futile. Tai Bai, summon the ministers for a council in the Lingxiao Hall. Your servants pay their respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. The celestial beings summoned to the Lingxiao Hall bowed slightly before the Jade Emperor, who was seated upon the high dais. Suppressing his inner fury, he spoke with a dark expression. All ministers, rise. Thank you, your Majesty. The celestial beings quickly stood upright, engaging in hushed discussions amongst themselves. Ordinarily, unless a matter of great significance arose, councils in the heavenly court were held only once every 3 days to address accumulated affairs. Minor issues were generally resolved by the officials, as time in the heavens flowed differently from that on earth. It was impossible for the Emperor to be burdened with every trivial matter. The Jade Emperor did not keep the celestial beings waiting long. He immediately commanded, Li Jing, bring them in. Upon hearing the Emperor and Appo's words, Li Jing stepped forward from the crowd and bowed respectfully. Your humble servant obeys. I summon the southern golden god, Jin Wuyang, and the river god of cold water, Daoleohai, to enter the hall. As Li Jing announced this, expressions of surprise spread among the celestial beings within the Lingxiao Hall. Typically, such announcements were made by the Emperor's attendants. If the visitors held esteemed status or significant power, it would usually be the duty of Tai Bai, the celestial diplomat, to personally greet them. It was indeed unprecedented for Li Jing to make such an announcement. Could it be that these two minor deities were somehow connected to the Buddhist sect? It seemed that the time for the grand scheme proposed by the Buddhists was drawing near. Yet, had it not been said that this issue would be resolved at the peach banquet by the prominent figures? In this strange atmosphere, the river god Jin Wuliang and Daoleo, the black catfish, entered. This humble god, Jin Wuliang, the seventh-rank golden god from the southern expanding temple, and Daoleo, the river god of cold water. Pay our respects to your majesty. Enough, no need for formalities. Speak of what you know, the Jade Emperor interjected, forcibly suppressing his anger. Far from being in the mood for flattery, the celestial beings began to sense that something was amiss. Ordinarily, the emergence of Buddhism would escalate the conflicts with the Taoist sect. In such circumstances, the Jade Emperor would typically remain an observer. Yet today, he was unusually furious, his aura of authority resonating with a fierce intensity. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Grand Princess has engaged in an illicit relationship with a mortal. I dared not delay and hastened to report this to heaven. Jin Wuliang spoke, while Daoleo affirmed, Indeed, Your Majesty, I, the river god of cold water, witnessed the events as described by the general. As Jin Wuliang and Daoleo recounted their accounts, the celestial beings in the Lingxiao Hall began to grasp the situation's complexities. Eyes turned towards the Jade Emperor, some filled with pity, others with mockery, while some expressed sheer astonishment. The expressions among the celestial beings varied, further intensifying the fury upon the Jade Emperor's face. He realized that these deities were eagerly awaiting his downfall. These rebellious daughters are utterly inconsiderate of my position, always rushing to the mortal realm, creating chaos for me. Summon the 7 princesses to me. The Jade Emperor's face darkened, but he struggled to contain his mounting rage. Soon after, the weary second princess was brought into the Lingxiao Hall. At that moment, she was completely oblivious to the happenings, only aware that her father had summoned her and her sisters. The most she anticipated was a reprimand from the court for their descent into the mortal realm, which would likely result in a few days of confinement. Furthermore, the ministers in the court were scarcely attentive to the affairs of the princesses. Thus, the unsuspecting second princess entered the Lingxiao Hall, greeting her father with poise. Your daughter pays her respects to your majesty. I am unaware of the reason for your majesty's summons. Huh? You dare inquire about my intentions? The Jade Emperor sneered coldly, directly questioning, Why have you come alone? Where are your sisters? Forgive me, father. Eldest sister and third sister have both gone to the mortal realm, and I have asked the 3 altars sea meeting deity, Neza, to search for them. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's rage transformed into a bitter laugh, his voice low and thunderous. Even now, you refuse to speak the truth and continue to shield your sisters? Truly, you are my beloved daughter. Father, please forgive me. I genuinely do not comprehend your meaning. Forgiveness? You must earn my favor first. Chapter 68. Li Chengqian has arrived. Your elder sister has ventured to the mortal realm to wed a commoner. Can you truly claim ignorance of such a significant event? Ah, my sister has married. Why was I not informed of this joyous occasion? Upon hearing this, the second princess's eyes brightened with surprise as she lifted her head. However, her words struck a nerve with the Jade Emperor. Scoundrels! You are all scoundrels. Such a monumental affair has occurred, and you dare to smile. I ask you, did you not witness the time when the ancestral dragon waged war against the heavens? The very first decree I issued upon ascending to the throne was to strictly prohibit celestial beings from consorting with mortals. Yet here you stand, brazenly disregarding the law. Simply because you are my own daughters, am I correct? What do you perceive the heavenly laws to be? The Jade Emperor erupted in fury, his palm crashing down upon the table before him with a resounding thud. As if that were not enough to quell his ire, he kicked the table away. Resembling an enraged lion, roaring in inquiry, Where are the 4 great heavenly kings? We are here, they replied in unison. I command you to lead the heavenly soldiers immediately to the mortal realm and apprehend the sinner Zhang Yuhuan and her lecherous consort. No, that mortal dared to seduce a celestial maiden. I demand you render him into 1,000 pieces, leaving his soul to wander aimlessly. As you command. With the Jade Emperor's decree, the 4 heavenly kings had no choice but to comply, bowing hastily to accept the order. Father, the second princess, witnessing the departing figures of the 4 heavenly kings, felt a pang of anxiety and rose hastily to plead with the Jade Emperor. Yet, The Jade Emperor seemed prepared for this, and in the next moment, a fierce wind knocked the second princess to the ground, followed by the echo of his authoritative voice. Take this rebellious daughter back to the palace. She shall not step foot outside for 3 days. Second princess, His Majesty is in a foul mood. Let us return to the palace for now, Taibai Jingxing urged, stepping forward to assist the second princess. Zhang Yuhuan's gaze flickered with determination as she pondered. I must send a message to my sister. How could she make such a monumental decision without consulting me? I have sent her countless letters, yet she has not responded. What am I to do? Father, I shall take my leave now. Despite her anxiety, Zhang Yuhuan maintained her decorum as she took her leave. The Jade Emperor, having partly calmed his fury, now wore a slightly more amiable expression. Observing Zhang Yuhuan's obedient demeanor, he waved his hand impatiently. You may go, but do not disappoint me as your sister has. Zhang Yuhuan's head hung low, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Taibai Jingxing quickly summoned 2 palace maids to accompany her as she departed. Your Majesty, should we not ascertain the whereabouts of the eldest princess? Is it possible she was coerced into this marriage? At that moment, Li Jing spoke up to offer consolation, leaving even Taibai Jingxing astonished. The celestial beings exchanged bewildered glances at Li Jing's audacious words. Are you not rubbing salt into old wounds? Indeed, as soon as these words left his lips, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened further. But with so many witnesses present, he could not act with blatant tyranny. Soon, the Jade Emperor appeared resolute, flipping his hand to reveal an ancient, precious mirror that materialized before everyone. As light began to emanate from its center, a shimmering veil descended. On the official road outside Maishan County in the Tang Dynasty, a multitude of mortals stood along the path. Why are there so many commoners? The celestial beings displayed expressions of curiosity. This mirror, renowned throughout the 3 realms as the Haotian mirror, could trace everything within the space of the 3 realms. Logically, it should have led them directly to Zhang Yuhuan. Look, is that not the 6 princesses in the center? And it appears there is a mortal among them. Likely the eldest princess's husband. Such fortune, to be surrounded by 6 princesses. Zhao Gongming, with keen eyesight, was the first to spot Zhang Yuhuan and her companions. Observing Chu Qiao encircled by the 6 princesses, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The next moment, Zhao Gongming felt 2 pairs of piercing, murderous gazes fixated upon him. He immediately shot a glare back. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds, while the usually silent Queen Mother seemed on the verge of grinding her silver teeth to dust. Instantly, a shiver ran down Zhao Gongming's spine, and he straightened up, falling silent. However, the intimate interactions between Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan within the Haotian mirror continued to provoke the Jade Emperor's already frayed nerves. The very fact that Zhang Yuhuan had consorted with a mortal had already tarnished the Jade Emperor's dignity. Now, witnessing such closeness before a multitude of celestial beings, he felt his temper flare, as if his blood were igniting. Below, Bai Han furrowed his brow, astonished at the rapid discovery by the heavenly court. As his thoughts raced, a faint demonic aura was released, darting towards the man beside Chu Qiao. Just as the demonic energy was about to make contact with him, a golden dragon materialized suddenly. With a resounding clap, the appearance of the golden dragon sent ripples through the Haotian mirror. In the next moment, the shimmering veil shattered, and the Haotian mirror slowly returned to the Jade Emperor's grasp. With a face as dark as iron, the Jade Emperor retrieved the Haotian mirror and ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Heavenly grandson. Very well. The mortal emperor has ascended to the throne through fratricide and patricide. I have long harbored disdain for him. Now, the human prince must also face the consequences of his crimes against the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor resolved to extend the calamity originally decreed for the Tang Dynasty by several years. Li Qingqian, standing beside Chu Qiao, suddenly glanced around. A flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What is it, Your Highness? Chu Qiao inquired, noticing his sudden movement. Li Qingqian had arrived half a month prior, a fact that even Chu Qiao had not anticipated. It was surprising that Li Shimin had sent the crown prince here. Yet, the reason for his presence remained unclear. After Li Qingqian was dispatched, Wei Zheng had been urgently called back. Just yesterday, Li Qingqian had mentioned needing to accompany a royal uncle on a pilgrimage to the west, passing through this area, and wished to pay his respects. At that moment, Chu Qiao understood why Wei Zheng had been so hastily recalled. Chapter 69, Xuanzang's journey west. He comprehended the present era. A fleeting chill had merely grazed his spine. Li Qingqian offered a gentle smile. In Chu Qiao's estimation, Li Qingqian possessed the qualities of an exemplary crown prince. His assistants had expedited the development of the desolate land, while Wei Zheng was undeniably competent. His inflexibility and the limitations of his resources as a court official paled in comparison to the influence wielded by the crown prince. The vast expanse of barren land had been sown with crops, and Chu Qiao was confident that, with sufficient fertilizer, it would yield a bountiful harvest. Once the data was compiled, he would journey to Chang'an, rather than enduring the decade-long pilgrimage of Tang Sanzang to retrieve scriptures. Why not directly march upon the Western Paradise and compel the Tathagata to deliver them? Chu Qiao mused that the protracted division of the human race warranted unification. He's arrived, someone exclaimed. In the distance, 3 figures on horseback approached. Upon noticing the roadside gathering, the riders skillfully halted their steeds. Ba, intoned Tang Sanzang, I am Tang Sanzang, dispatched by the Emperor of the Great Tang to seek scriptures in the Western Paradise. May I inquire as to your identity, benefactor? The 2 attendants accompanying Tang Sanzang had been personally assigned by Emperor Taizong after their departure from Chang'an. He had anticipated an arduous journey, but the enthusiastic reception from the various prefectures along the way had been unexpectedly gratifying. In a mere fortnight, he had gained a few pounds. Consequently, the sight of a welcoming party no longer surprised him. Nephew Li Chengqian greets uncle, Li Chengqian announced, stepping forward and bowing respectfully to Tang Sanzang. Tang Sanzang was taken aback, swiftly moving to assist Li Chengqian. Before leaving Chang and Apos, and he had heard of the Crown Prince and Apos' departure on official business. He had assumed their reunion would occur upon his return from the Western Paradise. To his surprise, their paths intersected at Li Qingqian's destination. Your Highness is too courteous, Tang Sanzang replied. I am deeply honored by His Majesty's esteem and gracious treatment. However, distinctions between sovereign and subject remain. Your Highness, as the crown prince and heir apparent, should not prostrate before a humble monk. Observing Tang Sanzang's rosy complexion and radiant countenance, Chu Qiao smiled faintly. The man diverged from his preconceived image. Of course, traversing the arduous path to the Western Paradise required eloquence. Uncle is too modest, Li Chengqian responded. We are not within the confines of the Chang'an Imperial Palace. I greet Uncle as a nephew, and to neglect proper etiquette would be remiss. Uncle's pilgrimage to the Western Paradise to seek scriptures is for the salvation of the Great Tang's countless citizens. Such a meritorious endeavor warrants 1,000 bows. Li Chengqian's sincerity impressed Chu Qiao, who acknowledged Emperor Taizong's diligent cultivation of his heir. Had subsequent events not transpired, Li Chengqian would not have become a tyrannical ruler. Ironically, Li Chengqian had confided in him the previous evening, lamenting his father's idleness in entrusting a monk with such a task and bestowing upon him the title of a heteronymous prince. Something felt amiss. Chu Qiao's eyes narrowed perceptibly. He had known Li Chengqian for less than a fortnight. Why would he confide in him so intimately? While criticizing Tang Sanzang was not a grave offense, potentially incurring censure from court censors for impropriety, their shared grievances had fostered a closer rapport. Good heavens, was this the cunning of a mere adolescent? Chu Qiao realized he had been outmaneuvered. He had underestimated the sagacity of the ancients. In the realm of intrigue, Chu Qiao was but a novice. This was merely a glimpse of their sophistication. If Li Chengqian possessed such cunning, what stratagems did Emperor Taizong, the ruler of the Great Tang, employ? Suddenly, Chang'an seemed less alluring. Rather than engaging in Machiavellian machinations within the capital, he preferred the freedom of his current existence. Come, uncle. Allow me to introduce you to Chu Qiao, Li Chengqian said, drawing Tang Sanzang closer to Chu Qiao. Master Chu Qiao's erudition is astonishing. He is the inventor of the curved plow. Ba, Tang Sanzang intoned, bowing reverently to Chu Qiao. Benefactor, your improved curved plow is a meritorious creation, capable of sustaining countless lives. I commend you. Chu Qiao had the opportunity to scrutinize Tang Sanzang. The monk stood over 7 feet tall, only slightly shorter than himself. With a rosy complexion and handsome features, he exuded a unique blend of Buddhist and Confucian refinement. His charisma rivaled even Chu Qiao's. No wonder he captivated so many female demons on his journey west. Greetings, Dharma Master Sanzang, Chu Qiao responded. These are but minor contrivances, unworthy of high praise. How can they compare to the Dharma Master's endeavors? Upon the Dharma Master's return with the scriptures, he will undoubtedly deliver the masses from suffering. That is true merit. Chu Qiao smiled cordially, and Tang Sanzang reciprocated with enthusiasm, oblivious to Chu Qiao's intention to have him return to the Great Tang immediately upon descending from Mount Gurdrakuta. Venerable master, this is not an appropriate venue for discussion, Chu Qiao said. The day is waning. Why not lodge in my humble abode for the night and depart tomorrow? Ba, I am grateful for your kindness, Tang Sanzang replied. However, the sun has yet to set. I intend to travel further and lodge in the county seat of Maishan, to expedite my journey to Mount Gurdrakuta and liberate the masses from suffering. Tang Sanzang declined Chu Qiao's offer, determined to press onward. His two attendants, though somewhat displeased, did not object to Tang Sanzang's decision. Tang Sanzang remained driven by lofty ideals, particularly after Emperor Taizong's farewell at the 10-mile pavilion, which had filled him with zeal. He wished to reach Mount Gurdrakuta and retrieve the scriptures in a single day to deliver all sentient beings. Since the Dharma Master is so resolute, I shall not detain you further, Chu Qiao said, nodding. Denyo, fetch some provisions. Chapter 70. A fishy affair. Regardless of whether Tang Sanzang was willing to accompany him to the village, Chu Qiao was indifferent. The question remained, upon witnessing the destitution prevalent in West Nyoha continent, would Tang Sanzang maintain his fervor? Would he still believe that Buddhism could deliver all living beings? Many thanks for your kindness, benefactor. If that is the case, this humble monk shall take his leave. Tang Sanzang did not decline Chu Qiao's offer, nodding his gratitude before departing in haste. Observing this, Li Chengqian harbored a sense of respect deep within his heart. Li Shimin often admonished him that those who could discipline themselves were bound to achieve greatness. With a shout, Chu Qiao and the others returned to the village after watching Tang Sanzang and his two guards depart. Chu Qiao prepared a meal to entertain the group once more. Meanwhile, at the Guanjiang estuary, a minor deity barged in unannounced. Reporting, True Lord, the Jade Emperor has discovered that the heavenly great princess has been consorting with a mortal. He has dispatched the 4 heavenly kings with a contingent of celestial soldiers to apprehend her. Yang Jian, who was feasting with the 6 Maishan brothers and Howling Celestial Dog, suddenly looked up. What did you say? Reporting, True Lord. The heavenly great princess is having an affair with a mortal. Very well, I understand. You may withdraw. Yang Jian's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, with a glimmer of light flashing in the heavenly eye between his brows. Clearly, Yang Jian's heart was exceptionally turbulent at this moment. The minor deity acknowledged and withdrew. Master, didn't Neza say the great princess was fine? How did she suddenly become betrothed? Howling Celestial Dog was bewildered when Neza sent a message saying he had encountered a formidable foe. Naturally, Howling Celestial Dog, who remained at home, dared not be negligent and was about to seek out Yang Jian. As a result, he encountered Yang Chan, who had come to find Yang Jian, and he asked Yang Chan to bring the precious lotus lamp to support him. After all, even Neza considered them formidable foes, and even if he went, it would be a futile gesture. Yang Jian had just returned when he said everything was fine and there was no need to go. How could such a thing as the heavenly great princess consorting with a mortal have been revealed after only half a month? This matter may not be false. In that case, 6 brothers, please remain at Guanjiang estuary. Instruct your subordinates not to venture out hunting during this time. I will personally ascend to the heavens to investigate the situation. Yang Jian quickly calmed down and immediately instructed them. According to the celestial court's speed of action, it would take at least half a day to muster the troops. There is still enough time for the lower realm to react. At that time, listen to my instructions and watch my actions. If anything goes wrong, please, 6 brothers, help me hold off the 4 heavenly kings. Howling Celestial Dog, personally go to the locations of the princesses and have Yang Chan take them to Yuchuan Mountain to seek refuge. As Yang Jian spoke, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the celestial realm. Howling Celestial Dog also nodded and flew out as a streak of black light. However, Howling Celestial Dog had not been out of the Guanjiang estuary for long when an enormous sack suddenly descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Howling Celestial Dog. What woof? Who dares to ambush your dog master? Release me at once, or beware my master's wrath. If you delay my master's important affairs, you will suffer the consequences. Hee. It's you silly dog, that I'm after. A valiant and extraordinary monk chuckled, the cloth bag in his hand. The cloth bag, which had been a little noisy at first, immediately became silent. Inside the celestial court's Zhang Yuhuan listlessly lay on the table. Her lively eyes darted around, occasionally sweeping over the 4 silver-armored divine generals who were dutifully guarding the area. Second cousin, why are you trapped here? A flash of silver light appeared in front of Zhang Yuhuan, and Yang Jian's figure suddenly appeared in Huff huff, it's Yang family's younger brother. Your sudden appearance startled me. Zhang Yuzi visibly breathed a sigh of relief when she clearly saw the figure of the person who had come. However, Zhang Yuzi's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly looked towards the direction of the door. Seeing this, Yang Jian chuckled softly and explained, "Cousin, rest assured. They have already fallen under my mind-stabilizing spell. Unless they suffer a fatal attack, even if the sky were to collapse outside, they would not be aware of it." "Really? That's great. Thank you, Erlang." The joy on Zhang Yuzi's face was already somewhat uncontrollable. She hastily thanked Yang Jian and prepared to rush out of P. The palaces of the 7 fairies were all in one area, with each princess having her own palace. P was at the front of this palace complex and was generally used to receive guests. As long as she left P and passed by more than a dozen palaces, such as the Palace of the God of Wealth, she would be able to reach the southern gate of heaven and then run towards the mortal realm. "Second cousin, please wait. Is this trip to the mortal realm for the sake of the great cousin and the affair with that mortal?" Yang Jian quickly stopped Zhang Yuzi, who was about to rush out, and asked, "Since you already know, Erlang, why are you still asking me? The 4 heavenly kings are almost ready to muster their troops. If we delay any longer, Great Sister will be captured." Yang Jian looked at Zhang Yuzi, whose expression was already somewhat flustered at this moment, and shook his head with some exhaustion. "Second cousin, rest assured, I have already dispatched Howling Celestial Dog to inform Great Sister and the others. Chana is also with Great Cousin and the others, with the precious Lotus Lamp and Neza present. Even if the 4 heavenly kings bring a contingent of celestial soldiers, they will not be able to capture them." "Really? That and Apos, s great." Hearing Yang Jian and Apos' assurance, Zhang Yuzi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she sat back down at the table and continued to lie on the table, gnashing her teeth. "It's all the fault of that Coldwater River god and that divine general under the command of the heavenly king Xingzhang. Usually, they are just people who can't even ascend to the celestial court and have never even met the heavenly king Xingzhang. How did these two have the audacity and channels to report the matter of Great Sister consorting with a mortal to the celestial court? Are there only these 2 people? Is there no one else involved?" Yang Jian frowned upon hearing this. The reason he chose to come to the celestial court first to understand the cause and effect was mainly to see whether it was an accidental leak or someone deliberately orchestrating it behind the scenes. Unlike the simple 7 fairies, Yang Jian's experience was much more seasoned, and his craftiness was naturally much deeper. Back then, his mother's affair with a mortal was by no means as simple as it seemed on the surface. It was like Zhang Yuhuan's affair, which came too suddenly. Moreover, Yang Jian also knew that the Buddhist-selected sutra seeker had already departed from the Tang Dynasty. Was there any inside story that they did not know about? No, I only saw those 2 people above the Lingxiao Palace. However, I heard that these 2 were brought by Li Jing. Chapter 71, Autumn Harvest. To be honest, I cannot elaborate much. When I first learned of it, I was utterly bewildered. The river deity, as far as I know, is not a subordinate of the 4 seas dragon kings. He is merely a corpulent catfish fostered by a lesser dragon. Even the Dragon King of the Jing River holds only the rank of a 5th-grade official, and such minor river deities are naturally inconsequential. That so-called divine general is merely a lowly 7th-grade official. Logically speaking, given their status, they should not even be able to step through the southern heavenly gate, let alone enter the Lingxiao Hall, unless someone has already arranged everything. At this moment, Yang Jian, through a calm analysis, has already discerned some clues. Moreover, the cold water and the superior of the river deity had recently conveyed a message to me through the Western Sea Dragon Palace. If I calculate the timing, it aligns perfectly with the ascension of these 2 individuals. Thus, it appears that they ascended to heaven less than 2 hours ago. Given such a short span of time, we must also factor in the time taken for the Jade Emperor to convene his ministers for morning court. After streamlining all the thoughts, Yang Jian suddenly stood up, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yuzi, though simple-minded, is not foolish. Upon hearing Yang Jian's analysis, he immediately rose, exclaiming in shock, "So, according to your reasoning, my sister and the others are clearly being plotted against. Indeed, if my deductions are correct, this is the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for the tight timeline of these events. You know the efficiency of the heavenly court without interference. It would take at least a day or 2 for the matter to reach the Jade Emperor's ears. Now, each link in this chain suggests a deliberate effort to leave us no room for preparation. More critically, Li Jing represents the Buddhist sect. After several conjectures, Yang Jian quickly pinpointed the culprits to the Buddhist sect. However, realizing this only helps Yang Jian identify the enemy. The heavenly court has already dispatched a large army, and considering his uncle's penchant for preserving face, even if he were to learn the truth, he would still likely follow the path laid out by the Buddhists to uphold his dignity. No, it's highly probable that my uncle has already surmised something. Yet, he resolutely sacrifices some familial bonds for the sake of his reputation as the heavenly emperor, just as he did when he abandoned his mother years ago. Cousin, you remain here. I shall venture to the mortal realm. With a flicker in his gaze, Yang Jian left Zhang Yuji behind and departed on his own. Seeing Yang Jian abandon him, Zhang Yuji was incensed. He too did not wish to linger in the Pavilion of Radiance, finding it unbearably tedious. Yang Jian, wait for me. Just as Zhang Yuji prepared to follow Yang Jian out of the Grand Hall, four silver-armored celestial generals suddenly regained their awareness. Clang! For long spears crossed before Zhang Yuji, blocking his path. A flash of golden light revealed the golden-armored general who bowed deeply to Zhang Yuji. Your Highness, please return to the palace. It is my duty to prevent you from proceeding. Oh, you scoundrels, you are all vile wretches. Zhang Yuji, infuriated, could only stomp his foot in frustration, turning back to sulk at the table. Meanwhile, in the small river village of the mortal realm, several months had passed. The golden waves of grain blanketed every inch of the fields. Countless able-bodied men had returned from the vast wasteland, their eyes gleaming with joy at the sight of the golden wheat waves. Li Qingqian, as the crown prince, could hardly contain his excitement and rushed forward. Clutching a stalk of wheat, his eyes reflecting the same joy. Although he was not well versed in agriculture, as the crown prince, he was obliged to attend the spring sowing and autumn harvest ceremonies every year, often representing Li Shimin to console the farmers. Thus, he had a rough estimate of the yield per acre. Even the royal family's most fertile fields would struggle to yield such a bountiful harvest in a single year. Truly, you are a remarkable talent. Li Chengqian straightened his posture, his eyes shimmering with vitality as he looked at Chu Qiao with growing curiosity and admiration. Over the past few months, the surprises Chu Qiao had bestowed upon him were overwhelming, even to the point of instilling a sense of fear. What extraordinary creativity and knowledge could a young person in their 20s possess? Ha ha ha. Modesty is key. I am merely the third best in the world. Please, Your Highness, take the first cut. Chu Qiao graciously accepted Li Chengqian's numerous compliments. Through their time together, she realized that while Li Chengqian was quite cunning, most of the time, he merely employed some clever tricks and strategies. In essence, he was still just a teenager, having learned many intricacies from Li Shimin. Now finally having the opportunity to put them into practice. The true depths of cunning were often easily discernible to Chu Qiao with just a bit of thought, which diminished her wariness of him. Now that the rice had ripened, according to the customs of the Tang Dynasty, it was only fitting that Li Qingqian, as the most esteemed figure present, should make the first cut, given that he had brought so many helpers. Chu Qiao felt it appropriate to reciprocate and bolster Li Chengqian's reputation. Thank you, Mr. Chu, please. Li Chengqian, understanding Chu Qiao's intentions, smiled and nodded without decline, then lifted the sickle to cut the nearest stalk of rice. Once Li Chengqian took action, countless farmers eagerly raised their sickles to reap this year and Appo's bountiful harvest. In an instant, the entire field was enveloped in laughter and joy. Meanwhile, outside the southern heavenly gate, the four heavenly kings led a host of celestial soldiers rushing towards the mortal realm. Yang Jian, moving slightly faster than the four heavenly kings, gazed down at the cheerful village below, his brow furrowing slightly. Where is the howling celestial dog? Master, you have finally arrived. Amidst the cheers, a dark figure suddenly dashed towards Yang Jian. Unflinching, he allowed the shadow to collide with him, and the howling celestial dog leaped into Yang Jian's embrace, excitedly rubbing against his armor. Haltian, why did you arrive only now? Did I not instruct you to notify the third sister to leave with cousin and her husband as soon as possible? Yang Jian glanced at Zhang Yuhuan and Chu Qiao, who were joyfully wielding their sickles, along with the merrily frolicking Zhang Yuqiao by Chu Qiao's side, and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Master, I am truly sorry. I was captured immediately after leaving Guanjian, and it took me half a day to escape. As soon as I caught your scent, I rushed over. Chapter 72. Is that so? You truly have it. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's expression shifted abruptly. What a cunning scheme. Xiao Tian, you must return to Guanjianku at once and summon the 6 brothers of Maishan post-haste. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. It seems I have no choice but to engage in a fierce battle with the 4 heavenly kings here. Years ago, it was the 4th princess who informed his parents, and during the assault on the mortal realm, It was thanks to the assistance of cousins like Zhang Yuhuan that they survived. This debt of gratitude must be repaid today. Yang Jian? Is he here to find Yang Chan? Bai Han and Kong Ming exchanged glances, having already sensed Yang Jian's arrival. However, they refrained from voicing it. They understood Yang Jian's character and were well aware of his relationship with Zhang Yuhuan. It was nearly impossible for Yang Jian to act against Chu Qiao. Elder brother, what brings you here? Upon dispelling his concealed presence, Neza instantly sensed Yang Jian's arrival. His eyes brightened suddenly, and he dashed forward, eagerly presenting his left arm in a display of pride. Elder brother, look at my arm. In that moment, preoccupied with his own thoughts, Yang Jian paid little heed to Neza's transformation. He reached out to pull Neza aside, but suddenly realized that the arm he grasped felt peculiar. Neza had not possessed any body heat since adopting his lotus form. He was all too familiar with that. After all, they were once comrades. Yet now, he felt a warmth that belonged only to a fleshly body, albeit slightly cooler than that of an ordinary person. Nonetheless, Yang Jian could easily discern the difference between the warmth of flesh and that altered by magic. Neza, you've regained your physical form. A flicker of surprise lit up Yang Jian's eyes as he reached for Neza's right hand, only to find it icy, akin to grasping a lotus root. Hee, it's almost there. I've only temporarily restored one arm. Neza suddenly grasped at the void, exuding a formidable aura that caused Yang Jian to take notice. This was the unique, immortal essence of a great Luo golden immortal. What a fortunate opportunity, brother Neza. Yang Jian felt genuine joy for Neza's significant resources and breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, Neza proudly lifted his head and said, indeed, it was largely thanks to the Prince Consort's assistance. Without him, I wouldn't have acquired so much. Prince Consort? At that moment, Yang Jian appeared bewildered, clearly taken aback. Was Neza referring to the Prince Consort of the mortal realm? Neza, slightly puzzled, turned to Yang Jian and asked, isn't the husband of the Grand Princess the Prince Consort? You mean the husband of my elder cousin? Yang Jian's eyes widened in shock, and his perception of Chu Qiao crumbled. He had initially thought Chu Qiao was merely an ordinary mortal, and that Zhang Yuhuan was only drawn to her sweet demeanor. Despite having lived for millions of years, individuals like his father, who bore such responsibility, were exceedingly rare. Indeed, elder brother, you probably don't realize just how formidable the Prince Consort truly is. You know of the Merit Sacred Artifact, right? Neza lifted his head with a certain pride, as if everything were his doing. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, a fleeting hint of astonishment crossing his features, mingled with curiosity. Surely, the brother-in-law possesses a Merit Sacred Artifact? A glimmer of delight shone in Yang Jian's eyes. If that were indeed the case, matters would become much simpler. Those who possessed Merit Sacred Artifacts were often favored by fortune, and if this artifact was indeed crafted by him, it would further attract the blessings of fate and merit. Should that prove true, he could manipulate circumstances to persuade Yu Dingzhenren to take on disciples. After all, a disciple endowed with great merit and fortune would be coveted even by his grandmaster, Yuan Shi Tianzuan. With the backing of the Chan sect, negotiations would be considerably more favorable. However, to Yang Jian's dismay, Neza shook his head vigorously, causing Yang Jian's brow to twitch. No, Neza, please, do not jest. I am genuinely pressed for time. Yang Jian was on the verge of exasperation. In such dire circumstances, Neza still had the leisure to joke. What do you mean no? Elder brother, I meant to say that the Prince Consort possesses not just one Merit Sacred Artifact. With that, Neza and Apos' face radiated pride as he proudly extended 4 fingers towards Yang Jian. To Yang Jian's dismay, he fell into deeper silence, then abruptly pushed Neza aside in frustration, storming past him without a hint of belief. Neza, I truly have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot indulge in games right now. For Merit Sacred Artifacts? What nonsense is this? The individual amongst humanity who possessed the most Merit Sacred Artifacts was the current Emperor of Humanity, Zhang Yuhuan, who held a staggering 7, contributing immensely to the human race. However, this was the result of his painstaking accumulation over a millennium. If that were the case, Chu Qiao could not possibly be a youth but rather an old man. Even if Zhang Yuhuan were to be exceedingly naive, he would never take a liking to an old man. Moreover, Yang Jian had previously utilized the Haoyan mirror to ascertain the identity of this person, who appeared to be no more than 20 years old. A mere 20-year-old possessing 4 unprecedented Merit Sacred Artifacts, each contributing significantly to humanity? What is it? Are you the illegitimate child of Dao ancestor Hongjun, or a reincarnation of the heavenly Dao? Oh dear, elder brother, Why do you not believe me? Neza trailed closely behind Yang Jian, and at that moment, Zhang Yuhuan also noticed Yang Jian's arrival. A flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Oh, my cousin has arrived. Sister Yang Chan is at home. I shall summon her immediately." "Oh no, elder cousin, it's too late. The Jade Emperor has already discovered your clandestine affair with a mortal and has sent the 4 heavenly kings to the mortal realm to apprehend you." Chapter 73. The marvelous use of virtue. You should hasten back with your cousin-in-law and the others. Let Chan protect you with the treasure lotus lamp. My brothers from Maishan and I will hold them off here. You and Chan must quickly retreat to Yuhuan Mountain for safety. Yang Jian spoke rapidly, and upon hearing this, Zhang Yuhuan's face turned pale. His body swayed, and seeing this, Chu Qiao promptly stepped forward to embrace him. "Are you truly the husband of my elder cousin?" Yang Jian's gaze scrutinized Chu Qiao intently. Although his cultivation was merely at the peak of the transformation stage, to him, it felt inconsequential. He was not displeased with Zhang Yuhuan's appearance, finding him only slightly inferior to himself, which explained why his elder cousin held him in such regard. Naturally, "You must be Yuhuan's younger cousin, correct?" Chu Qiao's eyes swept over Yang Jian's forehead, and upon noticing the small scar, she instantly recognized his identity. Yang Jian nodded and continued, "Cousin-in-law, now is not the time for idle chatter. The 4 heavenly kings have already descended with their forces. You must swiftly leave with my elder cousin. Once you reach Yuhuan Mountain, you will be temporarily safe." "I fear I cannot leave just yet." Chu Qiao forced a bitter smile, her gaze wandering about. This was the experimental side of her plan, and she could not depart for the time being. Moreover, someone from Bion Mountain had previously assured her that as long as no top-tier experts arrived, she could hold them off. The 4 heavenly kings had yet to reach a level that would compel Chu Qiao to flee. There was no need for Bion Mountain to intervene. Hong Hio alone could easily defeat them. What time is it? Yet you still find something worth lingering over. Do you understand the force you are facing? The heavenly court is the foremost power among the 3 realms, and the Jade Emperor is the ostensible ruler of all, though the 4 heavenly kings may not be significant. Defeating them would certainly draw the Jade Emperor's greater attention, prompting him to send even stronger beings. The 5 Dipper Star Lords, the 9 Radiant Stars, the 28 Lunar Mansions, the 36 Heavenly Spirits, the 72 Earthly Fiends, the 8 divisions of heavenly deities such as Lei Huidou and Wen Shui. Not to mention the 4 assistants, Qinghua, Changsheng, and the likes of Go Chun and Ziwei. Each of the 4 assistants has their own departments, brimming with formidable celestial beings. Remaining here is akin to seeking death. Yang Jian could scarcely contain his frustration, wishing to pry open Chu Qiao's head to see if it were filled with water. What time is it? What could possibly be worth clinging to? At that moment, Neza caught up, leaping onto Yang Jian's back and confidently wrapping his arms around his neck. Before Yang Jian could admonish him, Neza abruptly turned Yang Jian's head aside. "Brother, I know you're anxious, but hold on. Just take a look over there first." Yang Jian frowned slightly, but, recalling Neza's repeated assertions, turned his head to gaze in that direction. In the distance, beyond the village, several high towers were belching black smoke, atop which figures of Rakshasas were swirling and dancing, seemingly reveling in the ability to absorb the smoke that could annihilate the foundation of humanity. Strangely, all the Rakshasas were female, and the seductive allure they once embodied amidst a sea of blood had vanished. Instead, they were wrapped tightly from head to toe. Moreover, as the Rakshasas descended from the towers, they passed by a burly man with an exposed upper body, showing no inclination to approach him. This was entirely contrary to the nature of the Rakshasa race. However, what left Yang Jian most astounded was the presence of a true virtue-sacred artifact. Yang Jian's celestial eye widened in shock, a golden pupil illuminating with a chilling light from his brow. The faint golden glow of virtue atop the high towers lay fully exposed before his eyes. This was indeed a virtue-sacred artifact. Could there truly be 4 of them? Of course, I would not deceive you. Neza's head peeked from behind Yang Jian, his eyes gleaming with delight at Yang Jian's astonished expression. Yang Jian suddenly turned, the celestial eye blinking as he directed his gaze at the top of Chu Qiao's head. The probing light from his celestial eye collided with the Bagua mirror on Chu Qiao, causing a sudden burst of light to shoot forth. Unfortunately, the Bagua mirror, lacking its master's control, was no match for the probing power of Yang Jian's celestial eye. Under the golden light of the celestial eye, the Bagua mirror shattered, and the probing light swiftly focused on the area above Chu Qiao and Appo's head. Instantly, beneath a veil of mysterious yellow luck, a black cauldron infused with purple radiance soared into the air, accompanied by 3 other virtues sacred artifact phantoms that emanated equally potent energies: a black cauldron, a curved plow, a contract, and a furnace. The 4 virtues sacred artifacts momentarily paused, followed by the emergence of a golden wheel of virtue that quietly ascended. With a resounding thud, Yang Jian's probing light was abruptly shattered, and a stream of tears flowed from his brow. The celestial eye was broken, and Yang Jian experienced a slight backlash. There truly were 4 virtue sacred artifacts. It appeared that Yang Jian had been rather uninformed. Though he spoke lightly of it, the corners of his mouth had already begun to curl upwards. At that moment, the heavy burden in Yang Jian's heart also lifted. With such immense virtue and luck shielding him, the 4 heavenly kings posed little threat to Chu Qiao. To slay him would contravene the heavenly path, resulting in backlash and disdain from both humanity and the heavens. Given the luck and virtue that now surrounded Chu Qiao, even a quasi-saint would hesitate to strike him down. Unless the Jade Emperor were to lose his sanity and resolve to kill Chu Qiao. Otherwise, under the protection of virtue, Chu Qiao could easily turn misfortune into fortune. Reminiscent of the past in the Battle of Investiture. Just like Yun Changzi from the Chan School, who alone managed to escape calamity while the 12 golden immortals were stripped of their 3 flowers and 5 energies within the 9 curves Yellow River Formation. Only Yun Changzi, by chance, returned to the mountains to refine treasures, thereby evading disaster. Thereafter, his path of cultivation was smooth sailing, and even now, he had yet to sever his 3 corpses or step into the quasi-saint realm, yet he remained unrivaled at the pinnacle of the great Luo. Cousin from the Yang family, since you have arrived, why not join me for a meal at my humble abode? Chu Qiao extended a warm invitation to Yang Jian. Not only did he hold an exceedingly favorable impression of Yang Jian, but the fact that he had rushed over upon hearing of Zhang Yuhuan's plight warranted a proper display of gratitude from Chu Qiao. Chapter 74. Why haven't the 4 heavenly kings arrived yet? It seems we must trouble my cousin-in-law. Sister Yang regained her composure and nodded in agreement. However, as she gazed towards the horizon, a flicker of doubt arose in her heart. Although her cultivation level surpassed that of the 4 heavenly kings by a considerable margin, and they were encumbered by a host of celestial soldiers, the heavenly court possessed the means to transport the 4 heavenly kings and their retinue directly to the mortal realm using the teleportation array. Given the efficiency of the heavenly court, they should have already arrived by this time. Could it be that the 4 heavenly kings were reluctant to apprehend the grand princess and were secretly stalling for time? At this moment, the 4 heavenly kings, who were being doubted by Yang Jian, were acutely aware that their delay in reaching the mortal realm might provoke the suspicions of various deities. Yet they were also in a state of panic. What in the world was the Ministry of Works doing? How could the teleportation array suddenly send them into a void storm? Ever since Jiangxia severed the path for mortals to ascend to divinity, a 9-layer spatial storm had existed between the celestial realm and the mortal world. The teleportation array of the heavenly court was designed to enable celestial soldiers to traverse these tempestuous layers and descend into the mortal realm. It could also sense the celestial soldiers' array, directly guiding them back to the southern heavenly gate. This very formation allowed the heavenly court to dispatch troops to subdue myriad demons, stabilize the 3 realms, and uphold its dominion. Otherwise, with the time disparity of 1 day in heaven equating to 1 year on earth, by the time the heavenly court reacted, everything would be lost. On this day, the 4 heavenly kings, as usual, approached the southern heavenly gate, ready to employ the teleportation array. However, just as they caught sight of the mortal realm, they were abruptly swept into a massive spatial storm. The surrounding space shattered inch by inch, and an overwhelming force of pull yanked the 4 heavenly kings and their celestial soldiers into the void. It is known that the might of a spatial storm is fearsome. Even golden immortals would regard it with trepidation. The truly formidable storms possess the power to extinguish the 3 souls and 7 spirits, obliterating even the body of a Deluo. Fortunately, the 4 heavenly kings were somewhat fortunate this time, having not encountered an excessively powerful storm. Yet, even the weakest storms required golden immortal level cultivation to overcome. While the 4 heavenly kings could unite their strengths and wield their treasures to confront a golden immortal, none among them had attained such a cultivation level. Lacking the convenient methods that only golden immortals could command, the 4 heavenly kings could only watch helplessly as their celestial soldiers were engulfed by the storm, their bodies disintegrating and souls dissipating, with only the last remnants of true spirit returning to the heavenly court and Apos, as transforming a mortal pool, awaiting resurrection in silence. You ask us how we know. Logically, the teleportation array should not have such a significant flaw, and the 4 heavenly masters did not indicate any spatial storm today. Enough of the complaints. We should be devising a way to escape. At this moment, among the 10 heavenly lords, Chu Qiao had just returned from the mortal realm. Passing by the southern heavenly gate, as he prepared to head towards the Lingxiao treasure hall, he suddenly halted. What seems to be the matter with the teleportation array today? Just as he was about to investigate further, dozens of battered celestial soldiers were blown towards him by a fierce wind from the void. Seeing the soldiers, clad in broken armor and missing limbs, Chu Qiao curiously inquired, "Why did you not return via the teleportation array?" Upon recognizing Chu Qiao, the fortunate survivors immediately knelt, weeping as they explained, "Your Excellency, it is dire. The king of Holding the Nation and the other brothers are trapped in the void storm. Are you implying that the grand princess consorted with mortals?" Prompting the 4 heavenly kings to take action, only for the teleportation array to inexplicably transport you all into a spatial storm, and that the 4 heavenly kings and your celestial soldiers had no time to react before being sucked in? The situation seemed surreal. Even Chu Qiao felt a sense of disorientation. Were it not for the soldiers' appearances indicating they were not lying, and the many spatial energies swirling within their wounds, he might have thought it a prank. "Yes, Your Excellency, you must hasten to rescue the king of expanding power," the battered soldiers pleaded, kneeling in desperation. However, to their surprise, Chu Qiao merely shook his head and replied, "The vastness of time and space makes it exceedingly difficult for even a sage to search. For now, let us proceed to the Lingxiao treasure hall to seek an audience with His Majesty and request support. That is the proper course." Internally, Chu Qiao scoffed. Was it not more delightful to watch the unfolding drama? If one were truly idle, they could find Brother Zhao or Junior Brother Wenzhong to enjoy seeds and play chess instead. To rescue the 4 heavenly kings? He had no inclination to do so. Whoever wishes to go, let them go. "Thank you, Your Excellency." The celestial soldiers were naturally perplexed by his response. Observing their confusion, Chu Qiao merely sighed and shook his head. As for the internal factional struggles within the heavenly court, the lower-ranking soldiers were hardly privy to such matters. With an understanding of spatial storms, Chu Qiao knew that even the weakest randomly formed storms were beyond the resistance of ordinary celestial soldiers. If they could set up a formation, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, judging by the soldiers' conditions, it was clear that was not the case. "Let us go," he commanded with a wave of his hand, using his power to lift the celestial soldiers and swiftly flying towards the Lingxiao treasure hall. Word had it that today a major scandal had surfaced. The eldest daughter of the Jade Emperor was allegedly consorting with a mortal. Just imagining the scene was quite thrilling. It was a pity that today was his turn to patrol the mortal realm. What a grand spectacle he had missed. At this moment, in a small village on Earth, Chu Qiao patted Yang Jian's shoulder. "This doesn't make sense. It can't be." She recalled seeing the 4 heavenly kings nearly exiting the southern heavenly gate when she had arrived. Yang Jian, now filled with self-doubt, frequently glanced skyward. He was eager for the 4 heavenly kings to arrive. Otherwise, he would feel like a fool. Chu Qiao shook her head, reassuring Yang Jian, "It's all right, cousin. Your concern is commendable. Perhaps my father-in-law has had a change of heart and summoned the 4 heavenly kings back." She gazed curiously at the fields surrounding them. In the past half-month, the wheat in the fields had all been harvested, leaving only stubble behind. Even the wild chrysanthemums blooming by the roadside were nearing their wilting. Chapter 75. The Calamity of Poison Salt. For half a month, Chu Qiao and Yang Jian remained ever vigilant. Yet they had not encountered even a shadow of the 4 heavenly kings. "It is impossible," said Chu Qiao. "Cousin, you do not understand my uncle. He is a cold-hearted man. In his eyes, for the sake of his power and status, he would abandon even familial ties. No one can influence his supremacy across the 3 realms. Even the slightest disturbance would lead to his ruthless discarding of them." A glint of cold light flickered in Yang Jian's eyes, causing Chu Qiao to twitch slightly at the corners of her mouth. "If you're so certain, then tell me. Where are the 4 heavenly kings?" "Enough, cousin. Perhaps they were intercepted on their way here. You should return quickly. It seems that the celestial dog and the strong man are at it again. Only you can pacify that temperamental creature of his. Why does that dog insist on competing with an ox for plowing duties? Isn't that merely a waste of time? Would it not be wiser to hunt some game in the woods instead? By the way, elder cousin, do you think there are still members of the witch clan existing?" Chu Qiao pondered. "I am in dire need of coal miners. The demon race lacks intellect, while the human race is too feeble. Moreover, Those who venture into the coal mines must constantly endure the corrosive influence of the earthly fiends. Chu Qiao had not anticipated that mining within the primordial world would prove so troublesome. His sole desire was to extract ore. If the ores contained even a hint of the fire of separation buried deep underground, the presence of earthly fiends would pose a significant threat to both humans and demons. However, without a reliable energy source, the development of this wasteland would lag indefinitely. The Witch clan, being descendants of Pangu, could absorb the earthly fiend's energy for cultivation. A mere trace of separation fire would be inconsequential to them. Regrettably, since the ancient conflicts of the human emperor and the subsequent turmoil of the spring and autumn period, as well as the warring states in the Han and Tang conquests, the Witch clan had dwindled to a mere remnant. Even in Chang'an, the capital of the Tang Dynasty, which boasted of nations coming to pay tribute, only a few half-breeds of the human and witch races had been discovered. By chance, Yang Jian had encountered a witch clan during his hunts in the primordial realm, prompting Chu Qiao to seek him out for information. I must visit the heavenly court. Do not worry, cousin. The celestial dog knows the location of that witch clan. I will have him guide you there, saving him from daily squabbles over plowing duties. With a solemn expression, Yang Jian flicked his fingers, releasing a beam of spiritual light before ascending towards the heavens. As soon as he departed, Yang Chan entered the room, her eyes filled with a hint of perplexity. Cousin, where is my second brother? Chu Qiao shrugged, exasperated. Ah, he has gone to the heavenly court again. Yang Chan rubbed her forehead and glanced at Chu Qiao, hesitating momentarily. Sensing her urgency, Chu Qiao encouraged her, speak freely, cousin. There is no need for formality between us. Very well, I shall be direct. There is no issue here in the village, but at Huashan, a devotee has been fervently praying, claiming that a village has been poisoned. I must leave to provide aid and cannot assist you for the time being, Yang Chan explained apologetically. Chu Qiao nodded in understanding. After all, matters were not confined solely to his domain. Aside from Yang Chan, all the 6 monsters of Maishan and 1,000 grass-head gods had been summoned by Yang Jian. Chu Qiao promptly assigned them tasks to commence their work. Though it was said to be a vast wasteland, it was far from trivial. The primordial land was immensely expansive, and the Tang Dynasty's territory had grown thousands of times larger than he remembered. Moreover, Chu Qiao had recently been granted noble status by Li Shimin, placing him within the ranks of the Tang's aristocracy, complete with his own fief. Had he raised an army? The considerable expenses would surely lead Li Shimin to suspect Chu Qiao of rebellion. How did they become poisoned? Chu Qiao inquired, bewildered. What kind of poison could afflict an entire village? Was it red and umbrella-like? He sighed. They cannot be blamed for their greed. Salt is scarce now. And when a peddler offered cheap salt, they bought it without hesitation. Who would have thought it was poisoned salt? Now the entire village is afflicted. Yang Chan fumed beside him, her expression a mixture of anger and sorrow. The human race was severely short of salt, unless the celestial beings did nothing but refine salt for them. The little salt he could procure was merely a drop in the bucket. Is there a severe salt shortage in your region? Chu Qiao's curiosity piqued. In the 2 years since my arrival in the Tang, I have never seen the villagers lacking in salt. Actually, the entire Huashan area is facing a salt crisis, spoke Li Chengqian, the crown prince, who had quietly approached, his face etched with concern. Not only the common folk, but even the Tang army can have only 1 meal a day with salt. Is it truly that dire? Why did you not mention it sooner? Chu Qiao asked. Do you have a solution? Indeed, it is not particularly difficult. However, the materials in this world seem somewhat peculiar. I must contemplate this thoroughly, Chu Qiao mused. He had intended to employ his previous methods for salt extraction, but considering the impurities in the iron ore, he could not guarantee the salt mine's integrity. Yet, he remained untroubled, for Bai Han's Han and Kong Mengquan were present. The former possessed vast knowledge of the primordial realm, and the latter had deep insights into the human race. Surely, they would not encounter insurmountable obstacles. At that moment, Yang Jian traversed the turbulent winds, returning to the southern heavenly gate. After a moment of contemplation, he soared towards the Lingshao treasure hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he witnessed the Jade Emperor furiously berating a group of defeated soldiers below. Worthless fools, what purpose do you serve? I entrusted you with capturing a mere mortal, and you dare to plunge into a spatial storm? Have you all lost your wits? Chapter 76. Greetings, elder brother. The newly installed desk was once again shattered by the furious slap of the Jade Emperor. His eyes burned with an intense rage, and had he not retained a fraction of his rationality, he would have undoubtedly commanded the execution of all these defeated troops. After venting his anger, the Jade Emperor gradually settled into his seat, at which point the Queen Mother, with a cold demeanor, advised him, "Your Majesty, the time is urgent. This is not the moment to assign blame. It would be prudent to send someone to rescue the 4 great heavenly kings. As for whether to dispatch others to capture that rebellious daughter, we shall deliberate later." The Queen Mother closed her eyes slightly, a flicker of pain evident in their depths. Turning her gaze, she scanned the assembly coldly. After a moment of contemplation, her icy voice echoed throughout the Lingxiao Hall. "The vastness of the void makes it exceedingly difficult to locate them. Even a sage would struggle. The true spirits of the 4 great heavenly kings are recorded in the Fengshen Bang. Even if they were to perish in the tempest of the void, their essences would ultimately return to the Fengshen Bang, eliminating the need for futile searches." The Jade Emperor's indifferent words sent a chill through the hearts of the celestial beings present. Such a merciless disposition from the Jade Emperor truly disheartened them. Nearby, the Star of Venus sighed silently. "Your Majesty, this move is indeed a misstep. Although the 4 great heavenly kings may have begun to lean towards the Buddhist path and have shown signs of insubordination, it is unwise to abandon them so openly. Even if it is merely for appearances, sending someone to search would suffice." While the courtiers within the Lingxiao Hall understood the rationale behind the Jade Emperor's choice, many others, who had ascended only after the Fengshen incident, were unaware of the complexities involved and were inevitably disheartened. They could only perceive the Jade Emperor as heartless, even abandoning the divine hounds that served him. Star of Venus raised his head slightly, observing the fury etched across the Jade Emperor's face, and could not help but sigh inwardly. At this juncture, no words he uttered could penetrate the Jade Emperor's resolve. "Where is the Lord of the 9 luminaries? With your innate celestial guidance, you shall not falter regardless of time or place. I shall dispatch you to lead 3,000 heavenly soldiers to capture that rebellious daughter." The Jade Emperor's furious voice rang out, his gaze fixed sharply upon the Lord of the 9 luminaries. "Remember, I want that mortal reduced to ashes, her soul scattered." "As you command." The 9 luminaries responded in unison before exiting the Lingxiao Hall. Just moments after entering, Yang Jian's gaze suddenly narrowed. He realized he must quickly descend to inform Chu Qiao to prepare accordingly. The 9 luminaries' descent, accompanied by 3,000 heavenly soldiers, was sufficient to establish a formidable presence. If he failed to notify Chu Qiao in advance, she would surely suffer a significant loss. In the expansive wasteland below, countless structures had risen, with orderly houses situated in the northern part of the desolate expanse. At this moment, Chu Qiao was leading her people to welcome the approaching members of the witch clan. A group of towering figures draped in animal skins, their bodies rippling with muscular definition, slowly approached. The onlookers noted that these warriors appeared somewhat malnourished. Kong Ming regarded the incoming witch clan members with a mixture of curiosity, perhaps out of intrigue. Even Li Chengxian, who had just passed by, gazed incredulously at the imposing silhouettes in the distance, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Do you really consider these seemingly normal men, who stand a full head taller and are muscular, to be malnourished? If they're not, then what of the others? Are they to be deemed refugees? Your Highness, you have yet to witness true members of the witch clan. Genuine witches tower at least a foot taller than these individuals, and these men are merely around 2 zhang in height, indicating their undernourishment has stunted their bloodline's growth and development." Kong Ming recalled his experiences from years past when he ascended through the teachings of Confucianism and encountered many witches, noting that while their tribes were few, many lived alongside humanity. In fact, both the Qin and Chu states frequently employed witches in battle. With their assistance, the 2 nations enjoyed unparalleled success. However, the immense food requirements of the witches rendered them too costly for the Qin and Chu to sustain. "Welcome, brothers of the witch clan. We are grateful for your assistance." Chu Qiao stepped forward, addressing the group of robust warriors from the witch clan. Leading the pack was the tallest among them, a towering figure who stood at 5 feet and had reached the Earth Witch realm. This level was akin to the true immortal status within the cultivation system, and his formidable physique allowed him to often engage in battles beyond his level. The leader of the Black Earth tribe of the witch clan bowed respectfully to Chu Qiao. "As long as you provide us with ample food, we shall fight for you." And then what?" Chu Qiao inquired. "What do you mean, then what?" The leader of the Black Earth tribe, confused, scratched his head, his fist-sized eyes reflecting innocence and simplicity. Behind him, a massive warrior, towering 3 zhang, patted the Black Earth leader's shoulder. Understanding the cue, the Black Earth leader bent slightly, leaning in to hear the giant's whisper. Chief, are we asking for too much? What if he refuses? Fear not. I will ensure that we only eat to half our fill. Another tall warrior quickly added. Black Earth glared at the two men, then muttered under his breath. Do you think I am unaware? We can eat less, but what about the children in our tribe? A nearby warrior rubbed his stomach, expressing his concern. We can always eat dirt if it comes to that. As long as the children are fed, that is enough. Chief Black Earth may have misunderstood my question. I was inquiring about your wages. Chu Qiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. While she understood the witch's simplicity due to their bloodline, there seemed to be no need for such navet. Despite their clearly lowered voices, their discussion resounded like thunder, as if they feared they would not be heard. Wages? What are wages? Black Earth scratched his head, bewildered by this concept. After an explanation from Chu Qiao, Black Earth was astounded to comprehend the meaning of wages. Historically, there had never been mention of wages when humans employed witches. I can see that you are a good person. From now on, you shall be my good brother, Black Earth. However, regarding wages, it is unnecessary. For if you can ensure we are fed, that is enough. Black Earth's eyes glistened with gratitude, as did those of his companions. Indeed. We can eat a lot. Wages should still be offered, and we have our own schools. The children in your tribe can come over, as we provide free lunches. Really? Is this really a good idea? The children find it quite challenging, Black Soil remarked, his eyes suddenly brightening before he awkwardly inquired. However, Chu Qiao reassured him that everything was perfectly fine. The rice he had harvested previously had already filled the granary to the brim. Moreover, with the initial development of the vast wilderness, the mud composting method had astonishingly increased the yield to an impressive 5 stones per acre. It is worth noting that even in the fertile lands of the Tang Dynasty, one could only achieve 2 or 3 stones per acre. Newly cultivated lands typically manage to sustain only a basic seed income within the first 2 years. Only through continuous improvement could the soil become fertile enough to yield greater returns. As for the farmland in Xiaohe village that he had enhanced, the yield reached an astonishing 6 stones per acre. It can be said that the mythical world indeed harbors many peculiar changes. Chu Qiao estimated that when this news reached the palace, Li Shimin would likely be so elated that he would consider giving Li Chengxian a younger brother or sister. Rest assured, there is more than enough food here. Being able to eat well is a blessing. It enables one to work harder. Chu Qiao had an abundance of grain and intended to further develop livestock and fish farming, ensuring that the food supply would only increase. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my dear elder brother, Black Soil. With such a promise from Chu Qiao, Black Soil was overwhelmed with excitement, immediately shouting before everyone, Quick! Call me elder brother. Greetings, elder brother. Chu Qiao, at a loss for words, thought to himself, why does this feel like a scene from a gang? Chapter 77. The grievances between the Lich clan speak. Dear brother, who shall we confront this time? He2 declared, as he unsheathed a colossal axe from his back, wielding it with an air of ferocity. The fierce gust of wind that followed sliced through the surrounding weeds and shrubs with ease. Witnessing this, Chu Qiao hastily gestured for him to cease. No. I did not summon you here for combat. We are here for mining, remember? I need your assistance in extracting this type of ore. With that, Chu Qiao nodded towards Zhang Yuhuan, who immediately understood the cue. He struck his Qinquan bag, unleashing a radiant glow as a pile of black coal surged forth, laid bare before Tuesday. The moment the coal was exposed to the ambient spiritual energy, it stirred the air, causing the fire element to swiftly converge upon it, manifesting as red glimmers atop the coal heap. Seeing this, He2 extended his hand towards the coal, and the previously agitated fire energy suddenly fell into a serene stillness. The fire element that had gathered began to settle, dissipating with the flow of spiritual energy. Is this how it works? He2 scratched his head, uncertainty lacing his voice. However, Chu Qiao and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight as she silently praised her decision to invite the witch clan. She retrieved a piece of coal from the heap and noted its stable form. The previously restless fire energy had been subdued by He2's earlier gesture. With your abilities, how long can you ensure the stability of this coal after it leaves your possession? He2 examined the remaining coal, mentally calculating before responding. This is quite simple. Any mature member of our clan can manage this. If we truly exert ourselves, I can maintain stability for a century. But the toll would be immense. Generally, an adult member can ensure stability for several decades. No, there is no need for such an extended period. Chu Qiao interjected, shaking her head. This coal is not a rare treasure that requires sealing for 100 years. What I need is merely for the fire energy within to remain stable before it is utilized, preventing any sudden eruptions. That is sufficient. Indeed, such specialized tasks should be entrusted to those adept in their field. He-Tu nodded decisively and stated, if it's merely half a month of stability, I can manage that effortlessly. His face radiated with enthusiasm, his eyes brimming with vigor. As long as I can have my fill, I am agreeable to anything. Chu Qiao nodded in satisfaction, replying, excellent. Henceforth, I shall rely on the witch clan, and now, let us proceed. I have prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome you. She then motioned for her companions to clear a path as she led He-Tu and the witch clan members into the wilderness. Upon entering the newly cultivated land, He-Tu suddenly bellowed, gripping his axe tightly. You vile creature, prepare to meet your end. Stop! Chu Qiao shouted urgently, swiftly intervening to halt He-Tu's day. The demon tribe member, startled by the fierce outburst, raised his head, eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred. Chu Qiao, uncharacteristically bold, charged forward, voice ringing out, lower your weapons. Anyone who dares to stir trouble shall find no refuge in the oasis. The oasis was the name Chu Qiao had given to this barren expanse, symbolizing her vision of transforming it into a fertile haven under her cultivation. Observing Chu Qiao's assertive stance, both the witch and demon tribes exchanged glances of anxiety. Despite Chu Qiao's current cultivation being merely at the transformation stage, any member of either tribe could easily overpower him. Yet, none dared to make a move. The demon cultivators were acutely aware of Chu Qiao's true capabilities. Should they act rashly, they would soon find themselves besieged by a multitude of formidable artifacts. Moreover, the ancient enmity between the demon and witch clans had no bearing on them. They merely sought tranquility to cultivate and gain merits. They could not afford to lose this fertile ground, a sanctuary for their resource acquisition. Thus, the demons were the first to relinquish their weapons. The witch clan members, though reluctant, were reminded of the hungry children in their tribe, which softened their resolve. Adult members could endure hunger, but the young ones could not draw energy from the earth as easily, necessitating careful selection of nourishment, lest they suffer adverse effects on their lineage. In times long past, their tribe had boasted a celestial, which capable of rivaling the Taiji golden immortal, who ensured their sustenance by hunting demons. Yet now, their strongest fighter was merely He-Tu, a mere earth witch. For the sake of the children, he reluctantly lowered his weapon, his gaze drifting towards the direction of Xiaohe village. The village was already bustling with the aroma of cooking, wafting through the air, tantalizing their senses despite the distance. We shall heed our elder brother. The witch men murmured solemnly, nodding their heads in unison before sheathing their weapons once more. Seeing this, Chu Qiao unveiled a satisfied smile. In the words of our human kin, you shall henceforth be my comrades. Past grievances can be resolved privately, but no disturbances shall be tolerated in the village or the oasis. Today, as the witch clan members arrive, I shall host a feast for you all. Eat your fill, and consider it on my behalf. Oh, wise lord! They cheered, but one among them corrected, fool. Did I not say to refrain from calling him lord? We ought to address him as county gentleman. Hee. Indeed, you are astute, elder brother. In this moment, the witch and demon clans found an unexpected harmony. To commemorate this occasion, Chu Qiao took the time to learn about the lifestyle and customs of the witch clan. Chapter 78. Refining salt as enormous flatbreads enveloped bloodied pork and various venomous snakes. Accompanied by centipedes as side dishes, the status of Chu Qiao within the hearts of the witch clan soared to unprecedented heights. Indeed, in the minds of many tribesmen, she nearly rivaled the legendary 12 ancestors of the witch. This admiration was not entirely unfounded. Most of the surviving members of the witch clan had not lived through the era of the 12 ancestors, and had only heard tales of their grandeur throughout their lives without ever witnessing it firsthand. Yet, Chu Qiao managed to satiate their long-standing hunger, serving dishes that exquisitely catered to their tastes, demonstrating her genuine goodwill. The joyous welcoming ceremony shattered the previously awkward atmosphere between the witch and demon clans. Under Chu Qiao's guidance, the village became a bustling hub of activity. When Yang Jian returned to the oasis, he was greeted by a remarkable scene. Several witch children and demon offspring were frolicking together, with human children intermingled among them. Nearby, a graceful and elegant female Rakshasa was bargaining with villagers. A robust witch, bearing a large chunk of meat on his shoulder, shouted exuberantly as he waved his knife. gesturing animatedly at the substantial piece of meat. Passers-by from both the witch and human clans were momentarily captivated by the sight. A female Rakshasa approached with a smile, inquiring about the price of the meat. Yang Jian also noticed a human child leaping into the river, while a nearby woman washing clothes exhibited no sign of alarm. Just as Yang Jian prepared to use his powers to leap into the water and rescue the child, he was astonished to see a group of water demon offspring surfacing, joyfully playing with the child. How could this be? Such innate shape-shifting abilities were exceedingly rare among demons in the present day. With such formidable talent, the demon clan would surely not allow him to roam about in this remote area. Take, for instance, the Red Boy, who, due to his Rakshasa lineage, not only possessed exceptional gifts but was also born in human form. Even before departing from Xinyo Hezhou, he had already become embroiled in various intrigues. Yang Jian was bewildered. He had only been to the heavenly court for less than half a month, and by all accounts, only half a year should have passed in the mortal realm. How could the changes be so profound? So much so that he struggled to comprehend it. After a moment of astonishment, Yang Jian regained his composure. Recalling a more pressing matter, he needed to find Chu Qiao and prepare for the impending arrival of the 9 Star Monarch. Regrettably, such fertile land would be lost. Meanwhile, Chu Qiao was diligently crushing pale yellow crystals in a metallic bowl with a copper pestle, gradually dissolving them in various solutions. A small mountain of crystals, extracted from different ores, surrounded her. Most of the minerals in this primordial world contained a faint essence of earth spirit. It was this essence that caused the impurities and salt within the salt mine to bond tightly. Despite employing all the scientific knowledge at his disposal, Chu Qiao was unable to completely separate the impurities. However, he had discovered that the earth spirit essence would gradually settle in heavy water. As Chu Qiao prepared to experiment with the optimal ratio of heavy water, Yang Jian suddenly approached, informing him that the heavenly court had dispatched personnel to apprehend him once more. Had the situation shifted unexpectedly? Wasn't he supposed to be the 4 heavenly kings? Why had it suddenly changed to the 9 Star Monarch? Chu Qiao too found this perplexing. Such abrupt changes were not trivial errors. Surely the Jade Emperor, as the ruler, understood the pitfalls better than anyone. Was it possible that the Jade Emperor had learned of powerful beings like Neza and the Red Boy, prompting this change? Yet, that did not seem right. The 9 Star Monarch wouldn't stand a chance against Neza, not to mention the presence of an unknown but formidable demon expert here. Bai Han had not revealed his identity, but from his past actions, it was evident to Chu Qiao that he was not a mere human. Yang Jian shook his head, suddenly noticing Neza diligently working with the salt mine stones while Yang Chan was using the lotus lantern to mix water of varying energies. A flicker of discontent crossed his eyes. How could his sister engage in such labor? Little sister, let me handle this. Heavy water can be toxic. I wouldn't want you to soil your hands. This time he returned quickly, even having time to communicate with Chu Qiao. All right, second brother, please don't interfere. You'd only ruin it. I have noted the proportions and ingredients required. If you truly wish to help, assist my sister-in-law instead. Upon hearing Yang Chan's words, Chu Qiao finally raised his head, casting a glance at Yang Jian. By the way, cousin Yang Jian, your celestial eye, can it observe the sedimentation of the earth spirit essence? If so, we should strive to refine the fine salt within these next few days. Absolutely. Thank you, brother-in-law. Yang Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly assured Chu Qiao. Her enthusiasm caused Yang Jian to take a step back, clutching his chest. How could his sister express gratitude to Chu Qiao for assisting her? Had he been away for only a few days, and now his sister was being courted by another? No, Chu Qiao was indeed his and Yang Chan's brother-in-law. Yang Jian glanced at Zhang Yuhuan, who was also stirring a bucket of brine with a smile, and felt a surge of irritation rise within him. Chapter 79. The 9 Luminaries Star Lord emerges from the heavenly court lemon. This has all been swept away. Oh, second brother, don't just stand there. This is all merit. An ordinary prince would not engage in such matters. Upon seeing Yang Jian still in a daze, Neza hastily urged him. Yang Jian, upon hearing these words, suddenly paused, his usually calm demeanor now filled with astonishment, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "Merit? Indeed. What do you think I'm doing here?" Neza replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race has always lacked sufficient edible salt. In the past, with a smaller population, they managed to sustain themselves through salt mines and the skills within their ranks. However, in recent years, the human population has surged. Yet the annual salt production remains exceedingly limited, compounded by the monopolization of major families. If we could devise a method to extract edible salt from toxic salt mines, humanity would no longer suffer from a lack of this essential resource. This would indeed be a monumental merit. As Neza spoke, his eyes sparkled with hope and brilliance. This is a merit comparable to that of Shinnong tasting 100 herbs. Even though the human race currently possesses the technique for producing salt, it would inevitably reduce the merit gained from this endeavor. It would not be akin to Shinnong's groundbreaking transition from nothingness to abundance, transforming humanity from hunting to agricultural civilization. Nevertheless, it would be comparable to the great merits held by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, save for the one renowned for controlling floods. If Chu Qiao were to start relying on past achievements and ascend to the Fire Cloud Cave, the merit he currently possesses would suffice to elevate him to the status of the foremost sage of humanity within the Fire Cloud Cave. So it is like this. Yang Jian and Appo's mind was suddenly filled with troubling thoughts, and a hint of guilt arose within him. How could a top sage of humanity, capable of creating farming and iron-making artifacts, be such a sordid individual? Yet, could it be that he truly faced no creative bottlenecks? Yang Jian was once again taken aback by the presence of Chu Qiao. Thank you, brother-in-law, for your support. Regaining his composure, Yang Jian promptly bowed in gratitude to Chu Qiao. Acknowledging the familial bond, Yang Jian felt it necessary to express his appreciation, especially for such a monumental opportunity to acquire vast merit. In the primordial world, who would not covet a lucrative venture that generates abundant merit? It is only after completing such endeavors and securing the merit that one would allow outsiders to become aware of it. Even at the conclusion, involving others would require them to be friends or family. Yet, Chu Qiao had the audacity to invite Yang Chan and Neza to assist from the very beginning. What a remarkable spirit and bond. In that moment, Chu Qiao's standing in Yang Jian's heart was greatly elevated, rivaling even that of the legendary Jiang Zia. Do not be so polite, cousin. We are all family here. And it is no great matter. You have been tirelessly occupied with matters concerning me and Yuhuan, and this is merely a small contribution of merit, hardly worth mentioning. By the way, once we summarize the method of salt extraction, it must be disseminated widely. With the Emperor's support here in the Great Tang, you need not worry too much. However, the other nations in the southern Jianbu continent will not be able to implement it just yet. I have heard that you often hunt demons in the western Bulhuzhou, so you must be quite familiar with that region. I would trouble you to take care of this matter. Would you be willing? Cousin, to entrust me with such an important task is truly an honor, Yang Jian thought. If he were to decline further, it would be rather ungrateful. Yang Jian's expression softened. Although Chu Qiao's proposal bore no immediate benefits, he understood all too well that it appeared to be laborious work, yet it was indeed the fastest route to merit acquisition. This is precisely why the ruler of humanity finds it easiest to acquire merit. Any somewhat discerning emperor would recognize the significance of this endeavor to the human race. With their boundless resources and manpower, promoting such an initiative becomes exceedingly simple. Alone, one could hardly rival an entire nation. Of course, this limitation applies solely to the ability to promote. If he were to undertake the promotion himself, wouldn't that yield boundless merit? Haha, cousin. There is no need for such humility. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration. As the saying goes, it is better for the water of the fertile fields to flow to our own land than to others, rather than allowing outsiders to reap the benefits. It is far better for us to claim them ourselves. Chu Qiao smiled as he patted Yang Jian's shoulder, prompting him to open his heavenly eye to observe the sedimentation of the mysterious earth energy within the salt water. With Yang Jian's involvement, the entire experimental process became increasingly effortless. One cannot help but marvel at the power of the heavenly eye. Within a whole cup of salt water, the various impurities and salts were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. And even with the use of magical sight, one would lack the energy to scrutinize it all. Yet, for the heavenly eye, this was hardly a challenge. On this particular day, in a vast open space beside an oasis, 18 large water tanks were arranged, with flames roaring beneath them. The 7 fairies, Yang Chan, Neza, Red Boy, Hei Tu, and representatives from various factions, 18 individuals in total, each wielding long poles, tirelessly stirred the salt water within the tanks. As the flames below continued to blaze, the moisture in the tanks evaporated rapidly, and some white crystals began to form on the surface of the tanks. Look, it's coming out. It's coming out. Salt, real salt. Dainyu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the formation of white crystals in the murky water tank he had stirred. This was fine salt. a rarity even the landowners might not be able to taste. As the pristine white salt gradually crystallized from the large water tank, the heavens above were suddenly suffused with golden light, and auspicious clouds descended from the sky. A radiant golden light of merit illuminated the back of Chu Qiao's head, and the fourth golden wheel of merit grew ever more solid and substantial. This was the merit wheel responding to the impending arrival of heavenly merit, manifesting itself automatically. Simultaneously, at the very entrance of the southern heavenly gate, the 9 luminaries Star Lord suddenly felt a surge of unease within his heart. Clutching his chest in apparent agony, he turned to the nearby Golden Virtue Star Lord and urgently inquired, "Golden Virtue Star Lord, do you feel a sense of foreboding? I cannot shake the feeling that calamity is imminent." "What? You feel it too?" "I do as well," Golden Virtue Star Lord exclaimed. "Oh dear, I too sense an unsettling disturbance. My primordial spirit feels on the verge of collapse. What should we do now?" Chapter 80. The worthlessness of this water surrounded by layers of blazing flames. The fire deity was an intimidating presence, causing the heavenly warriors to hesitate, fearful of being scorched before even engaging in battle. Water deity, can your supremacy of water discern any causality? A flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the metal deity as he turned to the water deity. Among the 9 luminaries, the most formidable was the Star of Calculation. Yet the water deity's supremacy of water, a treasure gleaned from the teachings of the Supreme Old One, possessed the ability to suppress and capture. It could also focus and unravel heavenly mysteries and causality, offering a semblance of fortune and misfortune avoidance. Now, a wave of panic swept through the 9 luminaries. Undoubtedly a warning from their spiritual senses, likely linked to the objective of their current expedition. If the water deity could ascertain the nature of the impending calamity, they might find a way to confront it. For these deities, calamities were not inherently frightening. Rather, it was the uncertainty of such disasters, unpredictable and ungraspable, that was truly tormenting. Alas, the Western journey has begun, and the Buddhist sect is disrupting the heavenly order. My supremacy of water can no longer penetrate the heavenly mysteries. Even if I could, my strength is insufficient to discern anything. The water deity furrowed his brows, speaking cautiously. However, if we invoke the formation of the 9 luminaries and jointly activate the supremacy of water, we may be able to pierce through some of the heavenly fog and glimpse a thread of causality. The 9 luminaries exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the Star of Calculation decisively spoke. "Very well, let it be so." He then turned to the heavenly warriors behind him, commanding, "Quickly set up the heavenly formation to guard us. Do not disturb the heavenly mysteries." The heavenly warriors exchanged uncertain looks. Were they to prepare a formation without even encountering the enemy? Yet, the 9 luminaries were their commanding officers, and they were merely following orders. Failure to comply would risk charges of insubordination, leading to a trip to the immortal execution platform. "We shall obey," they declared. In the celestial palace, the morning star observed the lingering anger on the Jade Emperor's face, whose imposing aura was wearing down the patience of the assembled deities. Realizing the atmosphere had become rather awkward, he seized the opportunity to restore his image before the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty," the 4 heavenly kings were inadvertently swept into the void storm. "However, I sense something amiss. Let us observe how the 9 luminaries act. Should there be any unforeseen developments, Your Majesty can intervene promptly." The Jade Emperor turned his gaze to the morning star, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. He had previously made a hasty decision influenced by emotion, but as the Emperor, he could not openly admit his error, as that would undermine his authority. Now, the morning star provided him a way to gracefully retreat. Nodding slightly, the Jade Emperor replied, "The morning star speaks truth. I shall allow it." As he spoke, he activated the celestial mirror once more. As the light of the celestial mirror rose, it cast a luminous curtain, revealing the 9 luminaries gathered together, their starry brilliance soaring skyward. Above their heads, a scroll depicting rippling water began to unfurl. Surrounding them were 3,000 heavenly soldiers, meticulously positioned in a protective formation around the 9. Seeing the formation established, the deities speculated that they must have already engaged the enemy. That scroll is the supremacy of water, is it not? It is said to have been forged by the water deity from the profound essence of non-contention learned from the Supreme Old One. Indeed, I have heard of its power. Even ordinary celestial beings cannot escape its grasp. It is formidable. The assembled deities, witnessing the scene within the luminous curtain, began to comment amongst themselves. Yet, as they observed, An unsettling familiarity crept over them. Brother Lu, does this place seem familiar to you? Zhao Gongming cautiously prodded his companion, the plague deity Lu. Lu, equally puzzled, stroked his chin and murmured, now that you mention it, it does resemble our heavenly south gate. No, it is not merely similar, it is the south gate. But why are the 9 luminaries setting up a formation outside the south gate? Could it be that the Grand Princess's son is also attempting to ascend to heaven? Are you truly so muddled? The Grand Princess has only descended for a few days. Even if she had a child, it would be newly born. Which child could cause such a ruckus in the heavenly palace? Do you think he is the reincarnation of the primordial deity? As the courtiers engaged in animated discussions, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened considerably. The Queen Mother, her eyes glinting with insight, raised her hand and pointed into the void. The Jade Emperor flinched slightly but did not intervene. Soon, under her guidance, the perspective of the celestial mirror began to ascend, encompassing the entirety of the south gate. Yet, surrounding the 9 luminaries, apart from the howling heavenly clouds and fierce winds, there was nothing but emptiness. The expressions of the deities gradually shifted to one of bemusement. This display of idleness holds no merit whatsoever, Zhao Gongming remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. The 9 luminaries' lackadaisical approach would bewilder even the most seasoned observer. The Jade Emperor's gaze shifted from the celestial mirror to Zhao Gongming, his eyes brimming with fury. If looks could kill, he would have wished to rend this individual asunder. Zhao Gongming, sensing the tension, wisely fell silent, though internally he scoffed. Were it not for the investiture of the gods in your hands, would you dare to glare at yourself so? 9 luminaries, hasten to descend and capture that rebellious girl. Chapter 81. The Crisis in the Star Domain. The authoritative voice of the Jade Emperor resonated through the vast expanse of space, echoing above the southern heavenly gate. The 9 luminaries, having gleaned only a fraction of the underlying reasons, exchanged anxious glances. They sensed that the looming danger emanated not from their celestial realm, but from within the starry abyss. Yet, confronted with the Jade Emperor's urgent summons, they refrained from further investigation, reluctantly retracting their divine powers. They offered a somewhat awkward bow to the heavens before hastening their steps, accompanied by a host of heavenly soldiers, toward the mortal realm. At that moment, the 18 large vats beside the oasis had already turned completely white. Li Chengxian, his expression brimming with excitement, stepped forward cautiously, scooping up a few rough grains of salt, and without a second thought, popped them into his mouth. Your Highness, you mustn't. Such a perilous endeavor is best left to this old servant, exclaimed the elderly eunuch beside him, panic-stricken, rushing forward, but it was too late. The voracious Li Chengxian had already tasted the salt. Indeed, it is salt. The method you described is truly remarkable. Boom. As the 18 large water vats finally burst, a cascade of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. The overwhelming clouds of merit filled the gazes of numerous celestial beings, demons, and Rakshasas. Nearly 60% of this merit flowed into Chu Qiao's celestial domain. The 4th merit golden wheel behind her head was instantly filled. Even the faint outline of the 5th wheel was already more than half complete. Once the method of refining salt spread across the lands, Chu Qiao would undoubtedly garner immense merit once more, potentially manifesting a 6th merit golden wheel. Notably, among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, only 4 had attained more than 7 merit golden wheels before ascending to the Fire Cloud Cave. This was precisely why Chu Qiao had not entertained thoughts of unifying the human race to become its sovereign. Otherwise, upon fulfilling this task and ascending to the Fire Cloud Cave, she could have easily dethroned one of the 3 sovereigns or 5 emperors, claiming a seat among the 5 emperors. Just as the merit golden wheel behind her solidified, a sudden disturbance erupted within the celestial realm's teleportation formation. The 9 luminaries, having descended from the 9th layer of gale winds, felt a jolt of unease. They exchanged glances, recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. In the 33 heavens of the celestial realm, within the 9 heavens star domain, a portion of the ancient celestial formation inherited from the primordial heavenly court trembled violently, unleashing a tempest of stellar winds. Countless stars were swept into the maelstrom, shattering instantly. At the forefront of this chaos lay the 9 luminaries' fated stars. Just as these 9 stars hung precariously, a voice filled with murderous intent reverberated through the vast expanse of the star domain. Who dares to intrude upon my 9 heavens star domain? The 5th celestial demon, this 9 heavens star domain is not a place you can recklessly trespass. This is the realm of the Dao ancestors' Red Army, it would be wise for you to depart immediately. A figure clad in golden robes, the female, sword immortal, suddenly emerged from the depths of the cosmos, her voice ethereal yet commanding. With a gesture, she pointed her finger toward the void, and a golden flying sword sliced through the emptiness, piercing the space ahead. The massive stellar tempest was cleaved apart, transforming into a cascade of starlight that rained down upon the star domain. Ah, it is the Dou Mansion. Dear friend, why go to such lengths? That old man of the Red Army has caused you to lose your cultivation and shatter your sect. Why serve him still? Why not let me retrieve the list of deities from the heavenly court for you, allowing you to continue your leisurely existence? A voice filled with temptation resonated through the void. The star lords cultivating within the 9 heavens star domain were instantly stirred by this alluring call, their hearts igniting with greed, eyes turning crimson, faces contorted with malice, eager to incite chaos and bloodshed across the heavens. Humph! You vile fiends dare to disrupt the star domain. Prepare to meet your demise. Dou Mansion snorted coldly, her voice as chilling as a bucket of ice water poured over one's head. The Star Lords instantly regained their clarity, breaking into a cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, countless sword energies erupted from the void. Then, from within the swirling masses of demonic energy, a beastly claw, covered in dark scales, emerged, colliding with the golden flying sword. Boom! As the resounding blast faded, a streak of golden light returned from the void, carrying 3 drops of pitch-black blood. Ah, Dou Mansion, you wretched being, I shall remember you. The 5th celestial demon uttered a chilling remark before retreating into the void, rejoining the demon realm. Dou Mansion also sheathed her sword, sealing the 3 drops of demonic blood within a wooden box. Casting her gaze over the ravaged star domain, she noted that the once resplendent 9 stars were now enshrouded in demonic energy. Demon. Seeing this, Dou Mansion's expression darkened, and with a flick of her fingers, a beam of sword light shot forth. Wherever the sword light passed, the demonic energy was effortlessly dispelled. Thank you, Yuanjun, for ridding us of the demons. Allow me to handle the ensuing matters, a melodious voice interjected. A man adorned in celestial robes, exuding a gentle and refined aura, appeared, bowing slightly to Dou Mansion. Dou Mansion's gaze swept over Emperor Zy, and a rare softness flickered in her eyes. Please proceed. Her tone remained firm as she spoke, vanishing once more into the star domain. Once Dou Mansion had departed, Emperor Zy turned to survey the chaos caused by the demonic energy. Witnessing the disarray in a corner of the starry sky, with a flick of his sleeve, a grand seal ascended into the air. The seal radiated purple starlight, resonating with the brilliance of countless stars. In the next moment, a tidal wave of energy surged forth, cascading down like a spring, rejuvenating the once ruined corner of the starry expanse, giving birth to new celestial bodies. The previously damaged 9 luminary stars were restored as well. Though the restoration was nearly complete, it was regrettable that the 9 luminaries had suffered such an unwarranted disaster. Perhaps a message should be sent to the Jade Emperor. After all, they were deities of the heavenly court. With a long sigh, Emperor Zy flicked his fingers, sending a beam of spiritual light soaring into the 33 heavens. Chapter 82. When will they arrive? Amidst the relentless 9 heavens gale, the Count of the 9 luminaries found himself bewildered, his countenance pale as he regained his senses. The battlefield lay before him, the celestial army in tatters, with the 3,000 heavenly soldiers he had brought now reduced to a mere 1,000 remnants. At that moment, the Count of the 9 luminaries was utterly confounded. What had transpired? How had he come to this state? Coughing violently, he spat forth a stream of dark blood, his aura wavering dangerously. Who is responsible for this? Tell me, who? He demanded, staggering forward and seizing a nearby soldier by the collar. The soldier, paralyzed by fear, recoiled at the Count's approach, scrambling back in terror. No, please, don't come any closer. You're a monster. Don't kill me. The Count of Wood, observing an arm sprouting from his own body clad in the armor of the Count of Wood, was left aghast. Meanwhile, the latter had lost an arm and a leg, gazing vacantly ahead, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Silence enveloped the hall of Lingshao. The sorcerers and deities witnessed the Count of the 9 luminaries enter the gale and suddenly begin to glow, indiscriminately attacking all living beings around him. Even the formation of the celestial army was ruthlessly torn apart by his savage onslaught. Had it not been for the chaotic nature of the Count, devoid of reason or coordination, the celestial soldiers would have surely been annihilated. Fortunately, the gale was presently mild enough that the remaining soldiers could still cooperate to fend off the threat. In truth, the Count of the Nine Luminaries lacked the capacity to slaughter these soldiers. Most were rendered paralyzed by his frenzied actions, falling victim to the surrounding winds. The celestial soldiers were the most basic tier of heaven's forces, their weakest ranks merely at the transformation stage, while the strongest barely reached the ascendant realm. How could they withstand a gale that only true immortals could hope to endure? My lord, this gale is exceedingly perilous. We should retrieve our forces before it's too late, urged the Star of Great Purity, suppressing his rising anger. The Jade Emperor's gaze remained fixed on the Count of the Nine Luminaries within the luminous barrier, his grip on the dragon throne tightening to the point of deformation. Li Jing, go at once and subdue the Count of the Nine Luminaries. Bring him and the remaining soldiers back, he commanded through clenched teeth, his fury evident. Though equally horrified, Li Jing dared not refuse and bowed in compliance. Yes, your humble servant obeys. A chill coursed through Li Jing as he departed. The four heavenly kings had mysteriously vanished into the void, their fates uncertain. Initially, he had thought it an accident, but now, right before their eyes, the Count of the Nine Luminaries had inexplicably succumbed to madness, ruthlessly slaughtering the celestial soldiers. If he still believed it was mere coincidence, he would be a fool. Shortly after Li Jing's departure, a beam of violet light descended from the heavens. The Jade Emperor, growing impatient, activated it. And the voice of the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity echoed throughout the hall of Lingxiao. Your Majesty, the Nine-Heaven Star Domain is under attack by the fifth heavenly demon. Fortunately, the divine matron Dumu has repelled the assailant. However, the starry skies have been shattered, and the Count of the Nine Luminaries has likely fallen to corruption. I advise caution to prevent being ensnared by the demon's schemes. With a sudden squeeze, the Jade Emperor crushed the nearby dragon throne. What audacity! The fifth heavenly demon can manipulate even the celestial fiends. Truly remarkable. His face twisted in a mixture of rage and mockery as he gazed into the boundless expanse, perceiving the depths of the eastern wilderness. The saints displayed no pretense. Many were capable of plotting against the four heavenly kings and the Count of the Nine Luminaries. But only a few in the vast expanse of the wilderness could command the fifth heavenly demon, an incarnation of the demonic ancestor Rahu. In the Doshui Palace, the Grand Supreme Elder shook his palm leaf fan, momentarily pausing. The flames in the 8 trigrams furnace flickered, requiring his considerable effort to stabilize. Upon regaining his composure, he murmured in confusion, could it be that the master of the Chan school from the chaos beyond the heavens has intervened? Meanwhile, Chu Qiao gazed at the clear sky with a furrowed brow. Cousin Yangjian, it's not that I doubt you, but it has been over a month. When will the Count of the Nine Luminaries arrive? The ongoing training by the grass-headed deities and the witch clan had severely hindered Chu Qiao's second planting. She turned to Yangjian, who appeared equally perplexed, unable to contain her frustration. Do you not see? Li Qinshan's gaze towards me has noticeably changed. I have no knowledge of their arrival. The Jade Emperor has issued his orders, but their punctuality depends on their efficiency. It cannot take this long. Yangjian's confusion deepened, his fingers nearly smoking from agitation. Yet he could only ascertain that the Count had returned to the heavenly court, while all else remained a blank. Damn it! The Buddhist sect has stirred the karma of the demon race to propel their western expedition, though it pales in comparison to the Fengshan period. The cosmic order has become increasingly chaotic. Unless a saint intervenes to restore balance, the celestial mechanism will remain in disarray. Yangjian fumed, his brow knitted in vexation. The so-called calamity of the journey to the west hardly qualifies as a true calamity. Each calamity brings darkness and despair, causing all beings to weep in blood. Even the great Luo golden immortals may perish within. The initial conflict between Tao and demon during the long-on catastrophe shattered the western earth veins, leaving the Buddhist realm of Xinyo Huzhou still in disrepair to this day. The subsequent war between the witch and demon clans devastated the Buzhou mountain, while the Nine-Heaven Star Domain was left with countless rifts, almost leading to the celestial river flooding the entire wilderness, nearly reducing it to nothingness. Chapter 83. The two mischievous demons in the era of the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, humanity faced a catastrophic flood which, after immense toil and perseverance, was barely quelled by Dou. As for the final battle of deification, Yang Jian was a first-hand witness. The few saints unleashed their might without restraint, and the celestial sword array shattered the primordial chaos. Ultimately, it was the Tao ancestors' intervention that barely sustained the current 3 realms. Nevertheless, The stability of the three realms is no longer akin to the primordial chaos. The entrance of a saint-level powerhouse could very well precipitate its collapse. Although this journey to the west is deemed a calamity, everything has been meticulously orchestrated by those saints. What sort of calamity is this? It is plainly a grand farce orchestrated by the Buddhist sect, with the entire three realms as its backdrop. Enough of this. I shall allow the witch tribe to commence their mining, and the demon tribe must prepare for this season's sowing. If we delay further, it will hinder this year's autumn planting. Chu Qiao, upon observing Yang Jian, found herself at a loss for words. She shook her head and spoke up. To counter the celestial troops, Yang Jian was appointed as the commander, joined by the witch tribe and the demon tribe from the oasis, along with numerous deities from Guangjiankou. Yang Jian and Li Qingqian were designated as deputy commanders, forming a united force. If they are to disband now, it is only fitting to inform Yang Jian, the commander. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, awkwardly nodded. Brother-in-law, feel free to disband. I am untroubled. However, the current celestial situation is rather murky. With the tempestuous changes within the heavenly court, I cannot shake this unease. I shall make another journey to the heavens to discern the truth. With gritted teeth. A rare glint of anger flickered in Yang Jian's eyes, deepening his resentment towards the heavenly court. He had always perceived the denizens of the heavenly court as unworthy, and now he viewed them as utterly useless. After repeated reports of attempts to capture Chu Qiao, nearly a year had passed with no trace of them. Were it not for the immense favors bestowed upon him by Chu Qiao, Yang Jian would feel overwhelmed by the weight of his merit, compelling him to repay it. Otherwise, he would be so ashamed that he might wish to retreat into seclusion at Guangjiankou. Cousin, please wait, Chu Qiao called out, a hint of reluctance in her voice. There is nothing urgent for you to return to. Neza has forged the creation jade bone through merit, although he hasn't broken through in cultivation yet. His secret techniques can contend with a fully realized Tai Golden Immortal. Even if a great Luo Golden Immortal were to arrive, he could hold his own. However, cousin, you have an easier time gathering intelligence in the heavens, you understand? Suddenly, a grinding noise interrupted them. Who is grinding their teeth? Chu Qiao turned to look around. Seeing no one else, while Yang Jian had already turned his back to her, afraid his distorted expression might frighten her. At that moment, Yang Jian entertained the thought of personally leading troops down to stage a performance if the heavenly court continued to delay. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I would not intrude upon you without credible information, Yang Jian declared, then swiftly departed the oasis. As soon as Yang Jian left, heads popped up from nearby. Young Ergu is gone. Did he speak with sister-in-law? Neza waved his hand, and Huang leaped forward, soon joining Chu Qiao, followed closely by the seven fairies and Yang Chan. Where's that oaf daimyo? Why hasn't he come? Lu has been taken by Mr. Bai for training. He said they need to enhance the strength of their militia. Unfortunately, the fool has forgotten the cultivation mantra and was dragged back for remedial lessons, Huang replied, shrugging. Hurry, did you make it clear? He must return with a clearer understanding and refrain from being overly dramatic. If he pulls such antics again, my hands will itch to teach him a lesson. Talk is easy. Can you truly take on my brother? Neza rolled his eyes, feeling a surge of frustration towards Huang. Had he the capability to confront Yang Jian, he would have done so long ago. Who could forget the excitement when news of the heavenly court's impending attack on the oasis reached him? Yet, the outcome was mere thunder without rain, a futile display. Rest assured, with my brother's wisdom, he will surely grasp my meaning. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's assurance, the others exhaled in relief. Zhang Yuhuan nodded and approached Chu Qiao, adjusting her collar and continuing, Yang Jian is looking out for both you and me. Let us not bear any ill will towards him. It is also my fault for not anticipating such trouble. It is all right. I was prepared for such challenges when I married you. Chu Qiao clasped Zhang Yuhuan's hand, their gazes lingering affectionately upon each other. Seeing this, Neza and Huang exchanged glances, shivering in discomfort. In contrast, the five princesses of the heavenly court and Yang Chan displayed expressions of envy, their eyes drifting from Chu Qiao to other matters. Mr. Chu, I shall be returning to Chang and Apos, and soon. You must prepare, the young Li Chengqian blurted out, shattering the intimate atmosphere. Having spent nearly half a year with Chu Qiao, he noticed the oasis was now thriving. The advancements in farming and other technologies had been thoroughly documented, and Chang'an had urged him multiple times to return promptly. There was little choice. Chu Qiao's contributions had been monumental, even persuading the ancient witch tribe to willingly serve her. The situation in Chang'an had become tense. If Chu Qiao were not summoned back to be closely monitored, Li Shimin would undoubtedly feel uneasy. Chu Qiao had a remarkable talent for stirring up events. In just half a year, the transformations in the oasis had left Li Shimin apprehensive, leading him to question whether he could truly manage Chu Qiao. Chapter 84. The minister recommends the heavenly king of Totoda the ancient families of the 5 surnames and 7 prominences, which have endured for millennia. Once chose to submit to the Li family not because they were incapable of challenging the Tang Dynasty, but because Li Shimin preferred to avoid a direct confrontation that could lead to grievous harm to the Tang. A delicate balance was maintained between the two parties. However, the emergence of Chu Qiao has shattered this equilibrium. Had it not been for the knowledge that Chu Qiao commanded formidable forces, the 5 surnames and 7 prominences would have likely seized her without needing Li Shimin's summons. Among these long-established families, some have ancestors who have ascended to immortality. They are well aware of the profound merits and the fortuitous rewards associated with the human race. Has the court determined the rewards for my husband? Zhang Yuhuan, unfamiliar with the intricate workings of the mortal bureaucracy, was solely interested in the honors bestowed upon Chu Qiao. After all, the higher Chu Qiao's status among the human race, the greater the fortune she could claim, and her father would inevitably grow more wary of her, no longer daring to act against her whims. A faint smile appeared on Li Qinshin's face as he spoke. It has been confirmed. My father has personally decreed to grant Sir Chu the title of Marquis of the Oasis. However, the specifics of the rewards will await my return to Chang'an, where I shall report Sir Chu's merits for a final decision. In the future, I shall address him as my lord. The reason for Li Shimin's summons of Chu Qiao was straightforward, to confer upon him the title of Marquis. The title of Count is merely the lowest rank of nobility. While it may be regarded as a mark of newfound power within Maishan County, it holds little significance in the grand tapestry of the Tang Dynasty. As a newly appointed Marquis, he would officially ascend to the ranks of the Tang-S elite and must receive his honors in the capital. In the celestial realm, Li Jing bowed respectfully to the Jade Emperor while cradling the 7 treasure tower, declaring, Your Majesty, the 9 luminary star lords and the remaining celestial soldiers have been brought back. The 327 celestial soldiers are now in the barracks receiving treatment. The 9 luminary star lords have been returned under my care. I beseech your Majesty to render judgment. As Li Jing bowed again with the sparkling tower, a multitude of radiant lights burst forth, revealing 9 disheveled figures within the Lingxiao Palace. The Judu Star Lord appeared dazed and pale, his breath erratic, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. The Rahu Star Lord had lost his entire right hand, and his shoulder was severely sunken. The Jinda Star Lord bore a charred left arm, and his right leg was encased in frost, frozen solid. The Mute Star Lord clutched a dismembered arm and a broken leg bone, his face etched with anguish. The remaining celestial lords, including the water and fire deities, were similarly battered and wounded. Faced with the pitiful sight of the 9 luminary star lords, even the cold-hearted Jade Emperor found it difficult to continue chastising them. Their plight was too dire. They had yet to purge the demonic energy from their bodies. Moreover, it was evident to all that the foundation of the 9 luminary star lords had been grievously damaged. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Dumu Star Lord to assist in restoring their life stars, they might have self-destructed from the backlash. Enough. This battle is not solely their fault. Let them return to recuperate, the Jade Emperor decreed, waving his hand. A great force then lifted the 9 luminary star lords back to their respective abodes. Once the 9 luminary star lords departed, the Jade Emperor turned his gaze toward the other deities present. In an instant, all the celestial beings averted their eyes, fearing to meet the gaze of the Jade Emperor, lest he send them forth into battle. Clearly, the matter involving the Grand Princess was far more complex than it appeared, with formidable powers undoubtedly intervening behind the scenes. Even if they were not formidable saints, they were among the most elite quasi-saints in the primordial realm. At such a critical juncture, any of them who dared to expose themselves would be courting disaster. My esteemed ministers, why the silence? Is there not one among you willing to venture forth and apprehend Zhang Yuhuan? The Jade Emperor refrained from issuing direct orders this time, curious to observe the ministers' reactions. As anticipated, their response only served to heighten the Jade Emperor's ire, leaving him frustrated that none dared to speak. Why is it that no one among the court can share in my burdens? Not a single deity is willing to offer assistance. The Jade Emperor's gaze shifted to the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming. As the outer disciple of the Zhao Gongming should have been able to evade this turmoil, yet he too fell victim to the scheming of the saints. Not only had he lost 24C stabilizing pearls, but his powers were significantly diminished. Nevertheless, he retained considerable strength. Zhao Gongming had previously been quite audacious in the face of failure. His senses were finely attuned, allowing him to detect the Jade Emperor's gaze almost instantaneously. A tremor of anxiety coursed through him. He wished to avoid falling into another's trap, and he harbored no desire to act against the Jade Emperor. But now, who could extricate him from this predicament? Zhao Gongming's eyes fell upon the Thunder Department's deity, Wenzhong, known for his cunning. However, he found Wenzhong staring straight ahead, discreetly pointing to the side with a finger from his sleeve. Zhao Gongming's eyes brightened as he followed the direction of the gesture. There stood a warrior clad in golden armor, seemingly transparent. It was none other than Li Jing, who had always reveled in the Jade Emperor's presence, yet now stood silently like a ghost. As the Jade Emperor prepared to speak, Zhao Gongming stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, I recommend the Heavenly King of Totoda, Li Jing. The Heavenly King's 7 treasure tower possesses remarkable power, and he has the support of the 3 altars of the sea. As the Grand Marshal of Heaven and Apos' armies, he has always symbolized strength within the celestial realm. I believe that with Li Jing's intervention, we can decisively turn the tide." At Zhao Gongming's words, the Jade Emperor shifted his attention, and the assembled deities reacted in unison, silently lamenting that Zhao Gongming had seized the moment. However, it was only fitting for Li Jing, who had initially uncovered this mess, to lead the charge in resolving it. If he did not take action, who would? Chapter 85. King Li leads his troops into battle beside him. The 28 constellations, who were already reluctant to participate, along with the 24 heavenly lords of the Thunder Department and the 5 Dipper lords, all exerted their influence to petition. They extolled Li Jing before the Jade Emperor, as if the heavens would face an unimaginable catastrophe should Li Jing refuse to act. The Jade Emperor turned his gaze to Li Jing, feeling the balance in his heart begin to tilt. If it weren't for this fellow's machinations with the Buddhist sect behind him, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. After all, he could have enjoyed a splendid peach banquet. Now, the heavenly court was in disarray, with numerous deities quarreling over who should be dispatched to subdue Zhang Yuhuan. "Li Jing, are you willing to share my burdens?" the Jade Emperor inquired, his gaze fixed on Li Jing. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's expression soured, for he understood that the Jade Emperor's question left no room for refusal. He promptly bowed slightly and replied, "Your humble servant shall comply with your command and will certainly capture the Grand Prince to fulfill your Majesty's orders." "Excellent. This time, I permit you to mobilize 100,000 heavenly soldiers to descend and apprehend the rebellious daughter." The Jade Emperor nodded, generously assigning Li Jing the heavenly troops. It was essential. Everyone in the heavenly court knew that Li Jing merely possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal, while his actual combat capability was inferior to some Xian immortals. Yet, the unique spell he wielded allowed his strength to surge dramatically. As long as he commanded an army, his power would elevate several tiers, and with the addition of these 100,000 heavenly soldiers, even a Tai golden immortal would find it challenging to contend with him. "Your servant will obey," Li Jing declared, grasping the exquisite pagoda in one hand. He turned and flew out of the Lingsha Hall, fervently urging the pagoda while simultaneously sending frantic messages to Neza. "Neza, you wayward child, where are you? Return swiftly to meet me. I am setting out to battle." Neza, who had been saying farewell to Chu Qiao and the villagers, suddenly lifted his head. "Dainyu, the matters with the oasis and the village are now in your hands. Here are the notes I've prepared for you. If anything happens, resolve it according to my instructions. If the witch and demon clans truly engage in combat, provide them a stage to fight on, but do not allow any lethal strikes." Behind Chu Qiao, a cart laden with goods was lined up. She gazed at Dainyu, who had recently transcended to immortality, feeling somewhat speechless. Dainyu had achieved immortality, while she had diligently cultivated for half a year without progress. Despite her efforts, even employing all methods with Zhang Yuhuan, she had made no headway. Had she not known the reason, human sages were bound to the fortunes of humanity and thus could not attain immortality. Instead, waiting to become saints through human merit, she might have been disheartened. Once she infused her body with merit and attained a congenital Dao body, her cultivation would soar like a rocket. Therefore, her gaze toward Da Zhuang held little envy. Once he successfully performed the celestial offering, not only would he gain merit, but the heavens would also tailor a unique cultivation technique for him based on his innate Dao body. The completeness of this technique, however, depended on his contributions to the heavenly and human realms. Rest assured, brother Chu Qiao, I will do as you instructed and take good care of things here. Observing that Chu Qiao needed more time, Neza's eyes flickered, and he unleashed a ray of spiritual light that sped toward the heavenly court. Han merely cast a fleeting glance without responding. Ever since he learned that the heavenly court would send troops to subdue Chu Qiao, he had lifted the ban on this region. Yang Jian, who had been gathering intelligence in the heavenly court, suddenly received a message from Neza. Elder brother Yang, have the heavenly troops been chosen to capture the Grand Prince and the Prince Consort? Is it that old fellow Li Jing? How do you know this? Yang Jian was taken aback by the message, then glanced at Li Jing's radiant pagoda. Understanding dawned upon him. This King Li must be seeking additional reinforcements. Yang Jian promptly dispatched another ray of spiritual light, and with a flicker of his gaze, transformed into a small bee, darting toward Li Jing. In the next moment, he landed directly on the edge of Li Jing's robe, departing alongside him. Meanwhile, Neza, who had already accompanied Chu Qiao to the Tang Dynasty, smirked upon receiving Yang Jian's response. So it is this old fellow. Now, the drama unfolds. Neza's eyes gleamed, and he sent out another message. A ray of spiritual light swiftly reached the carriage where Chu Qiao resided. Come, my wife, taste this grape. You must try it too, my husband. As the two grew increasingly close, a third figure suddenly intruded into the carriage. They immediately parted, and Chu Qiao's expression darkened as she glared at the unexpected Neza. Neza, what brings you here? Zhang Yuhuan lowered her head shyly, her hand discreetly resting on the hilt of her sword. Through her cascading hair, her keen eyes glimmered with a hint of menace. Should Neza fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she was prepared to act decisively. Neza's lips twitched in annoyance. Silently cursing, it serves you right. I have come to inform you that soon the heavenly court will send me to let that old fellow launch an attack. That old fellow? Who is that? Zhang Yuhuan was momentarily baffled before quickly realizing. Is it the king with the pagoda? The term old fellow had originally been uttered by Chu Qiao and was later popularized by Neza and Huang higher, becoming a common phrase among the countless witches, demons, and children in the oasis. These amusing phrases were predominantly spread from Chu Qiao's lips. Consequently, Confucius and Mencius had rarely been able to contain themselves, chasing Chu Qiao for a full half-hour. He even became the most unpopular figure in the academy. Chapter 86. The Divine Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea and Suppressing Fate. Conversely, in private, Chu Qiao was undoubtedly the favorite among all the children. She often regaled them with tales of their assignments and concocted various excuses to alleviate their academic burdens. Was it only Li Jing? At this moment, Zhang Yuhuan had brazenly drawn the divine sword from his waist, even producing a handkerchief to polish it repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. After years spent with Chu Qiao, the dogs of Sha village were on the verge of becoming spirit beasts, and as Chu Qiao's spouse, Zhang Yuhuan naturally reaped numerous benefits. At this juncture, Zhang Yuhuan had already reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Yang Jian and Bai Han had previously advised him that before breaking through to the true immortal stage, it would be prudent to comprehend some of the laws of power to forge an indelible foundation. Theoretically, a golden immortal could coexist with the heavens and the earth, and with the sun and moon. An immortal foundation forged from the laws of power, culminating in the golden immortal fruit, was undoubtedly the most orthodox and correct path to ascension. At this moment, Zhang Yuhuan had already attained the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, with no further advancement possible. If he wished to continue progressing, he would have to consider factors such as combat experience. Li Jing, being a golden immortal, lacked the corresponding combat prowess, making him an ideal sharpening stone for Zhang Yuhuan to grasp the subtleties of the golden immortal realm and thereby comprehend the intricacies of the laws of power in relation to himself. Indeed, otherwise, the second brother would not have failed to mention it. Very well, that is the situation. I shall take my leave. Upon finishing, Neza seemed to vanish from the carriage as if he had prepared for it, leaving only his voice echoing within. Mr. Kong said that public indulgence is against propriety. Do not corrupt this child of mine. Enjoy your lemons. Your homework will double next month. Neza immediately let out an irritable roar. The next moment, a small, dirt-streaked head poked into the carriage from outside, wearing a woeful expression. I knew it. One must always pay for their deeds. Your Highness, brother-in-law, is it not enough that I have erred? Neza, who feared neither heaven nor earth, not even his master, found himself most troubled by the burden of homework. If it involved hunting monsters, he would not hesitate, but the burden of scholarly assignments was utterly excruciating. At several 100,000 years of age, why must he still attend school and complete assignments? The crux of the matter was that when faced with Kong Mengquan, he felt utterly powerless to resist. Indeed, he could not even think of fleeing. Especially when the ruler's rod fell, countless principles of propriety surged into his mind, intensifying his thoughts of remorse and reflection, often leading him to tears of repentance. This was no Confucianism or Taoism. It was clearly heretical, demonic, challenging me, now that Li Jing has arrived. My wife is in need of a chance to confront him one-on-one. The two had been married for nearly a year, while others might not understand Zhang Yuhuan. Chu Qiao certainly did. Despite Zhang Yuhuan's outward appearance as a virtuous wife, the seven sisters inherently possessed a fair share of combative genes. Coincidentally, Li Jing, an incompetent fellow, had come to them. They would make good use of this prime sharpening stone. All right, I agree. Please also relay our intention to travel to Chang'an. Neza nodded emphatically. The prospect of witnessing Li Jing receive a beating filled him with immense delight. His father was akin to a pagoda, while Li Jing was merely a base beneath him. The thought of seeing Li Jing suffer brought Neza joy. Unfortunately, he had yet to fully manifest a new physical form, rendering him temporarily unable to escape Li Jing's dominance. Otherwise, he would have taken the lead in the charge. Soon, Neza retracted, sending the information back. Neza is in the mortal realm. Will he seek the Grand Princess directly? The Grand Princess and that rebel are already en route to Chang'an. Upon receiving this information, Li Tianwang furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. How did Neza know that I intend to capture the Grand Princess? Who is leaking information? Li Jing contemplated briefly. There were numerous spies from the Chan school within the heavenly court, not to mention the likes of Jiazi, Tai Sui, and Yin Jiao, all of whom were present in the Lingxiao Palace at that time. However, the Grand Princess had indeed chosen a clever location. Should they escape to Chang'an, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. The capital of the first human dynasty was the most concentrated place of human fortune and dragon energy. Any disturbances could lead to turmoil across the three realms. Should such an incident occur, it would cast doubt on the implementation of the Buddha and Apos' westward journey. With this thought, Li Jing hastened his pace, arriving at the rear hall of the Heavenly King's residence, where a temple stood prominently within the heart of the Xianmen Heavenly Court. Disciple Li Jing humbly requests the Master's assistance. Li Jing, with a respectful demeanor, raised 3 long incense sticks and bowed reverently before the golden statue of the Buddha. Before him, the slender figure of the Buddha appeared, a double bun atop his head, with a faint aura of light emanating from behind, illuminating the world. Within this divine light, 24 celestial beings circled, and numerous devotees worshipped with sincere expressions. My disciple, what brings you here? The Buddha's eyes, previously closed, opened to gaze down at Li Jing. Li Jing stepped forward promptly, recounting the dire circumstances of the 4 heavenly kings and the 9 luminary star lords, followed by a lament of his plight, explaining how he had drawn the ire of the Jade Emperor by bringing the Xianjin divine general and others into the Lingxiao Palace, and was now sent to capture Zhang Yuhuan, hoping for guidance from the Buddha. A flicker of understanding crossed the Buddha's gaze, as he realized this matter was indeed a directive from the Tathagata, intending to give the Jade Emperor some tasks to occupy him, lest he idly fleece the sheep. It appeared there had been some unforeseen circumstances. Whoever among the saints has meddled here is indeed quite amusing, the Buddha mused, gently turning the prayer beads in his hands while observing the anxious expression on Li Jing and Apos' face. My disciple, remain calm. Based on what you have described, I now have some insights. This occurrence was likely the result of someone secretly using karmic powers. Soon, I shall bestow upon you the strength of the 24 celestial beings to suppress the fate, rendering you impervious to any external malevolence. Should anyone dare to scheme from the shadows, I will undoubtedly sense it immediately. At that time, I shall personally intervene, you may rest assured. Disciple is deeply grateful for the Master's guidance. Chapter 87. The investigation of the 81 tribulations by the Buddhist sect having received the assurance from the radiant lamp. Li Jing exhibited a marked increase in confidence. In the next moment, the ethereal images of the 24 heavens descended from the gilded form of the Buddha, coalescing into layers of luminous Buddhist light behind Li Jing and Apos' head. Within this divine radiance, the myriad worlds subtly ebbed and flowed, bestowing upon him an abundance of fortune. Disciple takes leave. However, Radiant lamp watched Li Jing's departing silhouette, his grip on the prayer beads tightening in tempo. Fortune suppression, causality entanglement, could it truly be you? Primordial Master? After the golden light dissipated, the final few words hung in the air like an unspeakable taboo. Even the radiant lamp's utterances were veiled in ambiguity. In the boundless chaos, within a grand hall perched atop endless mountains and bathed in the light of countless stars, a pair of indifferent eyes slowly opened, revealing a flicker of bewilderment. Strange, why are more and more people invoking my name of late? These eyes pierced through the void of chaos and time. And as the gaze withdrew, two towering golden Buddhas gradually manifested. Primordial felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and scoffed. Humph, since you refuse to allow it, I shan't look. His gaze brushed past the 12 golden immortals and the elite disciples of the, noting their fortunes remained unblemished, with no signs of decline. He then casually averted his eyes, unwilling to provoke the two sensitive comrades at that moment. Primordial was disinclined to interfere in the burgeoning plans of the Buddhist sect. It would only disturb his own peace of mind. Brother, is it him? Amitba, does it matter whether it is or not? The transmission of our Buddhist teachings to the East is of utmost importance. Let the Tathagata handle this matter. The heavenly Tao is ruthless, and after our sect's flourishing, there shall inevitably be another calamity. We must delve into its mysteries and prepare early, lest we follow in the footsteps of Brother Tongtian. I understand, brother. The two ancient golden Buddhas gradually faded, and the once stagnant chaos erupted into a furious roar upon their departure. Amidst this chaos, within the palace of Nuwa, she released her grip on the blueprint of mountains and rivers, wiping the cold sweat from her brow and exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I was not discovered. At this, her gaze instinctively drifted towards a nearby twin tree, the withered leaves of the Fusang tree littering the ground. The once diminished Fusang tree clung to life, sustained by the fortune bestowed by the sage Nuwa, and now new leaves had begun to sprout from its branches. This sacred tree, emblematic of the fortunes of the demon clan, had nearly lost all its leaves following the war of sorcerers and demons. This was the first sign of renewed vitality. Among the burgeoning new leaves, tiny figures of demons could be seen toiling, digging, and mining. Hope had finally dawned upon the demon clan, yet Nuwa frowned, her gaze shifting towards the crimson light in the west. Ultimately, she restrained her desire to act, relinquishing the blueprint of mountains and rivers. Perhaps it is best to avoid unnecessary complications at this moment, as the attention of the Buddhist sect is fully focused on the 81 tribulations in the west. They remain oblivious to the situation in the Tang Dynasty. On the sacred mountain of the Buddha, the Tathagata listened intently to the discourse of the radiant lamp, his fingers subtly rotating the prayer beads. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Bodhisattva Guanyin, disciple is here, please make a trip. The Tathagata paused, tilting his ear to listen for a moment. The radiant lamp's gaze flickered, also noticing the Tathagata's slight movement, and he closed his eyes to speak. Has this matter truly alarmed the two masters? Could it be the primordial master? A chill ran through the radiant lamp's heart, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Amitba, disciple shall obey your command. With palms pressed together in reverence, the Tathagata bowed with sincerity. Within the confines of the Great Lane Temple, numerous disciples of the Buddhist sect cast curious glances. In the entire Buddhist realm, only the two masters could elicit such recognition from the Tathagata. The personal summons from the heads of the sect undoubtedly bore significant implications, and the disciples refrained from inquiring further, fearing knowledge of matters best left unknown. Observing the gazes of the many bodhisattvas, the Tathagata continued to silently rotate the prayer beads, choosing not to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he finally reached a decision. Bodhisattva Guanyin, the journey of Xuanzang to the west is of great significance. The heavenly court has not interfered with the affairs of mortals. Thus, the Eastern Buddhist sect shall investigate this matter independently. We must guard against any diversionary tactics to avoid delaying the westward journey. Moreover, Bodhisattva Guanyin, I implore you to thoroughly examine the 81 tribulations, as it bears great weight. Your utmost diligence is essential. A glint of cold light flashed in the Tathagata's eyes as he spoke with solemnity. The westward journey of Tang Sanzang is currently the most crucial matter for our sect. As long as we safeguard this foundation, even if others intervene, the ultimate interests of the Buddhist sect shall remain largely unscathed. However, upon hearing these words, Bodhisattva Guanyin's eyes lost their luster, engulfed by a sense of despair. This is intolerable. Designing the 81 tribulations was already a formidable task, and now I must re-examine it. At this moment, Guanin's heart was driven to madness, yet her face maintained a mask of gentle pretense. With her index and middle fingers joined and the remaining 3 fingers raised, Guanin bowed deeply to the Tathagata, saying, Buddha, Tang Sanzang has just traversed the Black Wind Cave, which pertains to one of my temples. I am currently lacking in energy, so I beseech the Buddha to dispatch the 18 arhats for investigation. With the assistance of the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra, the 18 arhats shall surely ascertain the details of the 81 tribulations in the shortest time possible. Hearing Guanin and Apos' suggestion, the Tathagata nodded in satisfaction. The 18 arhats were the Tathagata's most trusted, and this was evidently Guanin's display of loyalty. A subordinate who is unambitious and wise is always favored by a leader, and even the Tathagata was not immune to such inclinations. Bodhisattva Guanin's words hold merit. Manjushri, Samantabhadra, 18 arhats, heed the command. Disciple is here. The 2 bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra, along with the 18 arhats, stepped forward, casting grateful glances towards Guanin. Though you have transformed into a woman, in our hearts, you remain our good brother. The investigation of the 81 tribulations may not be a grand affair, yet it contains numerous opportunities for gain. Chapter 88. The encounter of 2 armies, such immense benefits Avalokiteshvara selflessly bestowed upon the 2 men. What better testament to their brotherhood could there be? Jime, you both shall assist Master Avalokiteshvara in the thorough investigation of all matters. Following her directives, spoke the Buddha, acknowledging the deference shown by his subordinates, thus vowing to support Avalokiteshvara in kind. Upon hearing this, Avalokiteshvara felt a surge of joy. Splendid. The burdensome tasks of the investigation would be entrusted to Manjushri and Samantabhadra, while she would deal with the Black Bear Demon, with another aide to share her responsibilities. She would delegate the paperwork to Nongolv and the brawling matters to the Black Bear Demon. All that remained was to find someone to manage her assets. As she pondered, Avalokiteshvara approached the Buddha to take her leave, and thus departed with Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and the 18 arhats. Just outside the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, Avalokiteshvara divided Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and the 18 arhats into 3 teams, sending them to various locations to investigate discrepancies, while she herself made her way to the Avalokiteshvara Zen temple. Observing her retreating figure, a thought surfaced in the minds of Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and the 18 arhats. What a good person, even in a position of leadership. She harbored no greed for the accomplishments of her subordinates. In the heavenly realm, Li Jing wielded the golden Linglong pagoda, a halo of Buddhist light radiating from the back of his head as he methodically commanded the heavenly soldiers under his charge. Quickly inspect the relocation formation for any faults. If all is well, then prepare to depart at once. After the inspection, Li Jing activated the tiger talisman in his hand. With a flash of light, he and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers vanished from the southern heavenly gate. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor, his countenance grim, observed Li Jing and his entourage through the Haotian mirror. Although Li Jing was recognized as a figure of the Buddhist faith, this fact was well known among the myriad deities of the heavenly court. Yet, they maintained a tacit understanding, as Li Jing had never overtly displayed any ties to Buddhism within the court. Now, however, he brazenly led an expedition under the auspices of Buddhist light. Was this not a blatant slap in the face? With so many celestial beings at his disposal, why did he seek assistance from the Western Buddhist realm? Although Sun Wukong's previous performance was merely a charade, it had gone too far, diminishing the heavenly court's prestige across the 3 realms. Even now, many demons refused to recognize the heavenly court, favoring the Buddhist order instead. Tai Bai Jinxing, witnessing this, sighed inwardly. The Jade Emperor was far too quick to anger. He promptly spoke to soothe him. Your Majesty, within the Buddhist light surrounding King Li, the ethereal figures of the heavens are faintly discernible. Surely, this is a technique of the past Buddhas. King Li will undoubtedly succeed in retrieving the Grand Princess. The old minister was confident that King Li would achieve a resounding victory. Humph, let us hope so. The Jade Emperor grunted, though his expression softened slightly. Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes suddenly glimmered with insight, and he continued, Your Majesty, the 24 heavens are indeed treasures of the past Buddha's enlightenment. The suppressive power of these 24 heavens can control fate and karma. Even a quasi-saint would find no means of resistance. It seems King Li requested the past Buddha's assistance as a precaution against unforeseen events. The defensive might of the 24 heavens will surely ensure King Li's swift success. After this, Tai Jingxing refrained from further elaboration, recognizing that the assembled deities were not fools, each possessing remarkable powers. They understood well the rationale behind Li Jing's choice. Since Tai Jingxing had mentioned the 24 heavens, a pair of furious eyes had been fixated upon him. The intensity of the resentment in that gaze grew stronger with every passing moment. Tai Jingxing subtly turned his head, inwardly affirming his suspicions. At this moment, Zhao Gongming glared at him with bloodshot eyes, as though his very gaze could pierce flesh. He appeared ready to exact vengeance upon Tai Jingxing 100 times over. Yet, Tai Jingxing quickly realized Zhao Gongming's intentions. The lamp of burning light coveted Zhao Gongming's sea-calming pearl, and thus conspired with Luya Daoist to bring about his demise. Zhao Gongming's death had drawn the three heavens out of seclusion, only to be ruthlessly defeated by the primordial heavenly sovereign, leading to the shattering of the Four Saints' array against the extermination of immortals and the downfall of the once mighty sect of Jie. It could be said that this event was the very spark that ignited the ultimate demise of Jie. Although many brothers within Jie did not blame Zhao Gongming in the aftermath, the absence of blame only deepened Zhao Gongming's sense of guilt and regret. Despite his usual jovial demeanor, no one could discern the turmoil within his heart. When topics touched upon sensitive matters for Zhao Gongming, they would invariably kindle his animosity. "Forgive me, God of Wealth." Tai Jingxing offered a conciliatory smile to Zhao Gongming. Closing his eyes momentarily, Zhao Gongming reopened them, his clarity restored. "Tai Jingxing, I was momentarily overwhelmed. Please forgive me." The Jade Emperor, oblivious to the unspoken tension between Tai Jingxing and Zhao Gongming, directed his attention to the luminous screen before him. The relocation formation at the southern heavenly gate had encountered no issues. Li Jing and his contingent had successfully descended to the mortal realm. In the blink of an eye, as the spatial transition occurred, Li Jing and his companions had barely touched down when the sound of unsheathing swords rang out. "Alert! Enemies detected!" The clamor of weapons echoed as long spears were raised and blades were drawn. Nearby palace guards positioned themselves defensively, surrounding the carriage of Li Quan. The accompanying army held their spears aloft, poised against the sky, while ominous clouds of war gathered above, forming a formidable net of celestial warriors. Li Jing, holding the golden Linglong pagoda, stood before the assembled warriors, his expression impassive as he looked down upon the scene below. "An army?" Li Jing furrowed his brow, refraining from any rash action, and called out loudly, "Your Highness, I implore you not to force us into a difficult position. The Emperor has issued a decree. Your Highness has violated the heavenly laws. It would be wise to return with me to the heavenly court to atone for your transgressions." Li Jing's voice reverberated throughout the vicinity, causing the Tang soldiers to exchange bewildered glances. The Crown Prince has violated heavenly laws? But wait. The Crown Prince is only 10 years old this year. Although he is set to be betrothed, the Emperor has yet to finalize any arrangements. Is it a crime to marry in these times? Within the carriage, Li Chengqian and Apos' lips twitched in annoyance as he angrily lifted the curtain. They were not speaking of him. Just as Li Chengqian seethed at the two men, Zhang Yuhuan and Chu Qiao emerged from the carriage, gazing up at the sky. Chapter 89, Li Chengqian and Apos' apprenticeship. "My dear, I was utterly exhausted last night, and my neck is quite uncomfortable. I don't wish to raise my head and gaze at others. What should I do?" In the face of the deathly stares from 100,000 celestial soldiers, Chu Qiao remained remarkably composed. How could Emir Li Jing possibly subdue such a formidable assembly? "Husband, wait here for a moment. I shall take care of Li Jing." Zhang Yuhuan, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding tension, affectionately adjusted Chu Qiao's collar with a smile in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuhuan, Zhang Yuqiao, and the other sisters had opted to hide within the carriage, feigning death as per Chu Qiao and Apos' prior instructions. Among the 7 fairies, only Zhang Yuhuan possessed any combat experience. The others, despite their enhanced cultivation through divine merit, were still inexperienced in battle. Moreover, given their status in the heavenly court, it was inappropriate for them to step forward. Not only the 7 fairies but also Yang Chan and Neza were well hidden, only emerging if Chu Qiao found herself in an insurmountable predicament. "Your Highness, it is still possible to surrender. Do not remain obstinate." Li Jing's expression darkened. He was well aware of his own prowess, known as the Golden Immortal Guardian. Yet he acknowledged that even he could falter against powerful deities. However, Zhang Yuhuan, a mere Golden Immortal, was 2 major levels beneath him. And lacking formidable artifacts like the Linglong Pagoda, she audaciously claimed she could topple him. "Sir, do you require assistance?" Li Chengqian emerged from the carriage, though not tall. He exuded an undeniable aura. Upon seeing Li Chengqian step forward, Li Jing's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing in alarm, immediately issuing a warning. "Heavenly grandson, please conduct yourself with respect. Do not instigate conflict between the heavenly court and the mortal realm." To his surprise, Li Chengqian merely smiled gently, lifting his gaze to meet the 100,000 celestial soldiers above, particularly focusing on Li Jing. "I can declare war on the heavenly court on behalf of the Tang Dynasty. Do you possess the courage to accept this challenge?" Pointing a finger at Li Jing, he proclaimed loudly, "Who grants you the audacity to stand above me? Step down." As his not so loud but firm command echoed, a golden dragon, symbolizing the fortune of the mortal realm, raised its head, its piercing eyes suddenly wide open. The roar of the fortune dragon reverberated through the heavens, causing a torrent of mortal energy to surge downwards. With a resounding crash, a golden barrier enveloped an area of 1,000 miles around Li Chengqian. Witnessing this sudden manifestation, Li Jing's expression shifted drastically. "This is the realm of mortal prohibitions." Alarmed, he cried, "Ah, Heavenly King, save me. The storm clouds are breaking. Do not panic. Maintain your composure." As the celestial soldiers descended, they fell like rain, their descent resembling the dropping of dumplings, echoing with dull thuds upon impact. Some of the weaker celestial beings were rendered powerless, plummeting from the heights of the heavenly vault and swiftly returning to the immortal transformation pool. How dare the mortal emperor defy the heavenly order? "I shall dispatch troops to annihilate this dynasty." Within the celestial palace, the Jade Emperor kicked over a meticulously arranged table, his furious roars reverberating through the hall. The assembly of deities wore expressions of shock, exchanging glances and disbelief. The eldest princess had an eye for talent. Her husband appeared to possess considerable abilities. Zhao Gongming's eyes sparkled with excitement. What did it matter if the heavenly court and the mortal realm clashed? It was of no concern to him. The Jade Emperor's displeasure was a delight for him. Historically, the mortal emperor Yingzheng nearly succeeded in challenging the heavens. And though Emperor Wu of Han only reached the southern heavenly gate, he remained formidable. Now, with the Tang Emperor emerging, what difference would it make? Li Chengqian, who had compelled the 100,000 celestial soldiers to descend, approached Chu Qiao like a diligent student, bowing respectfully. "Sir, no one dares to stand above you any longer." "Oh, the crown prince is quite sincere." Chu Qiao exaggeratedly leaped back, causing a flurry of lines to appear on Li Chengqian's forehead. Observing his nearly contorted expression, she finally adopted a serious demeanor, albeit with a playful tone. "I am currently a wanted fugitive within the heavenly court. Are you so eager to be associated with me? Are you not afraid of being implicated? The Jade Emperor is the sovereign of the three realms, after all." Li Chengqian shook his head, responding candidly. "As long as I remain the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, should the Jade Emperor dare to act against me, my father will surely protect me. However, if I miss this opportunity and return to Chang'an, I may not be able to outshine my father." Seeing the earnest look on Li Chengqian's face, a smile graced Chu Qiao and Appo's lips. She then firmly patted his shoulder, nodding, "Since you are so sincere, it would be unkind of me to delay further. Upon arriving in Chang'an, I will formally take you as my disciple. However, I must forewarn you, I am not particularly adept at teaching others. The extent of your learning will depend entirely on your own comprehension." Chu Qiao felt the need to set expectations, as she was not a renowned master. In her previous life, she had merely been an intern teacher, lacking significant experience in education. "Ha. The fact that Brother Chu recognizes this already places you above 90% of the teachers in the world," Kong Ming remarked, filled with admiration. This esteemed sage of humanity had witnessed countless teachers educating their students. In this current world, even ordinary citizens could attain enlightenment through Confucian teachings, and naturally, the first act after enlightenment was to pay homage to this sage's ancestral figure. Many teachers merely regurgitated their lessons, imparting knowledge in a rigid manner, all while believing they would eventually have a multitude of accomplished students. In reality, they imposed their teachings on students without providing any genuine guidance. Chapter 90. The Salt City of 666. Although Chu Qiao claimed she would not teach, she also refrained from constraining her students' thoughts. Only those who possess independent thinking can invigorate the stagnant waters of Confucianism. Students who merely memorize books, regardless of their numbers, merely serve as fuel to keep the Confucian flame burning. They cannot elevate Confucianism to greater heights. Mr. Confucius was mistaken in his praise. In this rare moment, Chu Qiao exhibited humility, and Li Chengqian once again bowed respectfully. However, at this moment, Li Jing's expression darkened completely. He could already envision the Emperor of Heaven in a state of frenzy. Thus, he had to capture both Zhang Yuhuan and Chu Qiao. Otherwise, if the Emperor truly lost his composure, it was not beyond possibility that he would be replaced. He was merely a representative of the Buddhist sect in the heavenly realm. But that did not imply he was the only representative of Buddhism there. His current status and position were supported by the Buddhist sect behind him. Without their backing, he would only be regarded as a mere warrior charging into battle in the heavenly court. Since His Highness was obstinate, he should not blame his humble servant for resorting to violence. Li Jing's countenance hardened as the exquisite pagoda in his hand ascended instantly, infused with magical energy. The pagoda emitted a divine light that shot toward both Chu Qiao and Zhang Yuhuan. Heavenly Prince, do not misjudge. While I, Li Jing, cannot represent the heavenly court in declaring war on the mortal realm, the earthly dynasties must not interfere with the celestial laws. Otherwise, calamity will befall the world. And you shall have no grounds to complain about the ruthlessness of heaven. Upon hearing Li Jing's threat, Li Chengqian's face paled, and a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. As the heir to the Tang Dynasty, he indeed had the right to represent the Tang in declaring war on heaven. However, if his stubbornness resulted in countless civilians being plunged into chaos, he would undoubtedly bear the weight of immense karma. He could not bring himself to be so heartless. Clang! A flash of crimson sword light suddenly sliced through the air. Zhang Yuhuan positioned herself directly in front of the exquisite pagoda, while Chu Qiao placed one hand on her back and gently patted Li Chengqian's shoulder, offering comfort. Chengqian, do not be reckless. This is a personal matter for my master. Leave it to us. Your teacher will handle it well. Chu Qiao turned to Li Jing, a glimmer of mockery in her eyes, and taunted, Chengqian, you may not be aware, but this lordly, known as the guardian of golden immortals, is the lifelong adversary of countless profound immortals. Li Chengqian, born into the Li family of Taiyuan, had managed to establish himself among the first-rate aristocracies before ascending to the throne, yet he could not compare to those top-tier families with legacies spanning over 10,000 years. However, his familial heritage allowed him to grasp certain aspects of the realms of immortals and profound beings. The term golden immortal as a lifelong enemy of profound immortal was a blatant insult. Ah, I see now. How ignorant of me, Chengqian. I have never heard of a golden immortal being regarded as a rival by a profound immortal in the three realms. Although Li Chengqian was young, his life had been fraught with trials. Born during a time of chaos, he was swept into the conflict between Prince Li Jianxing and Li Shimin at the tender age of 5 or 6. His tumultuous experiences sharpened his intellect, allowing him to quickly adapt and align with Chu Qiao in manipulating Li Jing's mindset. How dare a mere mortal underestimate this lord? Where are the heavenly soldiers? Watching Chu Qiao and Li Chengqian perform like a comedic duo, Li Jing was left seething with frustration. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Zhang Yuhuan had managed to break through 2 realms in just 1 year. Even now, with the exquisite pagoda in hand, Li Jing found himself under overwhelming pressure from Zhang Yuhuan's ordinary sword. As the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Chengqian dared not act against him without the Emperor and Appo's consent. Unless Li Chengqian initiated the confrontation, Li Jing and Appo's attack would surely provoke a backlash from the heavenly fate. Thus, all his pent-up anger was directed toward Chu Qiao. Despite being suppressed by Zhang Yuhuan, he still commanded 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Though Li Chengqian's sudden attack had caused significant casualties, they were not without their strength. Capture that wretched mortal. Those who dare obstruct the enforcers of celestial laws shall be put to death, without mercy. Understood, Your Majesty. The remaining heavenly soldiers swiftly armed themselves and advanced toward Chu Qiao. Soldiers of the Tang, heed my command. Li Chengqian's expression shifted as he drew his long sword and issued a command. The troops immediately reformed, lining up to block the advancing heavenly soldiers. Even in the face of the legendary heavenly forces, the soldiers stood resolute and unafraid. Stand down, Chengqian, you have done enough. Let me handle this. Chu Qiao urged Li Chengqian, recognizing the precarious position of the Tang Dynasty at this critical juncture. Confronting the celestial court was not prudent, and she did not wish to sacrifice the lives of Tang soldiers for her own safety. When a better option existed, why not embrace it? Red Boy, if you do not take action soon, your homework will triple tonight. Don't, sis-in-law. I'm here now. A flash of crimson light shot forth as Red Boy appeared, brandishing his red spear at the forefront of the formation. Li Jing caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye and gasped, "Neza, you rebellious child. Are you going to betray the heavenly court again? I, Red Boy, will not change my name or surname. I am indeed the Red Boy, also known as the Saint Infant King. I am not your son, Neza. Open your eyes and see clearly." With a sweep of his red spear, black-red flames erupted, instantly vaporizing dozens of heavenly soldiers caught off guard. The remaining heavenly soldiers recoiled in terror. On the carriage behind, Neza and Apos' face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth. "You insolent Red Boy, if I do not eliminate you today, I shall take your surname." Seeing Red Boy's ferocity, Li Jing's expression shifted. Zhang Yuhuan had already caught him off guard. If another with the strength of a golden immortal were to join, his downfall would be imminent. "Neza, you rebellious child. Do you wish to witness your father perish at the hands of this demon? If you do not show yourself, I shall activate the exquisite pagoda. Why must I always be the one to resolve these situations?" Inside the carriage, Neza sulked, reluctantly forming a spell. In a flash of divine light, Red Boy and Apos' figure vanished from the carriage. The next moment, a red glow surged from the western sky. "Father, do not panic. I am coming." Neza soared towards the battlefield on his wind-fire wheels, wielding the fire-tip spear. The universe ring flew from his hand, transforming into a streak of golden light aimed at Zhang Yuhuan. "Your Highness, strike at 3 points to the left and pierce the universe." Upon receiving the alert, Zhang Yuhuan raised an eyebrow, paused momentarily, and thrust his sword diagonally at the approaching universe ring. As Neza made his move, the Qinkuan circle soared through the air, and Li Jing's eyes brightened with anticipation. Although his personal strength was somewhat lacking, attributable to his somewhat inferior cultivation aptitude and the shortcuts he had taken to ascend to the golden immortal realm, which rendered his foundation somewhat unstable, his extensive combat experience as a seasoned general was invaluable. Zhang Yuhuan's action presented him with an immediate opportunity. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal, causing the golden bell tower to extend magnificently in the wind. He aimed to seize Zhang Yuhuan while she was momentarily vulnerable, struck by the Qinkuan circle and her magical energy faltering, intending to ensnare her within the confines of the bell tower. Once inside his Qinkuan tower, even a Taiji golden immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to break free. Of course, that monkey was an exception, with its robust, indestructible physique. The restrictions within the bell tower would hold no sway over it. Chapter 91. The quality of your tower is lacking, however. What Li Jing never anticipated was that Neza would audaciously dare to perform before him. Soon, the divine sword and the universe ring intertwined. With a gentle clang, the universe ring was effortlessly sent flying by Zhang Yuhuan. The corners of Zhang Yuhuan's mouth twitched, and his arm trembled slightly. The universe ring was not merely flicked away by him. Neza had meticulously designed the trajectory of the universe ring's attack beforehand. Thus, it appeared as though Zhang Yuhuan had easily knocked the universe ring away. Yet, even that brief moment of contact nearly caused the long sword in Zhang Yuhuan's hand to be jolted from his grip. "Oh no, I forgot. I'm using my left hand." Neza instinctively recoiled, realizing the danger. According to his usual combat style, he would wield the universe ring with his left hand and brandish the fire-tip spear in his right, riding the windfire wheels closely behind the universe ring to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities. Anyone capable of withstanding Neza's combination attack could easily dominate among the golden immortals. Yet, Neza had forgotten that his left hand had become much more powerful than before. At that moment of distraction, a thunderous crash resounded. Boom. It turned out that Li Jing sought to seize Zhang Yuhuan with the Linglong Pagoda, but Zhang Yuhuan had directly sent Neza's universe ring flying, which fortuitously collided with the Linglong Pagoda's range. Upon sensing an object entering, the Linglong Pagoda instantly emitted a powerful suction force. The already dislodged universe ring was abruptly drawn into the Linglong Pagoda. How immense was the strength of Neza's left arm! With his current physical prowess, he was comparable to an average celestial sorcerer. Furthermore, the universe ring, being a superior innate spiritual treasure, possessed untold might. The Linglong Pagoda trembled violently, directly thrusting backward. "Neza, you rebellious child. What on earth are you doing?" Li Jing's eyes burned red, as if he were a predator ready to devour. Without hesitation, he bellowed at Neza. As the master of the Linglong Pagoda, Li Jing could keenly sense the extent of the damage it had sustained. It was impossible for someone like Zhang Yuhuan, who had yet to step into the realm of golden immortals to inflict such harm. Neza felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but dared not retort. He had indeed secretly reinforced the universe ring's power, intending to feign surprise after Zhang Yuhuan sent it flying, allowing it to drift away temporarily, rendering the spiritual treasure unusable. But who could have predicted that Li Jing would attempt to ambush Zhang Yuhuan and unleash the Linglong Pagoda at that moment? The key point was that it had directly absorbed the universe ring, leading to this awkward predicament. The Linglong Pagoda was an invaluable means of protection for Li Jing. Having been refined over the years into a part of himself, could he not perceive the tremendous strength of the universe ring? Father, please let me explain. No. Allow me to clarify. Silence. Rebellious child. I understand that you have a close relationship with the eldest princess and do not wish to see her brought back to the heavenly court for punishment. However, this matter cannot be overlooked. If you dare to act again, I shall surely confine you within the Linglong Pagoda and subject you to torment for 49 days. Li Jing believed Neza was merely showing leniency out of past affection and continued to scold him, even threatening him. Neza's complexion turned pale and his body trembled slightly, as if recalling something dreadful. Yet just then, a crisp sound suddenly echoed. Crack, crack. Li Jing abruptly halted, his face turning ashen as he rigidly turned his neck. Neza curiously lifted his head to look in the direction of the sound. Zhang Yuhuan had also managed to suppress his chaotic aura and, noticing the strange behavior of the father and son, turned his gaze with intrigue. Upon the apex of the golden Linglong Pagoda, a minuscule crack quietly manifested. In the next moment, to everyone in Dapo's astonishment, the golden pinnacle suddenly shattered, releasing a beam of golden light. Oh no, the King's Linglong Pagoda has shattered. Chu Qiao exclaimed with delight, reveling in the spectacle. Li Jing's lips twitched, and blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. The golden Linglong Pagoda had sustained severe damage, and Li Jing was inevitably affected. Impossible. This golden Linglong Pagoda was, cough, personally bestowed by my master. It is a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. No matter how powerful your universe ring might be, it cannot possibly shatter the Linglong Pagoda. Li Jing hurriedly clutched his chest, using his other hand to stabilize his mana, wiping the blood from his lips before speaking in a calm tone. Cough. Neza, I was merely anxious earlier, and my words may have wounded you. But surely you won't hold it against me. At that moment, Neza's gaze gradually became peculiar, and he slowly raised his fire-tipped spear. He began to tap it rhythmically in his palm, even breaking into a dazzling smile. Father's love for his child is as heavy as a mountain. How could the child bear to harm his father? However, it is indeed unacceptable for the Linglong Pagoda to be damaged. Father, you should swiftly recall the Linglong Pagoda and nurture it with your mana. Very well. Under Neza's coercive gaze, Li Jing formed a hand gesture, pointing toward the Linglong Pagoda in the sky. Return. The fallen Linglong Pagoda wobbled slightly, its divine light dimming, and a wisp of black smoke billowed forth, falling silent thereafter. TSK, it's even emitting black smoke. It seems it won't be repaired anytime soon. Chu Qiao, with sunflower seeds in hand, cracked them open while watching with a grin, embodying the essence of a spectator enjoying the show. I have long heard that only the towering king is Neza's father. Without the tower, Li Jing must be a monster in disguise. As expected, upon hearing Chu Qiao's words, Neza's eyes sparkled with delight, and he struggled to suppress a grin. Father. No, Li Jing, it seems your tower is rather lacking, is it not? Has it broken? Yet in the past, my father's pagoda was indestructible. How has it become damaged in your hands? You wouldn't happen to be a monster in disguise, would you? As Neza's mischievous gaze and Chu Qiao's taunts grew more audacious, Li Jing's complexion turned increasingly pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The surviving heavenly soldiers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 92. Punishment through extra assignments. Li Jing, the king of the heavenly court, commanded a significant portion of its military forces, while Neza, as the grand marshal of the central altar, held dominion over the celestial soldiers stationed in the 5 camps across the realms. In essence, the celestial warriors drawn from various domains were all under Neza's command. Today, the palpable tension between father and son suggested an impending confrontation, leaving them both in a quandary, unable to decide on their course of action. Neza, why do you stand there in silence? Your father's tower is damaged. Shouldn't you assist him in repairing it? As I previously instructed, when something is broken, A firm slap might just mend it, Chu Qiao observed, fanning the flames of conflict, while Chu Qiao furrowed her brow in confusion, glancing towards Chu Qiao. After much hesitation, she could not contain her curiosity and quietly inquired, "Teacher, isn't Neza the son of that man? Why?" Li Qingqian's face was etched with turmoil, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It is often said that the most unfeeling are those of royal lineage. Yet perhaps due to his own troubled upbringing, Li Shimin exhibited a remarkable fondness for his children. He had repeatedly urged them to love one another, a sentiment that the Empress Zhang's sons subtly reinforced in their daily lives. Thus, Li Chengxian found it difficult to comprehend Neza's attitude towards his biological father. If at the moment of your birth, your father wished to pierce you with a sword, and if you were exceptionally gifted, he deemed you a monster, beating and scolding you instead of aiding you in times of trouble, coercing you to abandon your corporeal form, and forcefully demanding you repay your parents' kindness, leading to your tragic demise, what would you do? Chu Qiao remarked, her tone laced with irony as she recounted Neza's tale, leaving the crown prince astounded. As the heir to the Tang Dynasty, Li Qingqian could discern the underlying implications of Chu Qiao's words, yet he questioned the existence of such a father in the world. What a sharp-tongued mortal. This ungrateful son was born a prodigy. After 3 years and 6 months of gestation, he emerged capable of running and jumping, even slaying the third prince of the Dragon King of the East Sea, inciting the Dragon King's wrath to threaten countless citizens of Qintang Pass. Is it wrong for me to have killed him for the sake of millions? Li Jing retorted, his face pale, but his resolve unwavering. Cough, cough. Allow me to interject here, Kong Mingquan said, unable to contain himself upon hearing Li Jing's shameless defense. With just a couple of gentle coughs, an invisible aura of wisdom enveloped the assembly, drawing their attention and dispelling their inner turmoil. As far as I know, the Emperor Fuxi of our human race was born after 12 years of gestation. And regarding your claim that the Dragon King of the East Sea threatened to drown tens of thousands of our citizens, are you, as the commander, merely twiddling your thumbs? Or do you believe that the rest of humanity has perished? Does that foolish dragon seek its own demise? Does the dragon race wish to face extinction? Kong Mingquan, possessing vast knowledge and a profound understanding of human history, continued. During the Shang Dynasty, the authority of the human emperor was formidable. Even the Jade Emperor would dare not declare intentions of slaughtering tens of thousands of his citizens in front of the fierce human emperor. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were not yet confined, and many human sages still lived. If the East Sea were to act upon such threats, the dragon race would undoubtedly be trampled by the emperor's forces. Any remaining dragon in the 4 seas would have to offer apologies personally. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would have to find a way to end their own lives in disgrace. Regardless, this turmoil was ultimately instigated by this ungrateful son. And I am merely. Enough. There are no others present, so you need not deflect, Chu Qiao interjected with a cold laugh. I am not speaking from the standpoint of human righteousness. I am merely stating that you are an inadequate father. As for the matters you raised, I have never denied them, nor have I claimed that Neza is a virtuous individual. Like the Red Boy, he is merely a wayward child in need of discipline. I have never considered Neza to be a good person simply for siding with me. Yet in his story, Li Jing is undeniably a poor father. However, Neza's actions also reflect poorly upon him. Upon hearing Chu Qiao's assessment, the Red Boy grew indignant. You can criticize Neza all you want, but why include me in this? Chu Qiao, you. Chu Qiao raised an eyebrow, her lips silently forming 2 words, assignments. Instantly, the Red Boy's face flushed crimson, and he ground his teeth in frustration. You are absolutely right, but I have fully recognized my errors. Very well. Chu Qiao nodded in satisfaction, while Kong Mingquan clenched his fist involuntarily. Although he had led the youth astray, threatening minors, he still recognized the Red Boy as a future sage of humanity. He could not resort to violence. Ding! Just as the crowd lingered in the aftermath of Chu Qiao's sharp retort, the sound of metal clashing jolted them back to reality. A golden light shot back into Neza's grasp, and what had once been merely a damaged pinnacle of the golden pagoda was now reduced to a myriad of shattered fragments. No, my tower, Li Jing exclaimed, grief-stricken, as he leaped forward to gather the remnants of the pagoda, desperately stuffing them into his bag. After all, this was a matter of his very existence. Li Jing, you ought to be more concerned about your own life now. Let's see whether my fire spear strikes faster than your precious pagoda can be restored, Neza taunted. the flame of his spear aimed squarely at Li Jing's head. Chapter 93. The divine ranking presses the gods, sensing the imminent danger. Li Jing disregarded the remnants of shattered pieces around him, seizing a handful of earth. A flash of deep yellow light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Earth escape. Do you think you are the Earthwalker? Neza's hand trembled violently, and the fire spear shot forth like an arrow. A flash of red light punctuated its trajectory, embedding itself accurately into the ground not far away. A scream erupted from beneath the earth, and Li Jing burst forth, soaring towards the heavens. The fire spear returned to Neza's hand, and with a flick, the blood on its tip evaporated, his eyes reflecting a mix of satisfaction and sorrow. Yet soon, a resolute glint emerged from the depths of his gaze. The wheels of wind and fire spun rapidly beneath Neza's feet as he pursued the heavenly realm, spear in hand. Neza, have you truly forsaken our years of father-son bond? The voice of Li Jing echoed in a tone tinged with dread, causing Neza to momentarily pause before accelerating once more. Li Jing, you have long forgotten. My mother is dead. I, Neza, have no kin left in this world. You shall meet your demise. In the celestial palace of the heavenly court, numerous deities observed this dramatic scene, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. For a moment, even the Jade Emperor found himself at a loss for words. Is this how it can still be played out? Truly an eye-opener, countless deities mused internally. Yet the Jade Emperor, consumed by fury, found himself speechless. The new table had yet to be prepared, and he had nothing to smash in his rage, only able to roar in frustration. Outrageous. Issue my decree. The Grand Marshal of the Heavenly Court, Neza. Your Majesty, hold on. A brave young general stepped forth from the crowd, addressing the Jade Emperor. Neza has not received your decree to capture the Grand Princess and the mortal Chu Qiao. This is merely a personal feud between him and King Li. If you were to label Neza a rebel because of this, it would be difficult to justify. Your Majesty, you must not strip Neza of his divinity. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. The one who stepped forward was the annual Tai Sui, Yin Jiao. So the disciples of the Chan sect can no longer remain silent? I second that, echoed Yin Hong, the god of grains. Although the Chan sect had obliterated the Shang dynasty alongside the Zhou, both he and Yin Jiao, being disciples of the Chan sect, understood the necessity of their choices after so many eons. I second that. I second that. We all second that. The Earthwalker and other disciples of the Chan sect bowed slightly to the Jade Emperor. As the opposition from the Chan disciples mounted, the Jade Emperor's fury intensified. What a celestial court of the mystical path. What a mystical path of the Chan sect. I, the Jade Emperor, am powerless to even deal with a mere deity. This is utterly intolerable. Neza's interference with King Li's capture of a rebel and his pursuit of his father. How is this not a transgression against heavenly law? Today, I shall strip Neza of his divine status. Consider your opinions carefully before speaking. With a swift motion, the Jade Emperor waved his sleeve, revealing a dark yellow scroll in his palm. Most of the deities present felt an instinctive pull towards the scroll. The divine ranking. The expressions of Zhao Gongming and the other deities darkened, a grimace forming on their faces. Lu Yu nodded slightly, measuring the atmosphere with a flicker of cold light in his eyes, while a sinister green aura swirled around him. Indeed, it is the divine ranking. Let us not be angered. This is a matter for the Chan sect. We are merely spectators. When Zhong stood steadfast, his eyes narrowed, while the agitated disciples of the intercepting teachings fell silent. The expressions of Yin Hong, Yin Jiao, and the Earthwalker turned grave, revealing their shock. The Jade Emperor had long relied on the divine ranking to threaten certain deities of the intercepting teachings. With the Tongtian teacher confined in Zixiao Palace by the Taoist Red Ancestor, the Jade Emperor had become increasingly audacious in his threats. Of course, he did not resort to this often, but it was indeed the first time he had threatened the disciples of the Chan sect in such a manner. The primordial supreme being, constrained by the orders of the Tao Ancestor, could not directly step into the three realms. Yet he remained an observer of all events from the chaos beyond. Aha, Jade Emperor, how dare you? Today, the heavenly court is indeed bustling. What good fortune has befallen us? Speak, let this emperor share in your merriment. A figure with a ghastly visage and 2 pairs of wings descended rapidly from the celestial palace. Following closely was an elder with a dragon-tailed staff, his forehead protruding, resembling a youthful appearance despite his age. The gods of the heavenly court bowed in respect, acknowledging the arrival of the great emperor of longevity and the great emperor of the mysterious city. The gaze of the Southern Extreme Longevity Elder swept over the divine ranking in the Jade Emperor's hand, then shifted to the pallid-faced deities of the Chan sect, revealing a hint of amusement. In contrast to the scheming Southern Extreme Longevity Elder, the Great Emperor of the mysterious city, Lei Jinzi, was far more straightforward. Upon arrival, he unhesitatingly awakened the divine powers bestowed upon him by the Great Emperor, blocking the aura of the divine ranking. All true beings listed on the divine ranking would find their powers suppressed as if they had sunk into the depths of the sea. This explained the earlier agitation among the disciples of the intercepting teachings. May I inquire, Jade Emperor, what heavenly law have the annual Tai Sui and the God of Grains transgressed that warrants the summons of the divine ranking? Might you elucidate this matter to me? Lei Jinzi's sarcastic inquiry elicited a faint smile from the Jade Emperor. The divine ranking was swiftly stowed away, as though the earlier sensation of suppression had merely been an illusion. I merely felt the weather was pleasant today and wished to examine the divine ranking. What? Can even such trivial matters disturb you, Great Emperor of the mysterious city? Chapter 94. The Crown Prince returns to the palace. The Jade Emperor retorted with a cold mockery, the frost in his gaze unwavering. Lei Jinzi, stung by the Jade Emperor's taunts, felt a surge of indignation. Meanwhile, the South Pole Immortal, with a glimmer in his eyes, patted Lei Jinzi on the shoulder and chuckled. It is recorded that you are the sovereign of the three realms. We, the four emperors, merely assist your majesty in your endeavors. We would not dare to speak out. With a hearty laugh, the South Pole Immortal tugged at Lei Jinzi's sleeve. Concurrently, the celestial attendant Tian Yi brought forth 2 stools and placed them beneath the Jade Emperor. The South Pole Immortal and Lei Jinzi sat down comfortably, and with their arrival, many deities from the Chan sect took their places. Your Majesty, is this the mortal who has been consorting with the Grand Princess? Quite a handsome fellow indeed. Yet, what use is talent if he has violated the heavenly laws? He must perish. The prolonged inability of the heavenly court to subdue the situation had become a source of amusement for the immortal. Both the Jade Emperor and the South Pole Immortal chose to overlook the matter of Neza, instead engaging in light-hearted banter that left Lei Jinzi feeling quite out of sorts. After a moment of idle chatter, the South Pole Immortal stroked his beard and, with a smile, suggested, "How about I recommend a candidate for your Majesty? Chang'an is the capital of the mortal realm. If we were to dispatch troops to attack, it would undoubtedly incite a conflict between celestial beings and mortals. If we can avoid such bloodshed, it would be a splendid outcome. The Earth God possesses the ability to infiltrate Chang'an stealthily. However, given that it is the heart of the mortal realm, his strength will be significantly diminished upon entry." The South Pole Immortal proposed this as a form of mutual benefit. The Jade Emperor would not pursue Neza's accountability, while the Chan sect would lend their hand to the Jade Emperor. This task is not arduous. I can bestow a decree upon the Earth God as the sovereign of the three realms. With the heavenly decree countering the mortal dragon's fate, it will suffice to suppress his own fortunes and karmic ties. Yet, that rebellious girl has evidently employed some method to rapidly enhance her cultivation. And the child by Chu Qiao's side, resembling Huang higher, is no weakling either. To send just one person may be. Your Majesty's words are quite astute. Perhaps we should allow Erlang Shun to make a trip as well? The Jade Emperor cast a deep glance at the South Pole Immortal and suddenly smiled. Excellent. As long as your Majesty agrees. I have one lingering doubt. You appear to be in high spirits lately, even finding time to enjoy the investiture of the gods. The South Pole Immortal's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized the Jade Emperor. Requesting the investiture of the gods is no trivial matter. Should your Majesty find it pleasurable and become addicted, how will the Chan sect maintain its standing in the heavenly court? After all, Yin Hong, Yin Jiao, and Yang Ruan are all crucial forces of the Chan sect within the heavenly realm. This is not mere coincidence. The Jade Emperor responded with a chuckle, and the South Pole Immortal immediately grasped the implication. Ah, the laws of causality. How fortuitous indeed. The essence of causality is often spoken of by the disciples of the Buddhist sect. So, is this investiture of the gods a test from the Buddhist school? However, the impetus for the trial likely originated from the Buddhist sect, but how it is executed is determined by the Jade Emperor himself. A thought flickered in the South Pole Immortal's mind. He pondered whether the saints could truly intervene in the three realms. The saints may have departed from the primordial chaos, but they are not dead. With their might, even separated by vast distances or boundless chaos, they can strike precisely at beings within the primordial realm. Thus, the Jade Emperor seeks to probe their limits, to ascertain whether the saints would act against him. Should the saints choose to intervene, Would Taoist patriarch Hongjun punish them for such actions? In Chang'an, the red boy gazed up at the grand characters adorning the city gate, his eyes sparkling with excitement. So this is Chang'an. What towering walls! Well, we can admire it later. Let's enter the city first. Chu Qiao lifted the curtain of the carriage, her spirit buoyant as she spoke, stretching lazily, a glimmer of anticipation igniting in her eyes. I truly look forward to meeting Emperor Taizong Li Shimin and the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. Outside the gates of Chang'an, a throng of Tang subjects gathered along the roadside, not entering the city. Their curiosity was understandable, as Chang'an boasted a total of 12 gates in every direction. The western part of the city had 3 gates, typically allowing passage through only the left and right entrances. However, today, the central gate stood wide open. It is worth noting that even the nobility of the Tang would usually have to use the side gates to enter and exit. The opening of the main gate today signified only 2 possibilities. Either the emperor or the crown prince was entering, while other regional princes could only use the side gates. Or a great army was either departing for battle or returning in triumph. The opening of the main gate raised questions. Was General Cheng returning from a campaign? Those familiar with the court and Apos' movements began to speculate. Currently, among the generals of the Tang, only General Cheng Yaojin was deployed abroad. While there were rumors of the emperor preparing for a campaign against the Eastern Turks this year, no definitive news had emerged from the court, indicating that it was not a situation of mobilization. Wait, look, those carriages are heading straight for the main gate. That is, the Crown Prince and Apos' escort. It is His Highness returning to the capital. Upon noticing the armored guards surrounding Li Chengqian's carriage, someone recognized their origin. This was the Crown Prince's personal guard, one of the Crown Prince's elite escorts. Only officers of the right guard could don such formal armor. Half a year prior, the Crown Prince left Chang'an, purportedly to seek a new sage for our people. His departure was justified, especially in light of the numerous calamities that had beset the realm since Emperor Li Shimin's ascension. This year marked the 3rd consecutive year of disasters, and yet the populace continued to suffer. To stabilize public opinion, Li Shimin decided not to conceal the news of Li Chengqian and Apos' departure. Rather, he sought to promote it widely. Now, the entirety of Chang'an was aware of the emperor's anguish for his subjects enduring calamities. In the southwestern region, a sage had emerged, capable of aiding the Tang populace through their tribulations, initially intending to personally invite the sage to rescue the people from their plight. The emperor was thwarted by his ministers and thus sent his son, the crown prince Li Chengqian, in his stead to welcome the sage.